Here they come. They are here. A shocking conspiracy shrouds the world. Natural disasters and man-made calamities. Zombies rampant. Please do not get lost in the darkness. May the light of dawn always exist. September 15, 2025, sunny day. Wang Ji sat in front of his laptop at home, typing codes that others could not understand. After a moment, he stretched lazily. Mission accomplished. He had been working on a project to crack electronic keys for cars, and after months of effort, it was finally completed. With this software, one could crack the electronic keys of vehicles and start the cars. Though it wasn't entirely legitimate, it was enough to make money. Wang Ji stood up and pulled open the living room curtains. After being cooped up in the room for a long time, the light outside made it hard for him to open his eyes. This software will definitely sell for a good price on the dark web, and I can finally take a proper vacation, Wang Ji said, gazing longingly at the scenery outside. Ding dong, ding dong. It was the doorbell. Wang Ji turned his head in surprise to look at the door. This doorbell hadn't been rung since he moved in, and the sudden sound made him a bit worried. Who is it? Wang Ji asked tentatively. Hello, delivery. A voice from outside said it was the delivery guy. Delivery? Wrong address. I haven't bought anything. Wang Ji frowned that he never shopped online and always made sure not to leave any privacy traces on the internet with his skills. So how did this delivery suddenly arrive at his home? Sir, it's correct. The address is this. Fine, just leave it at the door. Wang Ji suspected the person's identity, so for safety's sake, he instructed the delivery guy to leave the package at the door. Then he watched through the peephole until the delivery guy left, and only then did he feel safe to open the door. After bringing the package inside, he shook it and confirmed there was something inside. Upon opening the box, he found a black card. Wang Ji picked up the black card and examined it for a while. It was made of metal, and the specifics were unclear. The card had a design resembling a spinning top, intricately designed, and on the back, there was a string of ID numbers, 6911. ID 6911? He read the ID on the black card aloud. In his thoughts, he noticed there was also an envelope at the bottom of the delivery box. He took out the envelope and opened it. It contained a piece of parchment. The parchment read, "The apocalypse is approaching. Please take the card and go.as for the coordinates on it." They were a string of numbers, but he quickly deciphered them as latitude and longitude coordinates. Wang Ji smiled bitterly after reading it, wondering who was playing such a boring prank, and simply tossed the card and parchment aside. He was still more concerned about whether his software would sell well on the dark web, so he could make some money and enjoy life. Just as Wang Ji sat back down at his computer, bored and browsing, he suddenly recalled that a year ago he had purchased a membership program called Dawn Tower on the dark web. The program's description was, when darkness falls, the Dawn Tower will become the last ray of light. Price, $0.1. Affordable and tempting, he impulsively placed an order. But it was terrifying to think that he had only completed the transaction without filling in any information, and now this had come uninvited. As he remembered the product called Dawn Tower, he couldn't find any trace of it anymore. For a moment, Wang Ji was a bit dazed. This sudden black card disrupted his plans. However, since he was going on vacation anyway, it wouldn't hurt to check it out. With that in mind, Wang Ji picked up the parchment again and noted down the latitude and longitude coordinates. Then he got up to wash his messy hair in the bathroom. Looking at himself in the mirror, he shook his head. Although he was only 25 years old, the late nights spent on research made him look like a 30-year-old man. After spending over half an hour getting himself presentable, Wang Ji began to pack his things. Laptop, phone, clothes, wallet, and the most crucial black card. As for food, he had already consumed everything after being cooped up at home for days, planning to buy some at a mall nearby once he arrived. It was now 9 a.m. Wang Ji hailed a taxi and headed to the airport, where he checked in for a flight to his destination. At 1 p.m., the plane landed. Wang Ji got off the plane and looked at the unfamiliar city and unfamiliar people, feeling like he was on a trip, an adventure, or even wandering. Since it was the apocalypse, with a mindset of better safe than sorry, Wang Ji first found a large supermarket to buy a lot of food, self-heating meals, compressed biscuits, chocolate, beef jerky, bottled water, and so on. Because he bought too much, he also got 2 wheeled suitcases to carry the food. Now he was dragging one suitcase in each hand and carrying a travel bag on his back. Others might think he was crazy, but he knew exactly what he was doing. Even if some other unexpected events happened, this food would definitely last him a long time. Wang Ji checked the map and locked in the specific location. It seemed to be Zhongjian Park. He raised his hand to hail a taxi again. Once in the car, the driver asked, "Hey, young man, where are you off to with all those bags?" "Going camping." Wang Ji didn't reveal his true thoughts to anyone because even he was a bit skeptical. If he tried to persuade others, they would just think he was crazy. Upon arriving at the destination and unloading his luggage, Wang Ji looked at the park across the street. It was now 3 p.m., and the elderly people in the park were gathered in groups, playing their favorite instruments. Wang Ji didn't notice anything unusual. It was just an ordinary park. Could it really be a prank? Just as Wang Ji hesitated, he spotted a man dragging a suitcase like him. The man appeared to be in his 30s, wearing a black hat, looking around as if searching for something. Contrasting sharply with the others, he seemed to understand something and moved forward. "Excuse me, brother, are you looking for this?" Wang Ji pulled out the black card. The man in the black hat turned to size Wang Ji up for a moment. "You believe in this too?" The man replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Wang Ji already had an answer in his heart. "Huh. Anyway, it's just a vacation for me. My name is Wang Ji. What should I call you?" "Just call me Lao He," the man replied simply. Wang Ji observed Lao He's physique. Even in casual clothes, his muscles were evident, making Wang Ji feel that this person had great explosive power and an invisible sharpness about him that he could quickly judge that Lao He was a trained soldier. "So, Lao He, have you found anything?" Wang Ji asked, looking at the seemingly normal park. "Not yet. Let's walk further in," Lao He replied casually, appearing unconcerned about Wang Ji's presence. The park was situated on a small hill, with ups and downs. Wang Ji, who lacked exercise and was burdened by heavy luggage, was already sweating profusely. "Let's take a break," Wang Ji said, panting behind. Lao He turned back to glance at him, noticing Wang Ji's poor state, and sat down on the grass. "Hey, Lao He, how did you get this black card?" Wang Ji asked while sitting beside him. Lao He glanced at Wang Ji but didn't respond, seeming unwilling to say much. After resting for a while, the two stood up again to search. It was now 5 p.m. They were still searching for the so-called Dawn Tower in the vast park. Strangely, there were no tower-like structures in the park. They had even checked some dilapidated temples, but found no sign of the Dawn Tower. "Where else haven't we looked?" Lao He asked, turning back. Wang Ji looked at the map. They had searched everywhere they could. Could it be buried underground? Wait, underground? Wang Ji's eyes lit up as he spoke. "Lao He, there's one place we haven't searched." "Where?" "The air raid shelter." "Air raid shelter? It seems there is one. Let's go." The two said as they quickly walked towards the only air raid shelter in the park. Chapter 2: The woman who suddenly appeared. After the two of them ran to the air raid shelter in the center of the park. They found that the entrance was about 2 meters high and wide, with a very heavy and intricately crafted iron door. When they approached the door, they discovered that it was not locked and had no visible gaps, giving an impression of being indestructible. Wang Ji began to look for details on the iron door, thinking that since they needed a card to enter, the black card in his hand must be the key to opening it. After searching for a while, they finally spotted a pattern on the right side of the door that matched the one on the card. There was no card slot, so he directly pressed the black card against the door. Identity verification successful, opening soon. At that moment, a mechanical voice came from the iron door, and it opened in the middle by itself. "Let's go in," Lao He said, and as the two of them moved inside, the cautious Wang Ji instinctively glanced back. But this glance proved to be significant, as he noticed a woman silently following them. Lao He quickly noticed Wang Ji's unusual behavior, and when he turned to see the stranger trailing them, his instinct was to act, but he was held back by Wang Ji. The fact that the woman could follow them without their knowledge indicated that she had considerable stealth skills, though her combat abilities were still uncertain. More importantly, the woman did not seem to harbor any ill intentions. Even if Lao He was a soldier, there was no need to act recklessly and ruin the atmosphere. If the woman intended to attack, she could have done so before they even turned around. After Wang Ji stopped Lao He, the woman slowly approached, and the iron door automatically closed behind them. Both he and Lao He leaned against the side, nervously watching the woman. When the three of them turned on their flashlights, they discovered that inside was a staircase leading downwards. Wang Ji observed the woman beside him, who was about the same height as him, with long silver hair that stood out starkly in the dark staircase. Even in the dim light, her delicate features were hard to miss. Although she smiled, he still felt an extreme sense of danger. In a confined space, facing two men while maintaining a smile seemed casual, but she was clearly keeping an eye on Lao He, ready to adjust her strategy at any moment. I'm Wang Ji, and this is Lao He. May I ask how to address you?" Wang Ji awkwardly initiated the conversation as the three stood in a standoff. "Don't be afraid. My name is Sakura," she replied with a laugh, reaching out to brush his hair aside. Wang Ji instinctively wanted to dodge, but found there was nowhere to escape. Her positioning was deliberate, effectively trapping him in the middle. Even if Lao He on his left wanted to make a move, he would have to go around Wang Ji first. "Why don't we team up and move forward together?" Wang Ji suggested. After he finished speaking, Lao He showed no intention of moving, instead keeping a vigilant eye on the woman, as if he would act at the slightest hint of her making a move. Finally, The woman glanced at Lao He and then at Wang Ji, sneered, and took the lead. As they walked, Wang Ji noticed that Sakura's backpack was military style, and she had a dagger clipped to her waist. Initially, he thought she might also be a soldier, but quickly dismissed that idea. Hey, Sakura, is one backpack's worth of supplies really enough? Wang Ji asked, puzzled by her choice to carry only one backpack. Haha, you don't really think the apocalypse is upon us, do you? Sakura mocked him as she walked ahead. Wang Ji had no rebuttal to her comment, as he had no basis to argue. After wandering for a long time, they finally reached the end of the staircase. Wang Ji calculated that they had descended a total of 1024 steps, approximately 20 centimeters per step, meaning they were now over 200 meters underground. Despite this, the oxygen here was still abundant, likely due to a large ventilation system. Ahead, there was another iron door similar to the one above. Just as Wang Ji was about to skillfully place the card for verification, Lao He called out to him. Wait. Lao He pulled out a handgun from his backpack. Wang Ji turned back, startled. Although he had suspected Lao He was a soldier, seeing the gun surprised him. After all, having grown up in a peaceful era, he had never seen someone brandishing a real gun in front of him. If something went wrong here, no one would know. Worried, Wang Ji asked, "What's wrong, Lao He?" Lao He looked tense as well. Even a trained soldier could feel uneasy when facing the unknown. Meanwhile, when he looked at Sakura again, he was shocked once more. She also had a handgun in her hand. Wang Ji glanced at the two of them, realizing that he was the only one unarmed. However, thinking about it differently, as long as the two of them did not harm him, in a way, they were protecting him. Even if danger arose, they would likely stick together first, and only turn on him if things became unbearable. Get ready, I'm opening it, Wang Ji said as he placed the black card on the door, with both of them positioned on either side. Identity verification successful. The mechanical voice sounded again. The iron door opened. Upon opening, there was no danger as they had imagined. Instead, it was an elevator space. Wang Ji scratched his head and took out a rope from his bag, tying one into a bottle of water and throwing it into the elevator. Seeing that nothing triggered a trap, he cautiously stepped into the elevator, and the other two followed after confirming he had not triggered anything. Once the three of them were inside, Wang Ji observed that the elevator seemed to have only one button, with no extra options. Beep. After pressing the button, the iron door began to close slowly. The elevator had lights inside, but they could not see outside, nor could they feel which direction the elevator was moving. They stood in separate corners, observing each other. Hey, Lao Gu, Sakura, can we put the guns away for now? Since we've all met here, it must be fate. Who knows, we might need to work together later. Wang Ji chuckled nervously, glancing at the guns in their hands. You make a good point, you can go in front, Sakura said with a smile. Fine, Wang Ji conceded helplessly, feeling very passive at the moment. After about 10 minutes, the elevator emitted another beep, indicating they had reached their destination. Just as they had relaxed, the three of them looked toward the iron door again. When it opened, they were met with an immense base, the scale of which was beyond Wang Ji's estimation, and in the hall, guards were patrolling, each armed with an automatic rifle. At the same time, there were many others who, like them, had just arrived. At a glance, around 30 people were gathered in one area, seemingly processing something. Following their earlier discussion, Wang Ji stepped out of the elevator first, intending to see what was happening among the crowd. Hey, new arrivals. Line up at the back. Can't you see everyone is queuing? Just as Wang Ji stepped into the crowd, one person inexplicably pushed him to the back of the line. Chapter 3 The Afterglow of Sunset. The three of them waited in line for about half an hour, during which 4 or 5 more people arrived behind them. Hello, welcome to the Dawn Tower. Please present your magnetic card. The person in charge of receiving them was a woman in her 30s, and everyone around her was dressed in a uniform, which gave off a very organized and disciplined vibe. This made Wang Ji puzzled about how such a mysterious base could exist underground. The magnetic card she mentioned referred to the black cards they were holding. You three are together? The woman asked, glancing at the two behind Wang Ji. Yes. Well, you can form your own team or join another. Do you want to create a team or join an existing one? Hearing her explanation, Wang Ji turned to look at the two. It's okay not to look back, but when I did, I found one person boredly fixing their nails and the other observing their surroundings, seemingly not hearing what the other was saying. Wang Ji knew that with the strength of these two, it wouldn't matter which team they were in, but he couldn't. He needed teammates. How could he let go of the two armed individuals beside him? Shall we form a team then? Wang Ji tentatively said to the woman. Sure. Please give me the magnetic cards of the two beside you. Old He, Sister Ing, hand me your magnetic cards, I'll register you. Wang Ji then handed the two's magnetic cards to the reception woman. Please name your team. The woman asked again. Well, since this place is called the Dawn Tower, let's call it the Afterglow. Wang Ji turned back to ask the two. Okay, Old He replied nonchalantly. The name is quite poetic. I didn't expect my little brother to be cultured. Ing smiled and said, casually ruffling his hair, seemingly having no objections to his decision. All right. Then our team will be called Afterglow. Yes, your team has been successfully created. If you have any questions about this place, you can consult the smart robot in the dormitory. After the woman finished speaking, she returned the magnetic cards of the three and opened the passage behind them. Eventually, the three were assigned to room 033 in Area A on the second floor. Following the signs, Wang Ji found the elevator leading to the second floor. As Wang Ji dragged his luggage into the elevator, he could feel that it was moving down, while also wondering if the lower levels were higher in this place. Upon reaching the second floor, the left side led to Area A, the right side to Area B, and straight ahead was a spacious training hall that also included a cafeteria and several vending machines. At the same time, there were many people eating in the cafeteria. And of course, there were also those exercising in the training hall. The various advanced equipment and facilities undoubtedly provided a good environment for these people. The three quickly found their assigned room according to the prompts. The room was not large, about 50 square meters, with around 100 rooms in Area A and B combined, plus the area of the hall. It could be estimated that this second floor was about 10,000 square meters. Building such a project deep underground not only required financial support, but also government backing. It was hard to imagine what kind of enormous power was behind this Dawn Tower. Thinking of this, he began to admire it internally. The overall environment of the room was quite good, with an independent bathroom and 4 separate beds. Thus it could be inferred that a team should accommodate 4 people. Additionally, there was a display screen hanging on the wall, which, if nothing unexpected, should be the smart robot that the reception woman mentioned. Wang Ji casually chose the middle bed to put his luggage down and then approached the display screen to activate it. Welcome to the Dawn Tower. I am your intelligent assistant Ling Ling Yao. Feel free to give me any feedback. The display screen emitted Ling Ling Yao's electronic voice. Ling Ling Yao? What is this place for? Ing was the first to ask. This is the Dawn Tower, the last refuge for humanity. Huh, the last refuge for humanity? Are you saying the surface will be destroyed? Ing asked disdainfully. A global disaster is imminent. Humanity will become walking corpses, but not to the point of extinction. Wang Ji gulped. Did she mean zombies? As long as they aren't completely dead, those zombies can mindlessly attack the living, feeding on flesh and blood. Anyone hurt by them would become infected and eventually turn into one of them. Ling Ling Yao, why will the disaster occur? When exactly? Wang Ji continued to ask. Insufficient permissions, unable to retrieve the main cause of the disaster. Currently, the Dawn Tower is in a closed mode to ensure everyone's safety. Closed mode? Does that mean only entry is allowed, but no exit? This sounds like a pyramid scheme, Old He said. Ling Ling Yao, how do we survive here? Old He asked. The Dawn Tower currently has an independent survival chain, so there is no need to worry about food, clothing, and shelter, but you need to pay with survival points. What are survival points? Wang Ji suddenly sensed a hint of currency. Survival points are the only trading currency in the Dawn Tower. They can be paid or transferred using the magnetic cards in your hands, and as the team leader, you can allocate and use the team's survival points. After hearing Ling Ling Yao's introduction, Wang Ji thought about how he was automatically designated as the team leader when they just created the team. Do both of you have any objections? Seeing that the two were silent, Wang Ji turned around and asked proactively. Both shook their heads, indicating no objections, which left Wang Ji a bit confused. Did these two really fear he would run away with their money? Aren't you afraid I might scam you? Wang Ji tested. If the team leader were this uncle, I would definitely have objections. But since the leader is you, little brother, then I have no objections, Ing chuckled. Don't you both want to be the team leader? Wang Ji asked again. No matter who becomes the team leader, she and I would have objections. So the position of team leader will be yours, Old He said. Oh, is that so? Well, at least we can deal with you anytime. Old He casually explained to Wang Ji. Haha, that's too direct, Wang Ji said with a bitter smile. Humph, I say, uncle, what do you mean by deal with? What if you scare my little brother? Hearing Old He scare Wang Ji, Ing immediately got up and pulled him to the bedside. After they both sat down, Ing put an arm around his shoulder, looking quite protective. Don't worry, little brother, I won't let the uncle bully you, but you have to treat your sister well. Ing said somewhat oddly. Wang Ji nodded frequently. He looked at the hand around his shoulder and the other hand playing with a dagger that she had pulled out from who knows where, performing various tricks in front of him, looking like it was about to stab him. He never dreamed that he would be in the same room, even having close contact, with two strangers armed with guns and knives. Sister Ing, Old He, after a busy day, let's eat something first, haha, Wang Ji said awkwardly. Everything was too sudden for him to handle. But to show his sincerity, he got up to take out his luggage and brought the food he bought at the supermarket to the table. intending to treat the two to a feast. Chapter 4. Missing. Since everyone had formed a team, there was no need to hide anything. Wang Ji piled all the food from his 2 large suitcases on the table. The two were slightly surprised upon seeing the food on the table. How come your 2 suitcases are all food? Ing leaned over to ask. Since it's the end of the world, food is the most important. Are you planning to live on gunpowder? Wang Ji joked in reply. Haha, of course. Gunpowder can't be eaten, but it can be used to make you feed me. Come on, pass me that box, Ing said with a quirky laugh, pointing her gun at the self-heating rice on the table. Hearing this, Wang Ji silently picked up the self-heating rice and shared it with the two. He had forgotten about the robbery part. By the way, didn't you both bring any food? Wang Ji asked while sprinkling seasoning. I brought some compressed biscuits and water. Oldie replied. Ing, on the other hand, kept her head down in silence. She only had a bag with her, and even if she had food, it probably wouldn't be enough for the 3 of them to have a meal. Oldie, are you a soldier? Seeing the atmosphere lightening up a bit, Wang Ji casually asked. Yeah, Oldie replied, showing no signs of hiding anything. So why are you here? Oldie paused for a moment and slowly said. This card was actually given to me by my father. He told me to come here, but didn't tell me anything else. Wang Ji fell silent for a moment. He knew that if this was true, then his father had left him with the last hope. What about Sister Ing? Do you know the saying, little brother? What saying? As the saying goes, heroes do not ask about their origins. Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking us? Sakura retorted. Wang Ji felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. I'm just an ordinary person, usually just making some money by doing programming, nothing special about me. I didn't expect my brother to be a programmer too. Sister Sakura, how about you? Oh, I'm just an ordinary person too. I like to wander around. Ordinary person? Which ordinary person has a gun? And which ordinary person casually twirls a dagger in their hand? Wang Ji thought to himself, but decided not to press further. Since she didn't want to say, he shouldn't be blunt. She is an international mercenary, and if nothing unexpected happens, she should belong to the Black Rose organization. Oldie suddenly said coldly from the side. Ah, I didn't expect the uncle to have such high insights and recognize her. Humph. The Black Rose organization is particularly skilled in assassination, and the rose tattoo on her collarbone is their organization's mark. So you should be careful when you sleep. Oldie turned to remind him. Wang Ji felt a bit unsettled after hearing this. No wonder Oldie had been wary of her. It turns out she is a killer? Nevertheless, since they had already formed a team, Wang Ji could only pretend to be indifferent and said, Don't scare me. You don't need to say be careful while sleeping. Just let Sister Sakura sleep in my bed, and I'll still sleep soundly. Oh my. I didn't expect my brother to be so open. Then that night, Sister will really have to cuddle with you to sleep. After hearing Sakura's charming laughter, Wang Ji shivered and also realized that his previous words were a bit inappropriate. That Sister Sakura, I was joking, don't take it to heart, haha. Don't take it to heart. TCH, having a lustful heart, but no courage. Sakura said disinterestedly. He thought, this is not having a lustful heart, but no courage. This is having a life to complain about, but no life to enjoy. By the way, Lingling, how many floors are there in this tower? Wang Ji took the opportunity to change the subject and ask. The Dawn Tower has a total of 5 floors. What are the lower floors for? Oldie asked. Insufficient permissions. How can we increase our permissions? Wang Ji asked. Increase team level. The team level can be increased by completing team tasks or individual tasks. Team levels range from 1 to 5. Level 1 allows a maximum of 4 people. Level 2 allows a maximum of 5 people. Level 3 allows a maximum of 6 people. Level 4 allows a maximum of 7 people. And Level 5 has no upper limit on the number of people. Lingling. Are there any rules inside the Dawn Tower? Oldie asked. Do not disturb public order. Do not maliciously harm others. So how do we obtain survival points now? Wang Ji was already clear about the importance of survival points. He wanted to start earning them quickly. At this moment, a taskbar appeared on the display screen. Task 1. Train for a total of 8 hours to earn 10 survival points. Automatically timed after entering the training ground with a magnetic card. Task 2. Work in the ecological industrial area for a total of 8 hours to earn 15 survival points. Wang Ji saw these tasks. Although training was 5 points less than working, training would improve his own abilities. Conservatively estimating, if they trained for 8 hours a day, the 3 of them would earn 30 survival points in one day. The only thing unclear was the consumption level in the Dawn Tower. If one meal cost 10 points, then there wouldn't be much left after accounting for everything. Wang Ji thought for a while and said, It seems we need to be frugal and eat the food we brought first. But we should also keep some high-calorie food with a long shelf life, just in case. As he spoke, he sorted all the food he had bought. Chocolate, compressed biscuits, noodles, beef jerky, ham sausages, instant noodles, self-heating rice, canned meat, and water. This was all his belongings. All right, let's take a break first. and later we'll go train to earn survival points," Wang Ji said as he returned to his bed and quickly fell into a deep sleep after a long day of exhaustion. In the hall on the first floor, people continued to arrive one after another. They went from feeling uneasy to being surprised and shocked, and finally settled into confusion, not knowing how to face the future. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Ji slowly woke up from his sleep. When he opened his eyes and looked at the unfamiliar surroundings, he sat up straight in shock. After regaining his composure, he remembered that he was now in the Dawn Tower, and at this moment, there was only him in the room. Old He and Sakura had already vanished without a trace. Glancing again, all the food on the table had disappeared. His heart sank. Did the two of them abandon him with the food? Thinking of this, he felt inexplicably upset and kept blaming himself for being too naive. In the apocalypse, who can you trust? He had no power, and with just enough food for himself for a month, he was still thinking of having others be his bodyguards. It turned out the fool was him. Chapter 5. New team member knock, knock, knock. Just as Wang Ji was feeling disheartened, there was suddenly a knock on the door. At that moment, a glimmer of hope ignited in his heart, and he quickly got up to open the door, but soon felt disappointed again. Standing outside was a young chubby guy. "Excuse me, is this the room of Sunset Glow?" the chubby guy asked at the door. "Yes, I am Captain Wang Ji. What can I do for you?" As he spoke, Wang Ji assessed the chubby guy outside. He was slightly shorter than him and looked to weigh about 160 pounds. Not too fat. "So you are the captain. My name is Li Fihong. I just arrived today and noticed your team is short one person. So I wanted to ask if I could join you." The chubby guy immediately explained his purpose to Wang Ji. While Wang Ji was contemplating, he spotted 5 suitcases behind the chubby guy. "This guy is more intense than me. He dragged 2 suitcases here, and his arms are still sore. How did he not get exhausted on the way with 5 suitcases?" For him, who currently had nothing, these supplies were extremely important. If they could go out, it would be fine, but this was a closed mode. You could only enter but not leave. Just based on these supplies, everything seemed to become so inconsequential. Thinking of this, Wang Ji swung the door wide open and stepped aside. "Welcome to join, come in." Wang Ji smiled, and even kindly bent down to help the other person bring the luggage into the room. "Great, thank you, Captain Wang." Seeing him agree, the chubby guy also became cheerful. Wang Ji watched the chubby guy, who was not even on guard, and even humming a little tune, and silently shook his head. This guy had clearly not experienced the harshness of society. Should he take the opportunity to rob him of supplies and let him experience the cruelty of society? But this was just a random thought. He wouldn't do such a thing that would invite trouble. After all, the Dawn Tower was this small, and he couldn't go out. Living under the same roof, they would inevitably meet again. But people like Old He and Sakura were different. They could do whatever they wanted. And even if they met later, he could only remain indifferent and even call her sister Sakura. "Li Fihong, give me your magnetic card. I will go handle your team entry procedures," Wang Ji said to the chubby guy, who was busy organizing his luggage. Team members need the captain to handle the entry in person, and they need to take the other person's magnetic card to the first floor office to complete the entry process. The chubby guy didn't think much and casually handed over his magnetic card. Sure enough, this chubby guy really had no guard at all. Here. The magnetic card was equivalent to a wallet, and this person just gave it to him directly? Wang Ji took the magnetic card and thought to himself, "Luckily he met me. Otherwise, if someone else got the chance to run off with the money, it would be quite a loss." Stepping out of the room, many people were hurrying in the corridor, some men and some women, some dragging various luggage, some empty-handed, and others like the chubby guy, requesting to form a team at the door. There were also some small and weak people who seemed to have no team willing to take them in. Wang Ji also hurried past, not wanting to pay attention to those people, as his own situation was not much better than theirs. As Wang Ji walked through the corridor and arrived at the hall, ready to take the elevator to the first floor, he suddenly spotted Sakura sitting in the lounge area of the hall. At the same time, there was a strange man next to her, seemingly talking to her about something. Seeing this, Wang Ji felt quite uncomfortable. He wanted to pretend he hadn't seen anything, but unexpectedly, Sakura, sitting far away, also noticed him. They exchanged glances, and Sakura smiled and waved at him, signaling him to come over. Wang Ji hesitated for a moment, but ultimately walked over obediently. Even though he knew it might lead to a confrontation, he realized that avoiding the situation wasn't a solution. When he reached Sakura's side, what happened next made Wang Ji's scalp tingle. Sakura stood up and leaned against him, saying to the strange man across from them, "This is my captain, Wang Ji. If you want me to join your team, you need to get his approval first." Goodness, was Sakura trying to provoke a conflict between the men? Or was she deliberately using him as a shield? Wang Ji glanced at the man opposite him, who wore glasses and appeared somewhat refined. Although he wasn't tall, he was significantly more muscular than Wang Ji. The refined man's gaze gradually filled with provocation and hostility as he looked at Wang Ji. Sure enough, without saying a word, the animosity was easily stirred up by Sakura. At this moment, Wang Ji had two choices: either back down and agree, or stand firm and refuse. A woman as shrewd as Sakura must have seen through the refined man's intentions toward her. So it was highly likely that Sakura's current behavior was to use him as a shield. Therefore, even if he backed down now, Sakura would still refuse the man. But he would end up with a grudge without any reason and lose the dignity a man should have. Since that was the case, he could only stand firm. After analyzing the situation in his mind, Wang Ji said boldly, "I am the captain of the Sunset team, and she is my team member." When the refined man saw that Wang Ji wasn't backing down, he sneered, "Newcomer, go find out what kind of strength my red flame captain has. Some things can't just be taken because you want them." Wang Ji thought to himself that this guy was naive. A mere assassin dared to act so arrogantly? Thanks for your kindness, but I understand clearly. Also, she is my person, not an object, Wang Ji said coldly, then turned to leave. He wasn't worried about being ambushed, as there were clear rules in the Dawn Tower against malicious harm. The thrill of showing off was exhilarating. If it weren't for the non-harm rule, he wouldn't have dared to act so boldly. After he left, Sakura quickly followed him, leaving the refined man behind, clenching his fists and watching them leave. "Where are you going, brother?" Sakura casually asked, wrapping her arm around Wang Ji's neck. Wang Ji was puzzled. Sakura's behavior seemed as if nothing had happened. "Did Oldie take the food? I'm going to handle some business on the first floor. By the way, where did the food on the table go?" Wang Ji finally couldn't help but ask. "The food? That uncle put it away in the cabinet," Sakura replied, then her eyes twinkled. "Hey, I was wondering why you seemed a bit off earlier. You don't think I ran off with that uncle and stole your food, do you? Oh dear. Did I scare the captain?" After hearing Sakura's explanation, Wang Ji felt a wave of relief. It turned out he had overthought it. "I see, I was too anxious," Wang Ji thought, recalling that there was indeed a cabinet in the corner. That cabinet had a temperature control feature, so food placed inside wouldn't spoil easily. Okay, got it. Now Wang Ji finally relaxed. Since everyone was still there, he was the one who benefited the most. Seeing his effort to act calm, Sakura couldn't help but laugh. "Why do you look so serious like that, uncle? Give me a smile." "All right, Sakura, I need to handle some serious matters first." Sakura tilted her head. "Huh? What serious matters?" Chapter 6. The second-tier team. A new team member just arrived, and I'm going to help him with the joining procedure. Wang Ji recounted what had just happened. "Oh, I see," Sakura murmured and fell silent. Wang Ji, expecting her to ask more questions, noticed she had nothing else to say and asked curiously, "Aren't you curious who it is?" Hearing this, Sakura revealed a sly smile. "No matter who it is, they only have you in their heart." Wang Ji chuckled awkwardly in response. If he didn't know that this girl was a hired assassin, he might have really thought he was in love. He even suspected that this girl could smile while killing. "It's a chubby guy with 5 boxes of luggage." Wang Ji didn't keep it a secret and said it outright. 5 boxes. Sakura raised her eyebrows, seeming a bit interested. "Exactly. Our supplies will be much richer now. By the way, Sakura, have you seen Oldie? That uncle? He's in the training hall lifting weights. Quite diligent," Sakura replied. "Good. Then let's call him and go check out the newcomer." As they talked, they arrived at the administrative office on the first floor. With a beauty like Sakura by his side, Wang Ji felt the stares he received were so intense that he almost questioned his life. Even when they reached the administrative office, some teams that considered themselves powerful approached to poach their members. Fortunately, Sakura didn't use him as a shield like before, but chose to ignore them, which made Wang Ji feel relieved. If things continued like earlier, he swore he would quickly become a public enemy. The administrative office wasn't busy, and within a short while, they processed Li Fihong's joining application. After returning to the second floor and finding Old He, the three of them headed back to their room together. Wang Ji swiped his card to enter the room, and he saw the chubby guy lounging on the bed, munching on snacks while watching a movie on Linlinya, looking very comfortable. "Wow, I say, chubby. You really know how to enjoy life," Wang Ji joked at the leisurely chubby guy. "Wow, where did this beauty come from?" "Hello, beauty. I'm Li Fihong. The Fihong from Huang Fihong. What should I call you?" The chubby guy turned his head upon seeing Sakura walk in, immediately jumping off the bed like a lazy donkey, introducing himself while trying to grab her hand. "Ah, ouch, ouch, ouch. Help. I won't do it again. I was wrong." Just as the chubby guy was about to touch Sakura's hand, Wang Ji's vision blurred, and Sakura threw the chubby guy to the ground. When he reacted, he found Sakura had one hand gripping his arm and a foot on his back, causing the chubby guy to plead for mercy in pain. "Sakura. P.S. Just a kid who doesn't know better," Wang Ji quickly interjected, seeing that the chubby guy's arm was about to be broken. Sakura released the chubby guy's arm and calmly returned to her bed. This was the first time Wang Ji saw Sakura make a move. He had always maintained a sense of awe since their meeting. If he acted recklessly, his fate might not be much better than the chubby guy's. After all, she was someone who could kill. Wang Ji walked over to help the chubby guy up, who was now crying, unsure if it was from grievance or pain. They are team members. The one who taught you a lesson is Sister Sakura, and the one next to her is Brother He. Wang Ji introduced the two to the chubby guy. Seeing that the chubby guy remained silent, Wang Ji urged again, "Don't feel wronged. Sister Sakura is doing it for your own good. It's not wrong to be low-key and honest. Here, it's not like outside where the law protects you. Go apologize to Sister Sakura." The chubby guy stood there for a moment, choked up, then limped over to Sakura. At that moment, Sakura was sitting with her legs crossed, playing with a dagger and smiling at the chubby guy. "I'm sorry, Sister Sakura. I was too presumptuous just now. I hope you can forgive me," the chubby guy said, lowering his head in apology. "Not bad, a teachable child. Go rest now." Sakura pointed to the bed beside her with the tip of her knife. Wang Ji, standing behind, silently gave the chubby guy a thumbs up in his heart. A real man can bend and stretch. If he has to back down, then he should. "He, thank you for forgiving me, Sister Sakura." "Hello, Brother He, I'm Li Fihong. I was a bit out of line just now. Please forgive me." The chubby guy grinned and reached out his hand to Brother He. Old He looked at the fatty's hand, which had just wiped his nose, twitched at the corner of his mouth, then patted the fatty's shoulder twice. "Welcome aboard. Fatty, your team membership has been processed. Be sure to keep this magnetic card safe. Don't give it to anyone except our own people." After returning the magnetic card to the fatty, Wang Ji proceeded to explain the situation of the Dawn Tower in detail. After finishing the explanation, he remembered the harsh words the Red Flame captain had just said to him, so he asked Ling Ling Yao to check the Red Flame team's information. Red Flame team, Level 2 team, Captain, Zhao Yang, team members, 5, Level 2 team, Ling Ling Yao, tell me the conditions for team level upgrades. To upgrade to Level 2, the team must accumulate over 1,000 survival points. To upgrade to Level 3, the team must accumulate over 10,000 survival points. To upgrade to Level 4, the team must accumulate over 50,000 survival points. To upgrade to Level 5, Tower Master authorization is required. After seeing the upgrade conditions, Wang Ji roughly calculated that with 4 people training 16 hours a day, they would earn 80 survival points daily. If the 4 people train nonstop without eating or drinking, they could reach Level 2 in 13 days. Thinking this over, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the gap wasn't that big. "What is up with this Red Flame team?" Old He asked as he saw Wang Ji's inquiry. "Humph, don't mention it. That Zhao Yang was harassing Sister Ing, saying he wanted her to join their team. I objected, so maybe we pissed them off." Wang Ji shrugged. After hearing this, Old He looked over at Ing and roughly guessed what had happened. "Don't wander around alone recently," Old He said lightly, then went back to rest on the bed. "Got it," Wang Ji responded and walked over to the fatty's luggage. "Fatty, come open your luggage. I want to see what supplies you brought." "Okay, Captain Wang." After the fatty unlocked the suitcase, Wang Ji's mouth twitched. Wow, 5 full boxes of food. Instant noodles, biscuits, chips, soy products, bread, drinks, even 3 packs of cigarettes. "Fatty, does your family run a supermarket?" Wang Ji asked curiously. "Not really, I'm a car mechanic." The fatty scratched his head and replied, "I thought so, otherwise you'd lose money running a supermarket." Wang Ji joked, "Captain, you misunderstood. I'm fat because of my physique. I don't really eat much. Food is the most important thing in the apocalypse, so I brought a lot." You're right, but not entirely. What if Sister Ing steals your food? How would you handle that?" Hearing this, the fatty's face changed to one of fear. "Are you guys going to kill me?" Hearing this, Wang Ji was stunned. "What are you talking about? Are we that kind of people? Besides, we have our own food." He then pointed to the cabinet in the corner. "Phew, that is good. You scared me. What I mean is, just because we want tea doesn't mean others want tea. I'm giving you a task. Go out every day to strengthen your training. We'll need to fight in the future." "Roger." The fatty stood at attention and awkwardly saluted him. Wang Ji was amused. This fatty was really funny. Chapter 7. On the verge, just as Wang Ji and the others were making training plans, in another room, Zhao Yang was staring fixedly at the screen. "Humph. Just a lowly level 1 team, not worthy of my attention. What's wrong, Captain? Is someone here daring to provoke you?" "Yeah. I think that guy is itching for trouble." Speaking were Su Xiaopeng and Li Dakai from the team. Seeing their boss angry, they chimed in. "That damn newbie got lucky. Running into such a beauty. Tisk tisk, just thinking about it makes me excited." Zhao Yang lay on the bed, recalling Ing's perfect figure. His inner evil fire stirring uncontrollably. "Brother Zhao, be careful. If Sister Wei Xiaolian hears this, she won't let you off." "Heh, I told Kangzi." I do that woman right in front of Wei Xiaoyan, and she have to praise me. She wouldn't let me off? Don't make me confused about who's boss. Wait for me. You guys come with me to the hall to deal with that guy, and capture that woman too. Zhao Yang said, then got up to leave. Hey boss, if we do that, what about the guards? What is there to fear? I have connections, you know. The guards will just turn a blind eye. Seeing this, Kangzi immediately followed and said back, Daipen, go find Sister Lian and bring her here. Meanwhile, Wang Ji finished organizing the supplies and estimated that the food would last the four of them about a month. Then he inserted the magnetic card into Ling Ling Yao's screen and checked their team's survival points. The query showed the team had 40 survival points, meaning each member initially had 10 survival points. Staying 8 hours a day in the training ground wasn't too difficult. After all, EFK time counts. But compared to EFK, it was actually better to go to the industrial zone. Laboring there for 8 hours earns 40 more survival points than the training hall. However, they would definitely choose training because the Dawn Tower had reasons for making them train. To face the zombies after the great disaster, and to improve their strength to secure a place in this apocalypse. Let us work hard on training recently, and earn more survival points to prepare for this disaster. Wang Ji told everyone, Captain, what do we do with survival points? Fatty leaned over and asked, save them for later. Wang Ji replied, when is later? Fatty asked again, Sistering, help me beat him up. Wang Ji was at a loss. If it weren't for maintaining his image, he'd want to hit the fatty himself. No, I'm sorry. I won't ask anymore. The fatty turned pale at the mention of Ing, immediately recalling the fear of being dominated. Fine. Then let us work hard together from now on. If no objections, let us start training. When the four arrived at the hall, suddenly a familiar voice came from behind. What a coincidence, we meet again. Wang Ji turned and recognized Zhao Yang immediately, for other members were with him, seemingly planning to cause trouble. He knew Zhao Yang would come looking for trouble, but didn't he expect to be cornered so quickly? So he asked helplessly, what do you want? Not much, just want that beauty behind you to come with us. Zhao Yang pointed at Ing. Are you kidding? Doesn't your team have a woman? Why do you want to poach mine? Wang Ji looked at the woman opposite him, speechless. Wang Ji's question stumped Zhao Yang. He couldn't say in front of Wei Xiaoyan that she wasn't even half as good as Ing. You'd better be smart and come with me to the arena. Zhao Yang pointed fiercely at Wang Ji. Zhao Yang couldn't fight here. So he called Wang Ji to the fighting arena. Once on that arena, it wouldn't count as malicious attack. Seeing the conflict between the two teams, more and more onlookers gathered, whispering among themselves. Now this will be interesting. Which team pissed off Red Flame? Bad luck. Haven't seen them before, probably newcomers. No doubt. It's because of that silver-haired woman. Sigh, such a beauty ruined by that Zhao guy. What a pity. Meanwhile, the fatty finally understood that these guys wanted to defile his goddess Ing. Immediately, he pointed at Zhao Yang and cursed, you bastard. You want to lay hands on my goddess? Come on. Hong Yi will be the first to fight you. The fatty's shout made Wang Ji's mind race with curses. Didn't this just add fuel to the fire? Enough. Fatty, don't waste words with them. We're not going, Wang Ji said, and led the three to the training area. Huh, Captain Wang, weren't you so tough just now? Why are you acting like a scared woman now? Seeing they weren't falling for it, Zhao Yang mocked. My legs are on me. I can go wherever I want. Wang Ji replied. Good, very good. Your legs are on you, huh? I'll make sure he won't be on you today. After Zhao Yang finished speaking, he suddenly charged forward. Wang Ji's expression changed. He didn't expect Zhao Yang to ignore the rules of the Dawn Tower and directly launch an attack on them. When Zhao Yang kicked out, Wang Ji managed to react quickly enough to take a defensive stance, but when the kick hit him, he felt a strong eruption of force. Bang! Wang Ji was kicked 5 meters away and fell heavily to the ground, rolling twice before coming to a stop. Captain Wang, are you okay? The fat guy rushed over to check on Wang Ji when he saw him knocked down. I'm fine. Their strength is very strong. Don't go up and fight them, Wang Ji said, clutching his nearly broken arm. Just as Zhao Yang was about to continue attacking the downed Wang Ji, he was blocked by a figure in front of him. Seeing that it was old he stepping up, Wang Ji felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Looking at the obstructing old he, Zhao Yang sneered, your useless captain has already been kicked away by me. Do you want to end up like him? After Zhao Yang finished speaking, seeing old he silently blocking his path and staring at him, he couldn't help but curse, damn, another idiot. He then swung his fist towards old he's head. Slap. Zhao Yang's arm stopped in midair, his wrist firmly grabbed by old he. Clearly, he didn't expect this idiot in front of him to accurately catch his arm. In order to break free, Zhao Yang lifted his leg to kick old he. Just as Zhao Yang was about to kick, old he tightened his grip on Zhao Yang's hand and directly threw him to the ground. What are you dazed for? Let's go together and take them down. Zhao Yang shouted to his teammates behind him while lying on the ground. The 3 men behind him immediately joined the fight. engaging in a brawl with old he. Meanwhile, a woman named Wei Xiaolian slowly approached Sakura. You little brat, after I ruin your face. Let's see who will still care for you. Wei Xiaolian gritted her teeth and quickly pulled out a knife from behind, stabbing towards Sakura's face. Clang. The knife fell to the ground, and everyone turned to look at the sound. They saw Sakura's dagger already pressed against Wei Xiaolian's neck. Oh dear. Why do women have to make things difficult for women? You want to ruin my looks. You're so heartless, Sakura said with a smile, slowly piercing Wei Xiaolian's cheek with the tip of the knife. Wei Xiaolian, feeling the pain on her face, remained silent and tough. Xiaolian, hurry up and let her go, or you'll regret it. Zhao Yang, who was struggling with old he, shouted. Oh, now that you say that, I definitely can't let her go, otherwise. One day I might really ruin her face, Sakura said casually while holding Wei Xiaolian hostage. Everyone stop. At that moment, a commanding voice came from a distance, and a group of fully armed guards appeared in everyone's sight. Chapter 8. The guard team. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice. It's the guard team. Stop looking. Let's go. The guard team is here. Those watching the excitement quickly dispersed, fearing unnecessary trouble. Leading them was a woman. Wang Ji frowned. Another woman? The woman had long golden hair cascading over her armor, a large sword strapped to her waist, and she walked towards them with a cold expression, her left hand resting on the sword's hilt. Take them all back, with a wave of her arm. Over a dozen guards immediately stepped forward and captured the 9 of them. The guards were armed with firearms, and they could only obediently comply. But Zhao Yang's side wasn't so compliant. Just you? You want to capture me? He said, knocking down the guard who was trying to grab him. Seeing Zhao Yang resist, his teammates also broke free from the guards and stood beside Zhao Yang, confronting the other guards. The blonde woman, seeing this, handed her large sword to a nearby guard and slowly walked towards Zhao Yang and his 4 teammates. Just 5 meters away, she exerted force with her legs and took a quick step, instantly arriving in front of Zhao Yang, her fist already striking his stomach. Puff! Zhao Yang spat blood onto the woman's armor, and his 4 teammates were stunned, unable to breathe for a moment. Why? Take them away, the woman said disdainfully, turning to instruct her subordinates. Captain. At that moment, one of the subordinates opportunistically handed her a handkerchief. After receiving it, the woman wiped the blood Zhao Yang had just spat onto her armor. Wang Ji and the others were taken to a small room inside the guard department on the 1st floor. After a while, the blonde woman came to the room where Zhao Yang and his team were. The Crimson Flame team, maliciously injuring others, will be confined for a month and will have 750 survival points deducted as meal expenses during confinement. After saying this, she turned and walked out. As the iron door closed, Zhao Yang and his team could no longer be heard. In the other room, Captain, are you okay? The fat guy asked with concern. I'm fine, my arm just hurts a bit. I guess I need to strengthen my training, Wang Ji said, shaking his arm. Oh no, little brother got hurt. Is it serious? Do you want sister to help you rub it? Sakura came over to ask. No, sister Sakura, I'm fine. I'm very strong. Wang Ji quickly waved his hands to refuse. He had no issues himself, but if Sakura were to rub him, that would be another story. Click. The door to Wang Ji's room opened. The Crimson Flame team, maliciously injuring others, will face 1 month of confinement, with 750 survival points deducted as punishment. I hope you will take this as a warning and abide by the rules of the Dawn Tower. The captain will stay, the others may leave. The blonde woman said to the 4 of them. You are the captain, Wang Ji? The woman stared at Wang Ji for a while before asking. Yes. Wang Ji replied nervously. You don't need to be nervous. I am the captain of the guard department, Jieshi. Half of the survival points deducted from the Crimson Flame will be transferred to your team. Come with me to process the asset transfer, Jie, she said expressionlessly. Upon hearing this, Wang Ji felt a surge of joy. This could be considered a blessing in disguise. Thank you, Captain Jieshi, for upholding justice. I will definitely treat you to a meal when I have the chance, Wang Ji said happily. No need to treat me to a meal, that's my duty. Instead of treating people to a meal, you should spend that time training more, Jieshi said, raising her hand to pat Wang Ji's shoulder, then squeezing it, causing Wang Ji to nearly cry out in pain. I will definitely remember Captain Jieshi's teachings, Wang Ji replied, suppressing his pain and wondering how this girl had such strength. After Wang Ji finished processing the asset transfer with Jieshi, he walked out of the guard department and found the 3 waiting for him not far away. I have good news for everyone. Half of the 750 survival points deducted from the Crimson Flame team have been transferred to our team, Wang Ji said, shaking his magnetic card. That's great. What will the captain do next? The fat guy asked excitedly. Well, since we haven't had a proper meal here, let's go eat at the restaurant later, Wang Ji said. and seeing no objections from everyone, he headed towards the restaurant on the second floor. The four arrived at the restaurant, which had few diners at the moment. After looking at the price list, vegetarian dishes were 2 survival points. Meat dishes were 5 survival points. Staple food was 2 survival points per pound. And purified water, 500 milliliters, was 1 survival point. The prices were uniform. They could order whatever they wanted. As for cigarettes and alcohol, they had to be purchased from specific stores. After a meal, the four of them spent a total of 39 survival points. Wang Ji felt it was a bit extravagant. Spending 30 survival points on one meal meant that if they trained for 8 hours a day, plus 3 meals, they would end up with a deficit of 50 survival points. Fortunately, they had brought their own food. Otherwise, they would really have to struggle to maintain basic sustenance in the industrial area, sometimes even doubting if this place was just a black pit. After the four finished eating, there was less than a pound of staple food and a small plate of vegetables left on the table, which they packed to take away. In the current situation, if there is food waste, there are only 2 possibilities. Either the survival points in hand are abundant, or one believes that the apocalypse will not come and remains stuck in a luxurious mindset of the outside world. Even more exaggerated, he actually saw someone picking up leftovers in a restaurant. In this world, are there really such people? Yes, there are. To save some survival points, people can do anything. The four of them were full and satisfied and wandered around other shops along the way. Besides restaurants, there were weapon shops, hardware stores, clothing stores, department stores, and surprisingly, even bars, coffee shops, beauty salons, and adult stores. The largest and most interesting store for Wang Ji was still the weapon shop. Inside, whether it was firearms or cold weapons, anything imaginable could be bought, and if it wasn't available, they would make it for you on the spot. The armament configuration was quite complete, and even He Ying and the others were constantly exclaiming in amazement. Unfortunately, the survival points in Wang Ji's team were limited, and too many things could only be looked at, but not bought. The four of them were reluctant to leave. Sister Ying, do you have any spare guns in your bag? Could you give me one? Wang Ji asked tentatively. After wandering around the weapon shop, he was so excited that although this request sounded a bit excessive, he really wanted it. Wow, Sister Ying actually has a gun. I kneel to you. The fat guy exclaimed in surprise upon hearing that Ying had a gun. I have one, but can you use a gun? Ying looked at Wang Ji and asked, does a toy gun count? Wang Ji replied awkwardly, forget it, since you took a kick. When we get back, I'll teach you how to use a gun. And, by the way, let Lao He teach the fat guy a bit too. Wow, brother He also has a gun. Wow, brother He, please accept my knee. Wang Ji looked at the fat guy who kept kneeling and felt speechless. It was fine for those who knew, but those who didn't would think this fat guy was a fool. Chapter 9, The Great Catastrophe. The four returned to their room, and Ying gave Wang Ji a handgun. For Wang Ji, who was touching a real gun for the first time, he felt extremely excited. The heavy, cold metal sensation, with a black rose pattern printed on the gun body, still carried a faint fragrance. This was custom-made for me by a German master. After this gun was released, you are the first person to touch it besides me, so cherish it well. Remember to return it when you buy your own gun, Ying said, her hand unceremoniously stroking Wang Ji's body, giving him goosebumps. Wow, that's awesome. Sister Ying, please teach me how to use it. Wang Ji eagerly explored the exquisite handgun. What are you in a hurry for? I'm a bit tired. Come and massage my legs, and I'll teach you later. Ying pretended to be tired as she lay on the bed. What the heck, Captain Wang, this is too awesome, right? Beauty and gun in one. Why do I suddenly feel a bit jealous of you? The fat guy was almost drooling as he watched from the side. Awesome. Why don't you try? Wang Ji shrugged. The fat guy looked at Ying lying on the bed, then remembered the scene where he almost got beaten up and immediately shook his head like a rattle drum. No, I'll find brother He instead. I'm afraid Sister Ying will shoot me directly. After the fat guy said this, he slipped over to Lao He. After watching the fat guy leave, Wang Ji approached Ying. Sister Ying, can I start now? Wang Ji confirmed again. Ying replied with her eyes closed. This was Wang Ji's first close contact with Ying. Through the black stockings, he could vaguely see many large and small scars on Ying's legs. Is it really true that women do not care about their appearance? What are you looking at? Just massage. Ying lightly kicked the dazed Wang Ji with her foot. Oh, okay. Wang Ji snapped back to reality and continued massaging. After Wang Ji finished massaging Ying's legs, she began to teach him. She explained the proper grip for the handgun, how to disassemble and reload, aiming techniques, and trigger control. Ying shared her own insights, and Wang Ji listened with great interest. That's about it for handguns. You have to gain experience from actual combat. Fortunately, I see there's a shooting range here, so you can practice there, and save some bullets. I don't have many with me, Ying said, handing the handgun to Wang Ji. Fat guy, how's your learning going? Wang Ji asked as he walked over to the fat guy. No problem. Brother He's explanation was both professional and easy to understand. The fat guy replied excitedly. Great. Then let's wait for each other to go to the shooting range and find the feel of actual combat. Sure thing, Captain. Okay, everyone rest for 6 hours. And then we'll go train together. After saying this, Wang Ji turned off the lights in the room. September 17th, 2025, heavy fog. Wang Ji woke up from a dream after an unknown amount of time. He dreamed of a person covered in blood. No, to be precise, a zombie. Then it pounced on him and bit into his neck. In the dark, Wang Ji took out his phone from his backpack to check the date and time. It was now 10 a.m. on the 17th. Wang Ji had lost all sense of time. The night and day here depended entirely on the lights. The phone had no signal here, so it could only be used as a note-taking and photo-taking tool. Wang Ji lay in bed for a while and turned on the lights in the room. Everyone, wake up for training, Wang Ji said. Once everyone got up, the four of them appeared in the training hall again. Wang Ji was going to the shooting range with the fat guy, while Ying and Lao He could go their own way since he couldn't guide them anyway. Before leaving, Ying directly gave him 100 bullets. Looking at the ammunition Ying stuffed into his backpack, Wang Ji wondered if this was what she meant by not many. Arriving at the shooting range, Wang Ji took the handgun Ying gave him, which used the most common 9mm bullets, with a magazine that could hold up to 9 rounds. His goal was to shoot all 100 rounds. Click. Wang Ji pulled back the slide to check if the bullet was chambered, then released the safety. Bang. Wang Ji fired the first real shot of his life. Ying's gun looked delicate and exquisite, but its power exceeded his expectations. The strong recoil made his hand tingle. He missed the target. The first shot did not hit the dummy. Although it missed, Wang Ji's blood was still boiling. This was something a man should touch. And the first shot had already hooked him. Bang bang bang. After a few more shots, Wang Ji gradually found his rhythm, hitting the dummy in the belly and arm a few times. He removed the magazine and began reloading one bullet at a time. How's it going, fat guy? Is my shooting okay? Wang Ji turned to ask the fat guy, but just as he finished asking, he saw several bullet holes in the fat guy's dummy's head and chest, making him blush a bit. Fat guy, your shooting is pretty good. Have you practiced before? Wang Ji asked, looking at the fat guy's impressive actions. Yeah, I really liked guns when I was a kid. And I bought a lot of replica guns to play with. The feel is quite similar. After saying this, he raised his hand and shot a few more rounds. Wang Ji watched the fat guy hold the gun with one hand, as if there was no recoil at all. After firing 100 rounds, Wang Ji also became increasingly skilled. Within 30 meters, he couldn't say he hit every shot, but hitting 8 out of 10 was no problem. However, he suddenly realized another problem. If facing zombies, effective shots could only hit the head. Thinking of this, Wang Ji looked at the dummies in the range. He had only hit the head once in 10 shots. And that was on a stationary target. Zombies, being moving targets, would make it much harder to hit the body, let alone accurately strike the head. It seemed he needed to practice harder. 100 bullets were simply not enough for practice. Then another question arose. Would this be too wasteful of ammunition? Wang Ji had seen 9mm ammunition in the weapon shop before, priced at 5 survival points for 100 rounds. Not particularly expensive, it's acceptable to practice 100 shots a day. Once both of them finished shooting, they left the shooting range and went back to find Ying and the others, sharing their shooting results, only to receive the reply to practice more. Under the guidance of old He, Wang Ji and the fat guy had to start with physical training. Initially doing nothing but running on the treadmill until they were exhausted, then lying down to push some weights. Meanwhile, old He and Ying were practicing similar projects. Both focused on explosive power. After more than 4 hours, Wang Ji and the fat guy were completely worn out on the ground. Wang Ji was better off since he was relatively thin, but the fat guy was struggling. After the first hour of training, he was already complaining that he wanted to go work in the industrial area instead of enduring this torture. As for why the fat guy was still lying on the ground after 4 hours, it was purely because Ying had been circling around them with a dagger, which naturally made them lose their temper. Hey, Sister Ying, when you were training before, did your captain also force you like this? Wang Ji gasped on the ground. Hee, pretty much, but I am the captain, Ying replied, looking at Wang Ji on the ground. What? She was the captain before? Wang Ji looked at Ying with some suspicion. What's wrong? It seems like my little brother isn't convinced. Ying raised an eyebrow, squatting down to pat Wang Ji's head. No, I'm convinced. It's just that, Sister Ying, you're so beautiful. I didn't dare think that way. Wang Ji expressed his true thoughts. Ah, I think so too, Ying laughed. What's there to be afraid of thinking? The people our organization has killed, I know there are over 100 already. She's a globally wanted criminal. If it weren't for being here, I would have caught her long ago, old He said grumpily. Oh dear, uncle, you're so cruel. She's doing just fine. And you want to catch her? Besides, you're a bit unfair to her. We're also getting paid to do our jobs, Ying said with a pitiful look. The country has laws. It's not up to you to impose sanctions. Old he retorted. Oh, but I haven't seen you impose sanctions either. Encountered. Seeing the two starting to disagree again, Wang Ji immediately interjected. All right, you two, let the past go. This isn't outside. We're in the Dawn Tower. We're a team. We need to unite, so let's not dwell on the past. After Wang Ji spoke, Old he gradually calmed down and continued to exercise nearby. Waling looked at Wang Ji with an innocent and pitiful expression, as if telling him she was about to cry. Damn. Why is she here instead of running off to Hollywood? Wang Ji thought to himself. This continued for a week, with the four of them eating, resting, practicing shooting, and exercising, which was extremely monotonous. Their food had already been consumed by more than half due to the intense training, seriously exceeding their budget. Originally planned to last a month, it seemed they would run out in a week at most. September 24th, 2025, heavy fog. The people 200 meters underground had no idea that the global heavy fog had lasted for 8 days on the surface. 3 days into it, it had already caused global panic, with various rumors saying it was a sign of the apocalypse, and those with intent had begun hoarding food resources. While the government was trying hard to control the narrative, only temporarily labeling it as a normal natural phenomenon. But such absurd statements were only believed by a small part of the population, saying that a region experiencing such weather might be believable. But global heavy fog for several days? Clearly, that was not normal. September 25th, 2025, the global fog still hadn't dissipated, but today the fog was particularly pungent, causing some people who went outside to cough and then develop high fevers. September 26th, 2025, the world had completely changed. Familiar yet strange zombies appeared all over the globe, and they were hunting and feeding frantically. In just 1 hour, the majority of humans on the surface had already been infected, and chaos reigned in cities and villages across the globe. Meanwhile, while Wang Ji was exercising, he suddenly heard an announcement. Attention, all personnel. Please proceed to the first-floor conference hall within half an hour. Repeat. Attention, all personnel. Please proceed to the first-floor conference hall. The Dawn Tower is holding a general meeting. What is going on? Wang Ji jumped off the treadmill and looked at the others. Something must have happened. Let's go see. Old he said. And the four of them hurried to the first-floor conference hall. Chapter 10. The Tower Master. Light. When they arrived at the conference hall, they found that more than half of the seats were already occupied, and they casually found 4 empty seats to sit down. Half an hour later, almost everyone had gathered in the hall, and Wang Ji scanned the room. Along with the guards, there were about several thousand people in total. Fully armed guards stood in every corner of the venue, each holding a rifle and standing still. At the front was a huge high platform, on which stood more than 10 people, one of whom Wang Ji recognized as the leader of the guard unit, Jieshi. Is this a setup for war? The fat guy leaned over and asked. What did you say? Speak louder. Wang Ji looked at the fat guy's lips moving but couldn't hear what he was saying. In the hall with thousands of people, everyone was talking loudly, and the noise drowned out the fat guy's voice. Quiet. Just as the fat guy was about to speak louder, Jieshi's voice came through the hall's loudspeaker. At this moment, Jieshi stepped up to the front of the stage with a microphone. Seeing the person in charge appear, the entire hall immediately fell silent. I am Jieshi, the commander of the guard unit. Next, I will introduce the heads of various departments of the Dawn Tower to you. This is Sophie, the head of the medical department. This is Adam, the commander of the command unit. This is Zhao Yin, the head of the logistics department. This is Yang Lifeng, the head of the research department. This is Li Wan, the head of the resources department. This is Wang Yaoxing, the head of the industrial area. This is Chao Mei, the head of the ecological area. This is Alilins, the head of the biological research department. This is Fan Qi, the finance minister. If you encounter any related issues in the future, you can contact them at any time. Now, you must be very curious as to why you are locked in here. Why can't you go outside? I know that some of you came here because you believe the apocalypse is coming, while others are here out of curiosity. However, now, regardless of your motivations, it no longer matters. The following video will provide you with the answer. After Jie finished speaking, the large screen behind her suddenly lit up. The screen showed chaotic crowds on the streets. Vehicles on the roads were in disarray, unable to pass. Smoke was rising everywhere, and the entire city looked as if a massive disaster had occurred. On the streets, some people seemed to have gone mad, pouncing on others and tearing them apart alive. Immediately, the huge screen split the image into multiple small frames, each of which was repeating the first frame. In an instant, they saw countless scenes from cities. Images that had never appeared before on the internet, in games, or in movies. This was real electronic eye surveillance footage. The footage continued for a while, and just then, in one of the frames, an indistinct object flew through the sky, and the image zoomed in. It was a missile. The moment they recognized the missile, the footage was lost. This must be a trick, right? Yeah, this video is clearly post-production. I think it looks real. I say, how naive are you? If it were real, wouldn't we all be doomed? Up until now, some people still didn't believe what was happening. Survivors, I am your Tower Master, Light. The image on the screen suddenly blurred, and then a figure appeared, wearing a platinum mask and a red robe, with golden hair like Jiki. At this moment, the Tower Master was sitting at a table, hands naturally crossed, eyes behind the mask gazing at everyone in the hall. First of all, I can responsibly tell you that the video content just now is real and has already happened. Congratulations to you. You are the lucky ones. Since everyone is willing to believe us, the Dawn Tower has fulfilled its promise. When darkness descends, the Dawn Tower will provide you with a light. A hope for everyone present. I hope you will cherish this opportunity. The Dawn Tower does not allow the existence of bystanders. Each of you must have a purpose for existing. You can fight for the Dawn Tower or cultivate for the Dawn Tower. Finally, let us welcome a new dawn together in this endless darkness. Good luck to everyone. After the Tower Master finished speaking, the large screen on stage immediately turned off. This was Wang Ji's first time seeing the Tower Master. Although obscured by the mask, it couldn't hide the imposing demeanor. But is this Tower Master truly righteous? How did she know about the global disaster in advance? If she knew beforehand, why didn't she stop it and instead built a large base underground to hide? Is it because she was powerless to stop it? Or was it intentional? What kind of existence is this Tower Master? A pile of questions echoed in Wang Ji's mind. Everyone, the apocalypse has arrived, and the Dawn Tower will issue new tasks that everyone needs to complete outside. Meanwhile, each team must accept an outdoor mission within a month. If any individual or team does not wish to undertake an outdoor mission, they can find the district heads of the ecological or industrial areas to handle the paperwork and become permanent laborers. Those brave enough to venture outside can receive generous rewards and personal freedom. The announcement was made by the head of the command center, Adam. Wow. Many people in the venue were already unsettled. Going outside? What is it like out there? They had seen it themselves. The outside was a hell on earth. Wasn't going out just asking for death? However, Wang Ji thought that if they signed a permanent labor contract in the ecological industrial area, it would be like signing a contract for servitude. If nothing unexpected happened, they would likely have to live in that underground space for the rest of their lives. But if they went outside, not only would they have personal freedom, but also generous rewards. But the premise is also full of risks. With the possibility of losing their lives at any moment, there is no way to sell themselves, rather than being trapped here as black workers. It would be better to venture outside and live freely for a while. I hope everyone can think it through clearly. Please follow the order when leaving. And do not crowd. After Commander Adam finished speaking, the people on stage left the hall first. Let's go back, Wang Ji said in a low voice, and then got up to leave. Along the way, the four remained silent, all thinking about what had just happened in the conference hall. Even Sakura showed a rare serious expression, losing her usual levity. Back in the dormitory, Wang Ji immediately checked the remaining survival points of the team. After 8 days of training, there were now 800 survival points in Wang Ji's team. I have an idea. Our remaining food is currently enough for about 7 days, and we need to undertake an outdoor mission before the food runs out. Wang Ji shared his thoughts with the three. What? So soon? We can drag it until a month later. Why do we have to go out recently? The fat guy said anxiously. Because we need survival points to replenish our equipment. After our food runs out, the survival points obtained from daily training won't be enough to sustain us. Assuming we obtain 40 survival points daily, we need at least 25 survival points for one meal, and at least 5 survival points for drinking water during training. If we delay going out by 1 day, we will lose 50 survival points to replenish our equipment. Laohi, Sakura, what do you think? Wang Ji asked the two after analyzing the situation. I have no problem. Laohi replied simply, his mind elsewhere. Perhaps thinking about family, comrades, or the country outside. I have no problem either. I've been wanting to go out for some fresh air. Sakura, at this moment, had returned to her previous carefree state, and Wang Ji couldn't help but admire her strong psychological adjustment ability. As for the fat guy, he had been shouting to sign a permanent labor contract, and only when Wang Ji quietly disengaged the safety on his gun did the fat guy finally quiet down. I plan to try to take a mission 4 days later, leaving us with 3 days of food, and in 4 days, we can still obtain about 200 survival points. Before that, we can gather 1,000 survival points and promote to a level 2 team. After Wang Ji finished speaking, seeing that no one had any objections, he continued to run to the training hall to kill time. Chapter 11, Outdoor Mission in the Training Ground. Hey, Captain Wang. Did you really see those people on the screen clearly? They all had blood on their faces and were eating people everywhere. Are you sure we want to go out? The fat guy said beside Wang Ji. Wang Ji put down the dumbbells in his hands and glanced at the fat guy, saying, "Going out is just a matter of time. We might as well take advantage of our resources and get things done quickly. But I'm scared. I've never even been in a fight in my life, let alone kill someone." The fat guy looked frightened. They are no longer human. The fat guy sat down on the ground with a worried expression. "I know, I've watched plenty of zombie movies, but I never thought it would happen in reality. Fat guy, you have to face what you need to face. Cheer up. Just think of your life as a free gift. Do you really want to live like a useless person down here for the rest of your life? Or do you really think you can just get by here forever? Getting by forever isn't impossible, haha." The fat guy scratched his head. "Do you really think the resources here are endless? Don't be silly. We only have 4 days left. Hurry up and adapt. Improving yourself is the way to survive. Go learn some skills from Brother He," Wang Ji advised. Wang Ji practiced for a while, and Sakura slowly walked to his side and asked, "How is your gun practice going recently?" "Not bad. My headshot accuracy on fixed targets is 80. But only 20 on moving targets," Wang Ji replied. "Hee, still far from enough. Come over. I'll teach you how to use a dagger. Guns in your hands are just wasting bullets," Sakura said bluntly. Then, Sakura tossed over a dagger and began to demonstrate various techniques on Wang Ji's body, teaching him hand in hand. During these days of training, the fat guy had been learning from Lao He, while Wang Ji naturally followed Sakura. The more Wang Ji interacted with Sakura, the more he understood her temperament. As long as he catered to her and flattered her, she wouldn't make things difficult for him. But if he went against her, she could be more ruthless than anyone else. However, whether Sakura was happy or angry, she was mostly smiling, a typical smiling tiger. To discern her true feelings of joy or anger, one would need long-term interaction and keen insight. For example, just now while teaching Wang Ji, Sakura was wearing a form-fitting outfit that perfectly showcased her figure, making it hard for him to resist stealing a few glances, and she successfully noticed it. If little brother wants to look, then just look boldly. Sneaking peeks is no fun at all. In this situation, if one believed the other person's words, they would undoubtedly end up like the fat guy today. After a while, Wang Ji looked at Sakura, who was seriously teaching him how to use the dagger. Thank you, Sister Sakura. Thank me for what?" Sakura asked with a puzzled look. "Nothing. I'm just very happy to meet you all." "Oh, how happy are you?" Sakura looked at Wang Ji playfully. Wang Ji didn't know how to respond for a moment. "All right, practice well. Only by staying alive can you have the capital to be happy," Sakura said, and turned to leave. Yes, now that the apocalypse has arrived and zombies are rampant, they must soon go outside to complete the outdoor mission of the Dawn Tower, with only one goal, to return alive. After the group finished training and returned to their room, Wang Ji opened Ling Yao and saw that a new task had been added. Task 1. Accumulate 8 hours of training to earn 10 survival points. Task 2. Outdoor mission. Survival points reward. Random. Remaining acceptance time. 28 days. Since Wang Ji had not yet signed the ecological industry labor contract, the labor task was removed. "Everyone, I'm going to accept the task," Wang Ji said. Hey, Captain Wang, you better think this through," the fatty stood up to confirm. "Yeah, I've thought it through." Seeing that Lao He and the others had no objections, Wang Ji accepted the outdoor mission through Ling Yao. Ling Yao, accept outdoor mission. Assigning task. Task accepted successfully. Congratulations, you have become the first outdoor squad of Dawn Tower. Dawn Tower will award your team 500 survival points as a courage bonus. This outdoor mission is to rescue survivors. Mission location, S City, S University. Mission objective, rescue as many survivors as possible. Mission reward, earn 100 survival points for each survivor delivered to Dawn Tower. Please complete the mission within 48 hours. Current team survival points total 1,400. Meeting the criteria for promotion to level 2. Please proceed to the first floor office for promotion processing. A bunch of information appeared on Ling Yao's screen. Dawn Tower actually gave them 500 survival points as a courage bonus. Wang Ji felt a surge of joy. He hadn't expected to hit the jackpot. He originally planned to rush out to fight before exhausting his parental support, but now he could get 500 survival points for free. Wow, 500 points. That's enough for 400 hours of training. Fatty cheered beside him, seemingly forgetting that they were about to go outside and fight blood-covered zombies. This mission is no joke. Lao He suddenly said. "What's up, Brother He?" Fatty asked. This time the location is at a university, which is densely populated. That's very disadvantageous for us. Lao He analyzed. Notification received. Chief of Guard Division invites Captain of Sunset Glow Team to come to the first floor Guard Division. Everyone was thinking when Ling Yao suddenly sent a message. It's her? Why does the guard captain want to see me? Wang Ji thought. "I'll be back soon. You all rest for now," Wang Ji said, then turned and left. Wang Ji soon arrived at the Guard Division entrance. "Hello. I am the captain of Sunset Glow. Your chief invited me here, Wang Ji told the two guards at the door. One guard stepped forward to verify Wang Ji's magnetic card. After confirming his identity and checking with Jie Shi via radio, they allowed Wang Ji to pass. Following directions, Wang Ji reached the innermost room and knocked on the door. Come in. Wang Ji opened the door and entered. Inside, only Jie Shi was there, still wearing her armor and staring at the computer screen. Sit, Jie Shi said indifferently. Hearing Jie Shi ask him to sit, Wang Ji cautiously sat opposite her. Oh, we meet again, Captain Jie Shi. Facing this cold woman, he decided to be careful. Chapter 12. Preparing for battle and shopping. Jie Shi stared at the screen busily for a while before slowly turning her gaze to Wang Ji. First, I have to say, you all are very bold. I admire that. Second, the current situation outside is chaotic. Most humans have been infected and turned into zombies. Their fatal weakness is the head. We're severing the head to disable them. Jie Shi pushed a rolled-up map toward Wang Ji. This is the layout of S University. You might find it useful. Lastly, I hope you all return safely and create greater value for Dawn Tower. Wang Ji was somewhat flattered and quickly stood to take the map. Thank you, Captain Jie Shi. If we return safely, I'll definitely treat you to a meal. Good, go prepare. Jie Shi's lips curled slightly. Wang Ji was a bit stunned. It was the first time he had seen an expression on her face. In his impression, this woman was always expressionless, like she had facial paralysis. Wang Ji left the room holding the map. Jie Shi's gesture was undoubtedly a timely help. With the S University layout, they could understand the campus building distribution. Back in the room, Wang Ji unfolded the map, and everyone gathered around. Where is this map from? Fatty asked. This is the S University layout. Just given to us by Captain Jie Shi, Wang Ji explained. Oh, why is she so nice to you? I haven't seen captains from other departments bring you anything. Why is it the blonde woman? Sakura teased sarcastically. What are you saying, Sister Sakura? After all, we are the first outdoor team. We can't go in blind and get wiped out. If we come back, it's also a contribution to Dawn Tower, Wang Ji said. The problem now is how to get there and how to get back. Laoyi frowned, looking at the S University map. Yeah, how do we get there? We don't even know where we are now, let alone how to get there. Fatty slapped his thigh. Ask Lingling Yao, Wang Ji said. Lingling Yao? How to reach the mission destination. Querying mission, analyzing mission, analysis successful. First deployment. You can take a helicopter directly there. For evacuation, please improvise. The nearest stronghold is northeast of the destination. After Lingling Yao finished, a map of S City appeared on the screen with a flashing point. Everyone quickly recorded the map. Helicopter? I didn't expect my first helicopter ride to be in the apocalypse. Fatty said. Taking a helicopter can avoid dangers on the way. But bringing everyone back will be troublesome, Laoyi said. Can we drive back when we evacuate? Wang Ji suddenly asked. Drive? The premise is we have a car. Sakura said. We'll find one then. No keys? No problem. I can hack the car's built-in key system to power it on. This is a technique I developed just before the apocalypse, Wang Ji said. Driving is good. But I also saw on the Hall S screen that the roads are almost all blocked. Driving might not work. We might as well walk back directly. Whether those people can make it to the stronghold depends on their own luck. Sakura shared her thoughts. No. If we do that, what is the point of rescuing them? Are we just treating them as tools to gain survival points? Laoyi said anxiously. What is up, old man? Do you think you're the savior? Want to save whoever you want. If you want to risk your life to save them, we won't stop you, Sakura said disdainfully. Laoyi gritted his teeth and said no more. He understood that for now, self-preservation was the priority. But as a soldier, letting others die was his greatest shame. Let us try driving first. If we get blocked, we get out and walk. As for protection, do your best, but don't risk your life. Everyone rest now. Tomorrow we prepare the outdoor gear, Wang Ji said, then got up, washed up briefly in the bathroom, and lay down to sleep. September 30th, 2025, overcast. The heavy fog outside had cleared. On the roads and inside buildings, zombies roamed every corner of the world. The usual hustle and bustle of people and the honking of cars were gone. The world seemed paused, everything silent. Ring, ring, ring. Wang Ji woke up and turned off the alarm he had set earlier. He turned on the room light. For them, it was a new day again. Wang Ji planned to improve breakfast today. Eating biscuits and bread every day, they were almost forgetting what hot meals tasted like. Soon, Wang Ji returned to the room carrying a bag of large meat buns. Here, 3 each. Wang Ji was dividing large meat buns among 3 people. Wow, this is delicious. Why didn't I notice how good these buns are before? The fat man mumbled while taking big bites of the meat bun. We still have more than a day left. After we finish eating, let us see if there is anything we need to buy and spend all our survival points. Otherwise, if something unexpected happens, it would be a huge loss, Wang Ji said. Captain Wang is right. If we die and still have unspent money, that would be really frustrating. The fat man nodded in agreement. By the way, sistering, do you have the gun suppressor with you? Wang Ji asked. Yes, it's in my bag. Are you worried about the noise attracting zombies? They probably don't have vision and mainly rely on smell and hearing to catch their prey. So, our firearms need to be equipped with suppressors. Otherwise, the sound of gunfire will attract all the zombies around, Wang Ji analyzed. I didn't bring one, Lao He said. Well, we'll buy one later. After the meal, the four of them went to the weapons hall, where they first equipped Lao He's pistol model with 2 suppressors, totaling 20 points. Each person was allocated 500 rounds of ammunition, totaling 100 survival points. They already had daggers, so they didn't look for those. Then they bought 4 sets of tight-fitting biochemical combat suits, which included gas masks and protective night vision goggles. The combat suits were made of high molecular fiber, providing excellent toughness and dimensional stability. The 4 sets totaled 400 survival points. The staff responsible for sales measured their body sizes and said, "We will deliver the clothes to your residence in 1 day. Please wait patiently." Wang Ji thought for a moment. They were still lacking some area effect weapons. When encountering a group of zombies, relying solely on pistols and hand-to-hand combat would definitely not be enough. With this in mind, Wang Ji also supplemented each person with 3 explosive grenades and 3 incendiary grenades, totaling 80 survival points. Is there anything else you need to buy? Think about it. Wang Ji said. Adrenaline, Lao He said. Adrenaline? What is it for? The fat man asked. Adrenaline can strengthen heart muscle contractions, increase excitability, speed up conduction, and increase cardiac output. To put it simply, if you're exhausted, a shot can keep you lively, Lao He briefly explained to the fat man. Wow. Then why only buy 1 for each person? Let us buy a few more. Wang Ji rolled his eyes at the fat man and said, after overdrawing, it can lead to a stronger sense of weakness or even shock. Do you want to die? I see. Then what else do we need to buy? Let us buy some tools, Ing said. In the end, the 4 bought 4 vials of adrenaline, for grappling hooks, 30 meters of steel wire rope, and 4 combat backpacks, totaling 70 survival points. We still have 700 survival points left. Is there really nothing else to buy? Wang Ji looked at the balance and said. He didn't expect to have so much left. It seemed that eating here was slightly more expensive than buying gunpowder. Since we still have so much left, let us buy some daggers, Ing suggested. Dagger? Don't we all have daggers already? Wang Ji looked at Ing in confusion. There will always be bad times. After cutting so many people, they will dull quickly. The dagger I'm interested in is made of good material. It can't cut through iron. But cutting through a person is more than enough. As they spoke, they arrived at the placing mentioned. Wang Ji looked at the sample of the dagger, a golden blade, double-edged, and a smooth exterior that gave a sharp impression. Next to it was a sheath, priced at 100 survival points. Shall we buy 4 more? Wang Ji asked the others. Sure. After discussing, Wang Ji handed the magnetic card to the staff, swiped it, and completed the purchase. Soon, the staff from the weapons store brought the daggers from the warehouse. Ing took the dagger and looked at it. Not bad. Suitable as a spare knife, she said, satisfied, looking at the dagger in her hand. Wow, Wang Ji gasped upon hearing Ing's words. Is this level of dagger suitable as a spare knife? Before returning, the 4 bought some military backpacks and spare magazines for their pistols. Since Wang Ji's gun was homemade, it would also take a day to replicate. The 4 spent another 100 survival points. On the way back, Wang Ji noticed that there were noticeably twice as many people in the training hall, with some unfamiliar faces. Wang Ji's team had already met the conditions to upgrade to a level 2 team, but they had been training without time to process the upgrade. Now that the 4 stopped training, they needed to maintain their best condition to fully respond to the upcoming missions. They arrived at the first floor affairs office to process the team upgrade, which went smoothly. During the process, another team even voluntarily gave up a spot to let the 4 cut in line. Moreover, there were fewer people approaching Ying for small talk, as they all understood that after the last fight with Zhao Yang, a level 2 team couldn't gain an advantage over Wang Ji, which was enough to prove their strength. Soon, Wang Ji's team had upgraded to a level 2 team. The staff also informed Wang Ji that they needed to move to room 007 in Area B within 24 hours. Since the team size limit had expanded to 5, they had to move to the level 2 team room in Area B. During this time, people in the affairs hall, upon learning that the Sunset Glow team had upgraded to a level 2 team, came to inquire, trying to jump ship and join, but Wang Ji rejected them all. He didn't want any fair-weather friends. When they heard that they were about to go out, one by one, they started to back off, quickly turning to leave, not wanting to get too involved. Wang Ji shook his head secretly. These people only had the idea of enjoying the benefits without hard work and bloodshed. As the saying goes, Day defense, night defense, but home thieves are hard to guard against. He had to be cautious in choosing teammates. After everyone returned, they began moving their luggage to Area B. People on the road commented as they saw them. Upon arriving at room 007 in Area B, it was about 10 square meters larger than the previous room in Area A, with an additional bed. The four chose their beds and placed their belongings, leaving only the innermost bed empty. At this moment, the news of the upcoming mission had spread throughout the Dawn Tower, and even someone had opened a betting pool to wager whether the Sunset Glow team would return alive. Inside the room, the four of them were silently wiping their weapons. On the surface, Wang Ji appeared calm, but inside he was very frightened. He was about to start killing, and he knew he would face those fearless and merciless zombies tomorrow. He was trying hard to convince himself that he was not facing humans, but zombies. In order to alleviate his guilt, the fat man seemed to be in a bad state. Usually cheerful, he now wore a heavy expression, continuously practicing loading and unloading ammunition. Lao he was leaning against the bed, resting with his eyes closed, and Wang Ji couldn't read what he was thinking. Meanwhile, Ing was playing with her golden dagger, seemingly indifferent to the upcoming mission. Sister Ing, we're going out tomorrow, aren't you afraid? Wang Ji couldn't help but asking. Afraid? Afraid of what? If I'm not afraid of living people, why should I be afraid of the dead? Ing said nonchalantly. Then don't you have any concerns? Wang Ji pressed. No concerns. Ing hesitated for a moment and said. Seeing this, Wang Ji didn't want to continue pressing and wisely kept quiet. 10 hours later, the staff from the weapons store delivered the combat suits and magazines that Wang Ji had ordered the day before. With 8 hours left before departure, the four of them went to the training hall. Since they would be flying, they had to deal with the issue of parachuting. So two of them started teaching Wang Ji and the fat man about parachuting precautions and operational techniques. As for why they had to parachute, the reason was simple. If the helicopter lowered its flight altitude to use a soft ladder, the noise from the helicopter rotor would attract all the nearby zombies, making it impossible for the four to land. After practicing for a few hours, the four of them went to the restaurant for their last meal. They had a brief rest until the designated time, then put on the gear they had purchased and stepped out of their residence. On the way out, passers-by saw the four of them. Some admired their courage, while others thought they were doomed. Everyone had different thoughts. Many more people learned that Wang Ji's team was currently a level 2 team with only 4 members, and if these individuals could return safely, they would definitely want to join them first. In this apocalypse, the strong survive, and since they could live outside and complete their mission to return to the Dawn Tower, the team's strength was unquestionable. Following such a team would surely mean a longer life. Wang Ji focused on the road ahead, completely unconcerned about the gazes and words around him. All he wanted was to carve out a bloody path and return alive. Moments later, the four arrived at the preparation hall, where Commander Adam instructed them to head to the C-Zone, elevator exit 2. Wang Ji checked the time and found it was just right, so he walked toward elevator 2 in Zone C. After pressing the button, the elevator passage opened, and the four of them stepped inside. 10 minutes later, the elevator reached its destination, which was a large warehouse. Inside the warehouse was a helicopter, and the pilot was already inside, ready for the four to take off at any moment. Let us go, get on. Oldie was the first to jump onto the helicopter. Buzz. After the helicopter started, the iron plate above slowly opened, and the helicopter began to rise. After a few days, Wang Ji saw the gray and gloomy sky once again. Chapter 14. Discovering survivors. The helicopter carrying the four had flown into the air, and as they emerged from the underground base, Wang Ji saw that they were in a jungle. The four looked at the distant city where the smoke of war had not yet extinguished, feeling a mix of emotions. Not long ago, the city was bustling and thriving, and in just a few days, it had fallen into chaos. What would be the fate of humanity? Where would they go? Wang Ji took out his binoculars and looked at the crazed people on the ground. In that moment, his previous fantasy that all of this was an illusion shattered. He once again emphasized the precautions for parachuting. Parachuting was no joke, although it was Wang Ji and Fatty's first time, with 2 experienced veterans guiding them. They were no longer so worried. They were nearing their destination, currently at an altitude of 3,000 meters. Repeat, altitude 3,000 meters. 1 minute until we reach the vicinity of the destination. Please prepare for parachuting. Repeat, 1 minute until we reach the vicinity of the destination. Please prepare for parachuting. The pilot's voice came through the intercom. After the pilot finished speaking, the four reached the side door of the helicopter. In a moment, our target is the largest roof in the middle. Don't be afraid, follow my commands. 3, 2, 1, jump. Oldie shouted loudly. After Oldie finished, the four held hands and jumped off the helicopter in a neat row. Once Oldie and Sakura stabilized their positions, Oldie's voice came through the radio. Let go and separate. Maintain a distance. Open your parachutes. Whoosh. The four opened their parachutes simultaneously. Wang Ji nervously controlled his direction, trying to stay in line with Old He and the others. Fatty, get away from me. At that moment, Sakura's voice came through the radio. The distance between Fatty and Sakura was a bit too close, and to avoid their parachutes getting tangled, Sakura had no choice but to change her descent direction. As Sakura descended lower, it became evident she was about to miss the best spot on the roof, and the hearts of the three tightened. Just then, it seemed Sakura had prepared for this, throwing out the grappling hook attached to her waist. Clang! The grappling hook successfully caught onto the railing of the roof. Sakura pulled on the rope, took out a dagger, cut the parachute off her body, and then flipped up. After the three landed, they quickly removed their parachutes and ran to the railing. Seeing Sakura climb up by herself, they breathed a sigh of relief. Fatty, do you want to die? Sakura gritted her teeth and said, I'm really sorry, Sister Sakura. I'm still not very skilled. I'm sorry. Fatty kept apologizing, knowing he had just made a mistake. Wang Ji looked at the scene and felt fortunate that Sakura reacted in time. If it had been him, he would either have perished in midair with Fatty or fallen short of the roof and crashed below, somewhere in the campus. Sister, I just saw a helicopter fly by. A helicopter flew by? Are there not enough planes in the sky lately? Zhang Xiaoyi, a classmate, chimed in. No, not just a helicopter. 4 people jumped out of the helicopter. Zhang Xiaoyi said excitedly. What? Is that true? Where are they? Let's hurry out and let them find us. The people inside began to voice their opinions. Shoo, be quiet. At this moment, the senior Zhang Xiaoyi mentioned made a gesture. Everyone realized they had gotten a bit too excited, and with so many zombies outside, they began to pray not to attract them. But contrary to their hopes, at that moment, 2 zombies outside the corridor, attracted by the recent commotion, had come to the door, scratching at the wooden door with a screeching sound. If this keeps up, other zombies will be attracted over. We're doomed. A classmate could no longer hold back and started crying. Stop crying. We still have our senior. If you keep crying, the zombies will eat you first, a male classmate said. Open the door. The senior tightened her grip on the iron knife and said calmly. After she spoke, not a single person dared to approach the door, which disappointed her. She turned to Zhang Xiaoyi and said, Xiaoyi, you go open the door. After being called out by the senior, Zhang Xiaoyi had no choice but to cautiously approach the wooden door. Taking a deep breath at the door, he pulled it open and immediately ran back behind the senior. Roar! The zombie, sensing the scent of prey, became even more frenzied. Just as it was about to grab Zhang Xiaoyi, the senior lunged forward. With a diagonal slash, the head of the leading zombie was immediately severed from its body. Then, with another thrust, she pierced through the head of the second zombie behind it. Thud! Both zombies fell to the ground. In just a few seconds, it's possible to find a restaurant, as there is a lot of food there, and it's right next to a supermarket, ensuring that we won't starve. However, when everyone knows there is food, they will flock there, which not only makes survival difficult, but also increases the number of infections. The remaining options are the library and the gym, which usually have fewer people and are relatively safe, so as long as supplies are sufficient, there is still a chance of survival. Any discoveries? Wang Ji asked the 2. None. There are zombies all around, Lao He said. I did see 2 kids, but they just got bitten to death over by the supermarket, Ing casually remarked. After hearing this, Wang Ji picked up the binoculars and looked in the direction of the supermarket that he mentioned. On the road, a group of zombies was tearing at the 2 students, and the bloody scene made him lower the binoculars. After a while, Wang Ji picked up the binoculars again to observe, but he only saw zombies and no real living people. Just as he was about to put down the binoculars, the iron door on the rooftop of the gym opened. Survivors. At the 9 o'clock direction on the rooftop of the gym, Wang Ji shouted to the 2 beside him. 22, 23 people. Lao He counted the number of people through the binoculars. Clearly, these 23 people made a wise choice. If they hadn't gone up to the rooftop, it would have been like looking for a needle in a haystack for Wang Ji and the others to find them in such a large campus. Seeing this, Wang Ji began to think of ways to attract their attention, first ensuring they knew of their existence and could wait in place. Once the students got onto the rooftop, Zhang Xiaoyi, who had seen Wang Ji and the others, immediately noticed the white umbrella cloth hanging from the office building and began waving frantically. After thinking for a while, Wang Ji finally decided to take out a powerful flashlight and flashed a signal toward the rooftop of the gym. Wait. They want us to wait. The senior understood Wang Ji's intention and made an O gesture toward the top of the office building. Chapter 15. Ambush. Seeing that the other party understood his meaning, Wang Ji put down the binoculars, checked his watch, and saw that it was 3 in the afternoon. They needed to get there before dark. This meant they had less than 4 hours. Once night fell, even with night vision goggles, Visibility would be greatly reduced, and the danger would significantly increase. They now faced their first choice: how to get downstairs. One option was to slide down a rope directly from the rooftop, while the other was to take the stairs. Wang Ji called the fatty over, and after some discussion, everyone decided it was better to take the stairs together. At this moment, Lao He had a sudden idea and removed the silencer from his pistol, wanting to fire a shot into the air to see if there were any survivors in the office building. Wang Ji immediately grabbed Lao He's arm, signaling him not to shoot. Don't shoot. That shot will attract all the zombies nearby. We won't be able to go anywhere then. After thinking it over, Lao He also felt it was inappropriate and reattached the silencer. After discussing, the four of them began to head downstairs from the rooftop. Just as they were about to open the door, they found that the iron door was locked from the inside and couldn't be opened. Damn it, Captain Wang. Let me break it down, the fatty said as he prepared to kick the door. Are you crazy? If you kick it down, how will we get out? Wang Ji quickly stopped him. Let's use the grappling hook to lower ourselves into a room, then regroup and rush out. Ing suggested. That's the only way. Let's find a window that can be opened and get into a room. Ing went to the edge of the building, crossed the railing, and lowered the rope to the window's position, hooking the grappling hook onto the railing, tugging to confirm it was secure. I'll go down first, Ing said, grabbing the rope with both hands and flipping down. It didn't take long before she slid down to the second floor, found an open window, and crawled inside. Just as Ying's feet hit the ground, before she could get up, a zombie suddenly lunged out from the right. Ing was startled. She had specifically looked outside the window to confirm there were no zombies before entering, but she didn't expect there to be one in the blind spot. As the zombie's claws approached, she instinctively raised her arm to block, but the zombie grabbed her arm tightly and bit down. Fortunately, Ing reacted quickly, pulling out the dagger from her leg and plunging it directly into the zombie's head. With a thud, the dagger was incredibly sharp, and there was no splatter of blood as the zombie lost strength and collapsed to the ground. Seeing Ing enter the window, the three on the rooftop also slid down. When Wang Ji reached the room and saw the scene inside, he was shocked, although he had been mentally preparing himself for many days. Seeing the corpses with his own eyes still made him feel a bit nauseous and fearful. The last to come down was Lao He. After entering the room, he pressed the mechanism at the end of the rope, causing the grappling hook hanging from the rooftop to change from a bent hook to a straight hook. And with a gentle tug, he retracted it. Oh my god, we just got down and already killed one, the fatty exclaimed, seeing a corpse for the first time. Sakura, are you hurt? Wang Ji asked as he approached her. I didn't see it in the corner just now. Luckily, this clothing is sturdy and didn't get scratched, Ing replied. Phew, that's good. Fatty, no matter what happens later, don't speak loudly. It's very dangerous, Wang Ji frowned as he said. In fact, he wasn't too worried about Ing and Lao He, but he was concerned that if the fatty didn't get reminded, he would probably shout out soon. After speaking, Wang Ji went over to open the door of the room and immediately stepped back to prevent any zombies from suddenly attacking from outside. There were no zombies outside the door, so Wang Ji slowly poked his head out to check the situation in the corridor. There were about 50 meters to the safety passage, with 6 zombies blocking the way in the corridor, and the rooms on both sides were unknown. After checking, Wang Ji pulled his head back and explained the situation outside. I have good marksmanship. I'll shoot them first, Lao He said. After Lao He finished speaking, he leaned out, and with a series of muffled gunshots, all 6 zombies outside fell to the ground. One shot hit a zombie in the neck because it was facing away from Lao He, and as the zombie turned to charge at them after being shot, Lao He finished it off with another shot. Lao He pulled back, unloaded the magazine, and reloaded. The fatty peeked out and whispered excitedly, Brother He, your shooting is great. Let's go out. Fatty, you follow me to the wall on the opposite side. Wang Ji and Ing, you stay on this side. And we'll help each other keep an eye on the situation inside the rooms. If there are any zombies, shoot, Lao He instructed. The 4 of them crept along the wall, slowly approaching the safety passage while passing by 8 rooms on either side. Most of the rooms were closed, and only 3 zombies ran out from the 2 rooms with open doors, all of which were easily shot by Ing and Lao He. When they reached the safety passage, Wang Ji found that there weren't many zombies here. The office building typically didn't have many people, and the safety passage was usually empty. People generally took the elevator. Just as Wang Ji reached the entrance of the safety passage, a zombie suddenly lunged at him. Wang Ji didn't react in time and was directly knocked against the iron door by the zombie. Bang! The iron door slammed against the wall with a loud noise, echoing sharply in the empty building. Roar! The zombies in the building became enraged upon hearing the sound and rushed toward the source of the noise. At this moment, Wang Ji was knocked to the ground by the zombie, and seeing the suddenly appearing zombie, Ing wasted no time and used her dagger to blow its head off. Blood splattered onto Wang Ji's mask. After Wang Ji broke free, He immediately got up, hearing countless low growls coming from inside the building. Run, was Wang Ji's first thought. It's over, they heard us. Quickly go to the window and jump down from the ventilation window. Wang Ji slammed the safety passage door shut and turned to crawl towards the central ventilation window. The four of them did not hesitate and jumped straight out of the window. The ventilation window was located between the first and second floors, not particularly high, and they all jumped down easily. The zombies outside, hearing their movement, all gathered towards them, while the zombies inside the building were scratching and banging against the window. In an instant, the nearby zombies were attracted by the commotion, and their numbers increased rapidly. Chapter 16. The weak girl with the knife. Run. This way. The gymnasium is over here. Wang Ji shouted as he began to run ahead. Bang! As they ran, the four of them raised their handguns and shot at the approaching zombies. Their running speed was not particularly fast because their backpacks were filled with various supplies, and they had to constantly clear out the zombies in front of them. The zombies behind them were closely following, and nearly 40 zombies had surrounded them from behind. Everyone, run faster. Lao He, leading the group, urged. This won't do. We'll lead the zombies to the gym. Wang Ji glanced back at the zombies. Realizing they couldn't shake them off, they had to find a way to eliminate them. Lao He, what should we do? Wang Ji asked while running. I don't know. There are too many. Lao He shouted back. I'm going to die. I don't want to die. The fat guy started his wailing again. Shut up, fatso. If you keep yelling, I'll feed you to the zombies, Sakura retorted. If not, let's use grenades. Lao He shouted. Grenades? That will attract even more zombies. It won't just be these. Wang Ji imagined the scene of zombies coming from hundreds of meters around and immediately stopped him. Then we have to use Molotov cocktails. Lao He said. Molotovs sound good. Let's burn them alive. The fat guy said, reaching for the Molotov cocktail at his chest. We can't keep running like this. The Molotovs won't be effective. Sakura said. Hurry. Everyone run to the playground. Wang Ji spotted some dry leaves under a tree root and was suddenly inspired. It was the perfect opportunity. The autumn grass had withered, and the playground had a large area of weeds. As long as they could lure the zombies onto the grass of the playground and throw Molotovs around, it would instantly become a sea of fire. The four of them ran while killing their way to the west playground. There weren't too many zombies here, and the area was quite spacious. Nearly 100 zombies were following closely behind them. Wang Ji could feel the ground shaking. Quick, everyone throw one on each side. The four of them reached the center of the lawn and threw the Molotov cocktails they had been holding. The Molotovs ignited the surroundings. Smoke billowed up instantly, turning the playground into a fiery hell. On the rooftop of the gymnasium, the students saw Wang Ji and the others jumping out of the office building's window, followed by countless zombies chasing after them. Oh no, this is it. Yeah, I thought they were here to rescue us. But it turns out they're here to get us killed. What are we going to do now? Look, they're bringing a horde of zombies towards us. Damn, are these people stupid? Trying to die and dragging us down with them. The students were all discussing among themselves. Students with weapons, come with me to support them. A senior, seeing the zombies chasing after the four, looked determined as she gazed into the distance. She wanted to go down and help those people. Not for the students on the rooftop or for herself, but for those who were coming to her in this apocalypse. Seeing her classmates hesitating and constantly finding excuses, the senior felt disappointed, shook her head without saying anything, and turned to head down. Senior, you can't go. Isn't that just going to get yourself killed? A classmate stepped up to block her. Step aside, the senior replied coldly, lowering her head. The classmate, sensing her state, quickly ran to the side. On the playground, the flames gradually extinguished, and most of the zombies had lost their ability to move due to being burned. Those that were tougher were dispatched by Wang Ji and the others using their daggers. Their combat suits, high-end products from Dawn Tower, were fireproof, waterproof, radiation-resistant, and could even withstand scratches, making them very durable. I killed someone. I'm sorry, don't blame me, the fat guy mumbled while stabbing, his mind a bit unclear. Wang Ji also frowned tightly, unable to calm down with nearly 100 people fallen before him. Let's go, Lao He said after they finished dealing with the zombies. The four of them exited the playground, their bodies covered in ash. Although they weren't burned, the temperature was still very high, and the thick smoke and the bloody scenes they had just witnessed nearly made Wang Ji throw up. At this point, there weren't many zombies left near the gymnasium. They had intentionally run past the gymnasium to eliminate the zombies surrounding it. Little did they know, their actions were met with curses from the students on the rooftop. When the four reached the entrance of the gymnasium, they found a girl weakly leaning against the door, holding a long knife that had already dulled. With bodies lying haphazardly on the ground, Wang Ji recognized this girl at a glance. She was the one he had seen through the binoculars earlier. Seeing her combat power, he understood why these people had managed to survive until now. The girl saw the four of them, and, noticing that there were no zombies behind them as she had seen from the rooftop, her tense nerves relaxed, and she collapsed to the ground. The fat guy swallowed hard at the sight of the girl. Wow, she's incredible. How can one girl be so fierce? Hey, are you okay? Seeing the girl collapse, Wang Ji rushed over and gently helped her up. I'm fine, just need to rest a bit, the girl said weakly, trying to stand again. But having already exhausted her strength, she leaned back against Wang Ji. First, eat something. Wang Ji took out a bag of compressed biscuits and a bottle of water from his backpack, opened them, and handed them to the girl. The girl looked at the food and water Wang Ji offered, her eyes uncontrollably moistening. For days, she had been protecting her classmates, but in terms of food distribution, she hadn't received any advantage. Everyone had the same amount. Being in a constant state of battle, she now clearly felt her lack of strength. In fact, she could have chosen not to protect her classmates and survive on her own, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. If she did that, robbing her classmates of food and harming them at will, how was she any different from the zombies? Sakura, there's a difference between boys and girls. Could you carry her up later? Wang Ji asked Sakura. Now you know there's a difference? You didn't say that when you rushed up to hug her earlier. Sakura shot back at Wang Ji. After a while, the five of them arrived on the rooftop. It was already past 5 o'clock, and the sky was gradually darkening. Wang Ji noticed the students with weapons and frowned slightly. While their behavior was understandable in this apocalypse, it still made him feel quite uncomfortable. If it weren't for the mission at hand and the survival points, he wouldn't have come to rescue these people even if he was killed. Ah, Senior, you're back. Hello, everyone. Please sit down and rest for a bit. A classmate came up to flatter them upon seeing them. Are you here to rescue us, sent by the country? That's great. We're saved. After one classmate spoke, the others quickly followed suit to flatter them. Wang Ji looked at the crowd of people approaching and said nothing, directly raising his gun. Chapter 17. Galilee. Seeing Wang Ji raise his gun, the students looked shocked, not understanding why this was happening. Everyone be quiet. Go over there and don't move. Fat guy, keep an eye on them. Wang Ji pointed to a corner of the rooftop. Got it, Captain. Ahem. You all behave yourselves. The consequences of me getting angry can be very serious. The fat guy put on a stern face and glared at the students. Wang Ji turned and went to the girl's side, checking if she was injured. Why did you come here? The girl asked softly. Of course, to save people. Wang Ji replied. Now these monsters are everywhere. Where else can we go? The girl said with a downcast expression. There is a shelter. That's where we came from. You'll understand when you get there. The girl didn't seem too happy because she knew there was still a very dangerous path ahead of them. By the way, what is your name? Wang Ji asked. Galilee. Galilee is a strange name, Wang Ji murmured, smiling at her. Looking at the girl covered in blood in front of him, he suddenly had an idea. To make her the 5th member of their team. I'm Wang Ji. That sister is Ying. This is brother He. And that fat guy over there is Li Fi Hung. Wang Ji introduced to the girl. Sister Ying, brother He, hello. Galilee greeted the two beside her. By the way, did you kill all those zombies downstairs by yourself? Wang Ji looked at the serrated blade in Galilee's hand. Yes. I come from a martial arts family and have been exposed to it since childhood, so I know a few moves. Galilee lowered her head and said softly after hearing Wang Ji's praise. Wang Ji could tell that when Galilee came downstairs just now, she must have seen them being chased by a horde of zombies and wanted to come down to help. If they hadn't lured the zombies to the playground and wiped them out in one go, she would have been doomed on this trip. When he saw the determination in Galilee's eyes at that moment, he admitted he was touched. Thank you for coming down to get us. Wang Ji patted Galilee on the shoulder with relief. It should be me thanking you. We've run out of food. By the way, how did you survive after the disaster? Wang Ji asked. Before the disaster, there was a heavy fog lasting more than a week worldwide. There were all kinds of rumors online, but it didn't affect our normal life. I was just here as usual to hold club activities, teaching martial arts in the field below. Then all our phones received various messages, basically telling us to find a safe place to hide, so we stayed here all along. Galilee recounted the process. Why weren't you infected while most people were? He asked puzzledly nearby. Some people online said it was because of the fog. Inhaling too much caused dizziness and vomiting at first. We stayed indoors, avoiding excessive fog inhalation, so we luckily escaped that disaster. But many others were infected after being injured by those monsters. We classmates have talked this far. Galilee didn't continue. I see. You said you have no food now? How long has it been since you last ate? Wang Ji asked. Including today, 2 days, Galilee said, opening her mouth as if to say more, but didn't. He knew she wanted him to share some food with the classmates, but hesitated because there were many of them. It was getting dark slowly. The night seemed to swallow everything. Zombies became even more active in the dark, like fish in water. Let us rest here tonight. At dawn, We'll go near the restaurant to find some food for them. Otherwise, they'll starve to death. Wang Ji turned to ask, "Don't go. There are monsters there. It's dangerous." Gali Yulai said anxiously. "It's okay. We'll be careful." Wang Ji smiled. Some students who hadn't eaten for 2 days were wailing on the ground. Some had no strength to make a sound. "How about giving them half of our food first?" Old He looked at the starving students collapsed on the ground. Feeling a bit reluctant, Wang Ji looked at Ying, who only showed an unwilling face but said nothing. This was unavoidable. They couldn't let these students starve to death. Or else there was no point in rescuing them. "Fine, let us give them some first, and we'll keep more water for ourselves," Wang Ji said, taking some food from the 4 backpacks and reluctantly giving it to the students nearby. The students who had been collapsed on the ground got up one after another when they saw Wang Ji distributing food and scrambled eagerly for it. After distributing the food, Wang Ji called the 3 together, took out a map, spread it on the ground, and studied how to act tomorrow. The closest place was still the Western restaurant. Located north of the Western playground they had visited in the afternoon. The 4 initially decided that the primary target tomorrow would be the Western restaurant. After looking at the map, the 4 prepared to rest. Ying and I will keep watch the first half of the night. And the fat guy and Old He can rest first. After the discussion, he decided that he and Ying would keep watch the first half of the night. And Old He and the fat guy would keep watch the second half. Regarding the watch shifts, Wang Ji had thought carefully. If Old He and Ying were placed together, they would clash like water and fire, incompatible. If the fat guy was with Ying, he wouldn't manage well, and it would still end up with him. At night, the moonlight was blocked by dark clouds, and the usual lights had long disappeared. Occasionally, there were cracking sounds nearby, seemingly zombies stepping on broken glass shards. Wang Ji looked at the students around him, sprawled on the ground in disarray, enduring hunger, feeling 1,000 regrets in his heart. If he hadn't joined the Dawn Tower, would his fate have been like theirs? Or had he already turned into a zombie? Wang Ji leaned against the rooftop railing, thinking while taking out a pack of cigarettes from his bag, pulling out 2 sticks, and handing one to Ying beside him. "Sister Ying, do you think we can come back alive?" Wang Ji lit his cigarette and asked, turning his head. "Just do your best. The world is like this now. There's nothing much to cling to. Live one more day, earn one more day." Ying exhaled smoke. Ying now no longer had her previous frivolity, but became sentimental. "Living one more day is right, but it's not like we have no will to live. Since we're lucky to survive, it means fate arranged it. Since we met, it means destiny. The future is full of infinite possibilities. We can find a deserted place to settle. We can establish our own kingdom, free and unrestrained. Aren't these what you're pursuing?" Wang Ji imagined the future. "Oh, brother, do you want to find a deserted place to settle with me?" Ying put on a coquettish look again. Wang Ji was speechless. This girl really couldn't keep serious for more than 3 seconds. "Anyway, we still have to hold on to hope, expectations, and fantasies about the future," Wang Ji said seriously. "Actually, before the apocalypse, I wasn't interested in all those futures and hopes you mentioned. This world now is pretty good." Ying looked blankly into the distance. Chapter 18. Convenience store? Why do you say that? Wang Ji looked at Ying, who had just felt hopeless, and wondered why she suddenly thought the current world was pretty good. "Just as you said, as long as we don't die, we can do whatever we want. We can hide away, establish our own small country, and do as we please," Ying smiled. Sister Ying, our team is currently level 2 and still missing 1 person. I want to add Gali Yulai to our team. What do you think?" "Sounds good, another sister. But you're not just picking her because she is pretty, right?" Ying sneered. No one is prettier than you. Sister Ying, I'm just judging based on strength and character." Wang Ji quickly shook his head. What if she doesn't want to join us? Then she wouldn't have appeared downstairs in the first place," Wang Ji said confidently. "Fine, it's up to you," Ying said indifferently. After Wang Ji and Ying finished their watch in the first half of the night, they woke up the fat guy and Old He, threw the half-empty cigarette pack to Old He, and casually found a place to lie down. Due to various factors, Wang Ji had gone nearly 40 hours without proper rest. As soon as he lay down, he felt an unprecedented fatigue and unconsciously fell asleep. October 3rd, 2025, cloudy. At 5 a.m., Wang Ji suddenly sat up from the ground, instinctively touching the gun holstered at his waist. He looked around anxiously and saw the fat guy chatting with Old He on a nearby platform, Ying sitting against the wall with her eyes closed resting. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. In this situation, sleeping too deeply is definitely a big taboo, but fortunately, nothing happened. "Yo, Captain Wang, you're awake?" the fat guy said as he saw Wang Ji sitting up. Let us eat something, and then we'll head to the Western restaurant," Wang Ji said. As Sakura also opened her eyes and walked over. After the 4 of them finished eating, they picked 3 of the sturdier boys to lead the way and carry the food. The chosen students were of course, unwilling. No one wanted to take on such a dangerous task. However, they ultimately succumbed to the gun in Wang Ji's hand, reasoning that going out and risking their lives was better than dying right there. Wang Ji walked over to Jia Li and handed her his knife for self-defense. Be careful. Protect yourself, he said. After a quick tidy-up, they slowly opened the rooftop door and prepared to head downstairs to the Western restaurant. Since they had cleared the zombies in the building yesterday, they encountered only one zombie on their way to the first floor. But upon reaching the first floor, they found many more zombies, with about 10 zombies in the lobby. This nearly made the 3 students behind them scream. Fortunately, Wang Ji had warned them, so now they could only tightly cover their mouths and not make a sound. The more than 10 zombies were left to Sakura and the other 2, while Wang Ji and the fat guy tried not to shoot unless absolutely necessary, simply because their shooting skills were terrible. After a while, the zombies in the lobby were easily dealt with by the group, hardly wasting a bullet, and Wang Ji couldn't help but admire their accuracy. The group made their way to the west playground, where the bodies of the zombies burned yesterday still lay. The restaurant is right ahead, one of the students said quietly as he caught up. When we go in, we'll cover you. Just grab as much food as you can. Wang Ji instructed the students as they continued forward. However, as they got closer to the restaurant, the number of zombies around began to dwindle, which made Wang Ji feel something was off. This is a bit unusual. Wang Ji suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Lao He asked, puzzled. There are too few zombies here. It's a bit abnormal. Wang Ji said. Captain Wang, don't scare me, the fat guy said fearfully. Find a spot and use binoculars to observe the situation inside. No matter what, we should check it out first. They all took out their binoculars and looked into the restaurant. Holy crap, the fat guy exclaimed. Through the binoculars, they saw the restaurant filled with zombies, all wandering around inside. Given this situation, it was clear that not only would they be unable to get the food, but they wouldn't even be able to enter the door. Is this a zombie den? So many zombies. The fat guy said. Everyone has come here looking for food, but without exception, they've all met their end here, Sakura said. So what now? Go back. The fat guy asked. We'll think of another way. Without food, they won't last long, Wang Ji thought. Bro, I know a place that might still have some food. One of the students said from behind. Damn, why didn't you say that earlier? The fat guy slapped the student who spoke. It's a small convenience store. It's full of snacks, and the warehouse is in the basement of a residential building, the student hurriedly explained. Do many people know about it? Wang Ji didn't want to end up in another zombie den. Not many. That convenience store usually takes online orders and delivers directly to our dorms. So very few people know about their warehouse. Great. Then let us go there. You better not pull any tricks. Wang Ji said as he took out a map and asked the student to point out the general direction. Once they confirmed the location, the group changed their course. It was east of their current position in a residential area. With the experience from yesterday, the 4 of them managed to avoid causing any commotion, shooting zombies from a distance. After a while, they quickly arrived at the residential building mentioned by the student. It had a row of slightly worn-out small high-rises, and the basement was on the first floor. After observing the surroundings and confirming there was no danger, they cautiously entered the building. The corridor was a bit dark, so Wang Ji turned on the flashlight on his chest and carefully walked deeper into the basement. Ding! Wang Ji threw a bullet around the corner ahead. In such blind spots, he had to use bait to probe. Sure enough, the moment the bullet hit the ground, 2 zombies immediately let out low growls and lunged at the spot where the bullet fell. Seeing the zombies suddenly pounce out, the group quickly opened fire and killed the 2 zombies. The convenience store was at the end of the basement, and when they reached the door, Wang Ji pulled hard. But it was closed. There shouldn't be any zombies inside, as the 2 had just come from outside. The door is locked. Should we force it open? Wang Ji turned to the others. Let me try. Sakura stepped forward and took out a piece of wire from her bag. Sakura, you can do this? Wang Ji looked at her as she worked on the lock. I know a bit. Sakura squatted at the door for a while, and with a click, the lock opened. After unlocking, Sakura tried to pull the door, but it didn't budge. Then she pushed it, but it wouldn't open either. However, it was clear that the door was a bit loose when pushed inward. Chapter 19. A week's worth of food, is something blocking it? Wang Ji asked. Are you sure this is the right place? Wang Ji turned to the student. Definitely. I've been here many times. The male student replied. Fat guy. You and Lao He keep an eye on the corridor. If the zombies get alerted, deal with them, Wang Ji instructed. Knock, knock, knock. Wang Ji first knocked a few times on the door to check if there were any survivors inside. After several knocks, he found there was no response. Is anyone in there? Wang Ji called through the gap in the door. I'm here to rescue you. Please open the door. Wang Ji tried calling again. Rescue us? I think you're here to steal food. A man's voice came from inside. I advise you to find another place. We've already claimed this one. There are zombies all over this building, and if you dare to bang on the door, they'll be attracted here. You'll all be bitten to death. Another voice responded from inside. Seeing that the other party showed no sign of being moved, Wang Ji decided to force the door open. He had to get this food. Fat guy, break the door down. Wang Ji turned to the fat guy. No problem. Lao He, Sakura, will hold the fort. Don't let the zombies come over. After Wang Ji finished speaking, the three of them stood at the corner of the corridor and signaled the fat guy to act. The fat guy stepped back a bit, took a short run, and then bang. With a loud noise, the door burst open. Following the loud sound, the entire building began to tremble slightly, and zombies from upstairs started to stir, all rushing downstairs. They're coming, Wang Ji warned. In no time, more than 10 zombies had charged down, filling the narrow corridor. Open fire, Lao He shouted, pulling the trigger. On the other side, as soon as the fat guy burst through the door, he was confronted by 3 boys, each wielding a kitchen knife, intending to kill the fat guy and close the door again. However, just as they were about to pounce, they noticed the fat guy was holding a handgun. No matter how quick the kitchen knives were, they couldn't match the speed of bullets. The 3 boys immediately lost their bravado, and one by one, the fat guy kicked them aside. After dealing with the people inside, the fat guy turned to help Wang Ji and the others with the zombies, making sure the 3 boys first hid in the room. As soon as the fat guy came out, he was startled. The corridor was densely packed with bodies, and more zombies were pushing in from behind. However, these corpses also obstructed some of the zombies' movements, directly tripping them up, which gave Wang Ji and the others some breathing room. In the end, the few of them killed more than 20 zombies in the corridor before it quieted down. Finally, it was over. Is anyone hurt? Wang Ji's heart was pounding. In this dim basement, the sight of zombie blood splattering made him so nervous he began to tremble. Let's go inside, he said, putting away his gun. Okay. The 4 of them entered the room and saw 3 boys on the floor, each clutching their arms and groaning in pain. The room was filled with the stench of metabolic waste. Wang Ji glanced around and saw bread, spicy strips, instant noodles, ham sausages, and some drinks and bottled water. Judging by the amount, it was enough for those more than 20 students to eat for a week. Wang Ji could also understand the behavior of the 3 boys in the room. In the apocalypse, there was only infinite darkness, selfishness, and suspicion. Take all of this. Wang Ji ordered the 3 male students. Captain Wang, what should we do with these 3? The fat guy asked. Brothers, please spare us. Didn't you say you came to save us? Why do you want to deal with us now? The 3 cried and begged. Wang Ji looked at the 3 who were crying and begging. He had intended to leave them to fend for themselves, but then thought about the survival points reward for bringing them back. You 3 come with us. Don't make a sound on the way, or the gun in my hand might make some noise, Wang Ji said, gesturing with his pistol. Thank you, brothers. We won't make a sound. At this moment, the 3 students they brought each took a large cardboard box and packed all the messy food and water inside. The group came out of the room. The 6 boys behind them were startled when they saw the corpses scattered in the corridor, but thankfully did not scream. As Wang Ji was about to cross the hallway, a half-dead zombie grabbed his leg. Watch your step, Wang Ji said, raising his hand and shooting the half-dead zombie in the head. Just as he spoke, a boy behind let out a scream. Ah, quick, everyone get out. Wang Ji shouted as he ran outside. Who was that just now? It was me. I was grabbed by a hand just now, said one of the boys from the room. At this moment, his pant leg had a tear. Wang Ji went over, squatted down, and examined the boy's leg. The wound was gradually turning black, and the blood was turning dark red. Is anyone else hurt? Wang Ji asked again. Seeing no one answered, Wang Ji went to the 3 boys. That person is infected. It's only a matter of time before mutation. What should we do? Wang Ji inquired. Keep him. It's hard to find a guinea pig. Of course, we need to observe, Ing said. All right. After some discussion, they began to return the way they came. On the way back, the boy who was bitten suddenly fell to the ground. The 4 hurried over. The fallen boy was already losing consciousness. His face gradually turned purple, and dark red blood kept flowing from his mouth. Wang Ji calculated that it had been less than 10 minutes since the bite. 10 minutes, and it was fatal? Give him a quick death, Wang Ji said, turning to Ing. Ing nodded and slashed the boy's neck with a dagger. The boy, who had just been struggling and twitching, immediately stopped moving. After killing the boy, Ing's expression did not change, as if he felt no guilt at all. Sigh. Let's hurry back, Wang Ji sighed, and turned to retrace their steps. This was the boy's retribution. If he had opened the door earlier, zombies wouldn't have rushed in, he wouldn't have been bitten, and he wouldn't have died, since they had cleared most of the zombies on this route earlier. The way back was much easier. After a while, they saw students waving at them from the rooftop of the gymnasium. When they arrived on the rooftop, The students looked at the 3 large boxes of food and immediately regarded Wang Ji and the others as saviors, casting worshipful and faithful glances. It was just 10 a.m., and this trip had only taken less than half a morning to secure a week's worth of food, which was very successful for them. Fatty, go distribute some food to them first, Wang Ji said. Wang Ji took out his notebook and recorded the events, especially the characteristics of the zombies and the reactions after infection. They were the first small team out. Bringing back intelligence from outside would definitely be valuable. But this was just his guess. He wasn't sure how the Dawn Tower would handle it. Chapter 20. The business van. What are you doing? He came over and asked Wang Ji. Thinking about the evacuation plan. Now that we have food, it's time to take people back, Wang Ji mumbled, biting on the bread in his hand. Wang Ji looked at the map of S City. According to the coordinates Ling Ling Yao had given them earlier, it was about 30 kilometers north of the school in the wilderness. S City was densely populated, and almost everywhere outside was filled with zombies. What troubled him most was that the students had no self-protection ability. Whether they could return safely was unknown, let alone bringing more than 20 people. Not good, big brother. Daong has fainted, said Zhang Xiao Ei. Daong was the boy who had gone out with them. What happened? Go check on him. Wang Ji walked into the crowd and looked at the unconscious Daong on the ground. Lift his clothes. At this moment, there was a scratch on Daong's waist. The wound wasn't obvious but was already slowly infected, and the surrounding skin had turned dark blue. Everyone now understood that Daong was infected. Bastards. I'll make you pay. Upon learning of Daong's infection, the male student closest to Daong stood up and tried to attack the 2 boys inside the convenience store. Wang Ji stepped forward and pulled him back. Objectively speaking, they were not wrong. Everyone was trying to survive. People can't come back from the dead. Save your strength. We'll deal with your issues at the shelter. After saying this, Wang Ji raised his gun and pointed it at Daong. No, Daong isn't dead yet. You can't do this. The male student hurried to stop Wang Ji from shooting Daong. Wang Ji frowned deeply. In the apocalypse, there was no room for mercy or sympathy. Infection was infection. Bang. Wang Ji pulled the trigger, ending Daong's life. This was the first time in his life he had killed someone, not a zombie, but a real human. Fatty, throw him downstairs, Wang Ji said calmly. Perhaps because there was no order anymore. For some reason, Wang Ji felt nothing about killing for the first time. No fear, no tension, no guilt. The students all lowered their heads silently. No one thought Wang Ji was wrong, nor did anyone dare to speak out. Everyone tacitly understood that no one wanted to keep someone who could turn into a zombie at any time around. Survival of the fittest, that's the apocalypse. Is there a bus in the school? Wang Ji asked Galilei. No large vehicles on campus, but there's usually a business van near the office building, Galilei recalled. A business van? Can so many of us fit in it? That van is usually used by the school to take teachers and students to events. It's pretty big. We can squeeze in. Is the van still there? Wang Ji asked. If there's no event, it's usually parked near the office building. There haven't been any events recently, so it should be there, Galilei thought for a moment. After learning that there was a business van near the office building, Wang Ji briefed the 3 and decided to take advantage of the noon hour to hurry back and bring the van. Then let us hurry and set off. We need to get back before dark, Oldie said. Wang Ji and the others checked the ammunition. Lao He and Sakura had already used up more than half of theirs, while Fatty and Wang Ji had only used a little over 100 rounds. It seems we need to conserve our ammo. We've already burned through nearly half in less than a day. What will we do when we get outside? Wang Ji and T expected the ammunition to be consumed so quickly. The 4 of them left the rooftop and, on their way to the office building, continuously cleared zombies from their path. Most of the zombies were students, and when they encountered a few stragglers, Lao He and Sakura switched to knives to save ammo. The 4 of them reached the bottom of the office building and, after a quick search, found a large business vehicle. However, there were zombies everywhere around the office building. Stirred up by their arrival, they cautiously concealed themselves behind the vehicle. The door was locked. Sakura tugged at the door and whispered, "Is there a key inside?" Wang Ji squatted down and asked, "Are you crazy? Who would leave the keys in the car?" Sakura looked at Wang Ji suspiciously. "It's fine, give me some time. I'll break the door open first," Wang Ji said, pulling out a notebook from his backpack and starting to unlock the door. About half an hour later, there was a click, and the electronic lock on the vehicle was successfully hacked. "Get in the car, but be slow," Wang Ji said, gently opening the door and slipping inside. The ignition key needed to be sensed through radio frequency, and Wang Ji was using a program to simulate the electronic key by generating the same frequency. Of course, this took longer and required repeated testing. It was now 2 p.m., and the number of zombies around was only increasing. The 4 of them held their breath inside the vehicle, watching Wang Ji busily work in the driver's seat. Hey, Captain Wong, can you hurry up? It's been an hour. If this doesn't work, we should head back. Fatty said, noticing the growing number of zombies. If you don't want to be zombie food, be quiet, Wang Ji warned softly. As the program on the notebook continued to decrypt, testing every possible password one by one. By 6 p.m., the light in the sky was fading, and there were even more zombies surrounding the vehicle. Some zombies inside the building also began to walk slowly outside. I think if we don't head back soon, we might have to spend the night in the car, Sakura said quietly, looking around. We don't have a second chance. The computer is almost out of power. We can't give up. Wang Ji glanced at the remaining battery on the laptop. If they couldn't unlock the vehicle, the loss would be even greater for them. Suddenly, a zombie spotted the four of them inside the car, and the windows began to rattle as the zombie pounded against them. This put everyone inside the vehicle on high alert, ready to fire at any moment. Bang! Bang! The sound of the zombies hitting the vehicle attracted even more zombies from the surrounding area. In an instant, the lone zombie outside the window turned into a horde. Crash! The passenger side window shattered from the impact of the zombies. Lao He, seeing this, didn't care about anything else, taking advantage of the window not being completely broken. He pulled out his gun and started shooting at the zombies outside. Bang! Bang! After firing a few rounds, all the zombies blocking the window fell to the ground. Once the fighting started, the noise quickly escalated, and nearby zombies that hadn't noticed the commotion also rushed over. Seeing this, Wang Ji quickly placed the laptop in the middle and pulled out his gun to shoot out the window. There are too many of them. Wang Ji, is it done yet? Lao He asked while firing his weapon. Just a little longer. As Lao He saw the number of zombies increasing, he took out a grenade and threw it into the crowd of zombies in the distance. Boom. A loud explosion shattered the quiet campus. They could hear low growls coming from the office building behind them as zombies began jumping out of the windows, and all the zombies within earshot rushed this way. Are you trying to get us killed by throwing grenades? Sakura glared at Lao He. It's already exploded. Hurry and throw a few more. Lao He shouted. In no time, the zombies in the distance had started to approach. Wang Ji didn't have time to change magazines, and instead pulled out a knife to stab at the heads of the zombies by the window. Boom. Boom. Another two loud explosions sent a large number of zombies flying apart. Suddenly, the car's dashboard lit up, and Wang Ji glanced at the laptop, which showed a successful match. He immediately pressed the ignition button. Before the engine could even sound twice, he shifted into gear and slammed on the gas. Boom. With a roar, the car shot out instantly. Chapter 21. Evacuating the school, the business vehicle suddenly sped out with a loud bang, leaving behind countless zombies in pursuit. The legs of the zombies couldn't match the speed of the four wheels, and in a short while, the business vehicle had shaken off all the zombies. Wang Ji, you really scared us. If we had taken a few more minutes, those zombies would have buried us. Fatty gasped. As they say, fortune favors the bold. With this vehicle, the road ahead will be much easier, Wang Ji replied. The business vehicle had 10 seats in addition to the driver and passenger seats. So the four of them each took one, while the remaining 24 people would have to squeeze into the 8 remaining seats. There wouldn't be enough seats, but there was enough space to squat or lay down, so they could definitely fit. Wang Ji quickly drove back to the bottom of the sports building. The sound of the engine attracted some zombies, but not many. The zombies that had been pouring out of the office building were manageable. The students on the rooftop were anxiously watching them. The recent explosions had left them unsettled. Wang Ji turned off the engine and dealt with the zombies that had followed them before rejoining the others on the rooftop. Seeing that they had successfully obtained a vehicle, the students were much happier than usual, as this vehicle could take them away from there. After distributing some food, Wang Ji sat down with the others to eat. He had noticed that there were only enough fuel for 30 kilometers left in the tank, while their evacuation point was over 60 kilometers away in the suburbs of S City, meaning they would need to refuel along the way. Wang Ji pulled out a map and marked a nearby gas station in the suburbs. The city center was densely populated, and there would definitely be more zombies there. After the meal, Wang Ji checked the remaining ammunition. After the recent skirmish, the four of them had less than 400 rounds left. As long as they didn't engage in any large-scale battles, the remaining 300 rounds would be sufficient. If they could reach the suburbs smoothly tomorrow, the road ahead would be much easier, as there would be far fewer zombies in the sparsely populated areas. With this thought, Wang Ji felt much more relaxed and got up to chat quietly with the students. Everyone, we need to leave here tomorrow. There will definitely be dangers on the road, so we must unite. Follow our commands, and I hope all of you can safely reach the shelter. Get some rest. We'll leave at dawn. Inside the Dawn Tower. Tower Master, another team has taken on an external mission. Jie reported to the Tower Master. Which team? The Tower Master asked, looking up. Reporting to the Tower Master. It's the former dynasty, Jieshi replied. Oh, is that the Tier 3 team? Exactly. How did the first team that went out fare? Reporting to the Tower Master. According to the magnetic card positioning, all targets are in an active state, assessed to have no casualties. Interesting, you can go back now, the Tower Master said, lowering his head to continue reading the documents on his desk. October 4th, 2025, clear skies. As dawn approached, Fatty and Lao He, who had been on guard all night, called everyone to wake up. In fact, no one had slept well. In such an environment, even the slightest rustle would wake them immediately. The group began organizing their supplies and gradually moved them into the vehicle. Before long, the car was packed with students, with 2 people per seat, leaving 8 others squatting beside them. Students, no matter what happens on the road, you must stay in the car and not make a sound. If anyone makes a noise, please knock them out or cover their mouth. Wang Ji turned to explain the precautions to everyone. After that, he took out his notebook and used the secret key he saved from yesterday to instantly unlock the power. Alright, let's go. The noise from the car attracted the zombies on the roadside, and the crazed zombies behind them kept chasing their vehicle. The students squeezed in the back were all scared, hugging each other tightly and trembling. The plan of the 4 was to use the north gate of the campus as an exit, then head north to reach a gas station in a relatively less populated area. On the way, due to severe overloading of the car, Wang Ji didn't dare to turn sharply. He was afraid of flipping the car. He had to rely on the other 3 to shoot out of the windows to clear the zombies ahead to prevent collisions that could damage the car. Look, there are people on the rooftop. The chubby guy suddenly shouted, seeing a group of survivors on the rooftop. Wang Ji was taken aback. He didn't expect anyone to survive. But unfortunately, they were already in no condition to stop and save anyone. Thinking this, Wang Ji focused on driving to avoid hitting the zombies ahead. Seeing that Wang Ji had no intention of stopping, the chubby guy fell silent. They reached the north gate, and the car's hood was already deformed from the impacts. And they had fired nearly 100 rounds of ammunition. Bang! The business vehicle crashed through the barrier at the north gate. Once they were out of the school, the number of zombies on the road was significantly higher than in the school, with large patches of blood and corpses scattered on the ground. Vehicles were parked haphazardly on the road, and the entire street was eerily silent. Wang Ji noticed a convenience store nearby, with its goods almost untouched, and to be honest, he felt tempted. If they could take all the food from that store back, it would be a considerable gain. However, after having that thought, he shook his head secretly. They needed to evacuate quickly, or they might lose their lives. Oh no, the road ahead is blocked by zombies. He said, looking through binoculars. Should we change routes? The chubby guy panicked upon hearing this. No, I'm not sure about the conditions of the other route. He, take this, Wang Ji said, handing his grenade to He from his waist. After that, Wang Ji stepped on the gas pedal, weaving through the zombies. As they approached the zombie crowd, He pulled the pin and threw it forward with all his might. The grenade landed among the zombies. Bang! The grenade exploded with a loud bang among the crowd of zombies. Wang Ji couldn't care about anything else and floored the accelerator, charging towards the spot that had just been blown open. Countless zombies crashed into the front of the car, and the windshield shattered into a spider web, splattering a bunch of thick blood. Fortunately, the weight of the car allowed it to force its way through the zombie horde. But he could no longer see the road ahead because the glass was completely destroyed. Chapter 22. Gas station, damn it. Looking at the blurry glass, Wang Ji slammed the steering wheel. After one grenade exploded, more and more zombies surrounded them. If they didn't accelerate and leave soon, the car would soon be surrounded tightly by the recent horde of zombies, leaving them with no way out. Smash the glass, He said, forcefully using the butt of his gun to break the windshield. Wang Ji quickly took out his gun, smashed a hole, and immediately accelerated. As Wang Ji drove forward, He helped clear the windshield. Without the windshield, the speed of 50 km/h caused the wind to rush into the car. After rushing through the previous horde of zombies, they drove for a while, fortunately having deviated from the bustling downtown area. And they didn't encounter more groups of zombies on the road. Wang Ji glanced at the fuel gauge. It was already on empty. He had greatly underestimated the fuel consumption of this vehicle. He initially planned to drive seamlessly to the gas station for refueling, but without the windshield, the wind resistance and the weight of their 28 people caused a sharp increase in fuel consumption. After driving for less than a minute, sure enough, the car began to slow down gradually. Why has it stopped? The chubby guy asked in confusion from the back seat. Out of fuel. You said we could reach the gas station. Isn't that because the windshield broke? So should we walk to get fuel? We should be less than a kilometer from that gas station, Wang Ji predicted. A kilometer isn't far, but it's not close either. He pondered for a moment. Let's go. We don't have any other tools to get fuel, so we can only go there. Saying this, he opened the car door. Chubby, you stay here to protect them. The three of us will go get fuel. Wang Ji turned and said, Wait, am I the only one left here? The chubby guy looked at the zombies that occasionally appeared around, feeling a bit uneasy. Aren't there still more than 20 people behind? What are you afraid of? Wang Ji glanced at the other students in the car. 20 people. Before the chubby guy could finish, Wang Ji got out of the car and pulled him down. Don't forget why we came out. I understand, Captain Wang. But are you really going to leave me here alone? The chubby guy looked troubled. Wang Ji scanned the surroundings. There weren't many zombies here, and on the outskirts of the road, as long as they didn't make a loud noise. It would still be relatively safe to stay in this position. Okay, but you guys must be quick, the chubby guy worriedly said. After Wang Ji and the three left, the chubby guy returned to the car. Don't make a sound, or if zombies come, I can't help you, he complained. The three of them walked towards the gas station, with zombies almost trapped inside the cars on the road, to avoid being ambushed. They kept a safe distance from the vehicles, cautiously feeling their way forward. When they sneaked up to the gas station, many vehicles were still parked here, with trucks making up the majority. In addition to the vehicles, there were many corpses on the ground, with wounds indicating they had been killed by humans. It seems this place has been thoroughly searched, he said, looking at the smashed convenience store in the distance. Let's go in and take a look, but be careful, Wang Ji said, and the three of them slowly approached the interior of the gas station, backing up to prevent a zombie ambush. When they got to a truck, the zombies behind it noticed the three of them and suddenly erupted. Facing the zombie was Wang Ji. Prepared, he directly stabbed his dagger into the zombie's skull, killing it instantly. After the three of them killed a few more zombies, they moved into the convenience store inside the gas station. As expected, it had already been looted, just as he had said. However, the barrels of gasoline were still untouched. Each of the three took 2 bottles and put them in their backpacks. That should be enough. Let's head back, Ing said. On the way back, Wang Ji noticed he had been frowning the whole time and asked, What's wrong, he? Are you feeling unwell? No, I just feel something's off, he replied. Off? What's off? Why do you think the people from the Dawn Tower knew the apocalypse was coming? It's like they can foresee the future, he expressed his doubts. 2 possibilities. First, the apocalypse was initiated by them. Second, they knew someone was going to start the apocalypse, but the other party was too powerful for them to stop, Ing analyzed. After hearing this speculation, Wang Ji fell into deep thought. Indeed, advanced layout. No matter how you look at it, they must have known about the apocalypse beforehand. The key question is whether the Dawn Tower is the mastermind. I hope it's the first scenario, he said. Why? Wang Ji was puzzled. If it's the second one, it would be very unfavorable for us, and our enemies aren't just these mindless zombies. Wang Ji's heart skipped a beat. He understood that if it was indeed the second possibility, it meant they were about to face an existence even more terrifying than the Dawn Tower. This was not the time to discuss it. They would think about it slowly once they returned alive. Saying this, Sakura had already started to walk back. When the three returned, there were several more corpses by the car, which must have been the work of the fat guy. Upon seeing the three return, the fat guy immediately got out of the car and rushed over to ask about the situation. Wang Ji poured all the fuel they had collected into the fuel tank. The car started up again, and as they drove along, the number of vehicles dwindled, and they had completely entered the suburbs. He was in the passenger seat, looking at the map and guiding Wang Ji on the direction. It should be around here. We just need to go 2 kilometers in that direction. It'll be nearby. He said, looking at the rice fields beside them. Are you sure it's here? Wang Ji stopped the car to confirm. Absolutely, he assured him. All right, everyone get out. Upon hearing Wang Ji's words, everyone in the car got out, stretching their stiff limbs. It was uncomfortable for more than 20 people to be crammed into one car, but now they had arrived at a deserted area. Feeling as if they had come to a paradise, joy evident on everyone's faces. Honggu, what does the shelter you mentioned look like? Can you tell us about it? Some classmates followed the fat guy curiously. What's there to talk about? You'll know when we get there. Just focus on the road and be careful of your surroundings. The fat guy said impatiently. In the rice fields, Wang Ji did not spot any zombies, but he remained vigilant, a habit he had to cultivate. Just then, as he walked ahead, he suddenly felt a tug on his backpack. Heightened tension, Wang Ji immediately gripped his dagger and turned around. Instead of the zombie he had imagined, it was Keelalai. Oh, it's you, Wang Ji said, lowering the dagger that had been raised. In the future, you should call out before approaching someone from behind. Otherwise, they might think you're a zombie, Wang Ji continued. I'm sorry, Keelalai said apologetically, lowering her head. Is there something you need? Can I still be with you guys in the future? Keelalai asked, looking at Wang Ji with hopeful eyes. That should be fine, but let us get there first. I'm afraid once you see that place, you want to leave, Wang Ji replied honestly. Okay. Keelalai's eyes brightened at Wang Ji's lack of refusal. In fact, He had already planned to make Keelalai the fifth member of their team before this. Now that she had taken the initiative to ask to join, it saved him the trouble of persuading her. It's important to know that no matter where one is, groups form. Choosing the right people and circles can directly impact one's life. Wang Ji could not guarantee that these people's choices of him were correct, but he could guarantee that he would not betray them. Chapter 23. Refugees, citizens. The group walked for about half an hour on the rugged slope, and at a small hill, they discovered the evacuation entrance. Wang Ji glanced back at the three and quickly walked over. It was a thick iron door, just like the one they had seen last time. Wang Ji placed the magnetic card on it. The door opened. Wei arrived. Everyone go in. Wang Ji said to the students behind him. Great. We're saved. After all the others entered, Wang Ji followed in. The iron door closed automatically when the magnetic card was removed from a certain distance. After the door closed, the 20 or so people slowly advanced in the pitch-black tunnel, relying only on the flashlights held by Wang Ji and the other three. Are you sure this is the right place? Yeah, but where exactly are we headed? Some students had begun to feel uneasy in the dark, narrow tunnel, as the endless steps seemed never-ending. Just keep going, Wang Ji said, too lazy to explain, and silently continued down the stairs. After a while, they finally saw the end. It was the elevator door. Wang Ji stepped forward and opened the elevator. The space inside was not enough to accommodate all 20 of them, so they had to split into two groups. The first group consisted of the fat guy and old he leading 12 students to take the first trip, while he and Sakura took the second. Once confirmed, old he entered the elevator first with the group and left. The few of them waited for about half an hour, and the elevator returned. Let us go in, Wang Ji said. Even split into two groups, the 14 people inside the elevator were still very crowded. At this moment, Sakura took the opportunity to tease Wang Ji, pressing her body against his back. Sakura, could you move back a bit? It's a bit hot, Wang Ji said awkwardly. Humph. Do you want me to stick to someone else? Sakura looked at Wang Ji with an expression that suggested he was taking advantage of the situation, annoyed. But Wang Ji was genuinely hot. In the cramped space, coupled with the biohazard suit he was wearing, he felt the air was a bit suffocating. On top of that, the smell from the bloodstains on their clothes and the students who hadn't bathed for days filled the elevator with an unpleasant odor. Ding! The elevator made a sound. Wei arrived. As soon as the door opened, Wang Ji rushed out first. He really didn't want to stay inside for another second. Outside, Wang Ji looked at the familiar lobby. The fat guy and oldie had been waiting for a long time, and the area was filled with fully armed guards, ready to respond to emergencies at any time. The students were amazed at the true appearance of the Dawn Tower, as if they had suddenly come from hell to heaven. At this moment, Wang Ji and the others could not fully enter the interior of the Dawn Tower. They still had to go through various checks. Please follow me to the medical room for a full disinfection and health check. A woman in a white coat and mask came over, signaling Wang Ji and the others to follow her. I'm glad to see you back. It must have been quite an adventure outside. The woman in the white coat said. Not funny. Outside was hell on earth, Wang Ji replied. The woman in the white coat led Wang Ji and the others for a while. This is it. Chief Sophie is waiting for you inside, the woman said before turning to leave. Wang Ji remembered that Sophie was the head of the medical room they had seen in the conference hall before. The group arrived at the medical room, and Chief Sophie first took them to the changing and disinfection room. Everyone, please go in, take off all your clothes, and enter the disinfection area to wash your bodies. Men go to the left room, and women go to the right, Sophie said, standing in the corridor before leaving the disinfection room. Inside the room, 3 male doctors in white coats were setting up many small baskets to collect Wang Ji and the others' clothing and gear. Wang Ji took off his blood-stained biohazard suit and personal clothes, tossing them into the basket, and walked naked into the disinfection shower, where a uniform hung as a spare outfit. After washing up, everyone emerged from the disinfection room wearing identical Dawn Tower uniforms. This way, please, a medical staff member guided. Wang Ji arrived at the testing room. The testing process was simple, just a blood draw, and after a wait, as long as there were no signs of infection, it would be fine. When the test results came out, there were no hidden infections. Wang Ji breathed a sigh of relief. After all, if any of the 4 had a problem, it would severely impact him. After the testing, Wang Ji and the others took the students to the mission hall. He could hardly wait to submit the mission. After verifying the information, they had brought back a total of 24 valid survivors. At the same time, their accounts had also increased by 2,400 survival points. After handing the students over to the Dawn Tower, Wang Ji had one more thing to handle, which was to recruit Keelalai into the team. Keelalai, come with us, Wang Ji called out. Hearing Wang Ji call her from a distance, Keelalai jogged over. The group took Keelalai to the affairs hall, where they found a window without a line and walked over. Hello, we are the Team Dusk's Afterglow. I would like to invite a survivor to join our team. All right, please show me your magnetic cards, the person in charge said. At this moment, Wang Zishai realized that Jiali did not have a magnetic card. You see, she is someone we just rescued from outside and currently doesn't have a magnetic card. Could you help her get one? Wang Zishai asked the person in charge. No magnetic card? Then her current status is that of a vagrant. And it will cost 1,000 survival points to purchase citizen status. Only with citizen status can one enjoy all the rights of the Dawn Tower. Vagrant? Is that even a term? Wang Zishai questioned, but he understood what it meant. Anyone without a magnetic card was considered a vagrant, and vagrants could not enjoy all rights, which meant they had no freedom. Citizens, on the other hand, had magnetic cards, just like them, which allowed them to acquire various wealth and enjoy all the rights of the Dawn Tower. Now, if Wang Zishai wanted Jiali to join the team, he would need to pay 1,000 survival points to purchase her citizen status. Wang Zishai looked at Jiali, who was currently bewildered and didn't understand why everyone was staring at her. It was clear she was still unaware of what it meant to be a vagrant, what a citizen was, or what survival points were. Seeing Jiali's confused expression reminded Wang Zishai of that day when Jiali stood alone at the bottom of the stadium with a knife, waiting for their group. Looking shaky and vulnerable, it was heartbreaking. He didn't want to give up on such a kind person. In this apocalypse, he needed teammates like her, someone he wouldn't have to doubt. Wang Zishai glanced at old He, who simply nodded silently, not offering much of an opinion. He had already discussed this with Sakura outside, and she had no objections. As for the fat guy, his opinion no longer mattered. All right, I will purchase her citizen status. Wang Zishai turned to the person in charge and said. After confirming again, the staff deducted 1,000 survival points from Wang Zishai's team. From that moment on, Jiali officially became a citizen of the Dawn Tower. After completing Jiali's joining procedures, they handed over a magnetic card with the ID 10001. 10001 represented the first person in the Dawn Tower to become a citizen from being a vagrant. Chapter 24, Summary of the outing mission here. This will be your ID card from now on. Don't lose it, and definitely don't give it to anyone, Wang Zishai said as he handed the magnetic card to Jiali. But where did the other classmates go? Jiali asked after receiving the card. Don't worry, they are safe here and all have their own tasks. From now on, you are one of us, so make sure to learn from Sister Sakura and Brother He, Wang Zishai said as he patted Jiali on the head. To avoid giving Jiali unnecessary burdens regarding the others, Wang Zishai could only respond vaguely. On the way back to the residence, Wang Zishai explained the basic rules of the Dawn Tower to Jiali. So, these survival points must be quite valuable, right? Jiali asked after listening to Wang Zishai's explanation. Survival points were equivalent to money here, and when they were asked to pay 1,000 survival points to join, the expressions on the faces of the four of them had clearly changed, which Jiali noticed as well. It's just a string of numbers. How can it be valuable or not? Wang Zishai said nonchalantly as he walked ahead. Captain Wang, that's equivalent to 10 lives. How can you say that? The fat guy chimed in from behind. Hearing this, Wang Zishai stopped and turned around to look at the fat guy, unsure if he was genuinely foolish or just pretending. Why are you all looking at me? Did I remember wrong? The fat guy said innocently. When Wang Zishai turned to look at Jiali, he found her eyes slightly red, standing silently beside him. Hee, little sister, don't take it too seriously. Since we are willing to spend this money, it means you are worth it. Don't listen to that fat guy, Sakura said as she comforted Jiali, who simply nodded with red eyes. Hey, you can call me fat guy, but please don't add dead to it. Meanwhile, news about Wang Zishai and the others returning from outside quickly spread throughout the Dawn Tower. Brothers, what is it like outside now? Is it really like in the video? Where did you guys go? Was it dangerous? Yeah. Tell us about it. As they encountered Wang Zishai and the others on the road, many rushed forward to inquire about the situation outside. However, the group said nothing and hurried ahead. The reason was simple. This information was valuable, and if they wanted to know, they had to pay for it. Soon, the five of them returned to their room in Area B. Wow, what a nostalgic feeling. I want to sleep for a day? The fat guy flopped onto the bed closest to the door. The room was spacious and well-arranged, and Wang Zishai assigned Jiali to the bed next to Sakura, as it would be more convenient for the two women to look out for each other. After lying on the beds for a while, there was another knock on the room door. Who is it? The fat guy shouted. Your clothes and equipment, came the voice from outside. After hearing this, the fat guy got out of bed, opened the door, and brought in the items they had left in the medical room. Wow, this smells really strong. The fat guy waved his hands in front of him. The clothes and equipment had all been disinfected and still carried the smell of disinfectant. By the way, Jiali doesn't have a weapon yet. Let's go buy her one later, Wang Zishai suggested as he sat up on his bed. Before that, Shouldn't we go eat something first? Sakura said. I'll go to the trading hall first to post the information. You guys wait for me in the cafeteria, Wang Zishai said, and then walked out. Wang Zishai quickly made his way to the trading hall, approached the front desk, and presented his magnetic card. Hello, I would like to sell some information. The staff took the magnetic card, checked the details, and said, please edit the information yourself and upload it to the system. The Dawn Tower will charge a 10% transaction fee. All right, no problem, Wang Zishai replied as he edited the information on the computer in front of him. Titled Summary of the Outing Mission. Target, zombies. Quantity, depending on population density, it could range from several thousand to tens of thousands, or as few as dozens to hundreds. Behavior, they fear darkness and are frightened of light. Zombies move extremely quickly and frantically at night, while their movements slow down slightly in the presence of light. Zombies are mutated from humans, and their abilities vary from person to person. They are particularly sensitive to sound and smell, tracking through sound and locking onto scent. Fatal weakness, the brain and the head. Danger avoidance. Try to stay away from zombie corpses, as they may not be completely dead and could launch a surprise attack. Causing infection. Price, 100 survival points. After editing and checking for errors, Wang Zishai successfully submitted the information. Once it passed the system review, it would be displayed in the trading system. After submitting the information, Wang Zishai also took a look at the titles of others' information. There were all sorts of messy information, ranging from details about teams to personal privacy photos of individuals. Just as Wang Zishai was browsing through various pieces of information, he heard footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw Captain Jiiki. What a coincidence. Captain Jiiki, are you here for trading too? Wang Zishai greeted. I specifically came to find you. Follow me. Jiiki said expressionlessly as she turned to leave. Wang Zishai had already gotten used to Jiiki's cold demeanor and followed her. The two arrived at the office of the security headquarters, where Jiiki directly sat in her chair and gestured to the sofa beside her. Sit. I didn't expect you to return safely. It's a bit surprising, she said. Thanks to good luck and Captain Jiiki's help, Wang Zishai replied humbly. Tell me about the process and summary of this mission, Jiiki said. Wang Zishai then recounted their experiences after landing to Jiiki. After listening to Wang Zishai's description, Jiiki fell silent for a moment before speaking. It seems worse than I imagined. I heard you rescued a vagrant member? Yes. She is the one we saved during this mission. Okay, understood. You can go back now. I'm going to have dinner now. Didn't I say I would treat you to a meal when I got back? How about now? Wang Ji invited, noting that the school map Jia she had given them was very helpful to him. Haha, I didn't expect you to remember, but never mind. I'm not helping you just for a meal, Jieshi declined. Of course, as long as Captain Jieshi speaks. There will be a line of people wanting to treat you to a meal that stretches to the ground. But I genuinely want to treat Captain Jieshi to dinner. Wang Ji continued, unwilling to miss this opportunity. After hearing this, Jieshi looked up at Wang Ji and said, let's go. Inside the restaurant. I say, are we being stood up by Captain Wang? Should we order first? The chubby guy, sitting at the table, said boredly while looking at the three who were silent. Captain Wang really is something else. It's been almost half an hour. Is it that hard to hang up a mission? The chubby guy continued to ramble when he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from behind. Sorry to keep you waiting. I had to deal with something. Wang Ji said as he walked over. Captain Jieshi, please sit. The chubby guy immediately stood up to give Jieshi a seat when he saw that the captain of the guard department was standing next to Wang Ji. We agreed to treat Captain Jieshi to dinner, so I invited her today, Wang Ji explained. Nice to see you again. Jieshi greeted the others and sat down without any pretenses. As soon as Jieshi sat next to Galili's body trembled. Ing and Lao he also nodded in respect. Jieshi left a good impression on them. Captain Jieshi, do you have any food restrictions? Wang Ji asked while looking at the menu. Jieshi shook her head, indicating she was fine with anything. Chapter 25. Yilinglong Wang Ji looked at the menu and ordered 6 portions of high-nutrition compressed cheese, special milkshakes, and steak rice. After placing the order, everyone sat quietly at the table, and the atmosphere became awkward with Jieshi's presence. The usually talkative chubby guy also kept quiet at this moment. Wang Ji noticed the gaze of others around him. They were occasionally looking over at him. The reason was simple. The captain of the guard headquarters was dining with them. He also understood the meaning of Jieshi's earlier words. It was uncomfortable to eat like this. 10 minutes later, the ordered food was served, breaking the awkwardness. Suddenly, amidst the eating, they heard a sobbing sound. Wang Ji looked up to see the chubby guy crying while eating. What's wrong, chubby guy? Wang Ji asked, confused. Nothing. It's just too delicious. I'm touched. I haven't had a proper meal in a month, and this feeling is just amazing. The chubby guy wailed. Come on. Such a drama king. Why so much theatrics over a meal? Wang Ji thought, looking at the overly dramatic chubby guy with some confusion. This is your new team member? Jieshi asked, staring at Galili. Yes, it is, Wang Ji replied. Not bad, Jieshi simply commented. Feeling Jieshi's gaze, Galili unconsciously leaned away. Wang Ji noticed Galili's small movements and said, no need to be nervous. Captain Jie, she is our good friend. You all train hard, so don't skimp on your diet. Try the high nutrition meals here. It's about time. I should get going, Jieshi said, picking up her milkshake and standing up to leave. The meal ended just like that. And Wang Ji went to the front desk. Hello, table 07. I'd like to pay the bill. Please wait. 6 portions of high nutrition compressed cheese, 6 special milkshakes, and 6 steak rice, a total of 50 survival points, the staff member said. Wang Ji gasped. That was quite a hefty sum to spend on one meal. And Jieshi told them not to skimp on food in the future. Who could afford that? That person just now was so scary. After Wang Ji returned from paying, Galili spoke up. Wang Ji recalled Galili's fearful expression earlier and asked, what happened? When she looked at me, I felt she was an extremely terrifying person, Galili said softly. After all, she is the captain of the guard. It's normal for her to be strong, but she won't harm us without reason, Wang Ji reassured her. I heard from a squad that they happened to see that captain training, and her full power strike reached nearly 1,000 kilograms of force, Lao He said. Wow. Is she even human? With that punch, she could probably punch through someone, the chubby guy gasped. Let's go. We need to buy Galili a weapon, Wang Ji said, leading everyone to the weapon equipment hall. In the apocalypse, a reliable weapon is an essential item for everyone. Go pick a weapon you like, Wang Ji said to Galili. Thank you, Captain, Galili said, following behind. Don't mention it. We're all on the same team. What do you need? The staff member approached when they saw someone enter. We'll just look around first. Thank you, Wang Ji replied. All kinds of weapon equipment can be checked in the system menu. Wang Ji brought up the menu and let Galili browse through it herself. After a while, Galili chose a regular blue steel knife. Wang Ji looked at the price and description of the blue steel knife in the system. The price is only 50 survival points. Galili was very considerate, picking the cheapest knife. Can this 50 survival point knife even be used? It'll probably break after a few cuts, right? We finally bought her a weapon. And we got this? Ing wondered. Let's get a better knife. This one isn't sturdy. It'll break after a few uses, Wang Ji said, also feeling that it was a shame to buy a worthless piece of iron after finally getting a chance to buy something. Thinking of this, Wang Ji moved forward and flipped through a few more pages in the system menu. Start from this page. Wang Ji pointed at the screen, knowing that with Galili's personality, if he didn't force her to flip through a few pages, she would probably choose a knife that costs 100 survival points next. How about this one? Galili finally pointed at a red blade knife on the page Wang Ji flipped to and asked tentatively. The others gathered around to look at the details. This knife is called Yi Ling Long, priced at 500 survival points, made of tungsten alloy, indestructible. It also comes with after-sales maintenance. If it gets chipped or dulled, you can send it back for repairs, so there's no need to worry about it breaking and being unusable. Not bad. There's definitely a reason for the price. Wang Ji nodded. Wow, when can I buy a weapon like this? The chubby guy said enviously while looking at the screen. Wait until we have more survival points. Right now we have guns, don't we? Wang Ji said, glancing at the price of rifles, which were also around 500 survival points. Shall we order this Yiling Long? Wang Ji turned to ask. Hello, we would like to buy this Yiling Long. Wang Ji handed the card to the staff member. Okay. The weapon will be delivered to your residence within 3 days. Please wait patiently, the staff member replied. Such cold weapons generally require time to make. They are only produced when someone buys them. Popular products with high demand are naturally stocked, allowing for immediate purchase. Although 500 survival points was a bit of a splurge for them now, in the long run, it wasn't a loss. As for them, they still had handguns and daggers to use for a while. They could replace their gear later when they earned more survival points. Let's go. It was clear that Galili, who just got a good weapon, was very happy now. The group took Galili on a tour of the various areas on the second floor. And Wang Ji told her how he met Lao He, Ing, and the chubby guy, as well as some things that happened after arriving at the Dawn Tower. Galili listened attentively as if she were hearing a story, until Wang Ji mentioned that the Crimson Flame team came looking for trouble, when she couldn't help but ask, Captain, will they retaliate? Wang Ji thought for a moment and replied, with Zhao Yang's personality, they will definitely retaliate. However, internal conflict is not allowed within the Dawn Tower. Unless it's on the arena. Otherwise, the guard team will impose sanctions. I really want to become a strong person like Captain Zhigzi and protect everyone, Galili said, clenching her fists with a look of longing. Hearing Galili say she wanted to protect him made Wang Ji's face flush. This girl, though small in stature, could talk big. And the key was that she didn't see anything wrong with it. From now on, no solo actions. You have to bring a partner for everything. It's safer that way. In this end of the world, there are no laws, no justice, and the only person you can truly trust is yourself. Do you understand? Wang Ji asked. But Captain, can't you trust each other? Galili looked up at Wang Ji. Well, not completely, because I don't know if I'll fall in this end of the world. Wang Ji said somewhat sadly. It's okay. Even if you sell me out, I would willingly accept it. After all, I was saved by you. Galili smiled as she raised her head. Wang Ji glanced at Galili but didn't respond. He couldn't imagine what they would become in the future. Chapter 26. The former dynasty. After shopping for a while, the five returned to their residence. At this time, Sakura was sitting on the bed swinging her legs. And after thinking for a moment, she spoke. Good little brother, come over. I have something to tell you. Wang Ji, upon hearing this, didn't think much and walked over directly. However, when he got to Sakura's side, he suddenly felt something was off and wanted to leave. But it was too late. Sakura abruptly pulled him onto the bed, wrapping one arm around his neck while brandishing a dagger in front of his eyes. Wang Ji, seeing this, nervously asked, What's wrong, Sister Sakura? Oh, it seems like there's a crack on my dagger. Sakura suddenly spoke. Hearing her words, Wang Ji shifted his gaze to the dagger in front of him. It was perfectly clean. Where could a crack come from? But since Sakura said so, if he insisted there was no crack, it would seem very inconsiderate. It seems like there is a crack. Should we replace it? Wang Ji probed. Wouldn't that be too wasteful? Sakura said in a strange tone. A good blade deserves a good sheath. No waste. Then I'll listen to my little brother. Sakura smiled. Wang Ji saw that Sakura released him and was about to get up when unexpectedly, she draped her legs over his. Sister Sakura, I'm tired from being out all day, my legs are sore, help me massage them, Sakura lazily said while lying on the bed. Legs sore? What a joke. Wasn't he his own legs sore? Who would come to massage him? However, after thinking it over, Wang Ji still placed his hands on Sakura's legs and began to knead. Your technique is quite professional. It's a pity you're not a massage therapist. Sakura praised. Wang Ji had a black line on his face. Some people appeared glamorous on the surface and were leaders, but behind the scenes, they were massage therapists? A little lower. Yes, right there. Is the pressure okay? Just right. After Wang Ji finished tending to her, he quickly washed up and collapsed onto the bed, falling asleep. In the dark of night, Wang Ji woke up from a nightmare, dreaming that his companions turned into zombies one after another and rushed toward him. Thus, he woke up in sadness and fear. Turning on the bedside lamp, Wang Ji found that the others were still resting. How long have I been asleep? The fat guy was awakened by Wang Ji's movements, mumbling. In the tower, there is no distinction between day and night, aside from a date that records dawn time. Whether it's 3 a.m. or 4 p.m., no one pays attention. When tired, they sleep. When awake, they work and train. I don't know. I had a nightmare. Get up. Let us go buy some food, Wang Ji said, shaking his head and getting out of bed. After arriving at the cafeteria with the fat guy, Wang Ji ordered many buns and 5 servings of millet porridge, totaling 10 survival points. Upon returning to the residence, everyone was still resting. They were too tired these days. Once they returned to a safe place, their tense nerves relaxed, leading to deep sleep. If they were outside, even the slightest noise would make them open their eyes immediately and be alert to their surroundings. Once everyone woke up and sat around the table to eat, Wang Ji spoke. Now let us discuss our plan. Each of us needs to stay in the training ground for 12 hours a day, regardless of whether we are training. We have to be there to accumulate time. This way, we can gain more survival points to sustain our team. After finishing, Wang Ji took out 5 devices that looked like headphones and placed them on the table. These radios are specially made for the Dawn Tower. They can receive signals up to 10 kilometers away and do not require any network. They can be used anywhere. To send a message, you must be on the same channel and press this button to speak, and others on the same frequency can hear it. Wang Ji explained to the others. Hello. Can you hear me? The fat guy picked up the radio to try it out. The others nodded, indicating that the headphones were working fine. Good, Lingling Yao. Check the tasks. Wang Ji opened Lingling Yao and asked. Current tasks. 1. Personal training. Accumulate 12 hours to gain 10 survival points. 2. Outgoing mission. Remaining mandatory acceptance time. 28 days, 16 hours. Check the trading status, Wang Ji said. Information. 1 copy has been sold, earning 90 points. Wow. The business is coming in fast, Sakura said. Wow. With so many teams, if each person buys a copy of our outgoing information, 1 tea we get rich? Doesn't that mean we can have big fish and meat every meal? The fat guy said excitedly. Think again. They will organize several teams to buy our information and share it. Being able to sell a few copies would be good enough, Wang Ji replied. After eating, everyone should go train. Fat guy, train well. The next time we go out, luck may not be on our side, Wang Ji said and got up to leave. On the way, Wang Ji, not trusting the fat guy's self-discipline, said to Lao He, when you have time, guide the fat guy. We can't let him drag us down, just train him hard. Sure, I'm good at training people, Lao He laughed. Sister Sakura, please take care of Galili. Although she handles the knife well, she still lacks knowledge and operation of firearms. I'll reluctantly agree since you massaged my legs, Sakura replied. Upon arriving at the training hall, there were people training at all times. First, they could earn survival points. Second, they could strengthen their abilities. Third, they were about to face an outgoing mission. Hey, have you heard? The Tier 3 team from the former dynasty went out yesterday. I heard. I even went to the first floor to watch them leave yesterday. Wow, that momentum, that equipment. It's so enviable. I really want to join them, but unfortunately, there's a limit on the number of team members. Give it up. With your physique, how could they possibly want you? What are you saying? Aren't you afraid of being heard by the captain? While Wang Ji was training nearby, he overheard their discussion. This was the first time he heard about a Tier 3 team. Some of the people here had arrived a long time ago. When he heard about Tier 2 and Tier 3 teams, he wasn't too surprised. After all, the apocalypse had just begun, and the level of a team only determined the number of members. To him, there wasn't much difference otherwise. Chapter 27. The cafe. During training, Wang Ji still focused on physical fitness. Physical fitness is expressed through abilities such as strength, speed, endurance, coordination, toughness, and agility, which are essential for survival in the apocalypse. Just imagine, if a horde of zombies is chasing you. You need speed to escape and strength to fight them off, and all of this requires stamina. Wang Ji checked the time. 6 hours had already passed. Then, using the radio, he instructed everyone to go to the cafeteria to eat and rest for a while. I'm done for if I don't die outside. I'm going to die from exhaustion here first. The fat guy slumped into a chair in the restaurant, wailing. Wang Ji glanced at the exhausted fat guy and turned to ask, Old He, what did you do to him to tire him out like this? Old He replied, It's nothing much, just made him run 10 kilometers with a weighted pack. Running 10 kilometers with a weighted pack shouldn't tire you out this much, right? Wang Ji pushed the fat guy who was lying on the table. The fat guy, hearing this, weakly said, Look, do you see the marks on my arms? And on my legs and waist, that's 30 kilograms. 10 kilometers. Old He, you shouldn't push him too hard. After all, the fat guy has a poor foundation. He needs to progress gradually. Wang Ji looked at the marks on the fat guy's arms, genuinely worried he might train him to death. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. If we don't train hard, by the time those zombies outside eat us, there won't be any gradual progress left. Old He disregarded Wang Ji's plea for the fat guy. Wang Ji didn't continue to persuade. Life is one's own, and as long as he doesn't die from training, then train hard it is. Oh, is the fat guy playing dead here? At this moment, Ying and Liulai walked over from outside. Once the two sat down, Wang Ji noticed that Liulai's condition wasn't great either. Her small face was a bit pale, and her hands resting on the table were slightly trembling. Hearing Ying's arrival, the fat guy propped himself up and proposed to Liulai, Liulai, let's switch. Let me train with Sister Ying. Oh, Ying raised her eyebrows, spinning her dagger faster and faster until it suddenly flashed. Do you still want to train with me now? The fat guy looked at the hair that had fallen on the table and swallowed hard. I was just joking, men and women shouldn't be too close. He then slumped back down on the table, continuing to play dead. While they were talking, Wang Ji had already ordered 10 large portions of rice, along with 3 vegetarian dishes, 1 meat dish, and 5 bottles of red soda. Now that it's the apocalypse, the outside world is perilous, although there's food and drink here. We can't live like mice in the underground forever, right? So I hope everyone can work hard together to get through this apocalypse. Wang Ji expressed his thoughts again. That's right, let's all work hard together. Old He raised his soda, clinked glasses with a few people, and drank it all in one go. After eating, Wang Ji stood up to pay the bill and left the restaurant. He didn't rush to train. He suddenly realized that his strength was too weak. In terms of firearms, he was far inferior to Old He. In terms of cold weapons, he was even worse than Ying and Liulai. And the fat guy was also growing stronger through daily training. What about him? How could he command respect? Just like last night when Ying threatened him, he really had no power to resist. Although Old He and Ying hadn't said it outright, Ying had already given him enough warning. If they wanted to kill him, it would be very simple. If he continued to indulge in the self-satisfied halo of being the captain, it wouldn't be long before he became a puppet captain with no chance of turning things around. This was also the problem he was most worried about now. In terms of fighting and killing, he was not just 1 or 2 years behind them. Trying to become stronger through training like the fat guy was simply not feasible. While he was getting stronger, others were also getting stronger. their starting points were not the same. Aside from physical strength, what kind of approach should he take to gain their reliance? Suddenly, Wang Ji remembered the information he had seen in the information hall that day, which included the preferences of the guard team leader, Jieshi. At that time, he thought who would be so bored as to buy such information. But now it was an excellent opportunity for him to make a second contact with her. The person who could host the meeting at the all-hands meeting definitely held a significant position within the Dawn Tower. Moreover, he had already had contact with her. Familiarity would breed ease. If he could build a good relationship with this captain, it would surely be a trump card for him. As long as he had a trump card, he wouldn't be a true puppet captain, at least he would have some weight. With that thought, Wang Ji jogged all the way to the information hall. Wang Ji opened the menu on the screen and searched for the previous piece of information. Relying on his memory, he quickly found the information about Jieshi. The price was very cheap, only 10 survival points. Wang Ji looked around to confirm that no one was watching, then said to the staff at the front desk, "Hello, I want to buy the information numbered A108. After saying that, he handed over the magnetic card. "Okay, I've unlocked the access for you. Please check over there," the staff member said. Wang Ji took the magnetic card and went to the information machine in the corner. After verifying his identity, the screen displayed the personal information he had purchased as well as the information for sale. Wang Ji didn't hesitate and directly clicked on the information he had just bought. Guard team leader Jia, she often visits the cafe. Specific details are unknown. Wang Ji. Just a cafe, and the rest is still unknown? This information is just too unhelpful. Wang Ji complained in his heart. But he didn't give up. Since he knew about the cafe, he might as well go there personally and ask around, right? The cafe was on the first floor, which was the largest floor of the Dawn Tower. Almost all leisure, entertainment, medical, housing, production, and breeding activities were on this floor. The first floor was divided into 4 areas. The first area was the entrance, the second area was for breeding and production, the third was for staff housing, and the last was various shops. When Wang Ji was just getting to know the situation of the first and second floors, he was also shocked for quite a while by the complete ecological system within the Dawn Tower. Such a level of construction could already be called a mini-city. Wang Ji didn't rush to the cafe, but instead went to a snack shop. The purpose of going to the snack shop was to give the staff a little something. Otherwise, their answer might just be "I don't know." 10 survival points for a box of chocolate. Food is always hard currency in the apocalypse. With the chocolate in hand, he arrived at the only cafe in the 4th area. Upon entering, Wang Ji found it empty, with only a manager wiping cups. This situation was understandable. After all, in an apocalyptic environment, who would have money to waste on such things? Better to buy food or weapons with survival points than to drink coffee. "Hello, sir. What can I do for you?" the manager greeted as Wang Ji entered. Wang Ji sat at the bar and directly pushed a box of chocolate toward the manager. The manager looked at Wang Ji in confusion. "Sir, what is this for?" Wang Ji replied, "I'm here to ask something." "Ask away." The manager cheerfully accepted the chocolate. Wang Ji ordered another cup of coffee, but when it came time to pay, the staff refused, saying that since Wang Ji had just given him a gift, this latte was on him. It was only 2 survival points anyway. "Don't you get many customers here?" Wang Ji casually asked as he looked around. "Haha, not many nowadays. But a long time ago, when everyone was still using money to trade, those with a taste would come here for a cup. Now, who would waste time drinking this damn coffee?" The manager said self-deprecatingly. "By the way, do you know the captain of the guard headquarters? I like her and want to pursue her. I see she occasionally comes here, but I've never known what kind of coffee she likes, so I came to ask you." Wang Ji found an excuse to ask. He certainly couldn't reveal his true intentions. "Haha, being young is great. Even in the apocalypse, you're still thinking about romance. However, I must advise you, Captain Jia, she is not someone you can pursue." The manager shook his head while looking at Wang Ji. Let's give it a try." Failing is better than regretting. Wang Ji didn't mind. He knew it was an impossible thing. "All right, you've got guts, young man. Captain Jigzi does indeed come here occasionally. The coffee beans she buys are all Blue Mountain coffee beans, but she always takes the beans away instead of drinking them here, probably due to her status. Here is your latte," the shop manager said as he handed the brewed coffee to Wang Ji. "Do you like Blue Mountain coffee? What price do you sell it for here?" The manager sighed. To be honest, coffee beans are a non-renewable resource inside the Dawn Tower. Selling 1 portion means 1 less portion. I only have this 1 barrel left. Since it's for Captain Jigzi, I'll charge you 200 survival points. After all, this is my shop as treasure. I spent a fortune buying it from the Warren Ford estate in Jamaica. Fearing Wang Ji might think it overpriced or not understand, the manager kept explaining. "No problem. I'll buy it," Wang Ji said decisively. The manager looked at this straightforward young man in disbelief. "Brother, is it worth throwing away 200 points like that?" he said somewhat regretfully. "I think it's worth it," Wang Ji smiled mysteriously. Wang Ji took the barrel of coffee beans from the manager, opened the sealed lid, and took out a few beans to smell. The taste was sweet and slightly bitter, with a rich aroma, truly authentic Blue Mountain. After confirming the manager hadn't deceived him, Wang Ji handed over the magnetic card. "Friend, you really know coffee," the manager said after swiping the card, seeing Wang Ji's coffee evaluation gestures that clearly showed expertise. "Yeah, I've been to Jamaica before." "Didn't he expect to see this here?" Wang Ji took back his card. "By the way, why did you come to live here before the apocalypse?" Wang Ji asked. "That goes back 5 years, the manager began, lighting a cigarette and handing one to Wang Ji, who accepted and smoked together with him. 5 years ago, I was running a coffee shop outside. One day, a man came in and told me there was a place recruiting merchants. If I moved in, I wouldn't have to pay rent and would get a monthly subsidy of 10,000 yuan. Strange, right? The man left an address and said I was welcome anytime. I thought he was a scammer, so I ignored it. But when my shop couldn't operate anymore, I remembered the address he gave me. I found this place by following the address. When I arrived, I was almost shocked to death. I've been here for 5 years now, made quite a bit of money, and gradually adapted. What puzzles me is who the developer really is. How do they have such enormous strength? What kind of financial power supports the welfare of all the people here and the operation of the entire Dawn Tower? But that's beyond my reach. So I just ignore it. Over the years, people only come in, goods come from outside to here. But the welfare here is so tempting. Do nothing for a month. Run a business, and they give you 10,000 yuan. Those who work here get even more. I heard no one working here earns less than 20,000 yuan. That is how the economy gradually started turning. Some doing business, some working. Later, more people came in batches, not to work, but to train on the second floor. They train like soldiers. That was also when the survival point currency system was implemented, though most people didn't believe it. But it didn't matter because survival points could be exchanged for cash. As long as you could exchange them for cash, people didn't care. Even now, I can't believe the so-called cash has become worthless, not even worth 1 survival point. Listening to the manager's story, Wang Ji roughly understood the whole situation. The Dawn Tower was built in its early stages by throwing money at it. What will you do when your coffee sells out? Work or do something else? Wang Ji asked. "I just work. I don't want to go out facing those zombies," the manager said. "If you quit, what happens to the shop?" Wang Ji asked again. "The Dawn Tower will take it back. How they handle it depends on them," the manager replied. Afterward, Wang Ji asked the manager for some filter papers, then left carrying the barrel of coffee beans. Now that he had the goods, he only needed to deliver them to Zhigzi. Of course, not just anyone could deliver this gift. After all, they had met before and even shared a meal. So this second gift-giving could proceed. Wang Ji went to the guard headquarters on the first floor. "Hello, please tell Captain Zhigzi that Captain Sunset Glow requests an audience," Wang Ji said to one of the guards on duty. The guard glanced at Wang Ji, then turned and entered inside. After a while, the guard came out. "Hello, please show your magnetic card for identity confirmation." "No problem." Wang Ji handed over his card. The guard scanned it with a device, confirmed it was Wang Ji, and said, "All right, please follow me." Wang Ji was led into the guard headquarters, where some guards were watching surveillance monitors covering all corners. Following the guard to the end, the guard knocked on a door. "Captain, the person has arrived." "Come in," came Zhigzi's voice from inside. Chapter 29, Arriving at the 4th floor. "Come in." Zhigzi's voice came from the room. Wang Ji opened the door and entered, seeing Zhigzi wiping her greatsword. Seeing Wang Ji approach, Zhigzi sheathed her sword and looked up. "What do you want?" Wang Ji placed the paper box from his arms onto the table and opened it. He specially wrapped it in a paper box, fearing others might also know Zhigzi's preference. And since she always took the coffee beans directly, she didn't want others to know. Zhigzi took the wooden barrel out of the box and glanced at it. "What is this?" "Captain Zhigzi, no other meaning. The coffee shop only had this barrel left. I thought since coffee beans are something that diminish with use, better to buy it all. I just happened to hear the coffee shop owner say you often patronize his business, so I brought it for you," Wang Ji said. Just as he finished, Zhigzi's door was opened again, and a man wearing the Dawn Tower uniform entered, holding a bouquet. When the man saw Wang Ji inside, he was slightly stunned. Then asked Zhigzi, "What are you two doing?" "Zhao, correct that. Call me Captain Zhigzi. Do I need to report to you what I'm doing?" Zhigzi said coldly. "Actually, I came. If you have nothing important, no need to tell me." Before Zhao finished, Zhigzi interrupted him. "All right. Then I won't disturb you too," Zhao said, frowning, threw the flowers on a nearby table, and left. At this moment, Wang Ji recognized Zhao as someone Zhigzi had introduced in the conference hall. But to confirm the relationship, Wang Ji couldn't help but ask, "Captain Zhigzi, Who was that just now? He asked the logistics inspection captain on the first floor, a troublesome guy, Zhi said, then stood up, picking up her greatsword. Follow me. Hearing this, Wang Ji picked up the coffee on the table and followed behind Zhi. What are we going to do? Wang Ji asked as he followed. Zhi didn't answer, silently walking ahead. They entered the elevator, and Zhi pressed for the 4th floor. Wang Ji had been at the Dawn Tower only a short time and was only familiar with the 1st and 2nd floors. The 3rd floor required level 3 teams for access, otherwise no permission. It turned out well. They skipped the 3rd floor and directly arrived at the 4th floor. This made him, who was usually very calm, suddenly a bit excited. Ding! Arrived. As the door opened, a row of general buildings came into view, each 2 or 3 stories high. Without the streetlights and without sunlight, it looked very much like a nighttime community. Who lives in these places? Wang Ji couldn't help but ask as he looked at these luxurious houses. They are all shareholders from the time of the Dawn Tower's establishment, and each has invested at least $1 billion to live here, Jieshi replied. Does that mean we, the later arrivals, will never be able to live here? Wang Ji said while looking around. Jieshi thought for a moment and said, in theory, it's possible. But there are currently no plans because there are no vacant houses here. Although Jieshi said there were no vacant houses, Wang Ji noticed that most of these houses had their lights off, which meant that there were actually no occupants. Could it be that the Dawn Tower has already harmed all these shareholders? Thinking of this, Wang Ji's breathing started to quicken. What's wrong with you? Jieshi asked, noticing Wang Ji's unusual behavior. It's nothing. I was just thinking about when I could live here, huh? Wang Ji snapped back to reality and casually brushed it off. After a while, the two stopped in front of a building. Wang Ji looked at the door number 010. Jieshi opened the railing at the entrance and walked through a small courtyard before arriving at the residential door. Wang Ji looked at the empty courtyard and felt that this small courtyard was bigger than where he currently lived. Upon entering the residence, he observed the decorations in Jieshi's home. It wasn't the luxurious style he had imagined, but rather simple and monotonous, with a lot of empty space. Probably to avoid hindering movement during exercise. Make yourself at home, Jieshi said as she walked into another room. Wang Ji sat on the sofa in the living room, feeling a bit awkward. He never expected that the first time he visited a girl's house would be in such a way and environment. After a while, Jieshi changed her clothes and came back with 2 coffee cups. She opened the lid of a container, took out a small handful of coffee beans, crushed them one by one with her fingers, and then tossed them into the cup. Wang Ji watched this process, a bit dumbfounded. Crushing coffee beans with your hands? Just brewing it like that? What a waste. Captain Jieshi, do you always drink coffee this way? Wang Ji couldn't help but ask. Is there a problem? Jieshi took a sip and said, no problem, Wang Ji replied, then took a handful of coffee beans from the container, weighed them, and put a few back. Finally taking out 10 grams of beans. He took out a filter paper, ground the beans on it until they were crushed, and then placed the filter paper in the cup. The water temperature is one of the factors that determines the coffee's flavor. It's best around 90 degrees. If the water temperature is too high, it will vaporize undesirable substances in the coffee, leading to a bitter taste. If the water temperature is too low, the aromatic substances won't be released, resulting in a pronounced sourness, so water temperature is very important. While explaining this to Jieshi, Wang Ji poured a pot of water that had been reheated to around 90 degrees into the cup. Second, pour a little water first to soak the coffee grounds. Soaking for about half a minute will make the filtered coffee richer. Third, we slowly fill the cup with water. Wang Ji pushed the cup of coffee he just brewed in front of Jieshi, gesturing for her to taste it. Jieshi, who had been watching Wang Ji fuss around, was also eager to try it, so she brought it to her lips and took a sip. After the coffee from Wang Ji's cup reached her mouth, Jieshi looked back at her own cup with confusion. Without him asking, Jieshi's expression already gave him the answer. Seeing that he had given his cup of coffee to Jieshi, Wang Ji simply took the cup that Jieshi had just brewed to drink. After all, wasting is shameful. Hey! After Wang Ji took a sip, Jieshi suddenly called out. What's wrong? Wang Ji said, looking at the cup in his hand, and suddenly realizing that it had just been touched by Jieshi. Actually, Captain Jieshi's brew isn't bad, Wang Ji said awkwardly. Chapter 30, Mother and Child Pendant. This coffee news isn't something you just happen to know, right? Jieshi asked casually while enjoying the coffee Wang Ji made. Wang Ji recounted how he had seen Jieshi's preferences in the information hall. Luckily, I discovered it first. If someone with ulterior motives had found out, who knows what they would have put in it, Wang Ji laughed. If a person has a hobby or habit, it often becomes their weakness. Once a person has a weakness, they can be precisely targeted, leading to irreversible consequences. Thank you for your concern, Jieshi said. Captain Jieshi, you say my strength is so weak, and those people in the team are so strong. What should I do to be a good leader? Wang Ji asked, puzzled. Hearing this, Jieshi looked at Wang Ji with a smile that was both amused and serious. After staring at him for a long time, seeing that Jieshi wasn't responding, Wang Ji couldn't help but ask, What's wrong, Captain Jieshi? Is that why you called me? Jieshi set her cup back on the table and asked. Sort of, Wang Ji said awkwardly, scratching his head. In the apocalypse, violence does have a great advantage. But it's not an absolute advantage. What they really need is a leader. In the apocalypse, the most dangerous things are often not the monsters, but people like us. Do you know why the Dawn Tower limits the number of people? Jieshi asked. Wang Ji shook his head. If there were no limits, a certain faction would inevitably grow larger, eventually forming a powerful force to oppose the Dawn Tower. People are inherently selfish, and what people lack the most now is trust. In such an environment, the more people trust you, the more advantage you have. They will see you as a reliable person who can lead them to survive. Jieshi said slowly. Wang Ji listened carefully to what Jieshi was saying. It was the first time he had heard her speak so much in one go. I understand now, Captain Jieshi. Thank you, Wang Ji said gratefully. There's one more thing I need to remind you about. That Zhao Yin who just came to headquarters is the brother of Captain Zhao Yang of the Crimson Flame team. He just saw you, so be careful, Jieshi said, taking out a pendant from the drawer. As a gesture of reciprocity, I'm giving you this pendant. If you encounter trouble, you can destroy it. Destroy it? And then what? I will appear and help you out of trouble. Then I hope I never have to use this thing, Wang Ji said as he hung the pendant around his neck. Wang Ji glanced at the pendant on Jieshi's chest and thought, it does look somewhat like a couple's pendant. This is a mother-child pendant. Mine is the mother pendant. And yours is the child pendant, Jie, she said with a smile. Mother-child pendant? I unexpectedly gained a mother for no reason? Well, I'll head back to train now, Wang Ji said, seeing that their conversation had come to a natural end, and stood up to bid Jieshi farewell. Leave the filter paper. You can head back now, Jieshi said. On the way back, Wang Ji didn't linger and took the elevator directly back to the second floor. What he couldn't shake off were those rooms with all the lights off. He still couldn't believe that the Dawn Tower would eliminate those people. A few hours later, everyone gathered in the cafeteria again, and this time the fat guy didn't shout that he wanted to die, probably too tired to speak. As soon as Ying arrived, she noticed the pendant around his neck. Wow, that pendant is quite unique. It was given to me by Captain Jieshi. Wang Ji replied honestly. There was no need to hide it from them. If they found out he was lying, it would be hard to regain their trust. Captain Jieshi, why did she give you something? Ying asked curiously. Wang Ji recounted the events of his visit to Jieshi, and by the time he finished, the smile on Ying's face had disappeared. Clang. The fat guy dropped his chopsticks on the table. I'm full. I'll head back to the dorm first. I'm full too. Lao He followed the fat guy out of the cafeteria. Wang Ji watched the two who had already sensed something was wrong and were making a quick exit, feeling a bit indignant about their lack of loyalty. Liu Lai is still here accompanying him, which makes him feel somewhat touched. Liu Lai, you are really nice, Wang Ji thought to himself. Just then, Liu Lai brushed her hair aside, took off her headphones, and asked, why did brother He and the others leave? They went back after eating. You must be full too, right? Ying said with a smile that didn't reach her eyes, staring intently at Liu Lai. Liu Lai glanced at Wang Ji, then at Ying, and immediately left the battlefield. Now there were only Wang and Ying at the table. Wang Ji didn't know how to start the conversation and could only lower his head and eat his meal in silence. Why go looking for her? Do you even know her? Who was it that said not to act alone? At this moment, Ying launched a series of 3 death questions at Wang Ji. Speak up. Seeing Wang Ji remain silent, Ying became furious, gripping her dagger a little tighter. I just want us to survive in this apocalypse. You all have strong abilities. But what about me? I don't want to be abandoned one day. I don't want to be eliminated. I need a way out, Wang Ji said, lowering his head. Hearing Wang Ji express his feelings, Ying's tightly gripped dagger loosened a bit. Have you ever thought about what would happen if something unexpected occurs? What about the rest of us? For revenge? Or just act like nothing happened? No, there won't be a next time, Wang Ji said softly. At this moment, the noise from Ying attracted the attention of the people around them. On the way back, after he explained the function of the pendant to Ying, she finally calmed down and said, I hope you're right. Chapter 31. Yi Linglong comes out of the warehouse. Wang Ji and Ying returned to the dormitory. When the 3 saw the 2 chatting and laughing, they looked at them with confusion. Why are you all staring at me? Wang Ji asked. Haha. I just didn't expect you 2 to finish eating so quickly. Haha. The fat guy chuckled and turned over to sleep. Wang Ji then went to fetch a bucket of hot water for Ying to wash her feet and spent half an hour giving her a massage before heading to the bathroom to wash up. Wang Ji lay down, turned off the bedside lamp, and couldn't fall asleep instead thinking about what had happened today. He didn't expect that Zhao Yang from the Xian team was actually Zhao Yan's brother? Today, Zhao Yan saw him in Jia Shi's room and embarrassed him in front of himself. Plus, he had a conflict with Zhao Yang. So Zhao Yan would definitely join forces with Zhao Yang to deal with him. It seemed he had to be wary of those people. Even though there was a guard team maintaining order, Jia Shi couldn't be around all the time. She had to go back to rest eventually. Thinking about this gave him a headache. With Lao He and Ying's strength, they weren't afraid of retaliation from the Xian team. But Zhao Yan was a prominent figure who appeared on the conference stage. He wouldn't be easy to deal with. Wait. Jia Shi knows that Zhao Yan will retaliate against me. When Zhao Yan and Zhao Yang retaliate against me, it will violate the rules of the Dawn Tower. At that time, he would naturally destroy the pendant Jia Shi gave him, and then Jia Shi would show up. In this way, not only would she help him, but she could also use the order to eliminate Zhao Yan and Zhao Yang. Was all of this carefully planned by Jia Shi? Amazing. Wang Ji couldn't help but exclaim. What's so amazing about not sleeping? Ying, who was beside him, heard Wang Ji mumbling to himself and looked puzzled. It's nothing. I just find it increasingly interesting. I think you're crazy, Ying said irritably and turned over to continue sleeping. After a night passed, the room lights turned on. Perhaps due to the intensity of the training, Liulai and the fat guy were still not awake. While Lao He and Ying had already gotten up early and were stretching in the open area. You two are really diligent, not even resting in the dormitory. Wang Ji said as he sat up, checking the time. 8 hours had already passed. Move while you're alive. Once you're dead, you won't be able to move. Lao He remarked. I agree with this viewpoint this time. Uncle, Ying echoed. All right, Sister Ying and I will go buy breakfast, okay? Wang Ji asked. Once the two went out, Ying asked, what made you think of bringing me this time? Bringing a beautiful girl to buy food has its perks, Wang Ji joked, naturally omitting the part about treating her like a bodyguard. Oh, is that so? Then wouldn't it be more impressive if you hugged your sister instead? Ying teased Wang Ji. Wang Ji awkwardly smiled, but didn't he really hug her? After spending these days together, he knew that if he really did as Ying suggested, he might not make it to the restaurant. Breakfast was still buns and millet porridge. The two brought the food back to their place. And the fat guy and Liulai were also called up. Today's training, we 5 will be active in one area. The Xian team might make a move in the next few days, so everyone stay alert. If anything happens, just communicate directly over the radio. Wang Ji reminded the others during breakfast. Lingling, what happens if someone is killed inside the Dawn Tower? Ying asked. Killing will be judged based on the severity of the situation. Minor cases will result in expulsion from the Dawn Tower, while serious cases will lead to immediate execution. Justifiable defense resulting in death will not be pursued. Lingling, how is justifiable defense determined? Wang Ji continued asking. Justifiable defense is when one's life or a teammate's life is threatened. Do you all understand? If your lives are threatened, you should kill if necessary. Don't worry. Our relationship with Captain Jia Shi is quite good, so we won't suffer too much, Wang Ji shrugged. After the meal, they went back to the training hall to start their boring training. Wang Ji didn't run around today and obediently followed the others in training. After the training ended, Lingling sent a message to the residents, notifying them that the Yi Ling Long they ordered for Liulai had come out of the warehouse and could be picked up at the equipment hall. Liulai, your weapon is ready. Come with me to get it. After a few days of interaction, he also started calling her Liulai like the fat guy. The two went to the hall, showed their access cards, and were handed the weapon. The weapon box was a long iron box. Liulai wanted to take out the weapon immediately, but Wang Ji stopped her, saying there were too many people outside and it was best to check it back in the dormitory. Once back at their place, Liulai eagerly opened the iron box and took out the knife. The sheath was a very understated black, and the handle was wrapped in black leather. The knife looked very ordinary at first glance. Liulai, is this your new weapon? The fat guy leaned over to look at the knife in Liulai's hand. Liulai nodded and drew the knife from its sheath. The crimson blade made everyone's eyes light up, and the black patterns on the red blade made the knife appear even more ferocious. What a terrifying knife. Lao He couldn't help but comment from behind. Goodness, Liulai. You're going to be invincible. The fat guy flattered her. The knife is good, but I wonder how powerful it is. Wang Ji observed the Yi Ling Long. Since it can cut through iron like mud, why not try cutting a bullet head? Ying suggested. Wang Ji thought this was a good idea. So he took a handgun bullet, disassembled it, and left only the bullet head on the table. Liulai, come try cutting this bullet head to test its power. As soon as Wang Ji finished speaking, Liulai swung down with the knife. Clang, clang, clang. The bullet head was split in half, and it fell to the ground with a clanging sound. Additionally, there was a deep knife mark left on the metal table. Wang Ji could see that Liulai had held back. Otherwise, this table would have had more than just one knife mark. Meanwhile, the fat guy was already stunned. If that knife hit a person, wouldn't they be directly cut in half? Thank you, Captain. I will take good care of it. Liu Lai joyfully sheathed Yi Linglong. Chapter 32. One injured, one dead. Looking at the weapon in Liu Lai's hand, Wang Ji glanced at the others. Once we gather enough survival points, each of us should go pick a good weapon. No need. This military knife I have now is very handy, Lao He said. The fat guy thought for a moment and said, I want an automatic rifle. Bang bang bang. Firepower suppression. Do you know how expensive automatic rifles are? Not only are the guns expensive, but the bullets are also shot quickly. However, if you train well, you might be able to buy one. Yes, long live Team Wang. Time to sleep, and wake up early for training tomorrow. The fat guy was happy to see Wang Ji agree and lay down to sleep. Tower Master. The former dynasty team has returned. How is the situation? One injured, one dead. The person reporting the situation is the head of the medical room, Sophie. Who died? The Tower Master slowly asked after hearing the battle damage report. Yi Xiang, Sophie replied. From what I understand, his strength isn't weak. How could he not come back? The Tower Master stood up and asked. According to the Tower Master, it is said that he sacrificed himself to save their captain. The Tower Master sighed and sat down again. Go back. After Sophie left, the Tower Master called Adam over again. Tower Master, you called for me? Adam rushed over as soon as he received the Tower Master's communication. What is going on with the other level 3 team? The Tower Master asked. Tower Master. They currently have no plans to go out, just doing regular training. Yi Xiang from the former dynasty has fallen. The Tower Master turned around, facing away from Adam. Looking at the data on the screen. What do I need to do? Adam asked directly. Go investigate whether their action report is true. Yes. After Adam responded, he left. The next day, Wang Ji and the others had breakfast as usual and arrived at the hall, but today the hall was unusually crowded, and everyone looked heavy, giving off a very oppressive feeling. Friend, why are there so many people today? Wang Ji asked a guy who was training nearby. Don't you know? The level 3 team, the former dynasty, has returned from a mission. One dead, one injured. The dead one is that Yi Xiang. The passerby said to Wang Ji. Was Yi Xiang from the former dynasty really strong? Wang Ji asked in confusion. What do you mean by strong? I'm not bragging, brother. None of us on the second floor have ever won against him in a one-on-one. The guy said seriously. Oh, have you seen him? Wang Ji couldn't believe it. Well, not necessarily. There's also a mysterious team that has recently emerged on this second floor. Mysterious team? Yes, it's the Sunset Dawn team. They are the first team to go out and didn't suffer any casualties. The guy said proudly, as if he were a member of that team. Impressive, impressive. Wang Ji gave a thumbs up. So, big brother, train well and strive to come back alive when it's time to go out. The guy patted Wang Ji on the shoulder earnestly. Wang Ji nodded in agreement. No wonder these people are training like crazy. It's better to train hard than to die at the hands of zombies. He still didn't know the strength of the level 3 team, nor what tasks that level 3 team had undertaken. What is happening outside? He was completely unaware. Are they going to continue to survive in this tower, which is devoid of sunlight? Won't the resources in the Dawn Tower be exhausted? Of course they will. When the resources are depleted, the ventilation system of the Dawn Tower will stop operating and all exit passages will close, ultimately leading to the death of everyone inside the tower. However, judging by the mandatory retrieval time set by the Dawn Tower for going out, there are still enough resources for now. If resources were insufficient, it wouldn't be possible to provide a month-long preparation time. Currently, the value of elite teams is still far greater than that of resources. If the soldiers trained with so many resources die outside, it would be irreplaceable. Tower Master, I found out that according to Zhang Ming from the former dynasty, Li Fan and Yi Xiang had an unpleasant incident over a woman some days ago. Later, when they were executing a mission and searching for supplies in separate groups, Li Fan and Yi Xiang acted together. When they regrouped, they learned from Duan Xingtian that the two were attacked by a horde of zombies, and Yi Xiang sacrificed himself to give Li Fan a chance to escape. However, Zhang Ming expressed disbelief. He said that the injuries on Li Fan didn't look like those caused by zombies, but rather seemed to be inflicted during a struggle with Yi Xiang. Adam came to the Tower Master's room to report the situation he had just investigated. The Tower Master sat in his chair, rubbing his temples, and said, So, Tower Master, how should we handle this? Adam asked again. The Tower Master thought for a moment. Don't worry about it. As long as the energy core is brought back. Understood. In the end, the Tower Master chose to turn a blind eye, letting them resolve their internal matters. After Adam left, the Tower Master pressed a couple of buttons on the screen to connect to a video call. Dr. Chun, has the new core energy been received? On the video was a middle-aged man with white hair who looked to be over 50, saying on the other end, Yes, it has been received. Currently, the power resources are estimated to last for another 2 months. Dr. Chen said, Good. Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Chen. Haha, Tower Master, you flatter me. For the sake of humanity's last continuation, it's worth it even if I have to risk my life. Dr. Chen said with a smile from the other end. You must remember to rest and not overwork yourself, the Tower Master advised. After Dr. Chen agreed, the Tower Master hung up the video call and returned to his seat to review the information of various teams. In the second floor training ground, more and more people gathered, and some training equipment had begun to have cues for use. In this atmosphere, it was conducive to training. More people could compare and compete with each other. If there were women, there would never be a shortage of men around, as many men would want to use training to showcase their strength and attract the attention of the opposite sex. Sakura and Liulai were no exception. The two seemed to have become the popular girls on the second floor, with men subtly trying to get closer, each using their own way to attract the other. However, no one took the initiative to approach them. Just as everyone was longing for the attention of the two, Wang Ji walked over and led them both away. It was time to eat, and Wang Ji came to call them for lunch. Wow, who is that guy? Two girls? That person seems to be their captain. No way. With his looks, I could take him down with one punch. Alright, let us not be jealous. Why don't you take your team out for a run? Going out is going out, but let us wait a couple more days. Come on. In a couple of days there will only be 2 days left until the mission time, right? Watch it. If you keep looking down on people, I'll beat you up. Hey, don't act like you're so tough. Who is afraid of who? Chapter 33. Arena Plan. Wang Ji endured the various jealous gazes all the way to the cafeteria. As usual, it was 1 meat, 3 vegetables, and 1 soup. I heard a level 3 team member died on an outing. Is that true? The fat guy asked while shoving food into his mouth. Everyone is saying so. So it must be true, Wang Ji replied. It seems the level 3 team isn't that impressive after all, old he said. You can't think like that. Level 3 is still level 3. Just using their 10,000 survival points to buy equipment, it's not easy to die. Either the mission was too difficult, or there was internal strife, Wang Ji analyzed. I actually hope it's internal strife. If the mission is too tough, and they can't handle it, who among us level 2 teams would dare to go out? The fat guy said, don't think too much, just take it one step at a time. After the 5 finished their meal and returned to their quarters, Lingling Yao also received a new message. Wang Ji opened Lingling Yao and a new rule popped up. Rule content. From now on, for every survivor retrieved during an outing, a reward of 100 survival points will be given. Supplies will be rewarded according to classification. Additionally, after 10 days, the training reward mechanism will be cancelled. Overall, this new rule is meant to force teams that rely on just surviving to either become basic laborers in the ecological industrial area or to go out and gather resources or find survivors to replenish their personal survival points. If they really can't go out, they might as well be honest laborers. But who would be willing to become laborers? Being a laborer means a lifetime of enslavement, with no hope of rising above it. Although the training tasks have been cancelled, Wang Ji is still not in a hurry to go out for the second time. He will wait until the last day for that. The reason is that they still have a lot of survival points in hand and can observe the teams that went out in front of them to further understand the battle damage and intelligence. The first time was due to their good luck, but he can't keep going back to gamble on that luck. 10 days later, in the training ground on the second floor, the number of people has reached its peak over these 10 days. In these last 10 days, almost everyone has freeloaded 100 survival points. But once these 10 days are over, the number of people in the training ground drops sharply. Some decide to escape to the ecological industrial zone, while others choose to take a gamble outside. In short, they cannot remain idle. Brother, you have to make a decision for me. We have worked for a month, and it's all because of that Wang Ji from the second floor. Zhao Yang pleaded beside a man. Now that a month has passed, the first thing Zhao Yang did after coming out of the industrial zone was to find his older brother Zhao Yin and ask him to deal with Wang Ji. Oh, Wang Ji, is that the captain of the Sunset team? After hearing Zhao Yang mention Wang Ji, Zhao Yin thought of the man who had stood in Jieshi's office before. After being kicked out by Jieshi, he found out through connections that the man was indeed the captain of the Sunset team, Wang Ji. Yes, that's him. Brother, do you know him? Hearing that his brother knew Wang Ji, Zhao Yang's heart sank. He was afraid that his brother wouldn't be able to help him. I've seen him, just an eyesore. Since you have a grudge against him, how can I, as your brother, just stand by? Speak up, what do you want to do? Zhao Yan said confidently. I don't know. Brother, do you have any good ideas? Zhao Yang asked. I have a plan. I will find a way to hold up the guards. And you guys can take care of him yourselves. Zhao Yan explained his plan while calculating another one in his mind. In the second floor training hall, Wang Ji and his 4 teammates were still going through their daily routines of dormitory training and dining, constantly strengthening their physical abilities. They had only 10 days left before their next outing, and the other teams had 3 or 4 days left until they were forced to go out. but half of the teams had already gone out early. At this moment, the training ground was unusually quiet, and just as Wang Ji was about to train properly, Zhao Yang approached with his group. Wang Ji sensed something was wrong and immediately notified the other four through communication. Hey, haven't seen you in a few days, Captain Wang. Have you been promoted to a second-tier team? Wow, where did you pick up a sister? Zhao Yang walked over, gritting his teeth. It's been a month, and you still haven't learned your lesson, Wang Ji retorted, hitting Zhao Yang's sore spot. Hearing Wang Ji bring this up again, Zhao Yang's anger flared. Kid, last time you got lucky. This time, Captain, why waste words with them? Let me go up and cut those two women's faces first. Wei Xiaoyan stepped forward but was blocked by Zhao Yang. Xiaoyan, don't be anxious. We should catch up with Captain Wang first, right? So, are we going to the arena this time, or are we staying here? Zhao Yang glared at Wang Ji again. Wang Ji saw their stance and could tell they were prepared. Now that Jieshi was most likely not present, there would certainly be issues with the guards. Having received Jieshi's hint in advance, he knew that Zhao Yang must have Zhao Yin backing him. Then let's do it. To the arena, Wang Ji replied. Wang Ji was confident in his team. After a month of training and the experience of killing on the ground, it was uncertain who would win or lose. Instead, going to the arena would have its own rationale. In a life-and-death situation, even if one accidentally killed someone, it would be consensual since both teams were willing participants in the arena. Even if they didn't go to the arena, Zhao Yang would still confront them here. Seeing Wang Ji agree to go to the arena, Zhao Yang was initially stunned but then burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, Captain Wang. You don't really think that training for an extra month means you can beat us, do you? Wang Ji ignored their laughter and turned to lead his four teammates to the arena. A 5v5 battle was about to break out, and the people around had noticed the situation, with some already starting to recount the details of the first clash between the two teams. Hey, I think being peaceful is better for making money. It's already the apocalypse. Why fight over who is better? Isn't it better to just survive? It was said that the conflict was triggered because the captain of the Xian team teased someone else's woman. There are always disasters caused by beautiful women. What disasters caused by beautiful women? If you don't have the strength, don't go after women. If something happens and you can't protect them, don't blame us women for being disasters. Haha man, this young lady speaks well. It's similar to my thoughts. How about we go have a meal later and chat about life? What do you think, young lady? Get lost. The crowd around the arena was growing, and this was the first time they had seen someone fight on the arena since they arrived. Moreover, it was a life-and-death match where killing was allowed, which made the spectators even more excited, and the atmosphere became electrifying. Chapter 34. The Arena Battle on the Arena. Wang Ji focused on the 5 members of the Xian team. Zhao Yang, are you sure you want to fight? Wang Ji said to Zhao Yang. Oh, not fighting. That's fine. Let the 2 women next to you come over to me, and then you can roll far away, Zhao Yang said fiercely. Looks like there's no room for negotiation, Wang Ji said as he revealed his weapon. Humph, seeking death. As soon as Zhao Yang's words fell, the 5 from the opposing side suddenly erupted, and the 10 of them clashed together. After just 2 exchanges, Lang Yi was unexpectedly killed on the ground by Lao He, blood gushing out continuously. Perhaps Lang Yi had angered Lao He by hitting him too much last time. So this time Lao He used a strategy that harmed both the enemy and himself, taking a hard hit from the opponent while delivering a fatal blow of his own, cutting across Lang Yi's neck, while Lao He had a dagger lodged in his shoulder. At this moment, while Lao He was not in mortal danger, he had lost his fighting ability. Sakura and Liu Lai were in a stalemate with the opponent, and when they saw Lang Yi fall, they became even more frenzied. Breaking the deadlock, Liu Lai, seeing the situation was critical, Wang Ji immediately warned. Liu Lai quickly removed her sword sheath, revealing the true face of Yi Linglong. As Yi Linglong was drawn, Liu Lai, who had been suppressed, immediately counterattacked, breaking through the defense with 2 moves. At this point, Wei Xilian's dagger had already broken into 2 pieces and fallen to the ground. We concede. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Zhao Yang immediately surrendered. Liu Lai stopped her movements, and upon seeing Zhao Yang surrender, the others also retreated in response. Wang Ji inwardly cursed them for being shameless. Is there even a concept of surrender once you step onto the arena? Huh. Just as Liu Lai was walking towards him, Wang Ji saw Zhao Yang behind him pulling out a handgun from his clothes, intending to ambush Liu Lai, who was facing away from him. Watch out! Wang Ji shouted and quickly moved forward to embrace Liu Lai while turning, and at the same time, gunshots rang out in the hall. Bang! 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 3 consecutive shots. The Dawn Tower has clear regulations. Outside of training in the practice field, no shooting is allowed in any form. If someone fires a gun, the entire team will be penalized. At this moment, Wang Ji had pressed Liu Lai to the ground, and his back had been hit by 3 shots. Captain, Liu Lai, pinned under Wang Ji, had lost her ability to think. Wang Ji, Captain, the fat guy and Sakura shouted at the same time. Seeing Wang Ji unresponsive, Sakura's face twisted in distress, and she quickly moved at high speed towards Zhao Yang from the side. Zhao Yang saw Sakura charging at him and immediately raised his handgun, firing 7 shots. But after that, the gun made a clicking sound. He was out of bullets. As Sakura rapidly approached him, she hadn't been hit by a single bullet, which filled him with despair. Sakura leaped into the air, clearly intent on killing, and quickly slashed her dagger across Zhao Yang's neck. At this moment, the corpses of Wolf Fang and Zhao Yang lay in the arena, and Wei Xiaolian had already lost her weapon. The 2 remaining team members were stunned. They never expected their captain to continue launching a surprise attack with a handgun after surrendering. This behavior could be said to have put them in a terrible situation, and they were well aware of the consequences awaiting them. They regretted it now, regretted why they allowed their captain, who was driven by lust, to act recklessly. Now, only the 3 of them were alive. Their captain had been killed, and they could only surrender unconditionally, or they would end up like their captain, dead in the arena. We really surrender. The captain's surprise attack has nothing to do with us. We didn't know he would do this. One of the team members immediately knelt down and said. Sakura didn't care whether they truly wanted to surrender. Just as she was about to kill them all, her ankle was suddenly grabbed. Looking down, it was Wang Ji. Sakura frowned, squatted down, and patted Wang Ji's back, noticing that he had somehow put on a bulletproof vest. You really are afraid of dying. Sakura tapped Wang Ji's head, and her anger calmed down a bit after realizing he was wearing a bulletproof vest. Don't kill us. Someone might come soon, Wang Ji said weakly. Although he was wearing a bulletproof vest, the impact of the bullets at such close range still caused him significant internal injuries. All right, just don't talk. Sakura stood up and called Liulai, walking over to the other 3. You can leave, but leave the magnetic cards behind, or all of you stay, Sakura said to the 3 without any negotiation. At this moment, the 3 of them didn't care about the magnetic cards. They threw them on the ground and turned to flee. Sakura then searched for the magnetic cards of Wolf Fang and Zhao Yang. Today in the arena, under the sunset, they became famous in a single battle, breaking a long-standing tranquility. When the 5 of them exited the arena and intended to go to the first floor to find Dr. Sophie for treatment, a group of guards suddenly arrived. Each guard was fully armed, holding an automatic rifle, exuding an intimidating aura. Among this group of guards, Wang Ji also recognized a familiar face from that day in Juiki's office. I am the deputy captain of the guard, Wei Changzheng. Please come with us. After speaking, he gestured to the guards behind him, preparing to take the 5 away. Wait, we solve problems in the arena. Does the guard also need to interfere? Wang Ji questioned. We don't interfere with solving problems, but since you killed someone, we need to understand the situation. Come with us. The deputy captain continued to order the guards to take a few people away. This time, Wang Ji didn't resist because he knew that since Zhao Yan was here, things were definitely not that simple. With such a big commotion, Juiki didn't come. But the deputy captain who came with Zhao Yan seemed to indicate that Juiki was resting. Wang Ji and the others were taken to a cell on the first floor. Their weapons confiscated, and they were shackled. Although he had been mentally prepared, he didn't expect it to be this exaggerated. The 3 gunshots fired at his back still caused him significant pain, and he found it difficult to breathe. The worst off was old he, who had been stabbed in the shoulder blade. He had only received a simple bandage and hadn't he even made it to the medical room before being taken away. That one over there is injured. Can he go to the medical room for treatment? Wang Ji asked. After he spoke, the surrounding guards acted as if they hadn't heard and continued to take them to a certain place on the first floor. Humph, still thinking of treatment? Once you go in, don't expect to come out alive, Zhao Yan thought to himself. Before long, the 5 were taken into a small dark room, which was empty and still smelled of lingering blood. After they were locked inside, the iron door was shut and the light from outside was immediately cut off, leaving the room pitch black, where one couldn't see their own hand. What do we do now, Captain Wang? Can we still get out? The fat guy spoke up. There is still a smell of blood in here. They must have killed people inside. Given our current situation, we're in grave danger, old he said, feeling somewhat disheartened. Wang Ji didn't know when the other party would act, so he didn't rush to destroy the pendant. He wanted to seize this crucial moment. If the timing was wrong, even if Juiki came, it would only be in vain. At most, she would save them, but the underlying problem would remain unresolved. He wanted to thoroughly eliminate Zhao Yan. Don't panic. No matter what happens, just delay for now, Wang Ji said in a very low voice to the others, fearing that the room might have listening devices or surveillance. After Wang Ji finished speaking, he fell silent and waited quietly for Zhao Yan's arrival. No matter what, once Zhao Yan arrived, he would have to destroy the pendant. He wasn't sure how long Zhao Yan planned to take to deal with them, But Jiiqi's rest time was limited, leaving Zhao Yin very little time. He might not take long before he would come in to finish them off quickly. While he was thinking, the iron door opened, and the person who entered was none other than Zhao Yin. Upon realizing it was Zhao Yin, Wang Ji immediately lowered his head and bit down on the pendant, tearing it off. The broken pendant slid down his chest and fell to the ground, where he crushed it with his foot. Zhao Yin turned on the lights in the room, and the five, who had adapted to the darkness, were instantly blinded by the light. After slowly adjusting, they saw Zhao Yin holding a silenced pistol, grinning as he stared at them. "It's you? What do you want?" Wang Ji pretended to be surprised and walked in front of Sakura, using his hands shackled behind him to scratch a few times on Sakura's leg, transmitting a secret signal. Now that Wang Ji was wearing a bulletproof vest, it was most suitable for him to be at the front. As long as he wasn't shot in the head, he wouldn't die. Seeing Wang Ji standing in front of the other four, Zhao Yin coldly sneered, "Captain Wang, I didn't expect you to have some guts. Not only are you flirting with my goddess, but you also killed my brother. Do you think you can walk out of here alive today? Then what do you want?" Wang Ji stared at Zhao Yin. "After you're dead, what I want doesn't matter, right?" Zhao Yin said, raising his pistol, preparing to make a move. "Oh, big brother, let's talk properly. I'm innocent. I'll mix with you from now on." Seeing there was no room for negotiation, Sakura slowly walked out from behind Wang Ji and moved closer to Zhao Yin. "Humph. Leader of the International Mercenary Group, Black Rose Corps, Su-Mu Sakura. Did you think I couldn't find your previous information? You, a killer, being by my side. Do you think I would feel at ease?" Zhao Yin coldly snorted and revealed Sakura's identity. The two schemes were exposed, and the fat guy stepped forward again. "Big brother. What about me? I have no criminal record. Let me mix with you. Don't kill me." Saying this, the fat guy also slowly stepped aside, distancing himself from Wang Ji. Seeing the fat guy's stance, Wang Ji really thought he had betrayed them. "Ha, you guys really crack me up. Are you trying to buy time? Waiting for someone to come rescue you? Let me tell you the truth. Jiiqi has already been summoned by the Tower Master for a meeting, and my people have already sent the deputy captain away. Right now, there is no one who can save you. All right, knowing this is enough. Just accept your fate." After Zhao Yin finished speaking, he was preparing to aim at the most dangerous Su-Mu Sakura, but unexpectedly, Wang Ji suddenly charged forward. At this moment, he had to draw fire. As he was the only one wearing a bulletproof vest, if luck was on his side, he might survive, and if not, he would at least owe it to them. Seeing Wang Ji charge in, Zhao Yin decisively switched targets and fired a shot at Wang Ji. Bang! With a single shot, Wang Ji collapsed to the ground. "Captain." Zhao Liulai felt a pang of heartache as she saw Wang Ji get shot again. At the moment Zhao Yin switched targets, Su-Mu Sakura, who was closest to him, also moved. Although her hands were shackled, her legs could still move. Bang! Su-Mu Sakura kicked Zhao Yin, but the blow was firmly blocked by Zhao Yan's arm. He then swept her legs out from under her, knocking Su-Mu Sakura to the ground and immediately aiming his pistol at her head. Su-Mu Sakura fell to the ground. She had still underestimated Zhao Yan's fighting ability, and with her hands bound, she could not exert her true strength. "Is it worth it for such a weak guy?" Zhao Yan asked. "He is 100 times stronger than you." Su-Mu Ying sneered while lying on the ground, seeking death. Hearing Su-Mu Ying's defiance, Zhao Yan's anger surged, and he pulled the trigger directly. Bang! Su-Mu Ying closed her eyes in anticipation and, upon hearing the gunshot, felt as if she hadn't been shot, but her body felt like it had been struck by something. When she opened her eyes, she found the fat guy lying on top of her. He had rushed over to block the fatal shot from Zhao Yin. Seeing the fat guy who had stepped in front of the bullet, Zhao Yin began to laugh maniacally, then gritted his teeth and said, "Good. What a fiery commitment. Sacrificing your own life for others. You really have impressed me. I'm curious, what kind of brainwashing has Wang Ji done to make you all so devoted?" After Zhao Yin finished speaking and was about to raise his gun to kill the next target, the iron door of the room was swiftly opened, causing Zhao Yin, who had been so confident at first, to panic. Who could come here at this time? Chapter 36. Windfall. At this moment, Zhao Yin heard movement at the door and immediately turned around. Two armored individuals entered. One was Jieshi, someone Zhao Yin was very familiar with. The other was masked. But Zhao Yin recognized the mask at a glance. That's right. The Tower Master had also come here. When Zhao Yin saw these two enter, he knew he was in deep trouble. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke. "Tower Master, these people are attempting a rebellion." Jieshi didn't let Zhao Yin finish and raised her hand to signal. "Yes." Jieshi understood and lifted her great sword, and in the next second, it pierced through Zhao Yan's chest. Before Zhao Yin could say anything else, he had already breathed his last. "Take them to the medical room for treatment," the Tower Master said. Seeing the matter resolved, and ordered Jia Shi to send the people to the medical room. Are you okay, fat guy? On the way, Su Muing asked when she saw the fat guy had not passed out yet. Sistering, hee. The fat guy didn't finish his sentence before he fainted. Don't sleep. Just hold on a bit longer, we're almost there. As they passed through the hall, the survivors noticed the three lying on the stretcher. They were all covered in blood and were being quickly transported to the medical room by several medical staff. The informed survivors had already learned that this group had just killed someone in the arena and were all keeping their distance, afraid of getting into unnecessary trouble. Upon arriving at the medical room, Jia Shi briefly explained a few things to Sophie before leaving to handle Zhao Yan's situation. Jia Shi was somewhat satisfied with Wang Zhi's performance this time, letting the Tower Master see it was to reasonably resolve Zhao Yan. If they had arrived earlier and Zhao Yan had not acted, he would have had many reasons to explain why he was there. If they had come later, they might have only found a corpse. In fact, she believed Wang Zhi was a smart person who could understand her intentions. It was precisely because Wang Zhi understood her meaning and timed the destruction of the pendant correctly that they avoided an accident. Outside the medical room, Su Muing and Lu Li were anxiously waiting. Sistering, they won't be in trouble, right? Su Muing remained silent, just quietly standing against the wall, stroking Lu Li's head. An hour later, Sophie walked out of the medical room. Wang Zhi suffered a bullet impact and fractured a rib. He needs to rest for a few days to recover. As for the other person, they were shot in the abdomen from behind. The shrapnel has been removed. And considering the blood loss, they can't have any intense activity for a month. The one with the stab wound, we've treated the wound again, and it's been stitched up. They just need to come back in a couple of days to have the stitches removed. The total medical fee is 150 points. After this, please pay at the front desk on the right. Hearing that the three were all fine, Su Muing and Lu Li both breathed a sigh of relief. After paying the medical fee, they returned to see Wang Zhi and Old He already outside, with Wang Zhi limping slowly. I say, why is your leg limping too? Su Muing asked in confusion. It hurts. How did it turn out like this? Wang Zhi grinned as he sat down. Su Muing recounted what had happened after he was shot. Upon hearing that the fat guy was shot, Wang Zhi tried to get up to go to the medical room, but Su Muing pulled him back, saying that he was fine now. Wang Zhi breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't expected the Tower Master to come along this time. It's good that nothing happened. I didn't realize your full name was Su Muing. Wang Zhi turned to look at him. Seeing Wang Zhi staring at her, and noticing that annoying look in his eyes, Su Muing struggled to control herself, reminding herself that he was an injured person, which helped suppress her impulse to hit him. After Jia, she handled her matters. She returned to the medical room to return the weapons that Wang Zhi and the others had. Wang Zhi, that vice captain truly was unaware and caused you trouble. Here's Zhao Yan's magnetic card. Consider it your loot. You can transfer the survival points inside when you go to the trading hall. Jia Shi handed the items to Wang Zhi and then turned to leave, leaving him alone in a state of confusion. What is going on? This is also loot. Wang Zhi looked at the few magnetic cards in his hand, curious about how much wealth Zhao Yan had. Thinking of this, the group set off for the trading hall. Upon arriving at the trading hall, the staff took the magnetic cards and checked the balances. The group from the Xian team only had 800 survival points left. But Zhao Yan's balance astonished everyone. The card showed over 12,000 survival points. I can't be seeing this wrong, can I? Wang Zhi counted again, confirming there were no decimal points, and his heart began to race with excitement. But thinking about it, it made sense. After all, Zhao Yan was part of the leadership and had once been on the conference stage, so it was normal for him to have made some profits. Having some assets wasn't unreasonable. Wang Zhi looked at the 12,000 survival points on the screen, his breathing quickening. What a huge windfall. This was more than he could earn from a trip out. This asset could not only elevate the team to a level 3 team, but the upgrades and equipment would also see significant improvements. All right, transfer all of it to this card. Wang Zhi suppressed his excitement and told the staff, feeling as if he had won some grand prize. After the survival points were transferred, the group planned to head to the affairs hall to complete the team upgrade, first moving their residence to the 3rd floor. Chapter 37, a nice hospital experience currently. Wang Zhi's team had a remaining balance of 14,000 survival points, having gained a total of 16,200 points, and they were still about 34,000 points short of upgrading to a level 4 team. A total of 50,000 survival points was needed to promote to a level 4 team. Wang Zhi went to the data station and handed his magnetic card to the staff, requesting an upgrade for his team. From now on, the Sunset Remnant team officially became a level 3 team, becoming the 3rd level 3 team of the Dawn Tower. Can you guess how many survival points we earned? Wang Zhi asked the three, barely containing his excitement as he came out. Damn, you guys are really boring. We just earned 13,000 survival points, and now we're a level 3 team. When Wang Ji saw no one responding, he had to talk to himself to fill the silence. If the fat guy were here, he would definitely have jumped up to ask, how much? 13,000 points. Are you sure? Oldie seemed a bit skeptical. No way, Xiaoyan was a character after all. Having some profits is normal. Meanwhile, Ying was looking at Wang Ji with a mischievous expression, seemingly already planning how to spend this money. Hey, Sister Ying, don't look at me like that. I'm scared. TCH. Am I going to eat you or something? Ying rolled her eyes at Wang Ji. As the four of them chatted, they prepared to return to move from the second floor. According to Ling Ling, once they reached the third floor, they could unlock more information, which made Wang Ji a bit excited. When Wang Ji and the others arrived on the third floor with their belongings, his first impression was independence and luxury. Although the house is not as impressive as the 4-story general's buildings, the 3-story house can still be considered a small villa. It is divided into 2 levels, with 3 rooms on each floor, plus a bathroom and a living room. There are a total of 50 villas on the third floor, with more than 20 still vacant. The third-level team occupies only 3 of them, while the remaining more than 20 are the residences of the management personnel of the Dawn Tower. Due to the small number of people on the third floor, there are currently no guards, and the large training hall outside is only available for the 3 teams to train, with more and more comprehensive training equipment compared to the second floor. The restaurant is not open yet due to the small number of people on the third floor, so meals still have to be taken to the second floor. Or they can order takeout through the Linglinjao system, which will be delivered by the person in charge of the second floor restaurant. At this moment, Wang Ji and his 3 companions are exploring and familiarizing themselves with the surrounding environment on the third floor. Looking at the training ground, there are only 5 or 6 people training, which seems particularly desolate. He also noticed that the top floor of the Dawn Tower has the largest area, and as you go down, the area gets smaller. The difference between the first and second floors might not be noticeable, but compared to the first floor, the third floor is almost a full circle smaller. The 5th floor is the true core of the Dawn Tower and where the Tower Master resides. According to Jieshi, there are no specific conditions for entering the 5th floor. Only the Tower Master can personally authorize or invite someone to enter. Just as the 4 of them passed by the training ground, a man training saw them. Finally, a team has come down. If you don't come down soon, we'll go crazy facing that group all day, the man called out. Hello, we are the Sunset team, and I am the captain, Wang Ji. Wang Ji introduced himself to the other party. I've heard a bit about you. Haha, I'm Zhang Ming, from the former dynasty. Over there, the strongest one is our captain, Duan Qingtian. Zhang Ming enthusiastically conversed with Wang Ji and the others. By the way, what did you just say about that group? Wang Ji naturally knew that the group referred to the second-level team, Eternal Doomsday. As for what Zhang Ming just said about almost going crazy facing that group, it puzzled him, and he was curious about who those people were. Those guys. They're always mumbling like a bunch of lunatics, but they look normal on the surface. I really don't know what the Tower Master is thinking by letting people like that in. Zhang Ming, stop slacking off and get back to training. Zhang Ming was suddenly called away by his captain, Duan Qingtian, from a distance. Normal-looking lunatics? Wang Ji pondered and looked towards the group of lunatics that Zhang Ming mentioned. There were 2 masked individuals, both appearing to be female, practicing with daggers against each other. However, in the Dawn Tower, apart from the Tower Master wearing a mask, he hadn't seen anyone else wearing one. Why were these people wearing masks? Was it for show? Sakura, look at those 2, Wang Ji asked Sumu Sakura. Sumu Sakura stared at the 2 for a while and said, they have some skills. Alright, let's quickly put our things down. The fat guy is still waiting for us to deliver food, Wang Ji said. After a while, the 4 returned to the medical room's ward. At this point, the fat guy had already woken up and was staring at the ceiling in a daze. Wang Ji pushed the door open and placed the food on the table beside him. How's your injury, fat guy? Wang Ji asked as he found a spot to sit. The nurse is very pretty, her skills are professional, and she was very patient in helping me treat my wound. It was quite a nice hospital experience. The fat guy sighed. Eat something. Once your injury gets better, you can go home and lie down. Lying here is quite costly, and when we go back, I'll arrange a bulletproof vest for each of you. The best ones, Wang Ji said, painting a big picture for the fat guy. By the way, we are now a 3rd-level team. We just moved to the 3rd floor, Wang Ji continued. Wow, really, Captain Wang? You became a 3rd-level team so quickly? Looks like my stay in the hospital wasn't in vain. Haha, the fat guy exclaimed excitedly. It wasn't in vain. Once we get out, I'll pick a good weapon for you as a reward. Also, old he, stop just using that one military knife. Wait for us to buy another one. Wang Ji generously arranged. Their funds were quite sufficient now. He had to arm his team properly, ensuring they had weapons and protective gear. This incident made him fully realize the importance of equipment. Having good protective gear and weapons could sometimes save lives. As long as they were alive, that was value. That was victory. This is also the meaning of survival points. Chapter 38. A lesson for you 2 days later. Wang Ji brought the fat guy back to their residence on the 3rd floor. He could now move freely, but was not allowed to make any big movements. Time flies. It's been almost a week since they returned from the outside. Do you have any plans for the next outing? Wang Ji lay on the sofa in the living room and sighed. Plans? What plans? Just staying alive is enough, Sumu Sakura replied. What about Old He? Old He was silent for a while and eventually shook his head. Don't you have any plans to search for your loved ones? Wang Ji rolled over on the sofa and asked. Everyone has someone important to them, and by asking them, he meant to confirm whether they intended to search. But it seemed that none of them had the desire to go looking for anyone at the moment. Let us not talk about whether they are alive or not. Even if they are alive, we might not be able to get to them. Even if we could, would you be willing to go with me? Sakura sneered. Although what Sakura said wasn't pleasant, it was indeed the case. No matter who they wanted to help find first, there would always be someone unwilling. Then we can only go with the flow and take it step by step, Wang Ji said, turning to stroke Jialu's head and asking, Luli, are you afraid to go outside? Not afraid, she replied. All right, go rest. You've trained all day. After everyone returned to rest, Wang Ji noticed that Sumu Sakura had no intention of going upstairs, so he asked, Sakura, aren't you going to rest? Sumu Sakura placed her feet on Wang Ji's lap, and he looked at her in confusion. There are still 25 days, she said. Hearing this, he remembered that he had promised to give Sakura a massage for a month. It turned out she was still keeping track of it. Actually, after experiencing everything outside, he had started to feel afraid. The dangers outside had indeed exceeded his expectations, and he could no longer be so reckless and ignorant. He was afraid of losing the people around him. After spending these days together, he found his feelings for them growing deeper, especially when they sat together for meals, chatting, and laughing. He even felt that this was better than how things were before the apocalypse. Sakura, if we can safely return from this outing, I'll give you a massage for a lifetime. After saying this, Wang Ji felt his hand tremble slightly and realized he might have gotten a bit carried away. Sorry, Sakura, a lifetime is too long. Even if I come back next time, what about the time after that? What if you were to pass away one day? Who would I hold accountable? Then you can go with me. When we get there, I'll continue to massage you. Wang Ji joked. Get lost. When Sakura saw Wang Ji making fun of her, she kicked him in the chest. Unexpectedly, Wang Ji caught her leg with one hand. Seeing that her attack was thwarted, she tried to kick him with the other leg. But since she was lying down, she couldn't gain the upper hand and was instead pinned down by Wang Ji. All right, little Wang Ji. You've only been training for a few days and you dare to bully your sister? Fine, I concede. Sakura admitted defeat when she couldn't break free. After hearing Sakura plead for mercy, he released his hold. However, as soon as he loosened his grip, she pulled him down onto the sofa, and her legs instantly locked around his neck, while her right hand had already firmly seized his. If they really fought at this moment, he believed his arms and neck would definitely be upon hearing Su Muying's words. Wang Ji recalled Zhao Yang's despicable trick of shooting from behind in the arena. Actually, being despicable isn't a big deal, doing whatever it takes to achieve the goal. After all, heroes don't ask about origins. You never know how much cunning and shamelessness lie behind someone's success. Of course, I haven't forgotten, but I'm willing to die at Sister Ying's hands. Wang Ji continued stubbornly. After releasing Wang Ji, Su Muying smiled and stared at him, making his back feel a bit chilly. Something about that look seemed off. The two locked eyes for a moment before Ying spoke. I'm tired. Carry me back to the room to rest. Saying that, she slumped onto the sofa, looking unyielding. Currently, their room had 6 bedrooms in total, 3 on the first floor, 3 on the second, allowing everyone to have a single room. Wang Ji had no choice but to carry Su Muying back to her room. After entering and placing her on the bed, just as he was about to leave, Su Muying wrapped her legs around his waist, pulling him back into the position where he had just laid her down. Good little brother. Don't you want to do something to your sister? Su Muying said to Wang Ji. Wang Ji looked at the flirtatious Su Muying lying on the bed and said shyly, Sister Ying, it's not that I don't want to. But whenever I think about the dagger under your pillow, I just can't feel anything. Ha ha ha. Looks like I don't need to teach you this lesson. Su Muying laughed and actually took out a dagger from under the pillow. Seeing Wang Ji's speechless expression, Su Muying stopped teasing him. Remember to turn off the light. Thanks. Wang Ji returned to his room, thinking about things inside and outside the tower, quickly falling asleep. After resting for 8 hours, Wang Ji ordered several breakfasts delivered by the staff, opened Lingling Yao, and now could access the weapon mall through the system to reserve or browse introductions of various weapons, items, and armor, successfully avoiding the awkwardness of browsing without buying. Without hesitation, Wang Ji purchased 5 sets of soft, high-performance fiber bulletproof vests. Although soft armor isn't as durable as hard armor, it is much lighter. Then he bought a chemical protection suit for Jia Liulai individually. The chemical suit was also essential, effectively preventing scratches from zombies. As long as you aren't bitten, just scratching can't break through the chemical suit. He also purchased night vision explosion-proof goggles, which serve both as goggles and night vision, effectively preventing zombie blood from splashing into the eyes and allowing clearer vision at night. The bulletproof vest cost 200 survival points each. Although somewhat expensive, he insisted on the best. Jia Liulai's chemical suit cost 100 points. Altogether, he spent 100 survival points, which would be astronomical for an ordinary team, but was a small matter for Wang Ji's team. Chapter 39. Evolution. After checking the armor, the 5 bought some tools, including grappling hooks, windproof lighters, flashlights, transparent steel wire, first aid kits, water purification tablets, military water bottles, binoculars, compasses, and so on. Look around and see if you need any other tools. I've picked almost everything, Wang Ji said. Not for now. We'll see after receiving the mission. It's still uncertain. He said, looking over Wang Ji's selected items. This batch of tools wasn't very expensive, totaling 120 survival points. Fatty, your gunshot wound hasn't healed yet. For the next mission, just stay here and recover, Wang Ji said, looking at the bandages wrapped around Fatty's waist. Fatty knew he couldn't do intense activities now and would be a burden if he went out, so he didn't refuse and nodded in agreement. After the meal, Wang Ji and the others went to the first floor. Ever since they killed someone in the arena, the matter had caused a stir on the first and second floors. Their team had inexplicably reached level 3, baffling other survivors. Even gaining survival points from another small team shouldn't have accumulated 10,000 survival points so quickly. This question had become a mystery among other teams. This time, Wang Ji came to find Captain Jieshi. Upon arriving at headquarters, the guards did not stop them after Wang Ji explained their purpose and immediately let them through. Wang Ji went directly to Jieshi's office, having the other 3 wait in the lounge outside. Knock knock. Wang Ji knocked twice and then pushed the door open. Jieshi was staring blankly at the screen. What are you busy with? Wang Ji asked, less restrained than before, sitting opposite her. Nothing much. Why? What do you want? Jieshi snapped out of it and vaguely replied, then changed the subject. I just wanted to ask about the recent outings of other teams, Wang Ji said. Not optimistic. So far, 52 teams have gone out. 32 came back without casualties, 15 had casualties, and 5 teams were completely wiped out. Jieshi rubbed her forehead, explaining the current situation. Wang Ji was shocked. 5 teams annihilated in just a few days. That shouldn't be. These teams were trained. How could the casualties be so severe? Wang Ji asked in confusion. That's what I was just thinking. According to the teams that returned, the situation they encountered was different from yours. They described the zombies as fast, strong, with sharp senses, and mostly exhibiting group behavior, Jieshi recounted. Could they be evolving? Wang Ji speculated. Highly likely mutants. Let me show you something. Also, bring your teammates in, Jieshi said. After Wang Ji gathered everyone, Jieshi pulled up a video from the computer and projected it on the screen. The footage was first-person perspective of someone sprinting frantically, glancing back as about 20 to 30 zombies appeared in view. The number of zombies behind, blocked from view, was impossible to estimate. They were all crazed like wolves. The person in the video was running fast, much faster than Wang Ji's speed when escaping from the school. Yet the zombies pursued relentlessly. When about to be caught, the person suddenly yanked a teammate running with him backward. The teammate lost balance and fell. The video didn't show what happened next, but the outcome was obvious. After betraying his teammate, the person managed to escape and soon lost the zombies. The video fast-forwarded long after, shifting to an unfamiliar room. Then the camera mysteriously fell to the ground, seemingly lifeless. After a moment, it moved slightly, showing 2 middle-aged men. Before the attack, these 2 had no connection, not even exchanging words. Survivors, Wang Ji said, looking at the 2 who killed the teammate. There are still quite a few survivors outside. This video is from a wiped-out team. We installed a recorder on his helmet through special means. After watching this, what do you think? Jieshi slowly asked. Zombies are crazier, and it's hard to tell friend from foe among survivors, Wang Ji said, recalling the video. What made the zombies evolve? Su Muing asked. That's what I've been thinking. What do you think? Jieshi asked. We don't know either. When we were outside before, the zombies weren't this fast, Jieshi answered. Well, then you should be careful next time. Your intel is crucial to the Dawn Tower, Wang Ji said. Thanks for the reminder, Captain Jieshi. By the way, the Zhaoyan matter, didn't it cause any stir on the first floor? Wang Ji wondered. For someone as famous as Zhao Yan, his death should have made some news. Recently, no one had discussed Zhao Yan, which puzzled Wang Ji. Hearing Wang Ji's question, Jieshi chuckled lightly and said, "The Tower Master decides who lives and who dies. If the Tower Master wants nothing to happen, then nothing will happen. But don't worry, the Tower Master only punishes those who deserve to die." To prevent Wang Ji from misunderstanding, Jieshi added, "All right, then we will head back first." After saying that, Wang Ji and the others left the room. As they stepped out, Wang Ji's expression became heavy. The information from the recent video was abundant, yet concerning. The zombies were stronger in both speed and power compared to those they had encountered last time, and their numbers had not decreased. In just 1 month, these zombies had not only survived, but seemed even more energized. This made Wang Ji feel as though they were starving, but whether this was true remained to be seen. If they were evolving, would there be more advanced zombies appearing? If the zombies developed intelligence, the consequences would be unimaginable. Currently, the Dawn Tower had already lost 5 teams. And if this continued, the remaining numbers might drastically decrease. Without anyone going out to gather resources, the Dawn Tower would not be able to operate, and everyone would be forced to return to the surface. Chapter 40. Sudden Incident. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Under high-intensity training, Wang Ji gradually became stronger. These 10 days had the highest number of trainees, as starting today, there would be no survival point rewards for training. Currently, there were only 2 ways to obtain survival points. One was to go out to complete tasks, and the other was to join the ecological agricultural area and work honestly. This decision undoubtedly led many to choose to work, with very few daring to go outside. According to statistics, out of 10,000 survivors, 6,000 had entered the ecological agricultural area, while the remaining 4,000 continued to train, waiting for an opportunity to go out. Today was also a special day as it marked 1 month since the mandatory acceptance of outdoor tasks was announced. Most teams preferred to wait until the last moment to venture out, and approximately 200 teams were expected to go out today. Wang Ji calculated the time. They had another 15 days before their next outing, and in 15 days, he would have to face those zombies that had once been humans again. Looking at the hall on the first floor, which had gathered nearly 1,000 people, all of whom were preparing to go out for tasks. Some were dressed in protective gear like Wang Ji and were fully equipped with guns and ammunition, while others couldn't even afford protective gear and only had a short dagger in hand. Seeing these people, Wang Ji sincerely hoped they could return safely. For as long as they returned, it meant the outside world wasn't too dangerous, and the Dawn Tower could continue. Just as Wang Ji and the others were watching the distant teams, she walked over. "Captain Wang, please come with me," she said, looking rather anxious. Wang Ji didn't hesitate and immediately followed her. "I have a very important task for you," she said as they entered the conference room, getting straight to the point without any small talk. "Captain Jia, please go ahead." Wang Ji felt a sense of unease. He had never seen Jie this anxious before. "The thing is, although your time hasn't come yet, we have no choice. The team heading to the Chloe Biological Research Institute has all been sacrificed. Currently, there is an important person we need inside, Dr. Yonglu. I need you to urgently go for rescue. If the task is completed, the reward will be double the normal task, which is 5,000 survival points. Of course, you can refuse," Jieshi explained, her gaze cold as she looked at Wang Ji and the others. Although she was verbally asking for their consent, Wang Ji felt that it was best not to refuse. "All right, how many days can you give us to prepare?" Wang Ji asked after considering it for a moment. 1 day? 1 day? Wang Ji was taken aback. The sudden task left him unsure how to respond. "Okay, you should go back and prepare quickly. Captain Wang, I'm counting on you this time, Dr. Yonglu is very important to us." After she finished speaking, she stood up and left. Su Mu-ing and Lao He, who were behind Wang Ji, were also unsure of what to do. "Pack up and let us go get some more gear," Wang Ji said. "Why agree to her? Just for 5,000 survival points?" Lao He asked in confusion. "Then why did Jieshi come to us and not someone else?" Wang Ji countered. "What's the reason?" "Because she knows you well." Su Mu-ing rolled her eyes and said, "Let us hurry up and prepare for battle. We have enough survival points now. Let's buy some useful weapons," Wang Ji said and headed towards the trading hall. Upon reaching the trading hall, Wang Ji spent a large sum to buy 4 automatic rifles, complete with suppressors and holographic night vision sights, along with 2,000 rounds of ammunition, for signal flares, 12 high-explosive grenades, for incendiary grenades, for smoke grenades, and a drone. The total expenditure was 5065 survival points. This time, he spent more than the task reward in survival points, but Wang Ji didn't care. All he wanted was to survive. If he died because of equipment issues, that would be a huge loss. "Just need this much for now. Have it all delivered to our residence," Wang Ji instructed the staff. Back at their residence, Wang Ji and the others organized their gear, a combat backpack containing food and various tools, with grenades and ammunition strapped to their waists and chests, handguns and daggers on their legs, and rifles in hand. What are you guys doing? Taking a mission? Fatty, who had come down from upstairs, asked upon seeing the four of them packing. Yes, Captain Jieshi assigned us an urgent mission. We have to act by tomorrow at the latest, Wang Ji replied. I'll go with you, Fatty said as he walked down the stairs. Listen, Fatty, your current condition isn't suitable for going out. You would only be a burden. The zombies outside are reported to have evolved and become even more ferocious. Just stay here and recover, no matter how long we are gone. You are not allowed to go out. If we really don't come back, the survival points in your account will be enough for you to live a lifetime, Wang Ji said before lowering his head to continue organizing his gear. Fatty gritted his teeth. After hearing Wang Ji's words, he knew his gunshot wound hadn't healed, and he indeed couldn't keep up. Once everyone finished organizing their supplies, they went together to the cafeteria for a big meal, costing Wang Ji 100 survival points. This was the most satisfying meal Wang Ji had had since coming here, and the surrounding people cast envious glances at them, surrounded by good food and beautiful company. I'm full. Let's rest for a bit before we set off, Wang Ji said lazily, leaning back in his chair. Chapter 41. Tunnel after the meal. She sent someone to deliver the information about the mission. The Chloe Biological Research Institute was located in the eastern suburbs of City M, and the nearest stronghold was in the midsection of Huanshan Road 2 in the west. To reach the destination, they could either go straight through the city or take a long detour around the city from the south or north. Wang Ji would never opt to go straight through the city. The densely populated area would undoubtedly be a death trap. Currently, the information Wang Ji had was limited to the locations of the stronghold, the destination, and the map of City M. The four of them discussed for a while, but came to no accurate conclusions. Wang Ji suggested they go outside and assess the situation firsthand. After the discussion, the four of them donned their full gear and exited the third-floor room. Passing through the hall, they saw some remaining members of the former Dynasty team training. Upon seeing Wang Ji and the others, Zhang Ming immediately approached. What the hell? You guys are going out again? It's only been a few days. Are you bored down there? Yeah, just want to get some fresh air, Wang Ji chuckled lightly, not saying much more. Impressive. Well, I wish you a safe return, Zhang Ming said, waving goodbye to Wang Ji and the others. Following the task instructions, the four quickly arrived at the elevator exit leading to City M. This time for the mission, there were no helicopters. Wang Ji would have to think of a way to reach the destination himself. And the reason was simple. The helicopter fuel had been completely exhausted. For people walked in the dark corridor, no one spoke, only the sound of footsteps echoed. Soon, Wang Ji reached the end, and the four took out their weapons, ready for battle at any moment. Ding! The door opened. Wang Ji nervously held his gun. And when the door opened, no light shone on them. It was night, and the faint moonlight barely illuminated the ground. Wang Ji scanned the surroundings and found no trace of zombies. The four slowly approached the road ahead, and because it was night and the environment was complex, their pace was extremely slow. Wang Ji glanced at the map. They were currently in the middle section of Ring Mountain No. 2 Road in the western part of the city, which was their base location, while their target was in the eastern part of the city, with the same distance to the south and north. Let's go south, Wang Ji said. The four slowly moved southward in the dark night, keeping close together to ensure they wouldn't be ambushed. Why aren't there any cars on this road? Lao He wondered from behind. Wang Ji stopped. Yeah. How could there be not a single car? This road may be a bit off, but it shouldn't be completely deserted. Wang Ji also sensed something was off. After walking for another hour, they finally spotted a tunnel ahead, and there were several police cars parked in front of it. Seeing the police cars made Wang Ji feel uneasy. He raised his hand to signal everyone to stop and took out binoculars. What's wrong? Su Muing asked. I can't see clearly through the binoculars. Let's get a bit closer, Wang Ji said as he slowly approached the tunnel. When they were about 500 meters away, everyone could vaguely see the tunnel. The entrance was sealed with several layers of iron mesh. What is going on here? Wang Ji said, looking at the sealed tunnel. They've blocked off the tunnel. No wonder there aren't any cars on the road. It turns out they're all sealed off, Lao He said from behind. Damn, how heartless. They don't even give people a chance to escape, Wang Ji said, picking up the binoculars again to look at the tunnel. Damn. Wang Ji stepped back in shock after catching a glimpse through the binoculars. Seeing Wang Ji frightened, Su Muing took the binoculars from him. On the other side of the iron mesh, countless zombies were gathered, clawing and tearing at the iron mesh. Even Su Muing, who had experienced many battles, was startled by this sight. There are countless zombies on the other side of the iron mesh. We need to head back quickly, Su Muing said. Just after Su Muing finished speaking, Two figures in police uniforms suddenly rushed towards Wang Ji and the others from the police station ahead. Watch out, it's zombies. Lao He was the first to notice and raised his rifle, shooting down the two police uniform zombies before Wang Ji could get a clear look. Aren't you worried they might be survivors? Wang Ji asked. If they were survivors, they would have driven away already. Let us take their car, Lao He said nonchalantly. Looking at the 7 police cars in front of the tunnel, Wang Ji estimated that there were about 14 zombies nearby. Just now, Lao He had already dealt with 2, leaving 12 zombies that Wang Ji still hadn't located. Just as the 4 got closer to the police cars, suddenly 2 police uniform zombies lunged out from behind one of the distant police cars. Wang Ji sidestepped, and one zombie's attack missed, but before he could steady himself, the other lunged at him. Just as it was about to pounce on him, Wang Ji's eyes lit up. The zombie's head had already separated from its body and fell to the ground. Lu Li had drawn her delicate sword and decapitated the 2 zombies, while Lao He and Su Muing dealt with 5 more zombies that appeared from nowhere. During the recent fight, Wang Ji deeply felt that the zombies were faster than when they had come out last time. He had almost been knocked down. Wang Ji patted Lu Li's head and said, "Thanks, Lu Li." Lu Li shyly lowered her head. Wang Ji found it hard to understand how such a fierce zombie slayer could also be shy. Look over there. Su Muing pointed at the iron mesh above the tunnel. The zombies inside the tunnel were even more frenzied than before, their clawing movements becoming more intense. This is bad. We need to move quickly. That iron mesh may not hold for long. If they break through, we're all dead, Wang Ji said and entered a relatively intact police car. Get in. The keys are inside, so I can start it right away. Phew, good thing there are keys. I was worried that iron mesh was about to break, Wang Ji said, still feeling anxious. He checked the gas tank. There was still half a tank of gas. Enough for them to make a round trip. Lao He, you drive, I'll check the map. After driving for a while, Wang Ji let Lao He take the driver's seat. Wang Ji focused on the map of City M. At this moment, they were following route number 2. Entering the Greater West Ring. Let us hope the North isn't the same, blocked off, Wang Ji said, leaning against the passenger seat. The vehicles on the Greater West Ring were extremely sparse. They occasionally saw a scrap car, and zombies were also rare, but before they could react, Wang Ji and the others had already driven away. After driving for a while, they suddenly saw a car blocking the middle of the road ahead, with a person standing beside it. Lao He slowed down. As they got closer, Lao He could see it was a man, his clothes tattered and looking extremely disheveled, holding a fire axe covered in blood. After the 4 got out of the car, Wang Ji aimed his handgun at the man, who immediately knelt down and cried, "Brothers, please save my family." Lower your voice. Who are you? Wang Ji asked. Brother, my name is Hao Qinggong. I escaped from a town in the north, and I'm a police officer. Here's my ID, he said, pulling out his credentials from his tattered coat. Although it was night, Wang Ji had night vision goggles and, upon seeing the photo on the ID matched the man, realized he was telling the truth. Police officer Hao Qinggong from Longkou Town Public Security Bureau? Yes, that's me, Hao Qinggong said, seeing Wang Ji still unmoved, and immediately pleaded, "Police brother, please be sure to save us. If you think there are too many people, you can take my wife and children. I'll stay behind. We still have a mission. It's certain death if you follow us. Stay put. If we can survive, or if you can see us return, I'll take you to a safe place." Wang Ji glanced back at the wife and child, who were scared and huddled in the back seat. Okay, we'll wait for you, Hao Qinggong said excitedly. The 4 returned to the car, restarted it, and drove toward the Greater North Ring. Chapter 42. Crossing the bridge. Wang Ji actually knew they shouldn't be traveling at night, but they were concerned about the doctor they were trying to save. No one could say how long she could hold out. He didn't want to go through all the trouble only to find a zombie doctor waiting for him. On the detour to the north, the 4 of them didn't encounter any obstacles. After half an hour of driving, Lao He had circled around to the eastern part of the Greater East Ring. As they approached their destination from the East Ring, the number of vehicles gradually increased, and the number of zombies on the road also rose, some fast enough to leap onto the car. Wang Ji looked at the map in his hand. There was a large bridge ahead, over 1,000 meters long. If nothing unexpected happened, this bridge would definitely be blocked by cars. Stop. There's a bridge ahead. Let us wait until dawn to cross, Wang Ji said. Lao He parked the car 2 kilometers outside the bridge. It had started to drizzle lightly outside, slowly dampening the car windows. Wang Ji took out 4 cans of beef and handed them to the 3. Let us eat something first. While eating from the can in his hand, Wang Ji remained vigilant, watching the surroundings. At 6 o'clock, as the sky gradually brightened, Wang Ji and his 3 companions got out of the car. The surroundings were becoming clearer, and after walking 2 kilometers, Wang Ji could see the entrance to the bridge that led to City M. Crossing this bridge meant officially entering City M. Looking through his binoculars at the scene on the bridge, it was just as he expected. From one end to the other, the bridge was filled with abandoned vehicles. And in the gaps between the cars, countless zombies were aimlessly swaying. To reach City M, they had to fight their way across this bridge. It seemed we were in for a tough battle, Lao said as he lowered the binoculars. We'll shoot the zombies on the bridge, Liu. You handle the zombies attracted from the surroundings, okay? Liu nodded, indicating it was fine. All right, let's go. After Wang Ji finished speaking, he stepped forward towards the bridge entrance. As they got closer, Wang Ji's hands began to shake. It was his first time facing so many zombies. A rough glance at the zombies on the bridge revealed at least 500. He knew that once the first shot was fired, the zombies would swarm towards them. And with his limited combat experience, he was engaged in a fierce psychological struggle. After finding suitable positions, the four exchanged glances to confirm everything was okay. And Lao fired the first shot. Pa. Wang Ji immediately raised his rifle and started shooting at the zombies on the bridge. His rifle was also equipped with a silencer, so the gunfire wasn't too loud, but the bullets hitting the cars made a sound like metal clashing against metal. In an instant, all the zombies on the bridge were startled, letting out low growls that sent chills down their spines as they climbed over the vehicles and surged towards Wang Ji. Keep shooting, hurry. Lao underestimated the speed of the zombies. The three of them finished an entire magazine with only 90 shots fired, with effective shots being at most 40. And their rate of elimination was far lower than the zombies' advanced speed. On both sides, more than 10 zombies were running towards them. But they were all dealt with by Liu. Wang Ji and the others had no time to manage the zombies on the sides. Seeing the number of zombies ahead increasing, they realized the situation was dire. Their firepower couldn't hold out. Use grenades. After saying that, Wang Ji took out a high-explosive grenade and threw it into the center of the zombie tide. Boom. A series of explosions echoed from the east bridge of City M. The sound of the grenade and the explosions of cars resonated throughout the area. In a room at the research institute. Is that the sound of explosions? Could there still be survivors? Should we go check the rooftop? What is the point of checking? Everyone is trying to survive. They might already be dead. Do you still expect them to come save us? Right? We haven't eaten or drunk anything for 2 days. We probably can't last much longer. Sigh. Dr. Yang, wake up. Wake up. Yang Lu heard someone calling and propped herself up from the ground. What is wrong, Xiaoqi? Dr. Yang, are you okay? You don't look well. Oh. Just a bit dehydrated. I'm fine. Xiaoqi pondered for a moment and then said to the others, how about we go out and find some supplies? If we keep going like this, we'll all die. After Xiaoqi spoke, everyone lowered their heads and remained silent. No one spoke up. Seeing everyone's attitude, Xiaoqi got angry. What is wrong with you all? If it weren't for Dr. Yang taking us in and sharing her food, we would have been dead long ago. Now Dr. Yang is dehydrating and you're just sitting here? Xiaoqi, you know that outside is full of zombies. Going out would be like walking to death, said a man in his 40s. Lao Lu, do you think hiding here will keep us alive? If you don't go, I will. After saying that, Xiaoqi picked up a steel pipe from the ground and walked out. Xiaoqi, don't go. Yang Lu weakly shouted. Sigh. Doctor. Yang, you're very weak right now, don't talk. Thank you for keeping us alive for this long. Let me go with him, it will ease my mind. The one who spoke was a girl in her 20s, Dr. Yang Lu's assistant, who covered Yang Lu with her jacket and followed Xiaoqi out. On the bridge, smoke filled the air. After several grenades exploded, many zombies were eliminated, and the three felt relieved as they continued to change magazines, shooting at the zombies in the distance. The huge explosions attracted many more zombies from afar. Wang Ji shot while retreating. At this moment, they had already retreated from the initial bridge entrance to over 100 meters away. After firing 1,000 rounds, the number of zombies gradually decreased, and the entire bridge was covered with corpses, blood flowing like a river. Wang Ji was going a bit crazy. He had never killed so many inhuman zombies before. The four of them cautiously approached the bridge's entrance, where the vehicles that had just been burning were now extinguished by the rain, and ahead, the vehicles were haphazardly blocking the way, possibly continuing like this all the way to the city. Be careful, there might still be zombies inside the cars, Wang Ji reminded. In just 1,000 meters, it took Wang Ji a full hour, and at this point, all four of them were covered in blood, looking like murderers. Haha, it's been a long time since I've been this crazy. It feels great. Su Muing laughed excitedly, her eyes filled with fervent madness. Chapter 43, Vending Machine. After crossing the bridge, Wang Ji and the others arrived at the riverbank, with a park ahead. Crossing the park would lead them to the outer wall of the research institute. The four of them were heading in the planned direction. There was a wooden house ahead. A shop. Wang Ji put down the binoculars and said, looks like we're in luck. Su Muing also picked up the binoculars for a look. The group approached the small wooden house. The door was still locked, indicating that no one had been there. Through the window, they could see that most of the inside was filled with drinks, bottled water, and some candies. We'll come back for these supplies when we return. Wang Ji certainly wouldn't miss these resources. After passing through the small woods, Wang Ji finally reached the outer wall of the research institute. The wall was 3 meters high, and now Wang Ji faced a new problem. With such a large research institute, where should they look for people? Wang Ji took out a drone, intending to understand the situation inside first. Buzz. The drone took off and entered the research institute. The location of the wall where Wang Ji was standing was the ecological station of the research institute, which usually had no people. After flying in for a while, he saw the central area of the science museum, where the population was the densest and also the place with the most zombies. With hundreds of zombies milling around in the central area. Behind the science museum was the experimental base, which consisted of 2 3-story buildings connected by sky bridges. Wang Ji was sure that the people they needed to rescue were in this experimental base. Just as the drone was observing the terrain near the experimental base, Lao He, staring at the screen, exclaimed in surprise, "Look, there are people in the sky bridge on the 2nd floor. A man and a woman. I wonder if they are the ones we are looking for. They must have come out to look for food. We need to hurry over," Wang Ji said as he retrieved the drone. The 4 of them circled to the base of the wall nearest to the experimental base and climbed over. With the combined strength of the 4, they could pull themselves up as long as they could grab onto something. After climbing over the wall, they found themselves in a parking lot. Once on the ground, the zombies had already noticed Wang Ji and the others and began charging towards them. Wang Ji couldn't afford to be stealthy and immediately picked up his rifle to shoot. The situation was urgent, since they had already discovered the location of the targets. They needed to rush over immediately. If the targets died, the loss would be tremendous. Inside the building, "Xiaoqi, should we go back?" Yang Lu's female assistant looked at the scene in the corridor, which was covered in blood, and was already a bit weak in the legs. Xiaoqi looked at the only girl who had followed him out with a complicated expression and said, "Anking, you should go back. It's too dangerous outside." "I'm not afraid. Staying in here is also death." Anking still refused to listen. Xiaoqi stared at Anking for a long time, finally sighed, and said, "Sigh. All right. No matter what happens or what we encounter, don't make a sound. If something happens to me, run back to the lab immediately. Once that door closes, it will shield you from me and your scent and sound. Give me your foot." After saying that, Xiaoqi grabbed Qing's high heels and broke the heel off the back, making it easier to run and significantly reducing the noise of walking. "There's an unattended vending machine on the 1st floor. It should still have water and bread inside. We'll go there soon." "Okay," Qing replied nervously. The 2 of them quietly made their way from the 2nd floor corridor to the safe passage on the opposite side. Usually, there aren't many people in the research base. And after the outbreak of the zombie virus, the zombies here mostly came from outside, concentrating mostly on the 1st floor. As Xiaoqi peeked into the safe passage, he saw a zombie standing still, one of its arms bitten off and covered in blood, which scared him back instantly. And Qing, seeing Xiaoqi scared, urged, "Xiaoqi, we should go back. It's better to starve than to be eaten by those ugly things." Hearing Qing's words, Xiaoqi hesitated. His hands were shaking. But when he thought of Dr. Yang fainting weakly on the ground, he tightened his grip on the iron rod in his hand. Wasn't it just a brainless monster with a broken arm? As long as they dealt with it, they could get closer to the vending machine. After saying this, he turned into the staircase. As soon as Xiaoqi entered the staircase, the zombie immediately sensed him, and he swung the iron rod down hard onto the zombie's head, which only had one arm. "Xiaoqi, that's enough. It's already dead." And Qing pulled him from behind. Hearing Qing's words, Xiaoqi gradually calmed down and noticed that the zombie under his feet had been beaten to a pulp by the iron rod in his hand. "Xiaoqi, are you okay?" And Qing looked at Xiaoqi, whose eyes were wild and covered in blood, with fear. "I'm fine. Let's hurry down," Xiaoqi said. Wiping the blood off his face with his sleeve, they reached the bottom of the stairs, and the vending machine was against the wall next to the hall. "We're lucky. There are no zombies nearby," Xiaoqi said, looking back at Qing. "Great, we're saved." And Qing smiled. Xiaoqi looked again at both sides and told Qing, "That vending machine is out of power, and we don't have the key. We need to break the glass to get the items inside. If I break the glass and attract the zombies, you just grab a few bottles of water and bread and run back. I'll distract them." Hearing that Xiaoqi wanted to use himself as bait to escort her back, Qing immediately panicked, saying, "No, we go together. I can't leave you behind." Xiaoqi looked at Qing, who was being stubborn at such a time, and said, "Listen, Qing, if something goes wrong, either we both stay or I stay. Dr. Yang has already saved my life once. This time, I will repay her. If we both die, who will bring food to Dr. Yang?" All right, it's settled. After saying that, he didn't look at the teary-eyed Ching and walked straight towards the vending machine. Chapter 44. They all deserve to die. Shao Qi and Ching quietly approached the vending machine. Bang! Shao Qi shattered the glass with the iron rod in his hand. In the silent building, the sound of shattering glass was particularly jarring. The zombies nearby on the first floor heard the commotion and immediately began to low growl as they approached. Shao Qi saw that he had disturbed the zombies. So he smashed the vending machine a few more times, completely shattering the glass. Hurry! Ching, grab the stuff and run back. Shao Qi shouted while pulling out the items from the vending machine. Actually, Ching had already decided on the stairs that she would definitely take the supplies back. But once she got here and fought alongside Shao Qi, she changed her mind. She couldn't leave him behind. Ching, what are you doing? Hurry up and go. Shao Qi asked, looking at Ching, who was standing still, staring at him in a daze. Shao Qi, you are a responsible and accountable man. If this weren't the apocalypse, how great would that be? Saying this, Ching put down the food in her hands and took out a fruit knife from her pocket. Ching, what are you doing? I'm coming with you to deal with those things. As soon as the words left his mouth, several zombies had already come into the hall, charging at the two. Shao Qi didn't think too much and rushed up to fight the zombies. Shao Qi. Watching Shao Qi fight the zombies, Ching also rushed up. Thud, thud, thud. A zombie fell in front of Ching. Get down. A voice shouted from a distance. Ching instinctively turned her head. It was 4 fully armed humans, and she couldn't help but cry out loud. How many days had it been? How much hope had turned into despair? Just when she thought they were doomed, she suddenly saw the army. Get down. The voice called again from a distance. Ching finally reacted and immediately dropped to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Another round of gunfire rang out, and all the zombies in the hall were shot dead. Phew. Not too late. Wang Ji tossed aside the empty magazine and said, Are you Dr. Yonglu? Wang Ji asked, helping Ching, who was crying on the ground. Big brothers, save us, save us. Ching emotionally grabbed Wang Ji. Are you okay? Lao He asked Shao Qi, who was behind him. I'm fine. Thank you for saving us. Are you looking for Dr. Yonglu? Yes, we received orders to rescue Dr. Yonglu, Lao He replied. Great, Shao Qi said weakly. Wang Ji looked at the increasingly weak Shao Qi and said, We're late. He's injured. Seeing Wang Ji suddenly raise his gun. Ching immediately came to her senses and shouted, What are you going to do? He's injured. He won't last long before he turns into a zombie. And we have no way out, Wang Ji explained. Shao Qi froze, then felt an unbearable pain in his shoulder. Looking at the wound on his shoulder, he knew better than anyone that he was beyond saving. Shao Qi smiled resignedly. Just give me a quick end. After saying that, Shao Qi lay on the ground, closed his eyes, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Perhaps he knew Dr. Yang would be saved. Or perhaps he wouldn't have to become one of those soulless corpses. Wang Ji looked complexly at Shao Qi on the ground and pulled the trigger. Miss, please lead us to find Dr. Yonglu, Wang Ji said, turning back. Ching seemed not to hear and slowly walked to the vending machine, picking up the water and food that had fallen on the ground. Shao Qi, why were you so foolish? Everyone didn't come out. Only you came out. And even risked your life to find food for them. Ching murmured to herself while picking up food. Wang Ji stood by watching Ching, and at this moment, Su Muing couldn't stand it any longer and prepared to question her, but was stopped by Wang Ji. Miss, shouldn't we focus on saving people first? Wang Ji asked, coming to Ching's side. Save people? You aren't saving Shao Qi, but thinking of saving those cowardly selfish people? They all deserve to die? Ching shouted angrily at Wang Ji. Wang Ji wasn't angry. He said kindly, Miss, no matter how much they deserve to die, we still need to save Dr. Yang. Please think of the bigger picture. Hearing Wang Ji's advice and recalling the purpose of coming out with Shao Qi, Ching calmed down, wrapped the items in her coat, and silently walked towards the second floor. Wang Ji and the others exchanged glances and quickly followed her up. Chapter 45. Evacuation on the way to find Dr. Yonglu. A few zombies occasionally ambushed them, but Ching acted as if she didn't see anything, holding her coat and walking towards the opposite building. However, these zombies would be shot down by Wang Ji and the others as soon as they appeared, so Ching was quite safe all the way. After passing through the corridor and turning a corner, they arrived at a door at the end. Ching entered a code, and the door opened. Wang Ji walked in and saw nearly 10 people lying on the ground, both men and women. He tightened his grip on the gun. How could so many people send just one man and one woman out to find food? No wonder Ching said these people deserve to die. If it were him, given the ability, he would definitely kill them in this situation. Unfortunately, Ching was a weak girl, and she didn't have the capability to kill anyone. Even an ambush would only lead to mutual destruction. When the people in the lab saw someone coming, they all propped themselves up. When they saw the fully armed Wang Ji and his 3 companions, they all perked up. Thank God, we are finally saved. That's great. Help us. In an instant, the people who had just been lying on the ground were all pleading for help. Wang Ji coldly scanned the crowd and asked, "Who is Dr. Yonglu?" "She's over there." A man pointed to a corner. Wang Ji looked in the direction the man was pointing and saw a woman in a white coat lying there. He immediately ran over, squatted down, and gently helped Dr. Yonglu up, resting her against his legs. "Ingjia." Wang Ji quickly called Su Muing over to see what condition she was in. Su Muing walked over, looked at Dr. Yonglu, grabbed her hand, and checked her pulse. She then took out her adrenaline and injected it into Yonglu's waist. "She's severely hungry and dehydrated. When she wakes up, give her some water and food," Su Muing said. Sure enough, after being injected with adrenaline, Dr. Yonglu woke up not long after. Seeing her awake, Wang Ji immediately brought water to her lips. Just waking up, Yonglu was startled to see a stranger beside her, but she quickly calmed down. "Who are you? Don't talk for now. We are here to save you. You are very weak, so drink some water first," Wang Ji replied. Yonglu didn't say anything further and quietly drank the water from Wang Ji's hand. The others saw Qing returning with a large bag of food and water, and they all shouted, "Xiaoqing, hurry and share some food with us." One person, unable to wait any longer, tried to come up and take some for himself when Qing suddenly pulled out a knife and pointed it at the man, saying, "This is what Xiaoqi risked his life for. Do you even deserve to eat?" "Qing, we were wrong. Just share a little with us," the man pleaded. Qing ignored them and squatted down next to Yonglu. "Dr. Yang, please eat something. This is bread that Xiaoqi and I just brought back from outside." Yonglu looked around and asked, "Where is Xiaoqi?" "Xiaoqi went out with me to find food and got infected. I almost didn't make it back. It was these 4 people who saved me," and Qing choked out. "Ah, Xiaoqing, go share some food with everyone," Yonglu said, stroking Qing's cheek. Since Yonglu had spoken up, Qing couldn't refuse any longer and silently turned and walked into the crowd to distribute the food. "We came from the Dawn Tower. We were sent here to find you," Wang Ji said to Yonglu. "Dawn Tower? What kind of place is that?" Yonglu asked. "A shelter, a safe place." "That's great, thank you," Yonglu exclaimed. "Lao He, let them eat quickly. We need to leave as soon as possible to avoid any long-lasting troubles," Wang Ji said. Lao He responded and went to help Qing distribute the food. "Thank you, big brother. Thank you so much." Qing expressed her gratitude. Once the food was distributed, Lao He urged, "Everyone, hurry and eat. As soon as you're done, we set off." Upon hearing they were leaving, some people in the crowd began to panic. Lao He looked at the frightened people and said harshly, "If anyone is afraid, just stay here." Indeed, as soon as the group heard they would be left behind, they immediately ceased their objections. After a while, Yonglu gradually regained her strength and tried to stand up. "Dr. Yang, how do you feel? Can you move?" Wang Ji asked, watching Yonglu stand and stretch. Yonglu stretched her body and took a couple of steps, saying, "I'm fine. By the way, I can't believe there are such young girls in your group." Yonglu looked at Xiao Li with some disbelief. "The mountain doesn't have to be high. If there are immortals, it becomes spiritual. No big deal. We need to hurry and evacuate. It's very dangerous outside," Wang Ji said. "Okay, I'll follow your lead. I'm going to grab my research sample backup," Yonglu said, and then went to remove the hard drive from her computer. Once Yonglu got her research sample backup, Wang Ji and his 3 companions, along with Yonglu and Qing and the other 11 people, left the lab. Xiao Li and Lao He led the way, while Wang Ji and Su Muing protected the group from behind. Wang Ji's group decided to return the way they came. Although they would still encounter zombies, the numbers would be significantly reduced. The group saw the bodies of zombies scattered along the road and could easily guess that these were taken care of by Wang Ji's group when they arrived. When they reached the wall, Wang Ji took out a claw hook from his bag and instructed everyone to hold onto the rope and climb over the wall. Just because Wang Ji and his group could climb over barehanded didn't mean everyone else could. After climbing over the wall, Wang Ji still needed to go to the wooden shop. "We were really lucky this time. We found the people in just a day," Su Muing said cheerfully as they walked. "Yeah, if Qing and the others hadn't come out, who knows how long it would take to find such a large research facility," Wang Ji remarked. "Now the question is, with us 15 people, how do we get back?" Su Muing asked. Wang Ji paused. He hadn't thought about that in detail. They would have to look for a vehicle on the way back. 3 cars. 2 of us will sit in one car, taking some people, and the remaining will go in the last car, and they will drive themselves, Wang Ji said after a moment of thought. Wang Ji led the group through the woods to the shop they had discovered earlier, and everyone was surprised to see so many supplies and food inside. "Wow, all this stuff is enough for us to eat for a month." "Sho, what are you thinking?" This is what they found. Do you want to steal food right under their noses? Yeah, those 4 people don't look easy to mess with. We mustn't anger them. The crowd whispered among themselves as Wang Ji walked straight into the house and began a large-scale shopping spree. Wang Ji instructed the researchers to pack all the water, sugar, snacks, and anything edible into bags. With the manpower provided for free, Wang Ji's burden was significantly lightened. After looting the little wooden house, Wang Ji could officially return. Since the mission target had been found, they had to return quickly. Staying outside for too long could lead to accidents. Move quickly. We need to reach the evacuation point before dark. Wang Ji urged the researchers to quickly grab their things and follow the evacuation route he had planned. When the group reached the bridge, only a few wandering zombies appeared on the bridge, which made Wang Ji breathe a sigh of relief. Everyone be careful, don't get ambushed. The researchers realized that the explosion they heard in the morning had originated from here. Looking at the wrecked vehicles and the bloody corpses on the bridge, they couldn't imagine what kind of battle had taken place here. Wang Ji's group shot at the newly arrived zombies. The number of zombies was small enough that they could be killed with knives to save ammunition, but to ensure the safety of the people, Wang Ji's group couldn't stray too far and had to continue conserving ammo. Don't be afraid. Quickly stand up and move forward, Wang Ji said to a few women who were scared and crouching on the ground. After crossing the bridge, Wang Ji used the intercom to instruct Lao He and Xiao Li to take 4 people to the police car while he searched for 2 cars still with keys left inside. Who wants to drive one of the cars? Wang Ji asked the crowd. I'll drive. A man stepped forward and volunteered. Okay, you follow behind the police car. And I'll be behind you. Don't have any other thoughts. You 3 get in this car. Wang Ji pointed to the 4 men in the back. Wang Ji's car had Su Muing, Dr. Yang Lu, and Qing, and the remaining 2 women. Dr. Yang must ride with him. Wang Ji definitely wouldn't feel at ease in another vehicle. He wouldn't let the others face the survivors alone either. At least 2 people should keep an eye on each other. He couldn't guarantee that no one would plot against them. Finally, I can take a break, Su Muing said comfortably from the passenger seat. May I ask, when we reach the Dawn Tower, can we be assured of our safety? It was clear that Yang Lu was still a bit anxious. I can guarantee your safety, but not theirs, Wang Ji replied after thinking for a moment. Why? Because the Dawn Tower doesn't tolerate idlers. Oh, I see. Then it should be fine. I thought. Yang Lu didn't finish her sentence. You thought we wouldn't be reasonable and would kill it well? Wang Ji smiled. No, that's not what I meant. Don't worry. Everyone survives by their own skills and won't cause trouble. After reassuring Yang Lu, he felt more at ease driving. Wang Ji, do you think that family is still there? Su Muing asked with her eyes closed. They should be. It's only been half a day. Snap. Su Muing pressed the lighter again to light a cigarette, silently gazing out the window. What's wrong, Ingjia? Wang Ji noticed that Su Muing seemed to be lost in thought. What a once prosperous world, now in ruins. Humanity is hiding like rats. It's truly ridiculous. It will get better, Wang Ji said, tightening his grip on the steering wheel as he spoke seriously. I hope so. Su Muing turned her head and continued smoking. Wang Ji glanced at the unpredictable Su Muing. He couldn't see through her. She was skilled at disguising her feelings. Sometimes she seemed sad, but she might not be, and when she appeared happy, it didn't necessarily mean she was. Her expressionless face was even harder to decipher, which was one of the things that made her seem frightening to Wang Ji. Do you think your sister is scary? Su Muing suddenly said. Damn. Wang Ji turned to look at Su Muing, who was staring out the window. He didn't know if it was a reflection or what. But how could she know what he was thinking? That was too scary. Gulp. Wang Ji swallowed hard. How could that be? He just thought Ingjia was particularly charming. Is that so? If I'm so charming, why haven't you made a move on me yet? Next time for sure. Wang Ji immediately regretted saying that, fearing Su Muing would ask when the next time would be. Fortunately, Su Muing didn't pursue the topic further. She simply responded with a casual and fell silent. I should switch her to Lao He's vehicle. At least Lu Li is understanding and gentle. Who looks better, me or Lu Li? Su Muing suddenly asked. Wang Ji turned to look at her as if he had seen a ghost. He had just been thinking about Lu Li. Why did she bring her up? Wang Ji began to suspect that this girl had some special powers. Each has their own merits. You're the mature type, while Lu Li is the youthful type. Their figures and personalities are different, but overall, I still think Jia is more attractive. Su Muing slowly nodded, pondering Wang Ji's words. Sure enough, Wang Ji's words pleased her. If he had said Lu Li was prettier in front of her, it would have been pure foolishness. After that, Wang Ji dared not think about anything else, driving steadily. Wang Ji, the intersection ahead leads to the West Ring Road. Is there a change in plans? Lao He's voice came through the intercom. No change in plans. Proceed normally. Keep the speed around 40. After driving for a while, Lao He's voice sounded again over the intercom. We spotted that vehicle from last night. Okay. Be careful and confirm if anyone is infected. When Wang Ji's vehicle got closer, he said, you guys stay in the car. Jia, let's go take a look. The four of them got out of the car and found two zombie corpses lying near the other vehicle. The other party also saw Wang Ji returning and hurriedly got out of their car. Brothers, why are you back so soon? Hao Qinggong asked excitedly as he got out. Things went pretty smoothly. It's dangerous out here. No one wants to stay longer, Wang Ji replied. That's great. Can we go with you this time? Of course. Are you all okay? No injuries? Wang Ji wanted to confirm. No injuries. Wife, son, get out and thank the brothers. Hao Qinggong called his wife and son down so Wang Ji could check. Thank you, brothers, for saving us. We are very grateful. Saying this, Hao Qinggong's wife knelt down. We just lent a hand. Get up quickly. We need to get moving. It's already afternoon, and it will be dark soon, Wang Ji said, checking the time. All right. We'll follow your car, Hao Qinggong said. Thus, Wang Ji's group gained 3 more people, and 4 vehicles headed toward the number 2 highway they had come from. An hour later, they had exited the West Ring and entered the number 2 highway. If nothing unexpected happened, they would reach their evacuation point in less than half an hour. Just as Wang Ji was thinking this, Lao He's voice came through the intercom again. Wang Ji. Something's not right. A large number of zombies have appeared ahead. Chapter 47. Night Talks in the Mountains. Wang Ji, something's wrong. A large number of zombies have inexplicably appeared ahead. Lao He's voice came through the intercom urgently. Wang Ji quickly took out his binoculars and saw that a kilometer away, the road was filled with zombies. How could this be? Did the iron net in the tunnel get destroyed, and they all ran out? There were at least 800 zombies in sight, slowly wandering towards Wang Ji's direction. Wang Ji knew that fighting would be impossible. Even if they hit every shot and emptied their guns, they couldn't eliminate half of the zombies, and close combat was out of the question. Lao He, quickly bring the people and supplies down from the car, Wang Ji said over the intercom. Su Muing frowned and asked, why are we getting out? Of course. To escape. Driving back is pointless. We can only go into the mountains for a while to avoid those zombies. Wang Ji explained as he opened the car door. Letting the Research Institute people grab supplies before everyone ran towards the mountains beside the road. As long as they kept a distance from the zombies, they wouldn't pursue. They could only sense and identify through sound. After Wang Ji had walked about a kilometer into the mountains, he turned back and took up the binoculars again. Seeing the zombies had arrived at their parking spot. Then, with a bang, the car Wang Ji was driving exploded among the horde of zombies. Yes, it exploded. Everyone heard the sound and turned to look, realizing it was their car that had blown up. What happened? Lao He looked at Wang Ji, confused. Humph. Wang Ji set a timed bomb in the car, calculated the time for when those zombies would arrive, and boom. Su Muing made an explosion gesture. I see. But was that really necessary? Lao He asked. Of course, it's necessary. The sound can be heard by zombies within a 2-kilometer radius, and they will gather here. Wang Ji replied, pulling out a map. They were now about 20 kilometers from the evacuation route, and at walking speed, they definitely wouldn't make it before dark. After dark, they would either have to travel at night or stay put until dawn. After walking for a while, the sky gradually darkened, and they could no longer continue because the Research Institute people didn't have night vision goggles, and it wasn't safe for Wang Ji's group to turn on lights, as it would attract zombies or other strange things. Thus, Wang Ji found a slope on the backside of a hill to stop, and everyone would spend the night there. They lit a small fire, which reduced the fear in the group. Everyone sat around the small fire, chatting about the past. I never thought we could walk out of the Research Institute alive. We really owe it to Dr. Yang that someone came to rescue us. Yeah, thank goodness for Dr. Yang. Anking sat there with her head down, silent, reminiscing about Zioki and their experiences together. Xiaoqing, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Yang Liu asked, noticing Anking's tears. Anking didn't respond, standing up and walking to Wang Ji, who was on lookout. Wang Ji looked at Anking and asked, what's the matter? Why aren't you warming up by the fire? Anking gazed blankly at the stars in the sky and said, I saw Zioki die in front of me, but I couldn't do anything. If I could have shared the burden with him at that moment, maybe he wouldn't have gotten infected. Wang Ji listened to Anking's words, realizing she was thinking of her Zioki again. So you need to become stronger to protect yourself and the ones you want to protect in your own way. Look at me. A few months ago, I was just an ordinary person. After entering the Dawn Tower, I kept training, step by step. Anking suddenly looked at Wang Ji and asked, can I really do it? Yes. As long as you have enough determination, Wang Ji replied. Anking murmured to herself. To protect the ones I want to protect in my own way? All right, go warm up by the fire, Wang Ji advised. Okay, thank you. Anking said and walked back to the fire. Wang Ji sighed as he watched her leave. Before long, Jialu arrived beside him. Seeing her, Wang Ji asked, what's wrong, Liu Lai? It's nothing. I just wanted to talk to the captain, she replied. After a moment of silence, Liulai spoke again. It turned out she wanted to talk. No wonder. She hadn't said much along the way, and it was clear she wasn't very expressive. Are you tired? Wang Ji asked, feeling the need to initiate a conversation since Liulai wasn't bringing up topics herself. A bit, she replied. The two sat side by side. Wang Ji looked up at the sky and noticed that the stars, which had been absent before, were now shining brightly. Without industrial pollution, car exhaust, and various impurities, the sky had returned to its vastness. Perhaps this was destined. Humanity was nearing extinction, undergoing a reshuffling, and then starting a new cycle. The stars are so bright and beautiful, Liulai exclaimed, her beautiful eyes fixed on the sky. Wang Ji was captivated by the sight of the starry sky reflected in her eyes. Perhaps this was what it meant to have a galaxy in one's gaze. At that moment, he was drawn to her. Captain, what are you looking at? Liulai blushed and lowered her head again when she noticed Wang Ji's gaze. What is that? Wang Ji suddenly pointed to a side behind Liulai. In the distance, many red dots appeared in the woods. Wang Ji quickly put on his night vision goggles. Is that a pack of wolves? Chapter 48. Zombie wolves. The moment Wang Ji saw the wolves, his first reaction was that animals had also been infected. Not good. It's zombie wolves. Liulai, prioritize protecting yourself. After saying this, Wang Ji pulled Liulai back to the crowd. Alert! A pack of zombie wolves is coming. Wang Ji communicated through his wireless headset. Sakura, Lao He, please keep an eye on Dr. Yang. Others don't need to worry too much. These words couldn't be overheard by the researchers. Seeing Wang Ji and the others move, the researchers immediately panicked. Don't run around. Stay by the fire. Lao He stood up and told them. Before they explode, we should shoot first, Wang Ji said in the headset. Bang! Wang Ji fired the first shot, and the tense wolf pack suddenly charged towards him. Wang Ji was shocked by the wolf's speed. Clearly, he had underestimated the explosive capabilities of these zombie wolves. They were 15 times faster than normal wolves, and bullets couldn't hit them at all. It was a waste to keep shooting. Too fast. I can't hit them. Wang Ji shouted as the zombie wolves drew closer. One of the wolves lunged at Wang Ji. Whoosh! A flash of light appeared before Wang Ji. Liulai had drawn her sword, Yaling Long, and severed the zombie wolf that was about to pounce on Wang Ji. The wolf's head and body fell apart, still gnashing its teeth on the ground. Seeing that bullets couldn't hit, Wang Ji quickly drew his dagger and began close combat with the zombie wolves. Meanwhile, Lao He and Sumu Sakura were struggling with their daggers and also had to divide their attention to protect Dr. Yang. Ah, no. A woman was unfortunately knocked down and screamed. Wang Ji and the others had no time to see who it was or to save her. They were fighting against the fast-moving zombie wolves. Liulai's weapon had the advantage. The blade was sharp and long, capable of splitting the wolves in half instantly. However, Wang Ji and the others' daggers seemed somewhat inadequate. They needed to hit the wolf's head to kill it. A stab to the body wouldn't stop the zombie wolf from getting up to attack again. At this point, one man couldn't bear the scene any longer and started to run away. Wang Ji saw the man trying to escape and anxiously shouted, "Don't move. Come back." But the man didn't listen. He had barely run 10 meters before being pounced on by wolves, followed by screams. The bloody scent attracted other zombie wolves, which turned to feast on the man who had just run out. Seizing this opportunity, Wang Ji threw a grenade at the man's corpse. Boom! The explosion shattered the dark silence. Just as the zombie wolves were about to pounce on the man for a piece of meat, they were blown to bits. Wang Ji's side lost 3 people, but he secretly celebrated that the man had gone out as bait. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to gather so many wolves together for a quick kill. Are you all okay? Wang Ji looked at the others. Where did that pack of crazy dogs come from? They're fierce enough to almost bite me. My hazmat suit got torn. Luckily, I had a bulletproof vest, Lao He said, feeling scared as he touched his waist. Hearing Lao He's words, Wang Ji was shocked and rushed to check his wound. He saw that the hazmat suit had been bitten through, exposing the bulletproof vest, which had also been deeply bitten into, leaving a red mark on Lao He's waist. Phew. Good thing it didn't bite through. Otherwise, Lao He, you would have been done for, Wang Ji said, relieved. Our uncle He is compassionate and insists on protecting those people. But in the end, he was ambushed by a wolf, Sumu Sakura said sarcastically as she approached. As long as you're okay, Wang Ji patted Lao He's arm. We need to move to a different location. We can't stay here any longer. Wang Ji frowned at the pile of corpses on the ground. After moving their supplies, Wang Ji and the others walked a little further. Following the previous attack, the researchers and the Hao family were now on edge, flinching at the slightest noise and huddling closer to Wang Ji. Wang Ji understood their feelings and behavior very well. After walking for a while, Wang Ji found another suitable place to set up camp. and everyone rekindled the fire. This journey is fraught with danger. I hope everyone will follow orders. We will do our best to ensure your safety while protecting ourselves. If there are any more disobedient actions like before, you will bear the consequences. Wang Ji warned the crowd. Everyone responded affirmatively. No one would be foolish enough to disregard Wang Ji's orders, or they would face a pack of zombie wolves charging at them, followed by a grenade. Throughout the night, no one felt sleepy or dared to feel sleepy, fearing that a group of zombies might suddenly appear. Wang Ji spent the night in the dark wilderness. Apart from a few wandering zombies, there were no other dangers. As dawn broke, Wang Ji and the others resumed their journey. Along the way, Wang Ji occasionally used binoculars to observe the zombie crowd on the road. But the situation was not ideal. After walking for a while, he found that there were still many zombies on the road, and he felt that the evacuation point was surrounded by zombies as well. After walking 20 kilometers with frequent stops for 8 hours, the group finally arrived opposite the entrance. In the distant forest, Wang Ji used binoculars to spot the entrance. As expected, there were zombies around, and a large number of them. The closer they got to the tunnel they had previously visited, the more zombies there were. We've arrived, but we need to cross that road. Wang Ji turned around and said to the people behind him, "This is a desolate wilderness. Where would there be a shelter?" "Yeah, are you sure you remembered correctly?" No one had seen any shelter, but hearing Wang Ji say they had arrived made them uneasy. "The shelter is below. We need to enter the tunnel. And the tunnel entrance is just across the road," Wang Ji explained. "What should we do then? There are so many zombies on the road. Should we rush across?" Lao He put down his binoculars and asked. Wang Ji looked at Lao He, then turned to the group from the research institute and Hao Qinggong's family behind him. "We can break through, but they might not be able to. Let's distract them and then make a move," Su Mu Ying suggested. "Who will be the bait? Them?" Lao He asked, then looked back at the group. "Don't we have signal flares? We can use them to attract attention first, then rush across. That would be safer," Wang Ji said, pulling a flare from his bag. "Although the flare is useful, when we get closer, they will still prioritize attacking us," Lao He said. Wang Ji shrugged helplessly. "There's no other way. It's better than rushing directly. Also, we have less than 300 bullets left, so a direct fight is impossible." Chapter 49. Return Sakura. Lao He, you two release signal flares to the sides. Liulai and I will break through at the gate. The rest follow closely behind. Sakura and Lao He cover the rear. Any problems with this plan? Wang Ji made a simple plan and led the group with supplies toward the road. About 200 meters from the zombie group on the road, Wang Ji instructed Su Mu Ying and Lao He to release signal flares to the sides. Whoosh! Bang! The flares landed on the road, emitting intense, dazzling light, attracting all the nearby zombies. "Now, everyone keep up from behind." Wang Ji seized the moment, raised his gun, and charged onto the road, with the others carrying supplies close behind. When Wang Ji reached the road, zombies noticed him and turned to charge. "Wang Ji, go open the door. Leave the zombies to us," Lao He shouted from behind. Wang Ji knew it would take time to verify identity to open the door, so he had to arrive early and open it in advance. Thinking this, he instructed Liulai to protect Dr. Yang Lu and immediately sped toward the tunnel gate. He took out the pre-prepared magnetic card, placed it in the slot. Beep. Verification successful. The gate slowly opened. Almost in. Wang Ji put away the card, changed magazines, and covered the others entering at the gate. Seeing the gate opening, the others also used their last strength to run toward it. The zombies attracted by the flares had apparently lost interest and turned to chase the living. Seeing the situation worsening, zombies on both sides were gathering. If they didn't close the door and retreat, there would be trouble. Everyone retreat immediately. After Liulai successfully escorted Dr. Yang to the cave entrance, Wang Ji ordered Su Mu Ying and Lao He via radio to retreat immediately. Wang Ji continuously provided fire cover, but many people carrying supplies had not arrived. If this continued, zombies would rush into the cave. This won't do. The supplies will be lost, and people can't get in. No time left. Wang Ji changed his shooting angle immediately. Bang! Bang! Wang Ji fired 2 shots at people behind who were not carrying supplies, hitting their legs. The 2 collapsed, losing mobility. The zombies, smelling blood, immediately pounced on the fallen girl. Others were desperately fleeing and barely noticed Wang Ji sacrificing them. Not enough. Bang! Another woman fell. "Ah! Help me!" A man screamed. Unfortunately, no one paid attention. Everyone was running toward the gate without looking back. After sacrificing 3 live bait outside the cave, the zombies' attack significantly decreased. After Su Mu Ying and the others successfully retreated, Wang Ji immediately slipped back. The iron gate closed, but zombies outside kept pounding on it. Phew, that was close. Su Mu Ying leaned against the wall, breathing heavily, and threw her rifle to Wang Ji. It was clear the zombie encirclement had drained her strength. Anyone injured? Wang Ji asked the shaken group. No one responded. Wang Ji turned on the light and did a quick check. After confirming no injuries, he proceeded downward. Along the way, no one cared about the missing few or how they were lost. Now, they only knew they had survived. Wang Ji felt no guilt for his actions. It was a necessary sacrifice. Without sacrificing those few, the losses would have been heavier. Well done, Liulai, Wang Ji praised. He had witnessed Liulai's actions, especially her protection of Dr. Yang, which was excellent. Hardly any zombies got close to them, allowing for a quicker retreat. Currently, excluding Dr. Yang, 9 survivors followed behind. This battle was a great success, earning nearly 900 survival points and some edible supplies in just 2 days. Wang Ji returned to Dawn Tower and first checked the medical room. Sophie was surprised when she saw Wang Ji and the others. We meet again, Captain Wang. Sophie greeted as she came out of the office. Sophie, your memory is impressive, Wang Ji said. Stop it. Now your team is the star team of Dawn Tower. Everyone knows you, Sophie replied. All right, let's get the checkup done. Put all these supplies in that box, Wang Ji directed. Organizing the returned survivors and putting his own equipment inside for cleaning and disinfection. After placing everything down, Wang Ji and the others entered the disinfection room for washing, changing clothes, and physical exams. He then took the Research Institute people and Hao Qinggong's family to the affairs hall to hand over the task, while Dr. Yang Lu was taken by a designated person. After the handover, Wang Ji successfully received 900 survival points. Let's go back quickly. I'm exhausted, haven't slept for 2 days, Wang Ji said and quickened his pace. The 4 returned to the 3rd floor residential area. Upon hearing movement, the fat man inside immediately ran out. Seeing Wang Ji back, he was shocked. Captain Wang, you're back so soon? Am I dreaming? The fat man then turned his gaze to Su Muing. Sakura, hit me to see if it hurts. Ah, it hurts. Not a dream. Stop, I'm awake. Su Muing grabbed the fat man's hand, scolding playfully. You lazy fat man, you can still sleep, she said. It's not fair. The doctor said I should rest more because of my injury, the fat man complained. All right. Stop bullying the fat man. He's a patient, Wang Ji interjected. Oh, you want me to stop bullying him or bully you? Su Muing let go of the fat man's hand, draping her arm over Wang Ji's neck teasingly. Wang Ji looked annoyed. Stop it, Sakura. I haven't slept for 2 days. I could sleep standing up. Go rest. By the way, brother He, why did you come back so quickly? Did the mission go well? The fat man asked. Pretty smooth, Lao He said briefly and went back to sleep. All 4 had barely slept during the mission and were now exhausted. Hey, I just woke up. Liulai is still strong. Liulai, why aren't you sleeping? The fat man asked. Liulai? Damn, you fell asleep sitting up? The fat man saw the others already asleep and, feeling bored, joined the sleeping group. We're here. Please come in, the person who took Dr. Yang Lu said outside the door. Yang Lu didn't ask much and walked straight in. It was a large laboratory, and many of the instruments were familiar to her. As she went deeper inside, she saw someone she knew very well. Teacher, is it really you? Yang Lu asked, somewhat incredulously. It was no wonder she couldn't believe it. Dr. Chun had left with news of his death 5 years ago. You've come, Xiao Lu, Dr. Chun confirmed as he spoke. And she was certain this was the teacher who had died 5 years ago. You didn't die? How could you be here? Yang Lu had 1,000 questions waiting to be asked. Sorry, Xiao Lu. My arrival here 5 years ago was a top-secret operation, and I didn't tell anyone. Did you arrange for them to bring me here? True to your sharp thinking, yes, it was my request. After the Tower Master approved it. It was turned into a mission for those warriors. What about the others? Your other students? Yang Lu asked anxiously. Sigh, Xiao Lu. You were my most promising student back then. You've grown from a young girl into a young woman. To be honest, rescuing you was the best I could do, Doctor. Chen said with a hint of sorrow. You mean I almost didn't survive? If it weren't for Wang Ji and the others, if we had been even a bit later, I might not be standing here talking to you. Yang Lu recalled the moment when her life was in danger, and Xiao Qi and Enqing risked their lives to find food. Come, find a place to sit. You mentioned Wang Ji's group took on a mission? Yes. What's wrong? Teacher, do you know them? I know a thing or two. They've become quite famous in the Dawn Tower recently, and I've heard the Tower Master mention them. Now tell me the details of your visit here. Yang Lu recounted everything from waking up in the laboratory and seeing Wang Ji and the others to what happened after entering the Dawn Tower. You mean you encountered a mutated wolf pack? Dr. Chen asked in surprise. That's right. Even animals are infected with the virus now. Sigh, it seems things are getting worse. So, what should we do next, teacher? Well, mainly we need to research gene antibodies, biological mutations, and maintain some operations in the Dawn Tower. But first, you need to rest. If it weren't for the adrenaline, you probably wouldn't have made it this far, Dr. Chen said. Okay, teacher. Yang Lu realized she hadn't slept or eaten much in the past 2 days after Dr. Chen reminded her. Chapter 50. Fear Captain, the person has been brought in. Let her in. Jieshi continued to read without looking up. Are you looking for me? A woman's voice came from outside the door. Please sit. After the woman sat down, Jieshi spoke. What is your name? My name is Enqing, and I'm Dr. Yang's assistant. Enqing replied with her head down. The woman in front of her exuded a sense of pressure. I see you were brought back by Wang Zhi's group. Tell me the details, Jia, she said coldly. Upon hearing Wang Zhi's name, Enqing immediately lifted her head, alert and wary. Why should I tell you? Oh, Jieshi raised an eyebrow, stood up, and slowly walked toward Enqing. At that moment, Enqing was under the pressure released by Jieshi, and her hands began to tremble. How do I know you want to harm him? Enqing said, looking at Jieshi, who radiated a killing intent, but remained unafraid. Having brushed death outside, Enqing was less frightened now. Very well. Jieshi retracted her pressure and sat back down. Enqing lowered her head and took deep breaths. She had felt a bit breathless from the pressure. Let me introduce myself. This is the Guardian headquarters of the Dawn Tower, and I am the captain here, Jieshi. Captain Jieshi, I want to discuss Wang Zhi now. I will personally find him later. I heard you want to join the Guardian team? Yes. I want to become stronger. Enqing said, raising her head with determination. Becoming stronger is not just talk. It requires rigorous training and the willingness to risk your life to understand the true essence of power. Do you still want to continue? Yes. I will do whatever it takes, Enqing said firmly. Oh, why? So that I can protect what I want to protect in my own way. Enqing clenched her fists. Thinking of the moment, Shao Qi smiled at her before passing away, not even noticing her nails digging into her skin. Here is your access card. You are now part of the Guardian team. However, you will need to repay 1,000 survival points as the cost of transitioning from a refugee to a citizen. That is the rule, Jieshi explained to Enqing. Thank you, Captain Jieshi, Enqing said, and then deeply bowed to Jieshi. Go ahead, I will send someone to guide you on what to do. After Enqing left, Jieshi arranged for another female guard to accompany Enqing in completing her residency procedures and to guide her on subsequent tasks. After everything was arranged, Jieshi took out the coffee that Wang Zhi had sent her and brewed a cup using the method he taught her. Wang Zhi, you really have surprised me. Several hours later, Wang Zhi woke up feeling refreshed, experiencing a long-lost sense of comfort. Huh, who? Wang Zhi was startled by a voice. He quickly turned on the bedside lamp and saw someone with a head full of silver hair lying on the pillow. Sakura? Wang Zhi asked in a trembling voice. He looked around the room to confirm it was indeed his own room. What the hell? What is going on with this woman? Don't make noise. Sumu Sakura said with her eyes closed, pulled the blanket over herself, and turned over to continue sleeping. Wang Zhi thought for a moment, then checked his lower body, and, relieved to find he was still dressed, let out a sigh. Hey, Sakura, don't scare me. How did you end up in my bed? I was scared. Seriously? Not only is this woman a tease, but she shamelessly says she is scared? If I hadn't seen her stab dozens of zombies without blinking, I might have believed her. Wang Zhi's eyes uncontrollably drifted downward. What the hell? She is only in her underwear? Thank goodness she wasn't completely naked, but it was still dangerously revealing. Wang Zhi couldn't stay in bed any longer, if this continued. He couldn't guarantee he would remain a gentleman. He got up to wash up and went to the living room, where he found Lu Li sitting on the couch watching a movie that Ling Ling was playing. Yo, Lu Li, you woke up so early. Wang Zhi sat down next to Lu Li. I accidentally fell asleep on the couch. The delivery person came to drop off supplies and woke me up. Why not go back to your room to sleep? Wang Zhi asked. Lu Li shook her head. I'm not sleepy. Wang Zhi looked at Lu Li strangely and asked, Are you scared? Upon hearing this, Lu Li's little face turned red as she nodded slightly while looking down. Seeing Lu Li nod, Wang Zhi felt a headache coming on. How come you're just like Sumu Sakura? But Lu Li didn't seem like someone who would lie. So Wang Zhi simply squatted down in front of Lu Li and asked, Why are you scared? Lu Li thought for a moment and said, Well, I have nightmares. I feel insecure, and I can't sleep soundly. Wang Zhi was skeptical. Then how about you sleep with Sister Sakura from now on? Wouldn't that trouble Sister Sakura? Lu Li asked worriedly. It won't. She is scared too, so you two will be perfect together. Wang Zhi gave Lu Li a knowing look and then got up to check the pile of supplies that had just arrived. This time, the haul was quite substantial. 21 packs of popular cigarettes, 5 boxes of various drinks, 2 boxes of candies and snacks. Wang Zhi's purchased firearms, bulletproof vests, and other tool parts were also delivered. Lu Li, come with me to buy food. As they stepped outside, Wang Zhi found the training hall on the 3rd floor empty. Had the former Dynasty team and the Eternal Doomsday team gone out? The author has something to say. For the first 50 chapters, everyone can express their opinions and support the author more. Thank you. Chapter 51. Next steps. Wang Ji and the others arrived at the second-floor restaurant, where there were very few people. In recent days, the number of people going out had reached its peak. After Wang Ji bought his meal and was about to walk out, he saw a familiar face. Oh, Anking, why are you with the guard team? Wang Ji walked over to Anking's table and asked. Seeing Wang Ji, Anking felt a surge of joy. Brother Wang, I just joined the guard team. And this sister was assigned by Captain Zhuangzi to guide me. Join the guard team? A vagrant like you. And you didn't even buy her a citizen identity. How did you suddenly join the guard team? Wang Ji was a bit puzzled. That's great. Did Captain Zhuangzi approach you herself? Wang Ji asked. She said it was because of you, Anking replied. Wang Ji was confused about how Anking decided to join the guard team without his knowledge. What was Zhuangzi up to? However, since there were guards around Anking, Wang Ji didn't show his confusion. It's me. You need to study hard in the guard team. Also, Zhuangzi asked me about you guys, and I was afraid she might be unfavorable to you, so I didn't tell her, Anking explained. Is that so? Sorry for putting you in a difficult position, Wang Ji said, patting her shoulder. How did you know? Hee, it's nothing. She just loves to assert her authority. But she's actually quite nice. Wang Ji recalled the moment when Zhuangzi nearly crushed his shoulder during their first meeting. Alright, we should head back. See you. Wang Ji turned around and left with Liu Lai. When they returned, the others were still asleep. Wang Ji placed the food on the coffee table and woke the others up. Good morning everyone. Wow, Captain Wang, where did you guys go? The fat guy exclaimed as he looked at the several boxes on the floor, which were filled with supplies Wang Ji and the others had brought back from the outside stores. Oh, we happened to run into a store on our way out. And everything inside was well preserved, Wang Ji said, opening a bottle of soda he brought back. What? Is this the legendary cola? I haven't had it in over 2 months. It feels so nostalgic. The fat guy exclaimed dramatically. Wang Ji smiled without saying anything and took out 4 more bottles, handing one to each person. Hey, Captain Wang, how come you guys are back so soon? Tell me what happened. Well, it's about like that. Wang Ji briefly recounted the process. This is simply a freebie. Earning 5,000 survival points is really easy, the fat guy remarked after hearing the story. Freebie my foot. If we hadn't been well equipped, we would have been dead out there, Wang Ji snapped, feeling angry at the fat guy's casual remark about the danger they faced. He's right. We have been training hard, and so have the zombies. If you don't train well, you might not be so lucky next time, Lao He chimed in. Got it, brothers. Next time, I'll definitely train hard. 16 hours of grueling training a day, the fat guy said, making a comical salute. After the meal, Wang Ji opened the Ling Ling Yao. With November approaching, the outside temperature would drop significantly next time they went out, so he needed to prepare for warmth. Meanwhile, he noticed a new message. It was from Zhuangzi, asking Wang Ji to find her. Wang Ji smiled at the message. He had been wanting to ask about Anking, and now Zhuangzi was taking the initiative to find him. I'll go find Zhuangzi for a bit, Wang Ji told everyone as he closed the Ling Ling Yao. Liu Lai, go with Wang Ji, Su Mu Ying, who was lying on the couch, instructed Liu Lai to accompany Wang Ji. Wang Ji found it amusing that Su Mu Ying had found a good eye for talent and decided to have Liu Lai keep an eye on him, as if she was worried he might misbehave outside. However, having Liu Lai follow him was a good idea. She was obedient, spoke little, and had a very low presence, which could be advantageous in critical situations. Wang Ji made his way to the guard headquarters. The guards recognized Wang Ji and did not stop him, allowing him to enter directly. Upon arriving at Zhuangzi's room, Wang Ji knocked on the door. Come in, Zhuangzi's voice came from inside. Seeing Wang Ji and Liu Lai enter, Zhuangzi closed her book, placed it on the table, and said, Congratulations on your victory. Thank you, Captain Zhuangzi, for your concern. Here are some desserts I brought back from outside. Wang Ji placed a box of Dove chocolates on Zhuangzi's table. Zhuangzi glanced at the chocolates on the table. Looks like you guys had quite a haul out there. A box of chocolates like this could sell for a lot of survival points here. We're old friends, so it's only normal to send a little gift. By the way, I heard you brought Anking into the guard team? Wang Ji changed the subject and found a place to sit down. It was Dr. Yang Lu's request. Dr. Yang didn't want Anking to know it was her request, so I casually mentioned it was yours, Zhuangzi explained, brushing aside Wang Ji's doubts with a single sentence. Tell me, how was it out there? Wang Ji had already anticipated her question, so he recounted the events he had described several times before. You mean you encountered infected animals? Yeah. They are almost twice as fast as the non-infected ones and very difficult to deal with. Bullets can hardly hit them. Wang Ji recalled the zombie wolves from that night. Some zombies also moved abnormally fast, making it difficult to hit their heads with bullets, so generally, Liu Lai had to take care of them with her knife. This is a known issue, They are indeed undergoing subtle mutations. It won't be long before most teams experience a sharp increase in casualties. Do you have any next steps planned? Wang Ji asked. Yes, Zhuge Zi replied. Chapter 52. Don't be too proud, Captain Zhuge Zi. Does the Dawn Tower have any next steps planned? Yes. Can you tell me about it? It's confidential. What I can say is that we are already researching a vaccine for the virus. Once it's successfully developed, those who are injected with the antibody vaccine will not be infected if attacked by zombies. As long as the injuries aren't fatal, there will be a chance to continue living. Really? That's great. Wang Ji felt a glimmer of hope upon hearing about the vaccine. Don't get too excited too soon. The antibody vaccine is extremely complex. We need a lot of experts in this area, including Dr. Yang Lu. Besides, this is just an antibody, not a cure. The antibody vaccine can only address accidental infections to some extent. At least we are a step closer to success. You're thinking too simply. All right. Let's not talk about heavy topics. Follow me to a place. Where to? You'll know when we get there. Wang Ji was unsure what Zhuge Zi was up to this time, but he followed her with Liu Lai, under the curious gazes of passing pedestrians, until they arrived at the training hall on the 3rd floor. Zhuge Zi found an empty training room to enter. The training room was about 100 square meters, empty, with rubber flooring, looking like a sparring area. Wait, a sparring area? Could it be? Captain Zhuge Zi, what are you doing? You too. Use all your strength and attack me. Zhuge Zi turned around and said to Wang Ji and Liu Lai. This isn't very. Before Wang Ji could finish his sentence, Zhuge Zi punched him back by a meter. The next move won't be so light, Zhuge Zi said, pausing to let Wang Ji catch his breath. Wang Ji realized Zhuge Zi was serious this time, and he needed to go all out against the guard Captain Zhuge Zi. Liu Lai, be careful. Wang Ji reminded Liu Lai to not hold back. After seeing both of them get into their stances, Zhuge Zi began her attack, her foot pushing off the ground as she instantly appeared on Wang Ji's left side. Wang Ji was taken aback. There had been a 5-meter distance between him and Zhuge Zi just moments ago, and she could move beside him in an instant. Wang Ji could no longer anticipate Zhuge Zi's attacks. Bang! Another palm struck Wang Ji's arm, hitting his left shoulder. He staggered back a few steps, realizing he could no longer lift his left arm. Just as Wang Ji was retreating, Liu Lai raised her unsheathed Yaling Long and swung it towards Zhuge Zi's chest. Liu Lai's strike was incredibly fast. Wang Ji observed that this blow had almost no flaws, locking onto any predicted movement from her opponent, making it nearly a guaranteed hit. But in the next moment, Wang Ji redefined the limits of humanity. Liu Lai's blade was suddenly suspended in the air, facing an empty space, while Zhuge Zi had already appeared behind her and had one hand tightly gripping Liu Lai's jade neck. Stop! We concede, Wang Ji shouted, holding his dislocated left shoulder to intervene. Is this the captain of the guard? She finished me off with just one move, while Liu Lai's seemingly unavoidable strike was easily dodged by Zhuge Zi, who then circled behind Liu Lai for a fatal blow. Can a person really be this strong? Wang Ji stood dazed, replaying what had happened 5 seconds earlier. Seeing Wang Ji call for a halt, Zhuge Zi released her grip on Liu Lai and walked over to Wang Ji, snapping his dislocated arm back into place. The pain from the realignment made Wang Ji cry out involuntarily. We lost. Zhuge Zi looked at Wang Ji, placing her hand on his shoulder, saying, don't be too proud. Wang Ji fell silent. He couldn't find a reason to refute her, and instead strongly agreed with what Zhuge Zi said. Indeed, he had only come here by chance, had the fortune of having strong teammates, became a captain by luck, and completed 2 missions by sheer good fortune. None of this was worth boasting about. And just 2 months ago, he was an ordinary person. Now, just because he had killed a few people and some zombies in this apocalypse, he began to feel smug and gradually lost himself in this world. Now, having been harshly awakened by Zhuge Zi, Wang Ji's gaze gradually focused, and he regained his senses to say, thank you, Zhuge Zi. After speaking, Wang Ji couldn't help but raise his right hand to touch Zhuge Zi's hand resting on his left shoulder. When Zhuge Zi felt Wang Ji's touch, she instinctively wanted to pull away but restrained herself, maintaining her composure. After saying that, she withdrew her hand from Wang Ji's shoulder and walked out of the training room. Wait, Zhuge Zi. Hearing Wang Ji call her, Zhuge Zi turned around, waiting for him to continue. How can I quickly become stronger? Do you think there's a shortcut? Zhuge Zi sneered, then turned to leave. Do you think there's a shortcut? Yes. Where would a shortcut come from? Why would I ask such a silly question? Liu Lai, please come help me. Having just taken 2 hits from Zhuge Zi, Wang Ji still felt a bit of internal injury, and he draped his arm over Liu Lai's shoulder as the two supported each other back. Upon returning to their residence, Su Muing was lounging on the sofa with the fatty, watching a movie played by Ling Ling Yao. When she saw Wang Ji and Liu Lai enter, supporting each other, she joked, "Oh, what happened to you two? You didn't get beaten up by that Drigzy captain, did you? Seeing that both of them remained silent, Su Muing sat up abruptly from the sofa. You really didn't get beaten, did you? Liu nodded, while Wang Ji said nothing and headed straight upstairs, lying down on the bed. Damn, that woman is too arrogant. How dare she hit our Captain Wang? I think she is like a little cow flying high. The fatty jumped up from the sofa, indignant after hearing Liu's account. Liu, are you saying your strike didn't hit, and she dodged it to get behind you? Su Muing asked seriously. She was quite clear about Liu's swordsmanship and couldn't comprehend how a strike from such an advantageous position could miss. Come on. Use the sword sheath and attack me with the same move you used on Drigzy. Su Muing stood up, wanting to feel it out. Liu took the sword sheath, preparing to strike, while Su Muing focused intently on Liu's movements. Swish. Liu strike. Su Muing dodge. Su Muing was startled. She barely managed to evade Liu's earlier blow, and circling behind was impossible, yet Drigzy had done it effortlessly. By the way, what happened to Captain Wang? Did he run off to cry under the covers? The fatty asked. Oh, I need to go comfort him properly, Su Muing said with an evil smile. Chapter 53. Leisure activities. Su Muing entered Wang Ji's room, where Wang Ji was sitting on the edge of his bed, smoking a cigarette he had brought back from outside. When Wang Ji noticed Ing sitting beside him, he turned to glance and continued to smoke in silence. Oh dear. Has our Captain Wang been bullied? Su Muing leaned over, resting her arm on Wang Ji's shoulder and smiling at him. Wang Ji remained silent, still staring blankly at the lamp. I heard from Liu that losing to that Drigzy isn't embarrassing. It's not about being beaten. Wang Ji exhaled a smoke ring and replied. Then what is it? Don't you feel like we're living a bit too comfortably right now? Wang Ji extinguished his cigarette, turning to ask Su Muing. Comfortable? Compared to before the apocalypse, it's indeed much more comfortable now. We don't have to worry about international police chasing us, nor do we have to fear rivals plotting against us. I still prefer dealing with zombies over living people. Su Muing recounted. Comfort can only make people complacent. When real danger comes, we'll be powerless, merely praying silently. Meanwhile, the abilities of the zombies outside are continuously improving. What right do we have to relax? Listening to Wang Ji's words, Su Muing fell into contemplation. After a while, she spoke. By the way, that Drigzy seems to care about you. Damn, why is her focus so weird? I'm talking about serious matters. Wang Ji thought wildly in his mind. Maybe she treats other teens the same way. Wang Ji immediately released a nonchalant attitude. Really? But didn't I hear that you wrapped up the chocolates we got and gave them to her? Thud. After Su Muing asked. She immediately pushed Wang Ji down onto the bed. However, at this moment, Wang Ji definitely wouldn't be foolish enough to think Su Muing was going to do something intimate with him, as her dagger was pressed against him. Damn that Liu. Why did she say anything? Sister Ing, let us talk this over. Please put the knife down and let me explain. We gave gifts. And of course, there will be benefits, right? Benefits? Like getting beaten up by her? No. Do you know what Dr. Yang, who we brought back, is working on? What? They are researching a vaccine for the virus antibodies. According to Drigzy, if it's successfully developed, those who are vaccinated won't get infected. As long as they aren't bitten to death, they can still survive. That is definitely good news, but don't go running to her too often. Su Muing said, putting away her dagger with an annoyed tone. Got it, my dear aunt. Am I the captain, or are you the captain? Wang Ji muttered softly. However, unfortunately, Su Muing heard him clearly and raised an eyebrow. Oh, what does the captain mean? She deliberately emphasized the word captain, smilingly asking Wang Ji. Gulp. Wang Ji swallowed hard. He really wanted to slap himself for saying that. What I meant was, Sister Ing, you must be tired, right? Let me give you a leg massage. Wang Ji said as he rolled off the bed. Now that you mention it, I do feel a bit tired. Go ahead. Su Muing said, leaning back on the bed, enjoying Wang Ji's massage. Not bad at all. If it were before the apocalypse, I would definitely have captured you to be my massage therapist. Wang Ji looked at Su Muing's smug face, thinking that one day he would make her kneel by the bed to give him a leg rub. After the massage, Wang Ji went to the living room. Opened Ling Ling Yao to check if there were any recent news, and found that his intelligence had successfully earned him 200 survival points, leaving them with over 13,000 survival points. In addition, Wang Ji also discovered an interesting announcement. The Dawn Tower had initially constructed a solar room. The sun room is about the size of a football field, with a thick layer of tempered glass overhead, and outside the glass is the clear blue sky. The ground inside is covered with photovoltaic panels that can generate a certain amount of electricity using solar energy. The most important thing is that survivors can enter this place to bask in the sun and get some fresh air, though it's not free. The entrance fee is 5 survival points, and there's no time limit. It's interesting, It can generate electricity and allow people to sunbathe. This project is quite extraordinary, Wang Ji said as he looked at the announcement about the sunroom. What is extraordinary? The fatty chimed in, coming over to ask. Look, the Dawn Tower built a sunroom where you can sunbathe. Wang Ji was about to continue when he saw the fatty starting to walk towards the door. I'm going to sunbathe and recover, Captain Wang, goodbye. Before Wang Ji could say not to go alone, the fatty had already slipped away. Wang Ji shook his head and continued to look at Ling Ling Yao. What is this? A brand new large-scale leisure and wellness project. Natural hot spring construction completed? Wang Ji had a black line on his face. This was not news, it was tempting others to spend money. However, since the group hadn't celebrated their return yet, this hot spring seemed like a nice place. Wang Ji looked at the details of the hot spring and felt it was pretty good. After the apocalypse, they hadn't had a proper bath, so they might as well go relax a bit this time. He closed Ling Ling Yao and called everyone down, preparing to go to the natural hot spring on the first floor. The four of them arrived at the elevator and were about to go to the first floor when they noticed a few unfamiliar faces walking out of the elevator. The leader was a man wearing glasses who looked quite refined, followed by four attractive women. Seeing the man's frail appearance, Wang Ji couldn't help but think that he looked like he had been drained by the four women behind him. Could he be the kid with kidney issues? He thought. Still, he went up to greet them. Hello, I am Wang Ji, the captain of the Sunset Afterglow. Reincarnation, Tang Kailan. Tang Kailan briefly said, ignoring Wang Ji's outstretched hand, and led the four women toward the residential area. Wang Ji awkwardly retracted his hand and scratched his head, surprised by the other's arrogance. However, there was a reason for that arrogance. Although the glasses-wearing man looked weak, anyone who could reach the third floor was definitely not relying on luck. But that glasses-wearing man was quite unfriendly. There was no opportunity to get to know each other better, so he could only wait to see how things would be on the training field later. Chapter 54. Hot Spring. Wang Ji and the others arrived at the first floor natural hot spring area, which was divided into two sections. One is the public area, costing 10 survival points per person, with no time limit. The other is the VIP independent area, costing 100 survival points, also with no time limit and no limit on the number of people. Wang Ji didn't hesitate and directly chose the VIP independent area, not for any other reason, but for some peace and quiet. He didn't want to be interrupted while soaking, especially since he was with two girls. He didn't want that kind of cliché scene to happen. The four of them went to the changing room and changed into special bathrobes. The independent hot spring wasn't very large, only about 4 or 5 square meters, and steam was rising from the water's surface. Once they got into the water, Wang Ji took out the cups and beer he had brought along. Ah, fatty, I'm sorry. It's not that I didn't want to bring you, but you ran off first, Wang Ji said as he savored his beer. By the way, where did the fatty go? Lao He suddenly remembered that he hadn't seen the fatty. Before I saw this hot spring, he rushed off to the sunroom to sunbathe. That's a pity. This is a 100 survival point VIP hot spring, huh? Lao He chuckled. Seeing Lao He so happy, a smile appeared on Wang Ji's face too. Sakura was teasing Liulai across from her, and the two occasionally hugged and whispered to each other. Wang Ji couldn't tell what they were discussing, but it often made Liulai blush. Indeed, leisure and entertainment projects can easily lead to indulgence. They can wear down a person's will, making them immersed in the enjoyment and deeply fond of that feeling, allowing them to forget this painful world. Come on, Lao He, I raise my glass to you, and to our tomorrow and future. Wang Ji lifted his glass and said, cheers. Ding. The two clinked glasses and drank it all in one go. After finishing, Wang Ji swam over to Su-Mu Sakura, filled her glass, and raised it, saying, Here, Sister Sakura, a toast to you. Thank you for taking care of me these days. I know that without you, I might not be living this kind of life now, or I might already be dead. So, cheers to you, and to our tomorrow and future. Giggling. Cheers to our success. After they finished drinking, Wang Ji called Lao He over again. Lao He, Sister Sakura, we've fought together twice, and we can be considered brothers and sisters who have lived and died together. I hope we can put aside our prejudices from before the apocalypse and become people we can trust. Come on, you two drink up. All along, the relationship between Lao He and Su-Mu Sakura hadn't been very harmonious, and Wang Ji took this opportunity to mend their relationship. Come on, big guy. Since Wang Ji has said so, stop putting on that expression like I owe you money. Su-Mu Sakura raised her glass and said. Lao He snorted and lifted his glass to clink it. Seeing Lao He and Su-Mu Sakura drink, Wang Ji felt relieved and turned to look at Liulai. This girl is actually an A? When Liulai saw the look in Wang Ji's eyes, she shrank back into the water, afraid of being seen by him. Come on. Let's also toast to our little Liulai. May you become more and more beautiful and stronger. After saying this, Wang Ji downed another glass of beer. After several glasses, The four of them soaked for an hour before getting up, changing back into their clothes, and returning to the residential area. When Wang Ji and the others returned to the residential area, they found the fatty sitting on the sofa watching a movie. "Hey, fatty, didn't you go sunbathing? Why are you back so soon?" Wang Ji asked. "Ugh, don't mention it. When I got there, I found out it was night outside, so what's sun?" the fatty said with a face full of misfortune. Uffed. Hearing this, Sumu Sakura nearly couldn't hold back her laughter. The fatty missed out on sunbathing and also lost the chance to soak in the hot spring. "By the way, why do you all smell so good? Did you go buy perfume?" the fatty asked, noticing the pleasant scent on Wang Ji and the others. "Honestly, we went to soak in the hot spring." Wang Ji couldn't bear to see the fatty kept in the dark, so he simply told him what happened. "What? Captain Wang, that's so ungrateful. You left me there to sunbathe while you all ran off to soak in the hot spring. Fatty, you can't blame us. You left too hastily. I only saw that project after you left. But it's okay. You can try the public area. It's not expensive, just 10 survival points. Just waiting for you to say that. Bye?" The fatty, hearing that Wang Ji said he could go again alone, dashed out the door. After a few minutes, the fatty returned to check that Wang Ji wasn't playing any tricks before he felt at ease and left again. Chapter 55, Sparring that night, as Wang Ji was sleeping. The images of sparring with Jia she kept floating in his mind. He knew very well the gap between them. There was no shortcut, only one step at a time, accumulating over time. If others practiced for 8 hours a day, then he had to practice for 12 hours. Unfortunately, training no longer provided survival points, so he earned much less survival points. The next day, Wang Ji and the others went to the training ground as usual. The fatty's wound had scabbed over, and he was gradually able to enter training mode. Upon arriving at the training ground, Wang Ji happened to see Tang Kailan from yesterday. This time, Wang Ji didn't go up to greet him because he didn't want to give the other party a chance to show off again. Wang Ji observed their training methods, which seemed quite ordinary, just some physical conditioning, while that glasses-wearing man stood on the side, watching and supervising the women training, occasionally pointing things out. From too far away, Wang Ji couldn't hear what they were saying. After watching for a while, Wang Ji couldn't find anything particularly special, so he decided not to look in that direction anymore and focused on his own practice. "Team Wang, that pretty boy is new here?" the chubby guy asked after a while. "It's none of our business. A real expert doesn't show off, and those who show off aren't real experts. We shouldn't underestimate anyone here," Wang Ji reminded the chubby guy. "Humph, with that weak appearance of his, how impressive can he be?" the chubby guy retorted. "You don't need to worry about whether he's impressive or not. Just focus on your own training. So many muscular men haven't even advanced to level 3 yet. Why can he, and even bring a few women along? If that's the case, those women might be quite formidable. But since they all listen to that weak guy, he must have something exceptional about him or some ability that makes those women follow him. I see, Team Wang. I think that weak guy has some tricks up his sleeve." Wang Ji looked helplessly at the chubby guy, whose thought process was quite slow, and finally understood. "Yes, he's not ordinary. So train hard. You didn't contribute this time. Aim to perform well next time. I believe in you, go for it." "Sure," the chubby guy responded eagerly. After the break and lunch, Wang Ji called the four of them into the training room. He planned to have them spar against each other for practical experience, both to assess everyone's skills and to gain experience through real combat. As for why they were going into the training room, it was something Wang Ji learned from Jieshi. Here, they wouldn't reveal their true abilities, and the rubber flooring was good for preventing falls, allowing them to focus more on sparring without outside distractions. "Let's draw lots for random matchups. Show your true skills, but only simulate lethal and debilitating attacks. Everyone knows what to do," Wang Ji said, drawing first. He picked a slip that said 1. There were a total of 5 slips, 2 1s, 2 2s, and 1 3. Those who drew 3 would skip the first 2 rounds and participate in the final round, while those who drew 1 would battle against each other. And those with 2 would do the same. As expected, Wang Ji and Old He drew 1, the chubby guy and Lu Li drew 2, and Su Mu Ying drew 3. As expected, Sister Ying is the boss, the chubby guy remarked, looking at the 3 in Su Mu Ying's hand. "Old He, let's go first," Wang Ji said, standing up and walking to the center of the room. "Weapons are allowed, or you can fight barehanded. If you're using a dagger, it should be sheathed to avoid causing injury during sparring," Wang Ji explained, and both he and Old He chose to use daggers. In a post-apocalyptic world, fighting barehanded isn't a good idea. The two prepared and began to move closer together. This was Wang Ji's first real competition with Old He. Although he had been a recluse before, he had been training hard since coming here, and he could see his own progress. He thought it might be difficult to win against Old He, but he wouldn't lose too badly. Wang Ji waited for Old He to strike first. He didn't have confidence and wouldn't attack proactively, as being the first to strike might expose weaknesses. Sure enough, when Old He lunged at him, Wang Ji found an opening and countered, raising his hand to block Old He's right hand holding the dagger and sweeping his leg. Bang! He hit. But Old He only swayed slightly and didn't lose his balance. Not enough power. Wang Ji thought to himself, feeling a bit uneasy. Old He blocked Wang Ji's attack and immediately slashed at Wang Ji's leg. Thud! Old He's dagger struck the rubber floor and Wang Ji rolled away, creating some distance between them again. Heh, I underestimated you. I'll need to be more careful now. Old He lifted the leg that Wang Ji had swept. This time, it was Wang Ji's turn to attack. He quickly stepped forward to Old He's left side to strike. Just as he made his move, Old He dodged, causing Wang Ji's attack to miss. Old He instantly grabbed Wang Ji's right hand holding the dagger, twisted it, and the dagger fell from Wang Ji's hand. Wang Ji thought, not good. It's a grappling move. He tried to break free immediately, but Old He had already anticipated this and swept his leg, knocking Wang Ji to the ground. With Old He's dagger now at Wang Ji's neck, I lost. Wang Ji got up from the ground, clutching his right arm. What's going on with me lately? Conflicting with my arms? First it's my left arm dislocating, now my right arm. If I weren't stronger now, I might have broken something. Chubby Lu Li. It's your turn now, Wang Ji called from the side. Lu Li used her Yaoling Long, while the chubby guy chose a dagger. Although the dagger was short, it was a weapon suited for close combat, with countless variations in technique, contrasting sharply with Lu Li's long sword, which was more straightforward. As the battle began, the chubby guy couldn't close the distance. Lu Li's defense was very solid, leaving almost no openings. The chubby guy kept testing from the outside. After a while, he seemed to lose patience and seized what he thought was a good opportunity to lunge forward. However, Lu Li quickly dodged back, deflecting the chubby guy's dagger and immediately countering with a slash to his abdomen. The chubby guy didn't think much of it and wanted to continue attacking. Chubby, you've already been cut in half. Wang Ji shouted from the side. Come on, that's so unfair. Her weapon is too long. I can't even get close. The chubby guy complained. You can't blame Lu Li's weapon. It's her skill with it. Your dagger techniques aren't being utilized properly. Just relying on brute strength won't work. If you were fighting barehanded, you would win, but no one will wrestle with you. Wang Ji analyzed the performance of the two. Next, let's have Lu Li and Old He fight. Whoever wins will face the final boss, Ing. As for us, there's no need to fight again, Wang Ji said. Glancing at the chubby guy, why not? The chubby guy asked, confused. There's no need to distinguish between the last two. It wouldn't look good for either of us if we lost, Wang Ji replied with a frown, wondering how low the chubby guy's emotional intelligence was to ask such a question. No one wants to admit they're at the bottom, so they might as well not fight. Chapter 56, Tailor Design. Next up was Old He against Lu Li. Wang Ji was actually looking forward to seeing how Old He would use his dagger to break through Lu Li's long sword. After a short rest, they both stepped to the center. Old He crouched, ready to attack at any moment, while Lu Li remained vigilant and focused. Old He made his move. He started with a few probing attacks, and they exchanged blows. So far, Old He couldn't break through Lu Li's sword. As long as he couldn't get close to Lu Li, he had no chance. Old He waved his dagger, searching for openings during their exchanges. They remained in a stalemate. And over time, an opening would surely appear. Just as Lu Li was focusing on counterattacking, Old He suddenly launched an attack. Lu Li immediately attempted to block, but unexpectedly, it was a feint. Old He abandoned the feint and lunged toward Lu Li, getting in close. By the time Lu Li reacted, it was too late. Old He had already grabbed Lu Li, and the advantage of her long sword became a disadvantage. If Lu Li had been holding a dagger, Old He's move would have resulted in a dagger to his throat. But with the long sword, Lu Li couldn't execute such a maneuver and could only watch as Old He knocked her down, his dagger pressed against her neck. The scene mirrored when Wang Ji had just been knocked down, with the only difference being that Lu Li managed to keep Old He occupied for so long, searching for an opening. Moreover, Lu Li's sword was still sheathed, making it heavy and weak in attack, which put no pressure on Old He. If they had been fighting with real weapons, Old He might not have withstood Lu Li's earlier counterattack. Wang Ji watched their duel, analyzing the situation. Next was Old He against Su Muing. Old He had already fought 2 rounds, although he could rest. Su Muing had also observed some of his moves from the side. It felt like Old He was in for a tough time. Uncle, have you rested enough? Watching just now made my hands itch, Su Muing said, stretching her muscles and already eager to go. Let's go, Old He replied after resting. Don't overestimate yourself. If you lose, don't say you're tired. Haha, I won't. Friendship first, competition second. Let's start. Wang Ji watched as the two approached the center. Su Muing casually played with a dagger, a stark contrast to the focused and tense posture of Old He, who was bent over. One was confident, while the other was nervous. Suddenly, The seemingly carefree Su Mu-ing launched an attack, darting to within 5 meters of Old He, aiming for a decisive strike. However, Old He was already prepared and swiftly deflected her attack with his dagger. When Su Mu-ing missed her first strike, she quickly turned and circled to Old He's side for another thrust. Old He dodged again, grabbing Su Mu-ying's hand with a classic grappling technique. Wang Ji's eyes narrowed at this. He had suffered greatly from this move earlier. But to his surprise, once Su Mu-ing was caught, she immediately jumped up and wrapped her legs around Old He's neck, forcefully throwing him off balance. Old He had to abandon the grappling hold and struggled to break free from Su Mu-ying's grip. Although he had a solid base, being choked by her legs made it ineffective. He attempted to elbow her, and with a thud, the strike landed on her waist. Yet, Su Mu-ing did not release her hold. She twisted her body and managed to throw Old He down. They both landed on the ground. And Su Mu-ing quickly picked up the dagger and aimed for Old He's chest. He raised both hands to block her downward thrust, then kicked her away and performed a backflip to stand up. Good job, uncle, you've got some skills, Su Mu-ing said while holding her waist, which had just been hit by Old He's elbow. You're strong too, Old He replied, panting and rubbing his neck, which had just been squeezed. In Wang Ji's view, both fighters were holding back. Since it was a sparring session, they were mindful of not using lethal moves. After Su Mu-ing had wrapped herself around Old He, she could have used more aggressive techniques, but refrained due to the nature of the exercise. What a battle. All right, everyone, let's wrap it up. The purpose of sparring is to help us identify our weaknesses and give us direction for improvement. Let us continue our training, Wang Ji announced as he stood up. The 5 of them left the training room and resumed their workout, focusing on physical fitness. After all, most of their opponents were mindless zombies, and too much emphasis on technique could sometimes be impractical. When faced with overwhelming odds, running was often the best option, as long as one could still run. The zombies might not be able to catch up, providing a chance for escape. On the treadmill, Wang Ji thought about Jie Shi's agile movements and wondered when he could move like her. Lost in thought, he unknowingly increased the treadmill's settings and began to run frantically. Eventually, he became exhausted and collapsed on the floor. As he gasped for breath, he recalled Jie Shi's impressive figure in armor. Suddenly, Wang Ji sat up from the ground, realizing that Jie Shi's armor was made of iron. That suit of iron armor must weigh at least 50 kilograms. Jie Shi usually wore that armor, and now Wang Ji finally understood why she wore it all day. The first reason was protection, and the second was that wearing the armor was essentially a form of physical training. It was easy to imagine how tough it would be to move around with 50 kilograms of gear on, along with an unknown weight of a large sword. Yet she moved with such ease. What was even more terrifying was that Jie Shi wore that armor during training. My goodness, is she even human? If she took off the armor, her speed would be unbelievable. With this thought, Wang Ji decided to get some armor like Jie Shi's, though he worried it might be too bulky and ostentatious. What if he hid iron weights inside his training clothes? This way, it wouldn't look so exaggerated and would be low profile, just like regular clothes. He could add a total of 30 kilograms of iron weights to his shoes, pants, and shirt. Aside from when he was sleeping, he could wear this outfit all the time. Once he fully adapted, it would be like carrying an extra 30 kilograms, significantly enhancing his strength and speed when he took the outfit off. With this idea in mind, Wang Ji immediately called the others over and shared his thoughts. They had no objections, so he decided to start planning the design of the clothing. After the training session, Wang Ji took the group to the trading hall on the first floor. He began sketching his concept. Old He looked at it and said, the steel plates shouldn't all be on the shoe's sole. It would affect walking. Some should be on the upper part of the shoe for balance. What if these pants fall down with this design? We should add a strap to secure the plates to the legs, making sure they fit snugly. Otherwise, the weight will concentrate on the waist, Old He suggested, making further modifications. Why is your shirt designed so loosely? Change it to a tighter fit, Su Mu-ing remarked, looking at Wang Ji's design. All right, how about this? Wang Ji modified it and showed them again. Yes, this looks good. You have a good sense of design, Su Mu-ing said, satisfied with the tight-fitting shirt, pants, and one boot. As for the color, Wang Ji chose the most low-key black. He handed the design to the staff, who took measurements based on their height and build. Wang Ji requested that the total weight of the steel plates be around 30 kilograms. Larger sizes could have increased weight, while smaller sizes could be lighter. For someone like Lu Li, they might only be able to carry 20 kilograms of steel plates, while the bulliest, Old He, might need to carry 35 kilograms. After some calculations, the designer quoted a price of 50 survival points for each set. Without hesitation, Wang Ji placed the order, with a production time of 3 days. With that sorted, the 5 of them went to the second floor for a meal before returning to the residential area. Once inside, the day's training left them exhausted. And they didn't linger in the living room, each heading off to wash up and retire to their rooms. Before long, Wang Ji's door was pushed open, and at the doorway stood Su Mu-ing in a bathrobe. Wang Ji glanced at her, thinking she treated this place like a massage parlor. Su Mu-ing walked in and leaned against the bed, prompting Wang Ji to start the massage service without complaint. By the way, Lu Li said she's scared of sleeping alone, so I told her to come sleep with you. Wang Ji recalled his earlier conversation with Lu Li. Oh really? But what if I'm scared too? Perfect. You two can huddle together for warmth. Wang Ji replied cheerfully. But I can only fall asleep when I'm next to you. Su Mu-ing said, looking at Wang Ji with a puzzled expression. He didn't quite understand what she was getting at. You can't expect me to sleep with both you and Lu Li, right? Wang Ji thought she would say something about her dreams, but he was mistaken. That's settled then. I knew you'd be considerate of your sister, Su Mu-ing said with a mischievous smile. Something was off. She must be teasing him. Thinking he would be timid and afraid, wanting to embarrass him. Not a chance. Of course. As long as sistering doesn't mind. Wang Ji replied with a smile. Even if you dare to come, Lu Li shouldn't be so brazen, right? Alright, let us end it here for today. Get some rest. Su Mu-ing said as she got up and walked out. Phew. After sending the Buddha away, Wang Ji sighed in relief and climbed into bed, preparing to sleep. However, he had a nagging feeling of unease. Why did Su Mu-ing smile so strangely earlier? Why was she silent? Even when she stood up to leave. She wore a smile. Something didn't feel right. She was never this easy to deal with. Just as Wang Ji was tossing and turning, pondering what had just happened, his room door was gently pushed open, startling him to quickly turn on the bedside lamp. When he saw who was at the door, Wang Ji froze. At that moment, Su Mu-ing was holding Lu Li's hand, leading her into the room. What kind of expression is that? Are you feeling unwell? Su Mu-ing innocently asked, looking at Wang Ji, who was frozen on the bed. What expression? Am I unwell? Can your innocent and terrible acting concern be any more fake? Wang Ji thought, wanting to complain madly. He never expected Su Mu-ing to take it seriously, nor did he expect Lu Li to accept such a ridiculous request. How did she manage to get Lu Li to join the warmth team? No, it's just that the light is too dim. I'm afraid you might trip, Wang Ji said, trying to sound natural. It's better that way. Otherwise, Lu Li and I would be shy. Lu Li, let's go rest quickly, Su Mu-ing said. Leading Lu Li to the bed, Wang Ji sat on the bed, watching the two of them crawl under the covers. He was still dazed, wondering what was happening. How could they both be on one side, leaving him no space to sleep? By the way, Lu Li, why did you come to my place with sistering? Wang Ji asked, trying to remain calm. Sistering said you often have nightmares, and if she stays with me, she won't be able to accompany you. So she simply asked me to come and keep the captain company, so you won't be scared. What? He often has nightmares. How shameless can he be? How dare she slander him like that? Lu Li actually believed Ying's nonsense. Even if he was scared, he could always find old he or the fat guy. Why did it have to be your sistering? Hey, Wang Ji, I know you're putting on a brave face, not wanting others to see your weakness. Trying to maintain this captain image. Don't worry. Lu Li and I absolutely won't tell them. Right, Lu Li? Lu Li nodded in agreement. Wang Ji wanted to explain things clearly to Lu Li, but when he saw her innocent and serious eyes, he realized he was mistaken again. This girl had already been brainwashed by Ying. Explaining would probably make her think he was just covering up. In the end, Wang Ji had to admit defeat. Forget it. Let's just rest quickly. We've all had a long day. Wang Ji turned off the light, and fortunately, both of them were quite well behaved, each sleeping on their own side without any physical contact. After sleeping for a while, Wang Ji woke up feeling a bit breathless. Once he was fully awake, he realized an arm was resting on his neck, which explained the difficulty in breathing. The room was pitch black, so Wang Ji turned on the bedside lamp and saw it was Ying's arm. Lu Li was curled up on the other side, peacefully asleep with her back to him. Wang Ji moved Ying's arm away, got out of bed, changed his clothes, and left the room, letting the two continue sleeping soundly. Downstairs, Old He was already awake, sitting on the sofa in the lobby, watching the news reported by Ling Yao. Yawn. Good morning, Old He, Wang Ji said while yawning. Good morning. You look like you didn't sleep well, Old He remarked, looking at Wang Ji. Don't mention it. That crazy Ying actually led Lu Li to my place to sleep, saying she was afraid I'd have nightmares. After hearing this, Old He admired him, saying, You kid is really something. Hey, Old He, what's with that expression? I'm just stating the facts. It was purely sleeping. With someone next to me, I couldn't sleep well. Where are you getting that idea? Wang Ji corrected, looking at Old He's knowing expression. I know, being able to sleep purely is even more impressive. What's impressive? Who's impressive? The fat guy came out of the room, looking like he wouldn't back down. No worries, What do you want to eat for breakfast? Wang Ji didn't want to continue that topic, especially not with the fat guy. Braised pork, grilled lamb chops, pan-fried beef, pork rib soup. Stop. Hurry and go back to sleep for a bit. You might be able to catch up on that dream. Wang Ji interrupted the fat guy, who was pondering. Actually, what the fat guy just mentioned about the Dawn Tower wasn't non-existent. It was just that the price would be higher and the cost-effectiveness was too low. What do you mean, Captain Wang? Can't we improve our food with all this overload training? The fat guy began to complain when he heard it was hopeless. Is this considered overload? Once our weighted suits arrive, you'll know what overload really is. It won't be too late to improve the food then. Chapter 58. Recruiting. The fat guy immediately perked up at the thought of improving the food. As long as the food improved, overload was nothing. Wang Ji, look. There's a new announcement. He said, looking at the screen. Starting now, in order to save energy, the Dawn Tower will cease to provide free electricity and will charge 1 survival point per kilowatt hour, deducted in real time by residents. If the team's survival points are insufficient, power will be cut off. Starting now, due to a shortage of certain materials, the prices of some foods in the restaurant will increase. New items on the menu. Wang Ji understood from here that the resources of the Dawn Tower were gradually becoming insufficient, and the supply speed was lower than the consumption speed. It seems the situation is getting worse, he said beside him. No, this is just the beginning. Wang Ji interrupted He's thoughts. What do you mean by just the beginning? The fat guy asked. The Dawn Tower's resources have already begun to enter a negative production state. After a while, if resources truly become scarce, the Dawn Tower will gradually eliminate the least valuable survivors. If a team or an individual runs out of survival points, the Dawn Tower will have justifiable reasons to exile you, Wang Ji explained. Then everyone just needs to save a bit, and it will be fine, right? The fat guy asked again. Wang Ji sneered. What if food prices skyrocket? What if a bowl of rice costs you 10 survival points? How long do you think you can last? The fat guy replied. Then if food prices skyrocket, why not stock up on some now? Wang Ji sighed. The Dawn Tower has regulations against bulk buying or hoarding food, medicine, and weapons. If you want to hoard, you can only bring it back from outside. The fat guy suddenly understood. I see. This is to make us gather resources outside more and less from within the Dawn Tower, right? Smart. You finally figured it out. Wang Ji said with satisfaction. At this time, Su Muing and Lu Li also came down from upstairs. Hey, Sister Ying, Lu Li. You two got up pretty late today. We were just waiting for you to eat, the fat guy said to the two. The 5 of them went to the dining hall on the 2nd floor, and Wang Ji brought up the price increase announcement from this morning again. Items with a long shelf life became hot commodities, and resources brought back from outside should be used sparingly to prepare for the future. By the way, our level 3 team is still short 1 person. Shouldn't we consider adding some new members? Su Muing asked. We'll see, Wang Ji said perfunctorily. Wang Ji wouldn't believe someone like Su Muing would think of letting others join the team when it came to suspicion and selfishness. Su Muing was definitely among the top. Why are you suddenly asking this? Did something happen? Wang Ji asked suspiciously. It's nothing. It's just that the captain of the reincarnation team came to find me during training yesterday, saying I should join his team and follow him. He promised to guarantee my personal safety and provide everything I need, Su Muing described. So what did you say, Sister Ying? The fat guy asked curiously from the side. I told him he couldn't satisfy me in that area due to his kidney deficiency and then just left. Su Muing said nonchalantly. Wow, Sister Ying, I want to be as bold as you one day, the fat guy admired. But that guy gave me a dangerous vibe. Don't be fooled by his kidney deficiency. He's not soft when it comes to killing, Su Muing said seriously. Interesting, they're trying to recruit me now? Wang Ji said thoughtfully. Business is business. Recruiting is quite normal here. Wang Ji, don't act impulsively. He advised promptly from the side. Wang Ji replied. But since it had come to him, he would not sit idly by. Originally, Wang Ji arrived at the 1st floor of the guard headquarters. Initially, he felt embarrassed to see Jieshi again so soon after being humiliated by her, but due to special circumstances, he had no choice but to muster the courage to enter Jieshi's room. This time, the door was open, and Jieshi was not reading. She was sipping coffee and fiddling with her blonde hair. What's the matter? Jieshi looked up at Wang Ji and asked. I missed you. So I came to see you. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Ji regretted it. Unlike Su Muing, saying such flirty things might provoke Jieshi's displeasure. Oh. Jieshi picked up the large sword beside her, slowly stood up from her chair, and walked over to Wang Ji. The only person who dares to speak to me like this and is still alive is you. The last one, Zhao Yan, is already dead. Wang Ji glanced at the large sword pointed at his chest, and next to him, Lu Li nervously drew her sword, ready to counterattack at any moment. Lu Li, put your sword away. Captain Jie, she welcomes you like this. After saying that, Wang Ji smiled and slowly pushed the sword down. Humph. Jieshi retracted her sword and returned to her chair, saying, Wang Ji, you come here every few days, almost treating this place like home. My subordinates are saying that we have something going on. What do you think? Captain Jieshi, don't pay attention to those rumors. Even if there is something, they can't do anything to you. Wang Ji replied. Then if they ask me what kind of frog you are, what should I say? Jieshi asked, half smiling. Staring at Wang Ji. Captain Jieshi, you're joking. I came this time to ask about Tang Qilin, who just got promoted to the 3rd level reincarnation team. Oh, they've only been here for 2 days and have already caused you trouble? Not really, they just try to recruit me. It's normal here to recruit people for better development and competition. You don't need to waste your energy on that. I don't want to waste it. I'm afraid he won't let it go easily, Wang Ji said helplessly. I haven't paid much attention to them. Maybe they're just lucky or really have some strength. But I advise you to train hard. The situation isn't optimistic, whether inside or outside. I understand. Thank you. Captain Jieshi, I'll go train now. After saying that, Wang Ji turned to leave. Luli, that Tang Qilin has been looking for you lately. Don't pay him any mind. Okay. Thinking about Tang Qilin, Wang Ji felt he would still seek Lu Li for conversations. So he gave Lu Li a heads up in advance. As he reached the entrance of the hall, Wang Ji looked at the returning people, their dirty bodies covered in bloodstains. Their weary expressions revealing an unclear mix of sorrow and relief. Some carried large bags of supplies, while others had rescued survivors. Wang Ji wondered why the world had turned out like this. Humanity now lived in a state of extreme humility, having fallen from the pinnacle of the Earth's pyramid. And he wondered if the Tower Master could lead them back to the ground and reclaim the throne that once belonged to humanity. After training, everyone chatted for a while before returning to their rooms to rest. Wang Ji, as usual, played the role of a massage therapist, giving Sakura a massage, and then was ordered to massage Lu Li. Wang Ji helplessly added another hour, and since it was Lu Li's first time enjoying this treatment, she shyly buried her head in the pillow. Chapter 59. Only 2 people returned the next day. The training uniforms that Wang Ji had ordered were delivered to his doorstep. After receiving the package, Wang Ji put on his uniform. Wow, it's pretty heavy, Wang Ji said while weighing the 30-kilogram outfit. The uniform was just as effective as he had hoped. There were small metal pieces added to various parts, distributing the weight evenly without any particular area feeling excessively heavy. Wang Ji felt that his overall movements were slightly slower. Whether raising his arms or moving his legs, he experienced a sense of gravity, as if he had suddenly gained 30 kilograms of weight clinging to him. Wang Ji called the others out to let them try it on as well. Captain Wang, are we going to wear this all the time from now on? The chubby guy said while moving around. Except when sleeping at night. We have to wear this at all other times. Treat this outfit as part of your body. The uniform looks quite nice. After putting it on, Sakura posed a few moves and said with satisfaction. Thus, the 5 of them, all dressed in black uniforms, entered the training ground. From a distance, they looked no different from normal outfits, but up close, one could see the thickness of the clothing, without realizing it was actually lined with steel plates. The best way to adapt to the uniform was to run. Wang Ji went to the treadmill, and at first, he could barely run half the distance he usually did before becoming breathless and stepping off the treadmill. This state was reminiscent of when he first arrived at the Dawn Tower. The physical exertion was immense, and even small movements left him gasping for breath. Wang Ji glanced at the others. They were no better off, all of them flushed and clearly struggling to adjust. At noon, the group went to the 2nd floor to eat. Hey, buddy, that outfit is pretty unique. Where did you buy it? An unpleasant voice rang out while Wang Ji and the others were enjoying their lunch. Wang Ji turned to look. It was a young man with yellow hair, acting arrogant and unruly, resembling a little street thug. It seemed that the Dawn Tower was not without such people. Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? The yellow-haired guy became even more arrogant when he saw that they didn't dare to respond. I advise you to leave now, Wang Ji said coldly to the yellow-haired youth beside him. Wang Ji hated it when others interrupted his meal. Oh, you're pretty bold, huh? I'm not leaving. What can you do about it? Just as Wang Ji was about to put down his chopsticks and get up because the guy didn't intend to leave, a few others ran over. Captain Wang, I'm sorry. He's new and doesn't know any better. I'll apologize for him. Please don't take it to heart. I'll take him away right now. Captain, the yellow-haired youth asked his team leader, confused. I'm telling you, if you cause any more trouble, get lost. The team leader scolded with a dark face. Why? I didn't do anything wrong. The yellow-haired guy protested. Looking a bit wronged, the team leader turned back and glanced at him, saying, they are the team from the Sunset Afterglow. They are the only team that has killed people here. I've never seen them before. The yellow-haired guy became a little flustered. Of course, They've been a third-level team for a long time, always on the third floor, only coming up to eat. How often can you see them? If I hadn't gone over in time, we would have had a terrible outcome. You almost got us into big trouble, the team leader yelled. And the yellow-haired guy realized he had made a mistake, lowering his head as the team leader scolded him. Forget it, just keep a low profile from now on. There aren't too many people here who are easy to mess with. It's already the apocalypse, and no one will buy your act. Hurry up and go train. Team leader Zhang said, looking at the yellow-haired guy, who had an annoying expression. I was wrong, Captain. They won't hold a grudge, will they? The yellow-haired guy began to genuinely fear. Since they let us go, they probably didn't take it to heart, Captain Zhang said, relieved. Giggling. Is our Captain Wang so famous now? It seems they all respect you. In the cafeteria, Su Muing laughed from the side. Don't mention it, just eat. We still have training later. Wang Ji interrupted Sakura's teasing. After 7 days of training, everyone had almost adapted to the uniforms. Captain Wang. There's an explosive piece of news. People from the former dynasty have returned. So what? They've just returned. What is the big deal? Wang Ji said, looking at the panting chubby guy. No, they've returned, but only 2 people. What? Wang Ji, fearing he had heard wrong, asked again. Only 2. The chubby guy jumped at Wang Ji's call and cautiously repeated it. Hurry, come with me to the first floor, Wang Ji shouted. And the group jogged to the first floor, heading straight for the medical room. If they were back, the first thing to do was to clean, disinfect, treat injuries, and conduct security checks. Upon arriving at the medical room and asking Sophie about the situation, he learned that the 2 were lying in the medical room. Once again in the medical room, I saw 2 people in bed with tubes inserted in their hands, receiving nutrient solutions. One was the captain, Duan Qingtian, and the other was Zhang Ming. Wang Ji, what are you doing here? Zhang Ming, whose condition looked better than Duan Qingtian's, asked upon recognizing Wang Ji. What happened to you? Wang Ji asked anxiously, eager to know what they had experienced. Well, Zhang Ming was about to speak when he was interrupted by Duan Qingtian beside him. Please, can you promise me one thing? Duan Qingtian said weakly. Speak. Please accept Zhang Ming into your team. I can rest easy knowing he is with you. What? Captain, what are you saying? Zhang Ming, struggling to sit up in bed, looked at his captain in confusion. I don't deserve to be this captain. Don't worry about me, Duan Qingtian said, closing his eyes and shedding tears. At this moment, Wang Ji was also a bit stunned. They wanted to disband. To hand Zhang Ming over to his team? Wang Ji looked at Zhang Ming on the hospital bed. To be honest, Zhang Ming had given Wang Ji a good first impression. After all, he was the first to come up and greet him when he arrived on the 3rd floor, and his team happened to be 1 person short. After thinking for a while, Wang Ji replied, If Zhang Ming doesn't mind, I have no problem. Captain, enough? Don't say any more. I've made up my mind. It was my wrong decision that led to everyone's sacrifice. I'm sorry to everyone and have no face to continue. Let's split our survival points into 2 parts. You take your share and go with the setting sun. After saying this, Duan Qingtian closed his eyes and stopped speaking. It was clear that he felt very guilty. The sacrifice of his comrades was a significant blow to him. Zhang Ming, tell me what happened to you, Wang Ji asked. Chapter 60, Revenge Plan. We stumbled upon a camp during our mission, built by a military unit, and there were a group of civilians inside. We intended to negotiate and have them join the Dawn Tower, but once we entered the camp, we realized something was off. The civilians were all worried, and after inquiring, we learned that those soldiers had gone rogue, wearing military uniforms while acting like bandits. Once we realized this, we planned to retreat immediately, but it was too late. They had already set their sights on our gear. After a fierce battle, only the captain and I managed to escape. As Zhang Ming spoke, his eyes turned red. How many of them were there? About 40 armed soldiers and over 100 civilians. Those civilians were living in misery, just tools for that military unit. The captain had good intentions, but alas, human hearts are unpredictable. We can't blame him. 40 or so. Wang Ji frowned. To escape from a territory of 40 armed soldiers with just 2 people, although they were injured, was quite impressive. For the Dawn Tower, this decision to return was undoubtedly the right one. Rather than sacrificing a few for nothing, it was better to find a way to get 1 person out. At least they would have intelligence to warn others. I will help you take revenge, Wang Ji said, lowering his head in thought. What? Captain Wang, you? Zhang Ming, lying in bed, looked a bit excited. Wang Ji raised his hand to stop Zhang Ming. I have my own ideas. But now is not the time to discuss this. You 2 focus on recovering, and when you get out, we will talk in detail. After saying this, Wang Ji turned and left the medical room with the fat guy. At this time, Lao He and the other 3 also arrived, standing at the door. Wang Ji, what's going on? Lao He asked as he approached. Wang Ji explained the situation to the 3 of them. Help them take revenge? Why go through all this trouble? Su Muing said, somewhat dissatisfied. First, by helping them take revenge, it allows Zhang Ming to feel at ease in our team. Second, there's a huge fortune there. Not to mention over 100 survivors. Just their supplies and weapons are enough for us to get rich, Wang Ji explained. I think you're crazy. Do you know what a 40-man armed force means? Just as few? Lao He interjected. Who said it would just be us? You mean collaborating with other teams? Lao He continued to ask. Let's not even talk about whether other teams might backstab us. Just the resource distribution is complicated, Su Muing analyzed from the side. So what's your plan? Lao He was confused by Wang Ji's intentions, stating he didn't understand why they would want to confront the military when dealing with zombies was already enough of a headache. We're not collaborating with other teams. But we can cooperate with the Dawn Tower, Wang Ji said. How can you be sure the Dawn Tower won't betray us? Su Muing questioned again. Yes. How can you be sure? Lao He echoed. Because our value to the Dawn Tower is far greater than the value of this mission. The Dawn Tower has invested so many resources in cultivating us, and they wouldn't want to betray us. They want us to fight for them, Wang Ji explained. If you're still worried, I can ask Jieshi to help find some trustworthy people to cooperate with. What you said does make sense. But how will resources be distributed? Lao He supported his chin, thinking for a while before speaking. All the spoils belong to the Dawn Tower. They can take as much as they can, but we want to save the survivors part of the survival points. Anyway, we won't need those equipment and supplies, sooner or later. They'll depreciate, and we can sell them to the Dawn Tower, so we might as well treat them as bargaining chips for cooperation, Wang Ji said. That Zhang Ming said there are over 100 civilians. If there are 100, that's 10,000 survival points. Wow, if we get that without taking any spoils, we can still get 10,000 survival points, and then these civilians will continue to create value for the Dawn Tower. This time, we will profit immensely with the Dawn Tower. It's a win-win. The fat guy became increasingly excited as he spoke. That's right, the fat guy is right. If this operation is successful, we are just taking a small cut. The real benefit is with the Dawn Tower. Firearms, knives, ammunition, armor, food resources, etc. These values are immeasurable, so the Dawn Tower has no reason to betray us. On the contrary, they will work hard for us, Wang Ji said. Yes. What a great opportunity. The Dawn Tower won't let it slip by, the fat guy agreed. Seeing that Lao He and Su Muing had no further doubts, Wang Ji said, if there are no problems, let's make a plan. After some analysis, the two finally agreed to the operation. For this operation, Wang Ji planned to buy a sniper rifle. While a sniper rifle might be less effective against zombies, it had absolute advantages for dealing with people with its precise and effective shooting. Fat guy, you and Lao He go back and take our firearms to the shooting range. I will go with Sister Ying and Lu Li to buy some bullets. Let's practice shooting, Wang Ji said, and walked towards the weapon hall. Wang Ji bought thousands of rounds of various types of ammunition, spending 500 survival points on 2 full boxes of ammo. The 3 of them, carrying 2 boxes of ammunition, attracted the attention of various teams on their way to the shooting range. No wonder they're a level 3 team. They are so rich. Wow, Captain Wang. Are you going out again? For training. Listen, is that even human talk? Just casually spending so many survival points for training. Really rich and heartless. If only I could join them. You might as well save your breath. You sleep for 12 hours a day. How dare you think about joining them? On the way, Wang Ji listened to the whispers of passers-by, and occasionally someone came up to chat, thinking they were familiar with Wang Ji, but in reality, Wang Ji had no impression of them. Arriving at the shooting training ground on the 3rd floor, bang, the 3 placed the 2 boxes of ammunition on the ground. Wow, it feels so good to be rich. The fat guy's eyes lit up at the sight of so much ammunition. Sister Ying, go pick a suitable sniper rifle. We will need it later, Wang Ji said, tossing his card to Su Muing. After Su Muing left, the 4 in the shooting range began their shooting practice. After a few shots, Lao He gradually found his rhythm, hitting the bullseye 80 of the time within 50 meters. As for Lu Li, she almost missed every shot. It seemed she really wasn't suited for firearms. However, Wang Ji insisted that Lu Li practice. She didn't have to use a gun, but she should at least know how. Being able to handle firearms was definitely not a disadvantage. After a long time, Su Muing arrived at the shooting range with a long black box. Did you buy it? Wang Ji asked, stepping forward. Yeah, it cost 2,000 survival points. I hope my brother won't mind, Ying said, handing the magnetic card back to Wang Ji. What? This sniper is so expensive? Wang Ji exclaimed in surprise. TCH, what do you know? This model of sniper was the one I used before the apocalypse, and besides, this one has a classic camouflage pattern, with a scope, silencer, and bipod included. What a familiar feeling, Ying said, opening the box and caressing the sniper inside, lost in thought. Chapter 61. team changed. Su Mu-ing assembled the sniper and aimed at the human-shaped target 200 meters away at the shooting range. Bang! One shot shattered the head of the target. Wang Ji put down the binoculars, feeling pleased. It seemed the survival points spent were very worthwhile, as the effect of precise long-distance strikes was maximized. After Su Mu-ing successfully destroyed 10 dummies, she happily put away the sniper. It appeared that the sniper suited her quite well. After half a day, 2 boxes of ammunition were almost emptied by Wang Ji and the others. Leaving the shooting range, they returned the guns to their residence. After a simple meal, Wang Ji packed 2 portions for Duan Qingtian and Zhang Ming, who were both still lying in bed, leaving only 2 of the original 6 members in the team. Upon arriving at the medical room, Wang Ji saw that the 2 were in a much more stable emotional state. After they finished eating, Duan Qingtian spoke up. Zhang Ming, go handle the team transfer procedures with Captain Wang. Zhang Ming looked at Duan Qingtian, hesitated for a moment, but eventually agreed, indicating that the 2 had already communicated quite a bit. Captain Duan, in a few days, I will organize an operation to help you take revenge and collect resources from there. Will you come? Wang Ji called out to Duan Qingtian. Upon hearing Wang Ji's words, Duan Qingtian was momentarily stunned, then his eyes filled with hatred. I will go. I must make that group of beasts pay with their blood, Duan Qingtian said, his eyes red and trembling. All right, wait for my news in the next few days, Wang Ji replied, helping Zhang Ming up from the bed. The 2 then headed to the affairs hall together. News about the former dynasty quickly spread throughout the Dawn Tower. What? The former dynasty has disbanded? You don't know? Only 2 people made it back alive from the former dynasty's mission. It's so tragic. I heard that Zhang Ming from the former dynasty has now joined the team of Sunset Afterglow. Is that true? Sunset Afterglow is really ruthless. They just started poaching people before the others even had time to recover. I think Zhang Ming isn't a good person either. Seeing his team suffer, he probably found a new home a long time ago. Yeah, it's pitiful for their captain. For a time, the situation of the 2 teams became a hot topic of conversation in the Dawn Tower. Zhang Ming joined Sunset Afterglow with half of the former dynasty's 5,500 survival points, while Wang Ji's team had over 16,000 survival points. So you guys are so rich, Zhang Ming remarked. It's us. Wang Ji smiled and corrected him, realizing his mistake. Zhang Ming laughed along. Captain Wang, for this operation, can we? What? Seeing Zhang Ming hesitating to speak, Wang Ji pressed for more. Can we not bring Captain Duan? Not bring him. Why? Wang Ji found it hard to understand. I'm afraid he will do something reckless. I know him well. He will definitely go all out at any cost. I see. Then he should definitely go. Do you want him to live his life in guilt and self-blame? To think every day in this dark apocalypse about the teammates who sacrificed themselves to save him? I understand now, Captain Wang. Thank you, Zhang Ming said, lowering his head. The 2 returned to the residence, and Wang Ji arranged for Fatty to go with Zhang Ming back to the original residence to move his luggage. The residence was divided into 2 floors, with a total of 6 rooms. The 3 rooms on the first floor belonged to Lao He, Fatty, and Zhang Ming, while the 3 rooms upstairs were for Wang Ji, Su Mu-ing, and Lu Li. After Zhang Ming tidied up his room, Wang Ji gathered everyone in the living room to introduce Zhang Ming to the others. After some introductions, Zhang Ming revealed that he was previously an archaeologist, and he had come here for adventure, but ended up stranded. Xiaoming, now that you're here, we're all brothers. If you encounter any difficulties, just find me, Li Fihong. There's nothing I can't handle in the Dawn Tower, Fatty said confidently, patting his chest. After a long day, you all should rest up. We have training tomorrow, Wang Ji said, getting up to return to his room. Not long after, Lu Li and Ing walked in. After a few days of sharing a bed, the 3 seemed to have gotten used to it. Ever since Wang Ji and the others put on their weighted training suits, everyone was exhausted by the end of the day and fell asleep as soon as they hit the bed. The next day, the first thing Wang Ji did was take Zhang Ming to the equipment hall, where he had a custom weighted training suit made for him. When Zhang Ming saw that he had to train in a suit weighing 30 kilograms every day, he exclaimed, "This is extreme training. No wonder everyone looked so lifeless yesterday." However, to adapt to the team, Wang Ji arranged for Zhang Ming to have a suit that matched his own weight. Don't underestimate this suit. Although it's tiring, over time, it can really bring about a qualitative change. Qualitative change? Yes, if you fully adapt to this suit and then take it off, you will effectively have gained 30 kilograms of mass. It's like a 70-kilogram person fighting a 100-kilogram person, if their skills are similar. There's no doubt the 100-kilogram person can easily crush the 70-kilogram person, Wang Ji explained. I understand, it's like running with sandbags. Yeah, but my inspiration came from Captain Jieshi's armor. Hers weighs at least 50 kilograms. Hiss, 50 kilograms? Have you seen her fight? Zhang Ming gasped. Not only have I seen it, but I've also sparred with her. Oh, what was the result? I lost, and it was a crushing defeat. I don't know her limits, but I know that even if all 6 of us teamed up, we would still lose. Wang Ji recalled the fear he felt that day. She's that strong? Zhang Ming couldn't believe it. What do you think? Am I spending hundreds of survival points just to buy a few suits? Wang Ji said with a hint of irritation. By the way, what is the deal with that Eternal Apocalypse team you mentioned before? I haven't seen them around lately. It seems they've been out for a while. Wang Ji suddenly remembered the masked individuals they had encountered when they first arrived on the 3rd floor. Chapter 62. Meeting the Tower Master Eternal Apocalypse? You mean them? I'm not really sure. They arrived here before us and hardly communicate with others. Their captain is an old man who rarely shows up. But I noticed their training techniques are quite unique. Almost like ninjutsu, Zhang Ming recalled. Ninjutsu? Are those people from the island nation? Wang Ji asked. Probably. It's not surprising to see foreigners here. I see. You should go back and train now. I have some matters to attend to, Wang Ji said thoughtfully. He planned to visit Jieshi again to discuss his thoughts. Upon arriving at the guard headquarters, Wang Ji saw Jieshi speaking with Qing as soon as he entered the hall. When she noticed Wang Ji's arrival, Jieshi briefly spoke with Qing before sending her away. Wang Ji then followed Jieshi to her room. Nice outfit, Jieshi said, tapping on the steel plates inside Wang Ji's clothing. If you like it, I can design a set for you too, Wang Ji said, scratching his head. No need for that. I heard Zhang Ming from the former dynasty joined your team? Jieshi asked as she sat down. Yes. I didn't expect Captain Zhuxi to be so well informed, haha. Wang Ji was not surprised by Zhuxi's knowledge about the situation. It would be strange for someone at her level not to know. So, you came this time for them? Zhuxi asked Wang Ji, staring at him. They discovered a camp. And Wang Ji recounted the combat process of Duan Qingtian and the others. So you want to lead a team to eliminate that camp? Zhuxi inquired. Wang Ji looked at Zhuxi, who was leaning against the chair, feeling quite shocked. He had only briefly mentioned how Duan Qingtian and the others were harmed in the camp. Yet she could deduce that he was there to find her for that purpose. That's right, but there are many of them, and they are all trained soldiers. I want to work with the Dawn Tower to eliminate the camp. Wang Ji did not deny it and expressed his thoughts. Oh, collaborating with the Dawn Tower? Zhuxi raised an eyebrow, eagerly waiting for Wang Ji to continue. Yes, all the spoils will belong to the Dawn Tower. We are only responsible for escorting the survivors back. Sounds good, but such matters need to be decided by the Tower Master. I am just a guard. Do you think the Tower Master will agree? Wang Ji asked tentatively. As long as it benefits the Dawn Tower, I think she will agree. Then how can I meet the Tower Master? Wang Ji asked. I will report to the Tower Master. You wait outside for a moment. Wang Ji left the room and waited in the corridor outside. After a while, Zhuxi came over to Wang Ji. Let's go, the Tower Master wants us to come over. Wang Ji felt a bit anxious as Zhuxi prepared to take him to meet the Tower Master. The two arrived at the elevator, and Zhuxi directly pressed the button for the 5th floor. Wang Ji felt a thrill. The 5th floor was the only place he had never been to, and he was about to see it now. I say, Captain Zhuxi, do we need to surrender our weapons to see the Tower Master? Wang Ji asked, holding his handgun. Haha, do you think the Tower Master cares about these toys? Zhuxi mocked. Toys? You think you can beat me with a gun? Zhuxi pressed on when she saw Wang Ji's disbelief. Wang Ji shook his head and obediently tucked the gun behind his waist. In front of Zhuxi, his handgun indeed felt like a toy. Not to mention whether he could hit anything, he wouldn't even have the chance to raise his hand and fire. If the Tower Master was stronger than Zhuxi, there was indeed nothing to worry about. The two had already reached the 5th floor. Stepping out of the elevator, Wang Ji's first impression was that it was magnificent and solemn. Is such a large place only for the Tower Master? Wang Ji asked, looking around the lavish hall. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, Zhuxi replied sternly. Zhuxi led Wang Ji to a door and said, Go in, the Tower Master is waiting for you inside. Gulp. Wang Ji swallowed, pushed the door open, and saw the Tower Master sitting at the table, looking much like the image he had seen before. Still in armor and wearing a mask. Why does the Tower Master always wear a mask? I've seen the Tower Master. Wang Ji came back to his senses and slightly bowed to the Tower Master. The Tower Master sat at one end of the table, sizing up Wang Ji, who stood at the door, feeling somewhat at a loss. Wang Ji was just about to speak when the Tower Master, sitting across from him, finally spoke. Please sit. Wang Ji walked to the table and sat opposite the Tower Master. I heard from Zhuxi that you have a plan to collaborate with the Dawn Tower? Yes. We discovered a camp outside consisting of 40 armed soldiers. 4 of our team members were sacrificed there by the former dynasty. And now Zhang Ming from the former dynasty has joined our Sunset Glow. I came this time to request some manpower from the Tower Master to help us eliminate that camp. Go on. There are over 100 survivors in the camp. With plenty of food and various equipment and resources. Our team's primary goal is revenge, and secondary is to rescue the survivors. After we eliminate the army, our small team will be responsible for escorting the survivors back to the Dawn Tower, while the team you send will handle escorting the food and equipment. Wang Ji stated truthfully, I must say, you can indeed bring great value to the Dawn Tower this time. I have no reason to refuse you. Thank you, Tower Master. Wang Ji felt delighted upon hearing the Tower Master agree. I will give you 10 people as assistants. I hope you can successfully complete this operation. When personnel depart, go to Commander Adam to request them. I will notify him in advance. Good, then I will go prepare. After receiving the Tower Master's response, Wang Ji left the room. The Tower Master agreed to send 10 people to accompany him to attack the camp, which, including his own team, would make a total of 17, a considerable scale. After Wang Ji left, Zhuxi did not follow him back, but stayed in the room. Zhuxi, what do you think? He is very clever, Zhuxi simply evaluated. Yes, he is not greedy. He uses helping others take revenge to win people's hearts. Interesting. So, for this operation, pick a few reliable ones to report to Adam. Yes. After Zhuxi nodded, she left the 5th floor with Wang Ji. Wang Ji returned to the 3rd floor and called everyone back. Everyone take a break. We have successfully reached the first step of our plan to cooperate with the Dawn Tower. In the next 3 days, we will prepare to head to the disaster camp of Zhang Ming and the others. Wang Ji said while sitting on the sofa in the living room. So soon? Ying's brows furrowed. She clearly didn't know that Wang Ji had already negotiated with the Tower Master alone. Yes, the Dawn Tower plans to assist us with 10 people. Before we act, we just need to ask Captain Adam for more personnel. Wang Ji said as he took out a piece of white paper for Zhang Ming to draw the camp and its surrounding terrain. Now, with those 10 people included, we will have 17, and taking down this camp should be no problem, especially since we have a big guy. He confidently looked at the sniper rifle on the cabinet and said, everyone should not train for the next 2 days, maintain good condition. We will set off in 3 days. After Wang Ji finished speaking, he began to watch Zhang Ming draw the terrain map of the camp. The camp is backed by a river, adjacent to a mountain, and surrounded by a wall at the front. The geographical location is quite good, easy to defend and hard to attack. The entire camp covers about 2 hectares, divided into survivor residential areas and military residential areas. Due to Zhang Ming and the others having spent too little time inside, they can only understand this much for now. Chapter 63, Battle of the Camp. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Wang Ji and the others practiced at the shooting range, consuming nearly 500 survival points worth of ammunition. Wang Ji felt a heavy heart about this operation. The enemy this time is human, former compatriots, and they were about to kill each other. This was one of the significant factors troubling Wang Ji. Over the months, Wang Ji realized he had changed too much. He, who used to not kill even a fish, was now a cold-blooded warrior who could kill zombies without blinking. On this day, Wang Ji woke up very early. Today was the day they planned to set off. In fact, everyone hardly slept, and seeing the lights on in the living room, they all came out. Wang Ji checked their gear, weapons, ammunition, food, medical kits. And after confirming everything was in order, he instructed everyone to put on their bulletproof vests and protective suits before heading to Duan Qingtian's residence. After bringing Duan Qingtian along, they all arrived at Adam's command center on the 1st floor. As scheduled, the 10 soldiers arranged by Zhuxi for the Tower Master were ready at Adam's place, on standby to set off. Hello, Captain Adam. I am Wang Ji, the captain of Sunset Glow. We have an operation and need to borrow these 10 soldiers from you. Wang Ji said as he stepped forward. Yes, everyone is here. Come over. Adam shouted to the back. Immediately, 10 fully armed soldiers walked out from inside the room. Hello. Captain Wang, I am their squad leader, Wei Songyuan. You can give me any instructions. Well, then let us not delay. Let us set off. Duan and Zhang Ming, you two lead the way in front. Wang Ji said to the two after confirming everything was okay. Duan Qingtian led everyone to elevator number 7. Elevator No. 7 leads to W City, and that camp was built in a village within W City. November 2025, clear weather. 2 months had passed since the disaster outbreak. With no human carbon emissions on Earth, the temperature had dropped accordingly. The late autumn wind blew across Wang Ji's face as he looked up at the sky. Didn't he know whether zombies would freeze to death in winter, nor did he know how long zombies could go without eating before starving to death. These were all unknowns to Wang Ji. Wow, it's been over a month since I went outside. The air out here is getting better and better. Fatty dashed around outside nonstop, much like a puppy cooped up at home for too long. Hey, Fatty, be careful not to drop my sniper rifle, or I'll feed you to the zombies, Su Muying reminded from the side. I'm telling you, sistering, do you know how heavy this thing is? And you're still making snide remarks. Then how about I carry it, and you go up and chop those zombies? I think I'll carry it. Let me start by exercising, hee. After walking for nearly 3 hours, Wang Ji and the group arrived at the camp where Duan Qingtian had met his fate. From the distant woods, Wang Ji took out binoculars. Just as Zhang Ming had described, the camp backed onto a river and was flanked by a mountain. At the entrance, there were 2 watchtowers, each with a soldier standing guard. Inside the camp, many soldiers came and went. Wang Ji told everyone to rest on the spot. It was still early, and getting too close would risk being detected, so they had to wait until nightfall to act. At night, our people will first sneak to the outer perimeter of the wall, and will take out the sentries on the watchtowers with sniper shots to ensure they can't send out enemy alert signals. This step must go perfectly. If anything goes wrong, we retreat immediately. Fighting head-on is too risky. If the first step goes smoothly, our men on the perimeter will infiltrate the camp. Then use our night vision advantage to silently eliminate isolated soldiers. If the enemy sends a distress signal, we open fire immediately. Anyone who hears gunshots will stop the silent kills and switch to full firefight mode. Wang Ji explained the combat plan. The wind is strong today. Bullet trajectories might deviate. The initial plan may fail, Su Muying said. No matter how strong the wind, it will stop eventually. We just need to find the right moment and not rush. The first step is crucial. If we can infiltrate smoothly, we can kill half the people before the fight even begins. Wang Ji said, looking at Ing. Don't worry. If we mess up, we'll just run, Su Muying said nonchalantly. The group rested in the woods, waiting for nightfall. During the wait, Duan Qingtian was the most impatient. He wanted to act immediately. Although this was irrational, Wang Ji sympathized. If it were his teammate who had died, he probably wouldn't be in a better state than Duan Qingtian. Night soon fell. Wang Ji kept observing the camp with binoculars. Lights lit up inside the camp. Engines roared, and soldiers gathered around fires, roasting food and chatting cheerfully. I'll go find a good shooting spot first. Su Muying stood up. Liulai, you're in charge of covering Ing's surroundings, Wang Ji said. He was afraid zombies might sneak up on Su Muying when she was focused, so he assigned Liulai to protect her. Another reason was that Wang Ji didn't want Liulai to kill anyone. Captain Wei, you and your men will sneak in from the left side of the wall. Report any emergencies immediately over the radio, Wang Ji instructed. After confirming radio channels, 2 teams approached the camp wall from left and right. Since Duan Qingtian and Zhang Ming had been there before, Wang Ji assigned Duan Qingtian to follow Captain Wei's team. Sister Ing, are you ready over there? Wang Ji asked over the radio. Yeah, position secured. But the wind is a bit strong now. Need to wait a bit longer, Ing's voice replied in the earpiece. Wang Ji waited by the wall for a while, then heard Ing's voice again. Took out one, no one noticed. Good, hold steady for the last one. Wang Ji waited anxiously as Ing didn't respond for a long time. Ing, are you done yet? The wind speed is unstable, no good chance yet, came the reply. Wang Ji and the others had no choice but to quietly lean against the wall and wait. Time passed second by second. Wang Ji felt that if they delayed any longer, they'd be discovered. He was ready to retreat at any moment. If Su Muying missed, he would immediately give the order to withdraw. At that moment, footsteps came from the other side of the wall. Someone was approaching. Chapter 64, Battle at the Camp, 2. Hearing the footsteps, Wang Ji and the others tensed up. Could they have been discovered? Target eliminated. Ing's voice sounded in everyone's ears. With no more sentries, Wang Ji finally relaxed. Just as he was considering the situation beyond the wall, he heard the sound of someone urinating. It turned out someone had come out to relieve themselves. Wang Ji gave the others a look. Lao He and Fatty formed a human ladder with their hands. Without hesitation, Wang Ji stepped on their hands, and they exerted force to toss him into the air. In midair, Wang Ji leapt onto the 3-meter-high wall and saw a soldier urinating. Wang Ji jumped and plunged a dagger directly into the soldier's neck. The soldier collapsed without even seeing who attacked him. Wang Ji checked the surroundings and, confirming no one noticed, said over the radio, safe. Everyone in. Ing. Don't shoot yet. Wait for another chance if we get exposed. Several figures appeared on the wall immediately. After everyone was inside, Wang Ji searched for isolated soldiers in the shadows. Meanwhile, Duan Qingtian's group stealthily approached the enemy's main base, the residential area. Once a fight broke out, they would ambush the soldiers there immediately. The 2 teams moved stealthily through the camp for a while, killing a total of 5 people, including the sentries. 7 enemies were eliminated. The remaining soldiers gathered in groups of 3 to 5, offering no assassination opportunities. What now, Captain Wang? Fatty quietly asked as he approached Wang Ji. Spread out a bit. Find cover and prepare for battle, Wang Ji said over the radio. Once there was at least one target in everyone's line of sight, Wang Ji counted to 3, and the first shot in the camp rang out. 5 soldiers in front of Wang Ji instantly fell, blood splattering everywhere. The other soldiers were shocked upon hearing the noise and seeing their fallen comrades. They immediately shouted enemy attack. Before the shout finished, one soldier's head exploded. Judging by the power, it was probably Su Muying's distant shot. But it was too late. Everyone was already on high alert. Many soldiers ran out from the residential area. Duan Qingtian, already lying in ambush, immediately sprang out. His rifle spewed fire as he tried to take down all the enemies. After this surprise attack, nearly half the enemy was dead. Wang Ji's team held a huge advantage. With night vision goggles, they moved like fish in water in the darkness. The enemy gradually recovered from the shock and took cover, confronting Wang Ji's team. But they didn't expect that in the distant woods, another pair of eyes was watching them. Uffed. Another headshot. Su Muying killed a soldier hiding behind a tent. Boom. Another explosion echoed through the camp. The enemy has grenades. At that moment, a strange voice came through Wang Ji's earpiece. It was someone from Wei Zhang's team. Everyone, turn off the lights around you. Several people were already identified, so Wang Ji expanded firepower and worsened the environment first. Gradually, the camp's lights went out. The enemies panicked without vision and began throwing grenades wildly, not caring as long as they didn't hit themselves. However, some were unlucky and got their legs injured by grenade fragments. After this round of annihilation, enemy morale was completely broken. Wang Ji no longer saw any enemies in his vision. Sistering, are there any enemies left? Wang Ji asked. Yes, but they all ran away. Ran away? Where did they go? The survivor area behind is in chaos. It's bad news. If the enemy blends in with the crowd of survivors, it undoubtedly poses the biggest safety risk. Wang Ji gathered everyone together. And one of Wei Zhang's subordinates was unfortunate enough to be injured in the leg by shrapnel from a grenade. Wang Ji arranged for a soldier to escort the injured person to the stronghold where Su Muying was located. What should we do? Should we continue to chase them? Zhang Ming asked from the side. Let's hold off on the chase for now. It's better to be cautious. It's not worth getting injured by this group. Wang Ji planned to search the nearby area, first to see if there were any stragglers. After a few rounds, they found a total of 30 bodies. If what Zhang Ming said is true, that there were over 40 people, then there are still more than 10 missing. Everyone, stay alert for now. After it gets light, I'll let them come out on their own, Wang Ji said. Come out on their own? They would come out to die? Zhang Ming asked, puzzled. Yes. Just wait and see, Wang Ji replied confidently. Sistering, how's it over there? It's very safe here. The injured have arrived. After receiving the reply, Wang Ji waited behind a cover for dawn to break. At this point, the civilian survivor residential area was already in disarray. When the explosions went off, they were startled awake, wanting to know what was happening, but the sounds of battle kept them from moving, and they all huddled in their tents praying not to be caught in it. The next day, dawn broke. Everyone had spent a sleepless night, and as soon as it got light, Wang Ji organized the team to move forward, stopping 100 meters from the civilian survivor residential area. Wang Ji took out the loudspeaker he had picked up from the camp and shouted to the other side. Survivors inside, listen up. We are here to rescue you. Please come out quickly and line up. Repeating, survivors inside, listen up. We are here to rescue you. Please come out quickly and line up. As Wang Ji repeated this over and over, the survivors coming out went from a few to dozens, until almost all of them were out. Zhang Ming now understood Wang Ji's intention. This was how they could make them come out to their deaths. Seeing that most people had come out, Wang Ji changed his script. Now please, in groups of 5, raise your hands and walk towards us. We can guarantee your safety. Repeating, now please, in groups of 5. Raise your hands and walk towards us. We can guarantee your safety. After Wang Ji finished speaking, some people began to approach with their hands raised. Captain Wei, you will be responsible for searching them. As long as they have no dangerous items on them, let them pass. The 5 people with raised hands slowly walked to Wang Ji's side. After being searched and confirming that they had no weapons, they were placed aside. Seeing that the people in front had safely made it to the other side, the others lined up and walked over as well. Before long, all the survivors from the other side were settled aside, confirming that this group had no weapons on them. Captain Wang, the ones who escaped last night must be hiding in that tent over there? The fat guy approached and asked. There is no one in there anymore, Lao He said. Yes, they have surrendered and disguised themselves as civilians. Wang Ji glanced at the crowd. Wang Ji walked into the crowd and picked 5 women, whispering a few words in their ears. Lao He, have them line up. After Wang Ji finished speaking, the 5 women began scanning the crowd of over 100 people. After a while, the 5 women gathered together and whispered a few more sentences. After listening to the women's reports, Wang Ji's lips curled into a smile. Captain Duan. Zhang Ming, come over here. What is it, Captain Wang? Duan Qingtian frowned and asked. He didn't understand what Wang Ji was doing. In fact, Wang Ji had just sent those 5 women into the crowd to find the soldiers. After a long time of contact, these people were already familiar with their faces. The result was satisfactory to Wang Ji. The feedback from the 5 women was that 11 soldiers were mixed in with the crowd. The reason for having them stand in a row was to make it easier for them to identify those soldiers. Wang Ji told Duan Qingtian and Zhang Ming the locations of the 11 soldiers. It's these people. Whether to keep them or kill them, you two decide, Wang Ji said, stepping aside to wait for their decision. Chapter 65. Exchange of interests. Wang Ji watched the two from the side. In fact, he had already guessed the outcome. Duan Qingtian would definitely not let those people go. Even if they were unarmed now, he would kill them to avenge his fallen comrades. After discussing for a while, the outcome Wang Ji had anticipated did not occur, which surprised him. The two came to Wang Ji. We won't kill them. We'll leave them for you to take back to report. Let's earn some more survival points. We've avenged most of the grievances, and killing those people would be meaningless. Duan Qingtian said to Wang Ji. Duan Qingtian's statement made Wang Ji somewhat admire him. This kind of demeanor was something he couldn't learn. Good. I understand, Wang Ji said, and walked over to the 11 people. Bang bang bang. 11 shots fired, all hitting the mark. In the process of reloading, the 11 fell in a pool of blood, while the other survivors were so frightened they crouched on the ground, not daring to make a sound, fearing they would be next. Wang Ji's people were also shocked by his actions. Captain Wang, what are you doing? The fat guy asked tremblingly from the side. Everyone, don't panic. These 11 people were from the army before. Now they have been eliminated by us, so you don't need to worry anymore, Wang Ji said as he put away his gun and addressed the crowd. Since Duan Qingtian and the others had already come to terms with it, Wang Ji had to take matters into his own hands and eliminate the potential threat. Wang Ji hated leaving future troubles. He couldn't guarantee that there weren't any suicide squads among those people. If even one suicide squad member were present, they could completely take him down with them in the Dawn Tower. Better to kill the wrong person than let one go. If he were to be dragged down by those unafraid of death, he would suffer a great loss. Sistering, you all come over. Seeing that the battle was nearly over, Wang Ji called back Su Mu Ying and others from the woods to the camp. On Captain Wei's side, Wang Ji instructed them to collect some useful loot. The supplies in the camp belonged to the Dawn Tower, and Wang Ji had no interest in accompanying them to pick up equipment. He was just keeping an eye on the more than 100 survivors. Because they were near the river, these people weren't particularly dirty. There were mostly women among them, and without asking, Wang Ji knew these women had value, while the men were generally the stronger type, suitable for physical labor. Seeing this scene, Wang Ji sighed. There must be many such refugee camps in the world. And how many people were suffering from such humiliation and hardship? After a while, Su Muing walked into the camp with Lu Li. Wang Ji saw that the two were covered in blood and went over to ask, what happened? What else could happen? You were throwing grenades and causing explosions, attracting a lot of zombies over. Lu Li and I had to deal with them first, Su Muing said, kicking Wang Ji in the butt, and said irritably. Wang Ji could only cover his butt and walk away in embarrassment, not wanting to provoke Su Muing. The fat guy, seeing Wang Ji get kicked, also came forward, sticking out his butt, and said, Sistering, I threw the grenades, kick me instead. Su Muing looked at the fat guy, who was being mischievous, with an increasingly cold gaze, but the fat guy still hadn't realized the problem with Su Muing and thought he would be kicked like Wang Ji. Su Muing pulled out her dagger and walked towards the fat guy. This time, the fat guy realized he had gone too far and immediately turned to run. But unfortunately, he didn't get 50 meters before Su Muing caught up and kicked him to the ground. Sistering, don't do this. I was wrong. The grenades were thrown from the other side. I was just joking. Please don't stab me. The knife has zombie blood on it. I might get infected. The fat guy wailed on the ground, and only then did Su Muing let him go and turn away. Wang Ji looked at the fat guy in the distance and gave him a thumbs up. I would like to call you a warrior. Next, we will take you to a safe place. Everyone, please be quiet on the way. Don't panic when you encounter zombies. With us here, the zombies won't harm you, Wang Ji said to the more than 100 people. After a while, Captain Wei's team arrived at the camp entrance, each carrying a large box of supplies, including firearms, ammunition, food, and tools. Wang Ji looked at the large and small packages of supplies, feeling a bit envious. These items would definitely be worth more than his 10,000 survival points when taken to the Dawn Tower. Once everyone was gathered, Wang Ji led the group out of the camp and onto the journey back. He glanced back at the camp. To be honest, it was a good place, with a great location and remoteness. It's such a shame to waste this area. Where did you escape into that camp from? Wang Ji asked a woman. We came from a nearby town. At first, we built the camp, But then that group of people came and took over our camp, killing many of us. The woman replied, looking down. You won't be like that previous group of people, will you? After a while, the woman asked worriedly. No, Wang Ji assured her. That's great. Thank you so much, the woman said, deliberately loosening her collar and leaning toward Wang Ji. Seeing this, Wang Ji immediately pushed her away. Don't worry. We will do our best to escort you to the shelter. He then quickened his pace and walked at the front of the group. Fearing that if he stayed any longer, the women would come to him one after another. In fact, there was no longer any justice in this world. Only mutual benefit existed, and people moved forward for their own interests. Similarly, if Wang Ji saved these people without the Dawn Tower offering a reward, he definitely wouldn't have saved them, nor would he have come out. Everyone was the same. To survive, they must make themselves valuable and possess bargaining chips for mutual benefit. After walking for a while, Wang Ji signaled for everyone to rest for a moment and replenish their food. They had not slept for a day and were starting to feel fatigued. Just as Wang Ji was eating the biscuit in his hand, he suddenly felt something watching them. He immediately stood up and looked around nervously. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. What's wrong, Wang Ji? He asked when he saw Wang Ji nervously scanning the surroundings. This place feels off. We need to leave quickly. Now, Wang Ji said over the radio and started moving. At that moment, he realized they had hardly encountered any zombies along the way, and that feeling he had earlier must mean something was wrong. Chapter 66. Giant Python. While Wang Ji was thinking, a scream suddenly came from the radio. Run. There's a monster. After a scream, the radio went silent. Wang Ji's heart sank. His earlier feeling was indeed correct. Looking back, he saw a giant python wriggling toward them not far behind. Wang Ji saw that the python was nearly 20 meters long, and its body was as thick as a person's waist. What the hell is that? The fat man exclaimed. The over 100 survivors began to panic and flee aimlessly. Observing closely, the giant python opened its bloody mouth again and swallowed a soldier whole. Everyone shoot. Captain Wei's voice came over the radio. Wang Ji also took out his rifle and started firing at the distant python. However, the result left everyone feeling desperate. The bullets made no impact on the python's body, only sinking into the outer layer without penetrating. Damn, why is this thing so big? Did it mutate from eating zombies? Wang Ji said, staring at the giant python. We can't fight it. Let's run. Forget about those people. At that moment, the fat man rushed to Wang Ji's side, pulling him. This is impossible to fight. Wang Ji, hurry and run. Su Muing said, already dragging Lu Li to run ahead. Damn it. Wang Ji looked at the over 100 people behind him, gritting his teeth, fixating on the giant python. The people they had fought hard to save were now being messed up by a snake. Everyone, retreat at full speed. The rest, follow us. Whether you can survive depends on yourselves. Wang Ji shouted to the back and turned to sprint toward the evacuation point. Just as Sakura said, this battle was impossible to fight. The giant python had extremely high defense. Bullets were ineffective after hitting the surface of its flesh, even if they got close. Not to mention whether they could kill it with a small dagger, the python could easily strangle a person to death. Wang Ji ran at full speed for 10 minutes, and many of the survivors behind him could no longer keep up and had fallen far behind. Since Captain Wei's team was at the back when the giant python appeared, it had already eaten 2 of their members, one of whom was certainly doomed due to a grenade injury to his leg. By now, only 4 soldiers, including Wei Zhong, had escaped, and only about 30 survivors were following, most of whom were men. As for the giant python, having eaten nearly 100 people, it seemed to have had its fill and disappeared from sight. Wang Ji and the others found a relatively open area to wait for the survivors who hadn't kept up. He released a signal flare to help those who got lost and survived find them. Boom! A red smoke appeared in the sky. After the signal flare was launched, everyone agreed to wait for 10 minutes. When the time was up, they would immediately set off to evacuate. It was too dangerous outside now. A giant python had already claimed so many lives. This wave cost Captain Wei's 6 brothers. As for the supplies, they had long been abandoned at the scene. This trip resulted in the sacrifice of 6 people and nothing else. For Wang Ji, it was a narrow escape. The remaining survivors were not enough to cover the training costs for Wang Ji and the others. After 10 minutes, another 10 people arrived one after another. Wang Ji wouldn't wait any longer for the others who hadn't come. They might already be in grave danger. Now, the number of survivors was down to less than 40, and the rest seemed to have been killed by the giant python. When Wang Ji faced these survivors, his face felt a bit hot. He had just promised to protect them, and now these people had run away faster than anyone else. Seeing Captain Wei's gloomy face beside him, Wang Ji didn't approach him to speak. At this moment, the other party must have been blaming him in his heart, even wanting to kill him to vent his anger. As it turned out, Wang Ji was overthinking. Their relationship wasn't that close. They were just temporarily formed into a 10-person cooperative relationship. And it was merely inconvenient to go back and explain. Sakura, please keep an eye on those people from the Dawn Tower. I'm afraid they might ambush us. Wang Ji said, leaning close to Su Mu-ing and whispering. Do I really need you to tell me that? Su Mu-ing rolled her eyes at Wang Ji. In fact, upon closer observation, both sides kept their distance, and they could see each other's movements in their peripheral vision, each harboring their own thoughts. During this time, the giant python did not chase after them again. Along the way, only a few zombies wandered into the wilderness. Compared to the giant python, those zombies were nothing. After 3 hours of travel, Wang Ji finally led dozens of survivors to the entrance. At the moment the iron gate closed, Wang Ji finally breathed a sigh of relief. Throughout the journey, he had been on edge, walking on thin ice, fearing that another giant mutated beast would suddenly appear. I say, Wang Ji, next time we go out, can we wait until the last moment? Running outside every day is exhausting, the fat man said, panting heavily. It was clear that after a month of recovery at the Dawn Tower, the fat man's stamina couldn't keep up. Although he was now all muscle and no longer the chubby man filled with fat when he first arrived at the Dawn Tower, he still couldn't match Wang Ji's stamina. As for the survivors in the camp, they were empty-handed and had no burden, but they couldn't keep up with Wang Ji's relentless pace. Each of them was exhausted, with their heads down, lacking even the strength to stand straight. On the way, Wang Ji kept thinking about how to explain to Jieshi and the Dawn Tower that he should be grateful that 4 people from Wei Zheng's side had returned alive. Otherwise, it would have been a case of no witnesses to the death, and whatever he said would be questioned. After entering the Dawn Tower, Wang Ji and the others quickly passed the security check, handed over the people they brought back to the task hall, and then told the others to return to their residence first. He kept Jolly with him to visit Jieshi. He needed to clarify this matter first. The first cooperation with the Dawn Tower ended in failure. Upon arriving at the guard headquarters, Wang Ji knocked on the door and directly entered Jieshi's room. Why the rush? Jieshi said slowly, holding a steaming cup of coffee. There was an accident during this operation, Wang Ji said, lowering his head. Only 4 of my people came back. We promised over 100, and only 39 returned. I knew this the moment you entered the medical room. Upon hearing that Captain Wei was one of Jieshi's subordinates, Wang Ji suddenly raised his head, looking at Jieshi with a complicated expression. I'm sorry, Captain Jieshi. It's my fault, Wang Ji started to say, but Jieshi interrupted him. I want to know what the accident was, she said coldly. It's a giant python. Python? How big? Over 20 meters long and about half a meter in diameter. So did you kill it? Our bullets were ineffective against it. To avoid unnecessary sacrifices, we had to choose to retreat, Wang Ji said, keeping his head down. However, there were no casualties before we encountered that giant python. The camp operation went very smoothly. Seeing Jieshi remain silent, Wang Ji raised his head again. Interesting. I'd like to see it, Jieshi said with a smirk. Chapter 67. The Battle with the Python. What? Captain Jieshi, you want to go out? Wang Ji was somewhat surprised to hear that Jieshi wanted to see the giant python. You will come with me to find that snake, Jieshi said, getting up and putting on her armor. No, Captain Jieshi, is this really necessary? Wang Ji couldn't understand Jieshi's actions. Even if she was confident in killing the python, there was no need to take on a monster like that. Go get your people. We leave immediately. Jieshi did not answer Wang Ji's question. Wang Ji wanted to prepare some supplies, but Jieshi refused, saying just to lead the way. Wang Ji hurried back to the residence, and just as Fatty and the others had sat down to rest for a bit, they saw Wang Ji burst through the door. Put on your gear. We're preparing to act, Wang Ji said as he entered. Huh, didn't we just come back? Why are we going out again? Our gear is still being cleaned in the medical room. Where are we supposed to get our equipment? Fatty complained from the sofa. We'll put it on when we get there and leave. Jieshi wants us to take her back to find that giant python. She wants to meet it in person. Wang Ji explained what had just happened with Jieshi. What the hell, is she crazy? That giant python can toss a person away with a flick. What does she plan to use to fight it? I don't know. She just told us to lead the way, and we'll leave the rest to her. Then why doesn't she ask Captain Wei and the others? Su Muing asked from the side. Yeah, why not ask them? Lai also questioned. The people who went out with us this time are Jieshi's subordinates. 6 of them have died, and Jieshi may not want to risk sending them out again. Is Jieshi reliable? Does she really think she can take on that giant python alone? Zhang Ming asked, worried about whether they could successfully retreat if something happened to Jieshi. Wang Ji shook his head, indicating he didn't know. In any case, Jieshi wouldn't be foolish enough to seek death voluntarily. Since she was confident in going, it meant she must have an unplayed trump card. Don't think too much. Just take a few smoke bombs and adrenaline. When we spot the giant python, everyone injects themselves first. If the situation isn't right, we all retreat at full speed. After Wang Ji finished speaking, everyone left the residence and went to the medical room to take their not yet fully cleaned weapons and gear. Jieshi was waiting in the hall, holding only a large sword, and when she saw Wang Ji, she walked towards the elevator he had taken before. When they got outside, it was already 3 in the afternoon, and a light rain had started to fall from the sky. After more than 2 hours, Wang Ji and Jieshi arrived at the site of the incident, where there were clear signs of the giant python's movement on the ground. And some large trees had even been knocked down and broken. After searching for a while, Wang Ji finally found the supplies that had been collected from the camp, scattered messily on the ground. This is it, Wang Ji said to Jieshi after finding the supplies. It must have come down from the mountain, Jieshi said, looking at the surrounding environment and finally locking her gaze on a small mountain in the distance to the left. Should we go look for it? Wang Ji asked. No need. We wait for it here, Jieshi replied, leaning against a tree to rest. Wang Ji and the others anxiously watched their surroundings, not daring to relax for a moment. You don't need to be so nervous. It just ate so many people, it won't show up right away, Jieshi said. Eyes closed against the tree. The others felt Jieshi's reasoning made sense, so they followed her example and leaned against the tree to rest. Wang Ji and the others waited until dark, but the giant python still did not show up. Initially, they could shelter from the rain under the tree. But now the rain was getting heavier, and they were completely soaked. I don't know what she's thinking, wanting to challenge a snake for no reason. Fatty quietly complained from the side. Shoo, she'll hear you. Zhang Ming covered Fatty's mouth, urging him to be quiet. Thus, Wang Ji and the others endured a night of rain, with not even a shadow of a zombie, let alone that giant snake. Just as Wang Ji began to doubt whether the giant python would come back, Jieshi, who had been leaning against the tree all night, finally moved. It's coming, Jieshi said slowly as she opened her eyes. Those simple 2 words immediately alerted the others, and Wang Ji felt the same tension as yesterday. Sure enough, there it was. Wang Ji nervously scanned the surroundings, wanting to catch the opponent's movements at the first moment. Jieshi had said it might be coming from the mountain. So thinking of this, Wang Ji looked towards one side of the mountain. Not far away, the giant python from yesterday was slithering toward them in an S shape. Watch out. Over there, Wang Ji shouted, pointing in the direction of the python. As the giant python drew closer, Jieshi stood still, causing Wang Ji's heart to leap into his throat. Wang Ji and the others had already injected adrenaline and were ready to retreat at any moment. The giant python was now only 50 meters away from them, and Wang Ji anxiously stared at Jieshi, wondering why she hadn't made a move yet. Just as Wang Ji was about to turn around, Jieshi suddenly pulled out the large sword that had been stuck in the ground and leaped into the air. Wang Ji watched in shock as Jieshi took off. Her leap was at least 3 meters high, with weapons and gear on her. Being able to jump that high was beyond human limits. The giant python, sensing Jieshi, immediately reared up to bite at her in the air. The python opened its enormous mouth, large enough to swallow a car whole. Wang Ji saw that Jieshi didn't dodge, but instead charged forward. With a swing of her large sword, roar, the giant python let out a mournful cry that echoed through the entire forest. As the giant python opened its mouth, Jieshi's sword struck a 1-meter-long gash on one side of its mouth. The python could no longer close its mouth, thrashing its body violently. Its crimson eyes fixated on Jieshi. However, after that one strike, Jieshi had no intention of stopping. Her goal was to take the life of this giant python. Chapter 68. The Battle with the Python, 2. After landing a hit, Jieshi leaped again, this time aiming for the giant python's head. The giant python saw Jieshi jump up and charge forward again, wanting to continue to open its mouth to swallow Jieshi. But it realized that its mouth could no longer close, and it could no longer bite its enemy. Uft! Jieshi struck again with her sword, hitting the python at its vulnerable spot, but the effect of this strike was significantly worse than the first. This strike only broke through the outer layer of the python's skin. When the python suffered a second injury, it became even more frenzied. Floating in the air, Jieshi was instantly wrapped up by the python's body and could not move. Wang Ji thought it was bad. Once entangled by the snake, it would tighten continuously until it suffocated her. Fortunately, the python's mouth could no longer bite, and it was now using all its strength to wrap around Jieshi, its head constantly crashing into her. Watching the giant python coil around Jieshi from head to tail, the fat man first suggested retreating, saying, Wang team, if this doesn't work, let's run quickly. If Captain Jieshi can't handle it, what are we still doing here? At this moment, everyone knew Jieshi's condition. Unless there was another fighter like her here, they would not be able to break the python's entanglement. The python continued to ram its head into Jieshi, while her hands struggled to block with the great sword. Wang Ji looked at Jieshi struggle with some reluctance and wanted to move forward but was pulled back. When he turned to look, Su Muing shook her head at him, indicating he should not go up. At this time, apart from Wang Ji and Lu Li, everyone else made the most rational decision, to run while the giant python had not locked onto them yet, to mitigate losses. Wang Ji opened Su Muying's hand, took out his magnetic card from his pocket, and threw it to her. You all retreat. Jieshi cannot die. Even if we escape one giant python, there will still be thousands of monsters waiting for us. Avoiding won't change our fate. After Wang Ji finished speaking, he snatched the knife from Lu Li's hand. Now, among them, only Lu Li's weapon had the greatest advantage. Wang Ji threw down his backpack and immediately charged towards the giant python. At this moment, Jieshi seemed to have lost her strength from being wrapped by the giant python, and the sword in her hand fell to the ground. Wang Ji held Yiling Long with both hands, and, while the python's attention was on Jieshi, he thrust it with all his might into the python's body. A thrust is different from a slash. The point of force is much smaller and easier to penetrate the skin. After the long knife pierced into the python's body, it let out a pained cry, and the body that was coiling around Jieshi loosened a bit, freeing its tail, which directly swung Wang Ji away. Wang Ji, hit by the tail, felt like he was struck by a car, his insides tumbling, and he eventually spat out a mouthful of blood and fell beside a tree. Wang Ji's consciousness became increasingly blurry. He never thought he would fall in such a place, in a spot with no zombies. Were Su Muing and the others evacuated? Would they avenge him? Who would be the next captain? A flood of thoughts surged in Wang Ji's mind, and eventually, the Yiling Long in his hand seemed to be taken away. He lacked the strength to look up and see who it was, and closed his eyes. The one holding Yiling Long was Lu Li. At the moment Wang Ji was thrown away, everyone moved. Su Muing quickly devised a simple plan, instructing Zhang Ming, the fat man, and old he to use firepower to distract the giant python, while her target was the python's eyes, the only place she could break through. Lu Li also aimed to get close and slash at the python. As long as she went to the wound left by Jieshi at the python's vulnerable spot and added a few more strikes, it would definitely work. Old he and the others held rifles, continuously aiming and shooting at the python's tail. Su Muing quickly approached the python's head, waiting for the moment it was about to gather strength, and successfully plunged her daggers into the python's eye. Lu Li, after successfully striking, Su Muing signaled Lu Li and immediately withdrew. Upon receiving Su Muying's call, Lu Li quickly changed her attack method, moved to the back of the python, locked onto the previously cut vulnerable spot, leaped into the air, and swung down, blood splattering everywhere. Roar! The python let out its loudest roar since the beginning. After loosening its grip on Jieshi slightly, it tightened even more than before. Everyone was shocked. How could it still move? Not good. The python's roar has attracted all the zombies around, Zhang Ming said in panic while looking through binoculars. Damn, it's so dense, I can't even count them. We're done for. If we don't run now, we'll be in trouble. The fat man also picked up the binoculars and was instantly frightened. Groups of zombies were approaching from all directions. Near the giant python, where it was coiling, only a pile of armor that had been crushed remained, and Jieshi inside the armor was nowhere to be seen. Everyone was stunned, and in the next moment, they saw Jieshi picking up the great sword she had dropped on the ground. What a clever escape, Oldie exclaimed. At this moment, the python's eyes had been blinded by Su Muing, and while it still thought it had entangled its target, Jieshi had already leaped up and struck heavily at the broken wound. Uffed. With this strike, the python's vulnerable spot was completely severed, and its body fell heavily to the ground. Captain Jieshi, let's go back quickly. The zombies are all coming this way, the fat man said as he approached Jieshi. No rush, Jieshi said, raising her sword again, and approached the python's head, stabbing it several times to ensure it was dead before chopping off the python's head and returning. Fat man, you carry Wang Ji back. The rest of you hurry up and help me gather some supplies. Before leaving, Su Muing did not forget the supplies that the guards had lost yesterday. In the medical room of the Dawn Tower, Wang Ji slowly regained consciousness and opened his eyes. After hesitating for a moment, he sat up. Hiss. As soon as he sat up, pain shot through his body. Lie down. You've broken 3 ribs on your right side, and the injury isn't healed yet. Why are you moving around? Wang Ji turned his head to see it was Su Muing, and he felt relieved. I'm not dead. Upon hearing Wang Ji's words, Su Muing was somewhat displeased and coldly said, if you want to die, I can make that happen for you. Wang Ji lay back down on the pillow, closed his eyes, and said, I'd rather die in Sister Ying's arms than in the mouth of a giant python. Hee. I think you'd rather die in Jieshi's arms. Su Muing coldly laughed. Jieshi sacrificed herself? Wang Ji looked at Su Muing and asked tentatively. No. She still had the strength to drag the 100-pound python head for 3 hours, Su Muing replied. That's great. Hearing this news, Wang Ji finally felt relieved. She clearly had a way to get out, but you still had to go up and play the hero. Next time you run out of luck. I wonder how you'll survive. Su Muing scolded. She could free herself? Wang Ji was somewhat disbelieving. He had seen Jie Shi lose her great sword. How could she free herself? She used a clever escape technique. It took her some time to get out of the armor. Su Muing explained. It can be done like that? Wang Ji secretly sighed that he was still too young. What about the others? Wang Ji asked. They all went back to rest. They haven't slept for 2 days and are on the verge of breaking down. Now that you're awake, I should go back and catch up on sleep. Here's your magnetic card. If you need anything, just call the doctor, Su Muing said, throwing the magnetic card onto Wang Ji before turning to leave. Chapter 69, Second Summoning in the Research Room. Director Yang Lifeng was conducting antibody gene experiments with Dr. Chun and Dr. Yang Lu when Jie Shi walked in from outside, dragging along a huge head, startling the few people who were working on the experiment. What is going on, Captain Jie Shi? Yang Lifeng asked. This is a mutated giant python. I killed it and brought it back for you as a research specimen. Oh, thank you so much, Jie Shi. With this, we will definitely make breakthroughs in our research. Dr. Chin expressed his gratitude as he stepped forward. Well, thank you for your hard work. The situation outside is becoming increasingly severe. We need to hurry up. Please contact me promptly if there are any new discoveries. I'll head back now, Jie Shi said before turning to leave. After Jigzi left, a few people looked at the giant python's head as if it were a treasure. After taking protective measures, they immediately began to dissect it. Wang Ji lay on the medical bed, staring blankly at the light above him, reflecting on everything that had happened outside. A mutated giant python had disrupted their rhythm, and Wang Ji began to realize that the enemies were far more than just zombies. Just as he was about to close his eyes and sleep again, the door to the room was pushed open, and Jigzi entered. Wang Ji, seeing Jigzi, sat up slightly and leaned against the pillow. Jigzi had changed into a brand new set of armor, but there were still some battle bruises on her face. Captain Jigzi, Wang Ji greeted weakly. How's your injury? Nothing serious, just a few broken ribs. I'll be fine after some rest. I will apply to the Tower Master for you to have 2 months of recovery time. During these 2 months, you shouldn't go out, just focus on healing. Thank you. Captain Jigzi, were you okay before? I'm fine, but I didn't expect the power of mutated creatures to be so strong. Yeah, I think after they mutate, they will develop intelligence. Exactly. Actually, before you guys, we had already received news from a team. 2 survivors who escaped said they encountered a 4-meter-tall zombie with intelligence. Mutated zombie. Wang Ji found it hard to believe. But not all mutated zombies will grow larger. They might possess other characteristics as well. This is just my personal speculation without any actual evidence. So what should we do next? As the number of people going out decreases, the resources inside the tower are also dwindling. Relying solely on solar power is not enough to keep the Dawn Tower operational, and food is becoming increasingly precious. The Tower Master is planning to initiate a second recruitment. Anyone who joins an outing team will be granted citizenship. Conversely, those who do not join will lose their citizenship and become refugees. This recruitment is for everyone. Jigzi explained the upcoming actions in the Dawn Tower. Anyone who does not join an outing team will be demoted to refugee status. Wang Ji knew that refugees were provided with food, but only enough to fill half of their hunger. They had to work 12 hours a day. And if they felt too tired and unwilling to work, well, that's okay. Citizens from the outing team always welcome them to join. Except for the possibility of dying, everything else is quite good. What if, despite all this, no one is willing to join the outing team? Wang Ji asked. People die for wealth, birds die for food. That situation won't happen. That's also true. Rest well, I'll head back. Okay. After Jigzi left, Wang Ji's stomach began to growl. How could he be hungry after getting injured? Thinking of this, Wang Ji pressed the button on the bed. After a while, Wang Ji watched a nurse walk in. Miss Nurse, I would like to order takeout. The entrance hall on the first floor. The Eternity of the Apocalypse team that went out for a month has returned. As time went by, the number of onlookers increased, and the reason was that the elevator was still transporting people into the tower. The elevator could carry 20 people at a time, and after 2 hours, it was still in operation. The guard team, seeing the crowd growing, also came to disperse the onlookers. 5 hours later, the elevator finally stopped transporting. At the entrance of the hall stood over 200 people, each holding some supplies. This news once again caused a stir in the Dawn Tower. After this outing, the Eternity of the Apocalypse team had made a considerable profit. Everyone from the Eternity of the Apocalypse team was dressed in hooded cloaks and wore gas masks, making it hard to see their expressions. The only clearly visible person was a white-haired old man at the front, with many gruesome scars on his face. At this time, the chubby guy and others who had taken a nap had all come to visit Wang Ji. "Hey, Captain Wang, is your injury feeling any better?" The chubby guy entered with a smug look at Wang Ji lying in the bed. "So you're happy that I got hurt, huh, chubby?" Wang Ji said, looking at the smug face of the chubby guy. "I'm not happy. I can empathize. You should try the life of lying in bed and recuperating. Hee. I'm used to the training routine, and lying down feels uncomfortable. If you can't handle it, let us just send you back to rest, Captain Wang." The chubby guy said, "No, Chief Sophie said I have to stay here for a week of observation before I can go back. He should just stay here quietly." Lao He rejected the chubby guy's suggestion. "By the way, I have taken care of the task for you. We have 39 survivors and have also collected some supplies, totaling 4,000 survival points," Su Mu-ing said, stepping forward. "I understand. You guys go train. I'll lie here for a week and then go back," Wang Ji said. After everyone left, Wang Ji lay on the bed, tapping on his notebook, recording everything that had happened in recent days. Chapter 70. Information on dealing with zombies. A week later, Wang Ji returned to his residence. During this time, after going out on missions, other teams had quickly advanced to level 3. The third floor had gone from 3 teams to 12 teams. As soon as Wang Ji exited the elevator, he was stunned to see that there were many more people in the training ground, but after calculating the time, it was about right. Advancing to a level 3 team only required earning 10,000 survival points, not consuming them. Wang Ji also saw Tang Kailan training with 5 girls. And he didn't know where he had found another girl, but that was good. Wang Ji didn't have to worry about him bothering Liu Lai again. When he returned to his residence, it was dark inside, indicating that they were probably sleeping. He hadn't noticed them outside just now. Wang Ji felt his way back to his room and turned on the light, only to find Su Mu-ing and Jia Li lying on his bed, sleeping soundly. "I say, you two, even when I'm not home, you still come to my room?" Wang Ji looked at the two on the bed. "What do you mean, your room?" Su Mu-ing, still half asleep, replied. "Yeah, if it's not my room, could it be yours?" Wang Ji said with a frown. "Yeah, isn't this our room?" Su Mu-ing mumbled and fell back asleep. Seeing that Ing was too sleepy, Wang Ji didn't disturb her further, dropped his luggage, left the room, and went to the living room to turn on Lingling Yao to check the latest news from the Dawn Tower. There were 3 positive news items and 2 negative news items. Positive news 1. The zombie virus antibody vaccine has entered clinical trials and is expected to go into mass production in a month. Positive news 2. To promote the enthusiasm of the outing teams, military equipment prices have been slightly reduced. Positive news 3. If outsiders wish to join the outing teams, they will be promoted to citizenship, and citizen training will resume with survival point subsidies. After accumulating 12 hours of training, they will receive 10 survival points. Negative news 1. Citizens who do not join the outing teams will be demoted to refugees. Negative news 2. Due to a shortage of electrical energy, the price per kilowatt-hour has increased from 1 survival point to 2 survival points. Wang Ji looked at these announcements. Everything was as he had anticipated, except for the unexpected fact that food prices had not increased. Is it just holding on, or is there an abundance within? Wang Ji could not gauge the foundation of the Dawn Tower. From the 5 messages, it was clear that all the positive news favored the outing teams, while the negative news was almost targeted at the refugees. It seemed that the situation for the outing teams had not been optimistic lately. The casualty rate was gradually increasing, causing significant trouble for the future development of the Dawn Tower. After reading the announcements, Wang Ji opened his account. Currently, the team had accumulated a total of 33,500 survival points, with 19,500 remaining, meaning they still needed to acquire 16,500 survival points to advance to a level 4 team. Wang Ji checked his information earnings and found that his outdated information was no longer yielding profits. It seemed it was time to hang some new intelligence. Wang Ji went to the chubby guy's room and woke him up from his sleep. "Get up, chubby." Wang Ji slapped the chubby guy on the backside. "Huh, what is it?" the chubby guy said after being woken up. "Come on, go out with me for a stroll." "What the heck? It's the middle of the night. And you want to wander around?" the chubby guy exclaimed, feeling a bit overwhelmed. "I have been sleeping in the medical room for a week, and now I can't sleep at all. Get up." Wang Ji kept bothering Fatty, and eventually, Fatty reluctantly got out of bed. The two put on their heavy-duty suits and left the residence. "Oh, I was just having a sweet dream. You might not believe it, but I dreamed of Jiao Chan. I told you, Captain Wang, when I first came here I weighed 200 pounds, and now I've trained down to 150 pounds. I sweat a few pounds every day. And now that it's finally rest time, can't you let me rest a bit?" Fatty grumbled behind him. Wang Ji turned to look at Fatty, who, seeing Wang Ji staring at him silently, asked weakly, What's wrong, Captain Wang? Can 2 hamburgers silence you? Yes. After buying some food at the cafeteria, the two headed to the intelligence hall. Captain Wang Ji. While they were walking, someone called out from behind, and Wang Ji turned around. And Qing? Are you on patrol? Wang Ji saw Qing wearing a guard's armor. Yes. I happened to pass by here, and I heard Captain Jieshi say you were injured? Just a minor injury. If Captain Jieshi can get hurt, it's only normal for me to get hurt too, Wang Ji said indifferently. Sigh, I want to go outside too, but unfortunately, they won't let me. No, you mustn't think that way. It's not fun outside at all. If it weren't for a mission, nobody would want to go out. Wang Ji looked at Qing, doubting whether her mind was not right. She was unwilling to go outside. Yet she complained that others wouldn't let her. I just hate those monsters. I want to kill them. And Qing's eyes darkened. You, sigh, just train hard. I believe that one day, the Dawn Tower will send you out to fight. Really? Yes, once our outdoor team is mostly dead, it will be your turn. Alright, you should go patrol now. I have to go. After saying that, he turned and left. The two arrived at the intelligence hall, where Wang Ji entered the information about the mutated giant python, priced at 100 survival points each. After finishing, Wang Ji flipped through other intelligence reports. As more teams went out, the intelligence reports gradually increased. Wang Ji initially wanted to find the information about mutated zombies, but found that there were no reports regarding the mutated keyword, which left him a bit confused. After searching for a while, Wang Ji found a report on dealing with zombies, priced at 200 survival points. Damn, that's quite steep, Wang Ji said. Then let us unlock this report first, and then write a similar report ourselves to post, right? Fatty said, trying to be clever. Submitting intelligence requires review. Do you think the people at Dawn Tower are fools? Intelligence is all about the order of arrival. The reports that others worked hard to obtain shouldn't be taken advantage of, Wang Ji replied, glancing at Fatty. Oh, I see. Since it's about how to deal with zombies, Wang Ji didn't hesitate and directly swiped his card to unlock the report. Chapter 71. Got played. After unlocking the intelligence, Wang Ji immediately opened it. Using a stun grenade can incapacitate zombies, with effects lasting up to 1 minute at most. Wang Ji felt a bit frustrated upon reading this. He felt he had been tricked. Using a stun grenade would not only attract nearby zombies, but it was just a control method? Wouldn't it be better to use a grenade to blow them up instead of controlling them for a limited time? I want a refund. Wang Ji couldn't help but shout at the staff in the intelligence hall. This intelligence has a problem. It's a scam. I'm sorry, but virtual transactions do not support refunds. The intelligence has been reviewed. As long as it passes, it is considered reasonable, the person in charge explained to Wang Ji. No. Is this intelligence really worth 200 survival points? My survival points didn't come easy, but they shouldn't be taken away like this, Wang Ji complained. I'm really sorry. Intelligence is like a surprise egg. It may not meet your expectations, and you can only bear the loss. Alright, I understand. Wang Ji wasn't upset about the 200 survival points. He was annoyed that he had paid an intelligence tax, knowing that continuing to argue would be pointless. He left the intelligence hall. Fatty, you can laugh if you want, just don't hold it in, Wang Ji said to Fatty, who was trying hard to suppress his laughter. Uft, I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter, haha. Oh, Captain Wang, haha. Along the way, Wang Ji wanted to hit the laughing Fatty multiple times, but his side still ached, so he had to walk silently in front. They bought 6 meals before returning to the residence. While the 6 were eating, Fatty kept chuckling, and Wang Ji could no longer hold back. Sistering, Su Muing, who was eating, looked at Wang Ji in confusion when he called her loudly. Seeing Wang Ji call Su Muing, Fatty immediately lost his temper and quickly admitted his mistake. Captain Wang, I was wrong. Please don't do this. Su Muing looked at the two in confusion, not knowing what they were up to. Fatty wants to see you in black stockings, Wang Ji said, ignoring Fatty. Uft. Sorry, this food is a bit spicy. Zhang Ming, who was sitting nearby, immediately lowered his head to eat after choking a bit. Oh. Su Muing fixed her gaze on Fatty. Sistering, let me explain. Captain Wang is trying to frame me, using me as a scapegoat. Then tell me why Captain Wang wants to frame you. He woke me up early to cough. Fatty was halfway through when Wang Ji interrupted him, signaling him to stop. Slap. Su Muing slammed her dagger on the table. Continue. Captain Wang took me to the intelligence hall to post new intelligence. After we finished, we saw a report on dealing with zombies, and he got played. I found it funny, so I kept laughing, and he got annoyed and wanted to take revenge on me, Fatty honestly stated, preferring to offend Wang Ji rather than Su Muing. Sure enough, impulsiveness is the devil. Wang Ji could have just endured it, but now. Not only did he fail to use Fatty as a scapegoat, but he also got exposed by Fatty, making everyone aware of how he got tricked. After hearing Fatty's account, Su Muing's target had shifted from Fatty to Wang Ji. Sistering, I'm still a patient. Please stay calm. Wang Ji quickly showed the bandage on his chest as a shield. So you're the one who wants to see black stockings? Su Muing teased Wang Ji. No. No. I was just voicing Fatty's inner thoughts. It doesn't represent my thoughts. Suspicious. At this moment, Jiali also suddenly chimed in. Hey you girl. Eat your food, Wang Ji said to Jiali. Wang Ji, a real man should take responsibility. Don't let Fatty take the blame for everything. Even if Fatty has that desire, does he have the courage? Su Muing said, while Fatty nodded repeatedly beside her to show his agreement. Sistering, you are so right. At this moment, Wang Ji felt wronged. He originally intended to provoke Su Muing through Fatty, but what does being a real man mean? Is it forcing himself to become a pervert obsessed with black stockings? Wang Ji felt that if he continued to struggle, the situation would only worsen, so he said, yes. It's me who wants to see. After saying this, Wang Ji felt relieved. He just wanted to finish this meal quickly. Su Muing didn't say anything further. And the atmosphere suddenly became tense, with everyone speeding up their eating. Chapter 72. Consumption after the meal. Wang Ji and the others put on their heavy-duty suits and went to the training ground to continue their training. Since Wang Ji's injury hadn't healed properly, he couldn't engage in intense activities and could only watch the others train. Coincidentally, he also saw Tang Kailan watching his team train from the side. Feeling bored, Wang Ji approached to greet him. Captain Tang, are you training? Tang Kailan glanced at Wang Ji without saying a word and turned back to continue watching the girls in the training area. Damn it, I got played again. He almost forgot about Tang Kailan's arrogant demeanor. I heard you encountered a mutated python? Just as Wang Ji was about to leave, Tang Kailan spoke up. How do you know? You don't need to worry about that. Being able to survive a mutated ferocious beast and come back is somewhat impressive. Although Tang Kailan said this, what he didn't know was that they had sacrificed dozens of lives to have the chance to escape. It seems you know a lot about them? I know a thing or two. Can you share? Wang Ji asked. Why should I tell you? Tang Kailan glanced at Wang Ji. The other party really had no reason to tell him, so Wang Ji had no choice but to leave reluctantly. He didn't expect Tang Kailan to also know about the mutations. It sounded as if he had experienced it himself. A few hours later, during the break, Wang Ji planned to take everyone to choose some better weapons while the prices were reduced, as most of the weapons they had were already damaged. Before going to the weapon hall, Wang Ji had already made it clear that everyone's budget should be kept within 1,000 survival points. And it didn't matter what they bought as long as it didn't exceed that amount. After discussing the rules, the group arrived at the weapon hall. The staff in the hall immediately welcomed Wang Ji and his team enthusiastically. For the Dawn Tower, Wang Ji's team could be considered a big customer, coming here frequently to buy ammunition and weapons. If they could issue VIP cards here, they would definitely give one to Wang Ji's team. Most of the weapons here had been slightly discounted. What do you need? You go ahead and get busy. We'll look around and find you when we're done. After sending the staff away, Wang Ji began browsing the weapon menu in the system. In the end, Wang Ji chose a .05 caliber Desert Eagle and 2 military daggers, totaling 300 survival points. The fat guy bought a P90 submachine gun, which had a fast firing rate and a large magazine capacity, making it a powerful weapon for medium to close range. It came with a silencer, a holographic sight, and 500 rounds of ammunition, costing 900 survival points. Jiali didn't buy anything. She only had her Yaling Long maintained and reforged, costing 50 survival points. Zhang Ming bought an M10 Lysing handgun, specially developed by the Dawn Tower, with a magazine capacity of 18 rounds and power comparable to that of an ordinary handgun, costing 500 survival points. Lao He had long coveted the sniper rifle in Su Muying's hands, so he bought a specially developed Quenching Night sniper rifle from the Dawn Tower, with a magazine capacity of 25 rounds, capable of precise shooting at medium to long distances, but not powerful enough to compare with a sniper rifle, costing 1,000 survival points. Su Muing saw that the Ashura sniper rifle she previously bought had dropped in price from 2,000 points to 1,600 points, now at an 80 discount. Regretting her early purchase, in the end, she chose a dagger called Burning Heaven, described as being forged from meteoric iron at a temperature of 5,000 degrees, with a discounted price of 2,000 survival points. Hey, Ingjia, didn't we agree on 1,000 survival points each? Wang Ji looked at the 2,000 survival points dagger on the order and said painfully, That's right. Our budget for 6 people is 6,000 survival points. And we've only spent 3850 points so far, so why are you in a hurry? Su Muing looked innocently at Wang Ji. No. Is this dagger made of gold? Why is it so expensive? Wang Ji looked suspiciously at the dagger in the system order. This is worth more than gold. It's made of meteoric iron. Isn't it a good deal to buy it while the weapons are on sale? My Ashura is already 1,600 points now. Wang Ji looked at the spendthrift Su Muing and didn't bother to argue with her anymore. He quickly settled the bill to prevent her from insisting on spending the full 6,000 survival points. After Wang Ji's group spent 3850 survival points at the weapon hall, their team account still had 15650 survival points left. The 6 of them had a meal and then entered training mode again. That night, after Wang Ji took a shower and returned to his room, he saw Su Muing and Lu Li playing on the bed in black stockings. When Su Muing saw Wang Ji come in, she stretched out her leg and teased, "Do you like it? What the hell? Where did you two get those stockings?" Wang Ji asked. "There's a store on the first floor selling them. How about it?" Surprised, Su Muing smiled. "Great. You two are determined to make me commit a crime? Hee hee, if you dare to commit a crime, Lu Li and I will personally take care of you," Su Muing said fiercely. Jia Li also nodded in agreement. "Hey, Lu Li, when did you side with Thing?" Wang Ji felt isolated and helpless. The fat guy didn't need to mention. As for Lao He and Zhang Ming, they were definitely neutral. Maintaining neutrality in such an unfair situation actually meant they had chosen to stand on the side of evil. Although they weren't acting as henchmen, it didn't mean they weren't accomplices. Silent good people are allies of evil. "Tonight, the two of us in black stockings want you to serve us. You should feel honored," Su Muing said proudly as she leaned back on the bed looking at Wang Ji. Wang Ji had no choice but to endure the immense temptation and gave the two of them a foot massage for an hour. After finishing, he immediately ran to the bathroom to take a cold shower, the icy water washing over his back, extinguishing the fiery passion inside him. And then he returned to his room to sleep. Chapter 73, Another Trump Card, December 2025, Light Snow. A month passed quietly, and Wang Ji sat on the floor of the sunroom, looking up through the glass at the falling snow outside. After a month of training and recovery, Wang Ji's body was no longer in serious condition. On ordinary days, not many people came to the sunroom, and this time was no exception. With only a dozen people, including Wang Ji, sitting in the large space, staring blankly at the sky as if each person was hiding something in their hearts. In a month, almost all teams had picked up missions and embarked on their journeys. Wang Ji had seen a complete team go out, and when they returned, only 1, 2, or 3 people were left. Since Wang Ji last met Jie Shi in the medical room, 3 days later, Jie Shi approached him to say that her application for leave to the Tower Master had been rejected, without providing a reason. Since then, Jie Shi hadn't come to find him, and he hadn't sought her out either because the Dawn Tower was busy with the second round of recruitment. And under the enticing policies, a large number of new citizens flooded into the second layer. Out of curiosity, Wang Ji went to the place where the refugees lived. The refugees there had no identity and lived a life similar to a large collective, working and eating collectively, with only 2 pieces of dry bread and a bowl of riceless soup to eat each day. Seeing this, Wang Ji seemed to understand that choosing to become citizens and go out to fight was not because they wanted to be heroes or because they were brave. They were simply fed up with the life of a refugee. The training ground in the second layer was packed with people, some from secondary teams that had been around for a while, and some from newly arrived primary teams. Wang Ji watched them awkwardly training, as if he could see his former self. Wang Ji had 1 day left before he would be forced to take on an outdoor mission, and the snow outside showed no signs of stopping. It seemed that this time, the heavens were not looking after him. After hesitating in the sunroom for a while, Wang Ji stood up and left, returning to the residence. In the living room, only Lao He and Lu Li were there. The others were nowhere to be found. 2 days before going out, they had already stopped training to maintain their best condition for battle. "You're back?" Lao He greeted Wang Ji as he opened the door. Wang Ji replied briefly and joined the two in the living room to watch the sci-fi movie broadcast by Ling Yao. After watching the movie for a while, the others returned to have fun, and Wang Ji called them over, preparing to take on the mission. Ling Yao, take on the outdoor mission. Taking on the mission. Mission successful. Mission objective, go to Z Hospital to collect 100 grams of new streptomycin. Mission reward, 100 survival points for each gram of new streptomycin, with a maximum of 300 grams. New streptomycin? What is that? The fat guy asked in confusion. It's an antibiotic mostly used to produce antibody vaccines, Wang Ji replied. Oh, speaking of the antibody vaccine, didn't the last announcement say it could be developed in a month? Why haven't we heard anything? The fat man recalled the announcement from a month ago. It should be due to a lack of raw materials that mass production can't be achieved, Su Muing said. So, does that mean our mission target is also part of this antibody vaccine? Lao He asked. Exactly, although such drugs are extremely rare. This Z hospital specializes in treating viral diseases, and since the mission target is there, it means the hospital must have new streptomycin, Wang Ji said. Shall we set off tomorrow? Zhang Ming asked. Yes, let's first buy some warm underwear. It's still snowing outside. After Wang Ji finished speaking, he got up and walked out of the residence, went to the first floor, picked out a fitting warm piece, and headed to the security headquarters. Wang Ji hadn't been here for a month, since he was preparing to go out again. He felt he should come by, because every time he went out on a mission, he would meet Jieshi, as if she could bring him good luck. It seemed that the guard on duty had changed and didn't recognize Wang Ji, stopping him. Kid, do you know what this place is? If you don't want to die, stay away. The guard at the entrance yelled at Wang Ji. Wang Ji was stunned but didn't get angry, as it was part of their duty. Please tell your Captain Jieshi that Wang Ji from the Setting Sun wishes to see her. After saying this, Wang Ji handed over his access card for verification. Wang Ji. The guard looked at him suspiciously, but still went to verify and relay the message. After a while, the guard came out and let Wang Ji pass. Arriving at Jieshi's door, Wang Ji knocked twice. Come in. Jieshi's voice came from inside. Wang Ji entered and saw Jieshi. Her facial scars had healed completely, and she was playing with a crystal on the table. Wow, that stone is pretty. Where did you get it? Wang Ji walked over and said, It was dissected from the head of a giant python last time. Jieshi said, looking at the crystal in her hand. Hearing that it was from the giant python's brain, Wang Ji instinctively took a step back, fearing that this thing might infect him. Don't worry, this thing has been disinfected. Jieshi explained when she saw Wang Ji's reaction. Wow, I've heard of kidney stones, but I've never heard of brain stones. Upon hearing that Jieshi had disinfected it, Wang Ji felt relieved and leaned in to stare at the crystal. The crystal was about 10 centimeters long, and there were some tiny blood vessels distributed inside. I call it the crystal core. So what is this crystal core used for? Wang Ji asked. I don't know. How about you be the guinea pig to see what it does? Jieshi shifted her gaze to Wang Ji and said, No. I'll pass. I have to go out on a mission tomorrow. Wang Ji quickly changed the subject, feeling uneasy under Jieshi's intense gaze. Taking a mission? It's already been a month. Jieshi calculated the time and said, Yes, we're going to Z Hospital to collect new streptomycin. Recently, quite a few teams have been assigned to missions at the hospital. Is it because of the antibody vaccine? Yes, the clinical trials are not optimistic. The binding affinity of the antibody vaccine is only 75, which requires a large amount of raw materials for continuous trial and error until it reaches 999. Jieshi explained. Are the raw materials brought back by the other teams not enough? Not enough. Most hospitals are located in urban areas with very harsh environments. Currently, only one team has returned with medicine. Some of the other teams have suffered casualties, and others have returned empty-handed. Jieshi shook her head. Can't they find a safe spot outside to stay for a few days, and then come back saying they didn't find anything? Wang Ji suddenly noticed a flaw in the plan. Not to mention that our access cards have positioning. Even if there were no positioning, they could still return empty-handed every time, as long as their survival points could support them never executing a mission. No one would be willing to support someone of no value, so you have to manage yourself well. Even if you're in trouble, you have bargaining chips for trade. Then someone will be willing to save you. Jieshi ruthlessly dismantled Wang Ji's flaw. So that's how it is. But why does it feel weird to know that I'm being monitored by others? Wang Ji scratched his head and said, There's nothing weird about it. You should hurry back and prepare more bullets. There will definitely be zombies in the city center this time. After Jieshi finished speaking, she threw a pendant to Wang Ji. Wang Ji caught the pendant and immediately recognized it as the previous mother and child pendant. He looked at Jieshi in confusion, not understanding what it meant. You know how to use it. Consider it a reward for your last outing. After Jieshi said this, she lowered her head and continued studying her crystal core. Wang Ji knew she was referring to the giant python incident. After leaving the room, Wang Ji confidently hung the pendant around his neck, feeling like he had gained another ace up his sleeve. Chapter 74. Burning Heaven. Wang Ji walked out of the security headquarters and went to the weapon hall to purchase ammunition worth 500 survival points for the upcoming battle. This time, they were heading into the most densely populated area of the city center, where zombies would naturally be abundant. Back at the residence, everyone was organizing and cleaning their weapons. After Wang Ji distributed the ammunition by type to the others, each person had 5 spare magazines. The purpose of the spare magazines was that they didn't need to load ammunition, they just needed to swap the spare magazine to continue shooting. However, if all 5 spare magazines were used up and zombies were still present, they would have to resort to melee weapons to deal with them. After a wave of fighting ended, they could slowly refill all their magazines. Wang Ji took off his heavy-duty suit and immediately felt lighter, as if he had an extra part of strength that had nowhere to release. At this moment, the 2000 survival point burning heaven meteorite dagger that Su Muing had bought was also delivered. The packaging was a metal box, and Su Muing found the box's switch and pressed it. With a hiss sound from the box, The cold air inside mixed with the outside, creating steam. Wang Ji looked at the box and thought that the packaging alone was worth 50 survival points. Once the steam dissipated, everyone could see the dagger inside. The entire dagger was 45 centimeters long, and the black metal emitted a faint purple glow, with a jagged blade that exuded a terrifying, invisible pressure. Is this the dagger worth 2,000 survival points? So cool. Wow. So cold. The fat man looked at the burning heaven inside the box and reached out to touch it, only to be immediately deterred by the cold air emanating from it. Tisk, are you stupid, fat man? Didn't you see it says it's minus 30 degrees inside the box? Su Muing shot the fat man a glare and said, after the box's cooling system was turned off and the temperature returned to 0 degrees. Su Muing finally took out the burning heaven, and holding it made her appear even more fierce. Su Muing imitated the previous action of Jia Lili splitting bullets with her Yaoling Long, placing a bullet on the table. This time, without even a diving motion, she directly pressed the burning heaven against the bullet, applying a bit of force, and the bullet was sliced in half like a potato. The others were a bit shocked by the display, starting to doubt whether they had bought a bunch of fake bullets. After testing its power, Su Muing's hand holding the burning heaven began to tremble with excitement, her cold and proud gaze seemingly unfocused, as if her deep, dark eyes were filled with greed. Hey, Ing, are you okay? Lao He asked nervously when he saw Su Muying's manic state. Is this power? Su Muing twisted her words, biting her silver teeth. Then her gaze focused on the 5 people. Hey, fat man, what is Sister Ing doing? Zhang Ming asked from the side. Judging by my years of experience, she should be possessed by a heart demon. If nothing goes wrong, we're all going to die. The fat man analyzed. Then why don't we run? Zhang Ming asked in confusion. Right, why don't we run? The fat man suddenly realized, his voice trembling. With a wild laugh from Su Muing, the fat man and Zhang Ming were scared and rushed out the door. Ah! Su Muing continued to laugh wildly. Hey, Sakura, can you be a bit more mature like Lialai? Wang Ji said with a blank expression, looking at Su Mu Sakura, who was acting dramatically. Boring. Su Mu Sakura returned to normal, stabbing the burning sky spear onto the table, and then went back to the sofa to watch the movie. Seeing Su Mu Sakura calm down, Wang Ji let out a long sigh. He almost thought Su Mu Sakura had really gone crazy, to the point of drawing a gun. On the side, Lialai was also quite scared, while old he stayed because of face. Chapter 75. Forward a day quickly passed. Wang Ji got up early from bed. After long-term training, suddenly taking a break for 2 days made him feel a bit uncomfortable. He went to the bathroom and trimmed his beard and long hair, wanting to look presentable when going out. Looking in the mirror, Wang Ji saw how his face had gradually become resolute and his eyes sharper over the past few months. He suddenly felt that the person in the mirror was so unfamiliar. After everyone got up and had breakfast, they began to pack supplies. The 6 of them each carried their own ammunition, gear, food, and medicine. They had considered concentrating supplies on one person to make it easier for the others to fight. But if all supplies were on one person and that person encountered an accident, the team would lose everything if they couldn't reclaim the supplies. However, if the supplies were shared, if someone had an accident, the others could weigh the pros and cons and decide to abandon them if the risk outweighed the benefits. Finally, after putting on their protective suits, the 6 of them headed towards the exit on the first floor. They arrived at the elevator leading to Z Hospital. The guards in the hall saw another team going out and stood at attention with their rifles pointed skyward, showing respect for those leaving. Walking through the corridor, Wang Ji opened the iron door, and the snow outside immediately hit the faces of the 6. The snow had been falling for 2 days, covering the ground with a 20-centimeter thick layer. The biting cold wind made it impossible for Wang Ji to block the chill, even wearing thermal underwear. The 6 stepped on the ground, making crunching sounds. Wang Ji looked around. This place felt so familiar. Isn't this the park we came through? Old he said, looking around. That's right. Wang Ji observed the situation in the park and saw a few old zombies weakly wandering in the snow. The 6 exchanged glances and decided to deal with these elderly zombies using melee weapons. Just as Wang Ji slowly approached one of the zombies, it suddenly became violent. Moving as fast as the zombies they had encountered at the beginning, Wang Ji was startled but quickly regained his composure, dodging the zombie's lunge. The zombie fell to the ground, and before it could get up, Wang Ji stabbed it in the head with his dagger. He wiped the blood off the dagger on the zombie's tattered clothing. I didn't expect the zombie to be so cunning, hiding its strength and waiting for an opportunity. Wang Ji thought as he looked at the dead zombie on the ground. After the others dealt with the zombies, the 6 continued west. The park was large, but had few zombies. After crossing the park, they reached a road leading to a square. Wang Ji took out his binoculars to look at the square in the distance, which was swarming with a dense mass of zombies. Looks like we need to change our route, Wang Ji said as he lowered the binoculars. There are multiple paths to Z Hospital, but we should try to avoid areas with many zombies. After taking 2 detours, Wang Ji realized he was wrong. It seemed that the number of zombies on all the paths was significant. No matter which way they went, they ultimately had to enter the city center. Wang team. If it doesn't work out, let's go back. Our survival point can last for a while anyway. It's too dangerous to enter the city. The fatty began to back out. After the fatty spoke, Wang Ji fell silent for a moment and ignored him, stepping forward to continue walking. Wang Ji understood the fatty's personality. As long as he kept moving forward, the fatty would follow. Is it just the fatty who's scared? No. Wang Ji was also afraid. He knew clearly that this path would be difficult, but he had to move forward because he understood that this path had to be walked eventually. While the zombies hadn't mutated yet, while humanity hadn't completely perished, while they still had resources. Upon hearing the commotion from Wang Ji's side, the zombies on the road suddenly became furious. Some slipped on the snow underfoot and stumbled toward the 6. Wang Ji switched to his pistol and shot 2 of the closest zombies in the head. The others also switched to guns, continuously shooting at the approaching zombies. Someone's bullet shattered the glass of a storefront by the roadside, the crisp sound of shattering echoing in the silent street. Wang Ji thought it was bad and immediately ran toward the end of the street. Don't worry about them. Run to the intersection as fast as you can, Wang Ji said while running on the radio. The 6 ran through the snow, with the zombie horde closely following them. They reached the intersection, which was already blocked with abandoned vehicles. Wang Ji jumped on top of a jeep and turned to shoot behind him. The abandoned vehicles greatly hindered the zombies' escape, and the 6 had enough time to reload their ammunition on the vehicle's roof. After using up their spare magazines, there weren't many zombies left at the intersection, and the 6 put away their guns, using melee weapons to deal with the remaining zombies. Chapter 76, Subway Battle at the Intersection, behind the abandoned vehicles. The 6 leaned against the car doors, reloading their spare magazines. The bone-chilling cold wind made them shiver slightly. How far do we have left? He asked. Wang Ji looked at the map to find their location. They were about 15 kilometers from Z Hospital. How much more? 15 kilometers? Are you seeing this right? The fatty panicked and hurried over to look at the map. Wang Ji stared at the map, lost in thought. 15 kilometers is indeed a bit far. And that's just the straight-line distance, Zhang Ming remarked, looking at the map. What if we take the subway station? Wang Ji suddenly said. Subway station? What for? He asked. Look, we're currently positioned, and the next intersection is the entrance to the subway station. The next exit from the subway tunnel leads directly to the vicinity of Z Hospital. We just need to walk 1 station in the tunnel. Wang Ji pointed to the map and explained. No way. There are definitely more zombies in the subway station. It's too risky to go there, Sumu Sakura opposed. It's still better than walking on the surface. We just crossed 1 street, and we've already fired nearly 300 rounds. We can't afford to fight a war of attrition at every intersection, Wang Ji said. Let's go through the subway station. If it doesn't work, we can retreat. He agreed with Wang Ji's idea. Seeing that everyone agreed, Sumu Sakura had no choice but to accept it. After the 6 reloaded their magazines, they got up and stealthily approached the next intersection. Having learned from previous lessons, this time everyone was careful not to rush with their guns, staying close to the wall and using melee weapons to kill the zombies. This time, they didn't attract too many zombies, and the 6 successfully arrived at the subway station entrance. The area below the entrance was pitch black, and the 6 turned on their night vision goggles in advance. Upon entering the subway station, a strong smell of blood hit them. The walls and steps were covered with dried brown blood, and the public facilities were destroyed, indicating that a fierce battle had taken place here before. Wang Ji cautiously descended the stairs, and when he finally saw the subway hall, the scene before him made his scalp tingle. At the end of the staircase stood a moss with a loud bang. A small mushroom cloud appeared in the darkness, shattering the zombies that rushed forward. However, the gap created by Wang Ji was quickly filled by a swarm of zombies. Fire! Wang Ji shouted. They currently had the high ground and a good geographical advantage, but it soon turned into a disadvantage. Not good. Team Wang, we have zombies coming from above too. Zhang Ming's voice came through the radio. Wang Ji turned around and indeed saw zombies continuously pouring in from the entrance at the top of the stairs. This was bad. Wang Ji had to choose a direction to break through. Being caught on the stairs and attacked from both sides would ultimately lead to their demise. Throw grenades. Break through downward. Wang Ji immediately decided to break downwards. Since they had come this far, going back to the ground was meaningless. Hearing the order to break downwards, everyone threw the grenades they had prepared down. Boom, boom, boom. After several grenades exploded, dust filled the tunnel. Once the explosions ended and the gap in the zombies hadn't closed yet, Wang Ji dashed down. There was no time to change magazines. He wielded 2 daggers in his hands, his goal clear, to rush through the security checkpoint. The security checkpoint had set up barriers that could temporarily block the zombies. And as long as they reached there, Wang Ji and the others would have a chance to catch their breath. At that moment, Su Muing also held her weapon and surpassed Wang Ji in front, charging ahead with a ghostly agility, weaving through the zombies, making it hard for Wang Ji to see her position, only noticing the zombies falling one after another. Meanwhile, the fat guy's submachine gun played a significant role at this time, as a large number of bullets indiscriminately swept through the zombies ahead, causing Wang Ji to break into a cold sweat, fearing that he might hit his own people. Soon, the 6 of them quickly broke through to the security checkpoint, behind which was an empty hall with only a few zombies wandering around. After Wang Ji instructed Lu Li to deal with the remaining zombies in the hall, the 5 of them turned around and continued shooting at the zombies that were chasing from behind. In the dark hall, the tongues of flames from the guns flickered continuously. In front of the security checkpoint, the bodies of zombies had already piled up into a small mountain, with only a few dismembered zombies left outside. Wang Ji didn't care anymore. As long as they couldn't turn over, there was no need to waste bullets. Apart from Lu Li, the other 5 were busy reloading their ammunition, preparing for the next floor's breakout. Chapter 77, Subway Battle 2. Wang Ji roughly calculated his ammunition. He still had 1,000 rounds left, and fortunately, he had bought 500 survival point bullets before departure. He never expected that after just a few steps into the city, he would already expend 10 magazines worth of bullets. Next, they were headed to the first level of the subway tunnel. Wang Ji's plan was to walk along the tracks to the next station. Is everyone okay? Wang Ji asked quietly. No problem. He saw the others shake their heads in response. After resting for a moment, he got up and continued deeper. When they reached the elevator, it had long since stopped running. Wang Ji walked down the escalator and found that the train had not stopped here, apart from some bloodstains on the ground. Only a few zombies were slowly moving on the platform. What's going on? The fat guy said, looking at the empty platform. Wang Ji remained alert, watching the surroundings. They should have all gone there. Wang Ji pointed to the shattered glass door in the distance. They all went onto the tracks. The fat guy asked, puzzled. That glass door, doesn't he look like it was broken by zombies? Lao he said, looking at the door. Someone must have broken the door to escape. And then the zombies all followed, Zhang Ming analyzed. That's the only possibility. Otherwise, there shouldn't be just this few zombies at a platform. After Wang Ji finished speaking, he pulled out his dagger and took down the few zombies one by one. Wang Ji approached the glass door, peering out to the tracks, which seemed endless. He waved his hand, and the 6 of them jumped down onto the tracks. The 6 continued walking towards Z Hospital in the west direction. Occasionally, a few zombies appeared on the tracks, but as long as they weren't in groups, Wang Ji and the others could still handle them easily. Look, Lao He pointed ahead. Wang Ji saw it too. It was a train. Damn it. Why is this cursed train stopped here? The fat guy cursed. The train occupied the entire track, blocking everyone from passing through on either side or above. What is this? Wang Ji looked at the train in surprise, not expecting it to stop midway. What's the big deal? Just get on, Su Muing said, stabbing her weapon into the rear of the train. Wait, aren't you afraid there are zombies inside? The fat guy reminded. So what if there are? We have to go in. Do you want to go back? Su Muing pressed her weapon in hard, piercing the train's rear metal skin. Wow, having good weapons really lets you do as you please, Wang Ji said, watching Su Muing violently break in. After Su Muing created a small opening, the situation inside shocked everyone. Damn, the fat guy exclaimed, looking at the train filled with zombies. The 6 looked at the zombies inside the carriage, unsure of what to do. How many grenades do you all have left? Wang Ji asked, and after counting, they had a total of 4 high-explosive grenades left. That's enough. Wang Ji took all 4 grenades, and then stepped forward to bang on the rear of the train. The zombies inside the carriage had all gathered around, and at the bottom of the gap, one zombie was already reaching out, waving its arms. After banging for a while, Wang Ji felt it was enough, so he told everyone to step back a bit and tossed a high-explosive grenade into the gap. Boom. Flames erupted from the carriage through the gap, killing at least 20 zombies. Wang Ji looked at the bulging rear of the train, estimating that if he blew it up again, the rear gap would completely open. After the explosion, Wang Ji no longer needed to bang on the train. The zombies inside had naturally been attracted and were now congested at the rear of the carriage. Prepare for battle, Wang Ji said. And after throwing the second high-explosive grenade into the gap, he quickly retreated to join the other 5 about 20 meters away. Boom. This time the loud bang, as Wang Ji expected, expanded the gap at the rear of the carriage into a large opening. And the zombies behind had begun to jump down from the train through the gap. Although there were many zombies this time, the opening was only so big, so they could only come out one by one from the carriage. Therefore, Wang Ji temporarily let only Lao He shoot, and the sniper rifle in Lao He's hands had a terrifying hit rate, almost hitting a headshot with every shot. Only when Lao He was changing magazines did Wang Ji step up to fire a couple of shots. After Lao He had shot for a while, the fat guy was getting impatient watching from the side, so everyone just treated it as practice, taking turns shooting. After an unknown amount of time, the tracks were already filled with bodies, and no more zombies were crawling out from the carriage. Everyone was still eager for more. As it was a rare opportunity when Wang Ji took off his mask, the strong smell of blood almost made him vomit what he had just eaten. He managed to suppress it after taking a sip of water. Captain Wang, how far do we have left? The fat guy asked, panting heavily. I don't know. There are no reference points here. We can only keep walking until the next station, Wang Ji replied. I'm exhausted, thinking about the next station being swarmed with zombies. The fat guy said, taking another big bite of his biscuit. Wang Ji slowly reloaded his magazine and noticed that everyone had rested enough. So he stood up and continued walking into the endless ahead. 2 hours later, the six finally saw the platform on the side. But the glass on this platform was intact, with hordes of zombies wandering around. I knew it, another batch. After killing his way through, the fat guy seemed to have become numb. Seeing this situation, Wang Ji continued to use the method from the train, asking Su Muing to make a small cut to lure the zombies out, continuing to exploit the bug. However, while the idea was good, reality was harsh. The glass doors on the platform were nowhere near as strong as the train's iron shell. Just as Wang Ji had taken down 5 zombies, the glass doors began to crack in a web-like pattern. Oh, they're coming at us together, the fat guy exclaimed. Quick, fall back. He shouted from the front, providing cover fire. Bang! The entire glass door was pushed and shattered by the zombies, with hundreds of zombies tumbling onto the tracks, only to get back up and rush towards Wang Ji and the others. The 6 fought and retreated, with hundreds of zombies attacking fiercely. Anyone who fell behind would be buried by the horde, while the others could only watch helplessly as that person was surrounded by zombies. If they fired recklessly, there was also a risk of friendly fire. Watch out for grenades, Wang Ji said, pulling the pin and throwing another grenade into the zombie crowd. Boom! A loud explosion. Flesh and blood flying everywhere. Damn it! Captain Wang, can you throw it further away? A hand just exploded right above my head, the fat guy said, immediately tossing away his severed limb. No time for chatter. Quickly fall back. After one grenade, there were still about 50 zombies remaining. Wang Ji dared not slack off and continued to fight and retreat. The more than 100 zombies pushed the 6 back about half a kilometer, and the road ahead was now completely covered in corpses. Is it over? Zhang Ming said, looking ahead. It's over. If it doesn't end soon, I'll be done for. The fat guy slumped onto the tracks. Let's take a break. Don't go up yet, he suggested. Are you tired, Lu Li? Wang Ji sat next to Jiao Lu Li, watching her awkwardly load bullets one by one. Tired, Lu Li replied succinctly. Haha, Lu Li, are you regretting it now? The fat guy laughed from the side. Never regretted it, Lu Li said. Quite spirited. All right, fatty, you talk too much. Why don't you go check on Sister Ing? No, I'll check on Xiaoming instead. Xiaoming, how are you? Hey, Xiaoming, let me tell you. That night I really dreamed about Diao Chan. Wow, she was something. I'll draw her for you one day. Do you want to see? Really? TCH. You think I would lie to you? Seeing Wang Ji mention Su Muing, the fat guy shook his head and ran over to chat with Zhang Ming. Wang Ji started to admire Zhang Ming a bit. He could actually keep up a conversation with the fat guy. Wang Ji checked his remaining ammunition. There were over 500 rounds left. If everything went smoothly at the hospital, these bullets could completely ensure their return. Let's go up, Wang Ji said again. And the 6 carefully returned to the platform, sticking close to the wall. Wang Ji jumped from the tracks onto the platform. The zombies on the platform had all collapsed onto the tracks, and the 6 cautiously made their way towards the elevator, bending down in vigilance. Strange. The explosion earlier didn't attract any zombies from the upper floor, Su Muing said, looking at the empty platform. Could it be that there are no zombies upstairs? Oldie speculated. Let us go up and take a look, Wang Ji said, stepping onto the elevator. Upon reaching the first floor, Wang Ji saw only a few zombies stuck at the security check, swaying back and forth, and nothing else seemed out of the ordinary. This puzzled Wang Ji. Why were there so few zombies at this entrance? Did they run outside because it got dark? After taking out the few zombies stuck at the security check with his knife, Wang Ji slowly approached the entrance, turned off his night vision goggles, and indeed, it was nighttime outside. Although the snow had stopped, the wind was still cold. Wang Ji stepped aside from the entrance and said, "It's night outside now. We'll stay here for the night and head out in the morning." The six found a spot sheltered from the wind and sat down. Wang Ji took out the map. If they exited from this station and walked a short distance south, they would reach the Z hospital they were looking for. Wang Ji planned to use a drone to scout the environment around Z hospital first. As he looked at the screen, he quickly located the target. Z hospital had 12 floors, and there was a large open area inside, which was a parking lot. Just as Wang Ji was controlling the drone to look inside the hospital, the image on the screen suddenly flickered and completely disappeared. What's going on? He asked nervously from the side. Wang Ji was quite confident in his drone at this distance. There shouldn't be any issues like being too far away or other malfunctions. So why did the image suddenly disappear? Wang Ji tried to control the drone again, but the result was the same, with no response. This was too strange. Wang Ji pondered various possibilities, ultimately concluding that the likelihood of it being destroyed was the highest. Could this hospital have ghosts? The fat guy peeked over curiously, trying to act spooky. Damn it. Fatty, can you not appear out of nowhere like that? You scared the hell out of me, Wang Ji exclaimed, startled by the suddenly appearing fat guy. Chapter 79. The Battle of Z Hospital. Lu Li, hearing the fat guy mention ghosts, also showed signs of fear, instinctively moving closer to Su Muing. Seeing Lu Li lean towards her, Su Muing pulled her closer and smiled. Don't be afraid. There are no ghosts in this world. Even if there were, could they be scarier than zombies? Sorry, Lu Li, I didn't know you were afraid of ghosts. I was just joking. The fat guy scratched his head. Xiaoming, are you afraid? Zhang Ming asked. At night, the silent city was devoid of any lights, only the weak moonlight reflecting off the snowy surface. While the zombies seemed to have become the rulers of this city, aimlessly searching for food in the dim light of the streets and alleys, as if declaring themselves the true masters here. The earth had been devoid of production, transportation, combustion, and pollution for almost 3 months, leading to a dramatic drop in carbon dioxide emissions, causing the global temperature to drop by 5 degrees compared to previous times. The six huddled closely together in a corner of the subway for warmth. Finally, the sunlight broke into the tunnel the next day, and the six got up to stretch their stiff bodies. None of them had slept a wink. In such an environment, no one could sleep, not even the fat guy, who usually fell asleep faster than anyone else. Let's grab the medicine and leave quickly. I've had enough of this damn place, the fat guy said, looking somewhat disoriented, evidently tortured by the harsh environment. Everyone must stay alert when we get to the hospital. Don't act alone, Wang Ji reminded them, still recalling the incident of his drone going missing last night. Once the six confirmed everything was all right, they exited the subway entrance, following the route south for 50 meters until they reached the corner of the wall behind Z Hospital. Wang Ji took out a grappling hook, and the six took turns climbing over the 4-meter-high wall, arriving at the back of Z Hospital. Wang Ji had seen from last night's drone footage that the front entrance was swarming with zombies. Unless they killed all the zombies in the hospital, there was no way to go through the front door. The group stealthily approached the back door from the backyard, but the iron gate was tightly closed. Wang Ji turned back and said, Sister Ing, it's up to you. Su Muing stepped forward and said, this is an electronic combination lock. It has lost power and cannot be opened. Wang Ji searched again for other entrances, glanced around, and finally focused his gaze on a ventilation window on the second-floor corridor above. Then he hooked his grappling hook onto the ledge overhead and climbed up along the rope. The window was unlocked and easily pushed open by Wang Ji, after which the others climbed up as well. As Wang Ji stepped through the window, his heart suddenly tightened. This feeling was deeply ingrained in his memory. It was the same feeling he had the day the giant python appeared. Immediately, Wang Ji climbed back out the window. The others behind him originally intended to follow him inside, but saw him climb back out again. Everyone looked at Wang Ji in confusion, not understanding what he meant. Listen, I have a bad feeling, just like the day we encountered that giant python. I suggest we end the mission here. Wang Ji leaned against the window frame, trembling as he whispered, Captain Wang, what are you saying? We've killed so many zombies already, and now we're at the hospital entrance. The medicine is right in front of us. If we find it, it means tens of thousands of survival points. Why quit now? The fatty said anxiously. My intuition tells me there's great danger inside. I don't want us to take such a huge risk, Wang Ji said, looking at the fatty who had lost his composure. The others were silent, without a clear stance. Intuition? What if your intuition is wrong? What if your drone just happened to malfunction? The key is, we haven't seen any danger at all. The fatty continued excitedly. Listen, fatty. I know it hasn't been easy for us to get here, but aren't you afraid of dying? Wang Ji bit his teeth and whispered to the fatty. Then you should also ask for their opinions. If it really doesn't work out, we follow the majority. If 3 people agree to retreat, then we retreat, okay? The fatty said as he looked at the others. Wang Ji agreed to the fatty's plan. The 6 of them voted, following the majority rule. In the end, only Wang Ji agreed to withdraw, the others chose to try. Even the usually obedient Jialalas stood with Sumu Ing on the other side. Seeing that everyone wanted to try, Wang Ji began to question whether he was just being paranoid, overreacting. Wang Ji, what the fatty said makes sense. Since we haven't detected any danger, to just turn back empty-handed, who would accept that? Sumu Ing said as she looked at the confused Wang Ji. Fine, then we proceed as planned. Find the medicine and retreat immediately. Wang Ji snapped back to himself. After deciding, the 6 climbed into the second-floor corridor. This time, Wang Ji did not feel that ominous sensation. The 6 planned to clear each floor from the second upwards, as the first floor did not have a clinical laboratory. Wang Ji slowly pushed open the corridor door. A few zombies dressed in nurse uniforms and white coats wandered the hallway. Blood splattered everywhere on the white walls, and claw marks covered the walls, making for a shocking sight. He raised his sniper rifle and silently took down the few zombies. Wang Ji ignored the patient rooms and sneaked directly into the pharmacy at the nurse station. The 6 searched inside for their mission target, neomycin. After a moment of searching, the medicine room only contained some injectable and oral drugs. There was no neomycin to be found. Wang Ji realized that such medicine would not be found in ordinary locations. Stop searching here. Let us change places, Wang Ji whispered. Wang Ji had already thought of the target's location. Since it was a component of a viral antibody vaccine, it must be in the biological virus laboratory. Now they just needed to find that lab to get the neomycin they were looking for. With a clear goal, the 6 moved faster. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Wang Ji found that most rooms were patient wards. The laboratory shouldn't be among these wards. It should be separate and in a less populated area. If it's a separate, less crowded place, then only the 11th and 12th floors could have the lab we're looking for. He analyzed, following Wang Ji's reasoning. Right. Let us go to the 11th floor first. If it's not there, then we check the 12th floor, Wang Ji said as he headed toward the stairwell. At this time, Wang Ji and the others did not notice that since the 4th floor, they hadn't encountered any zombies. Chapter 80, Battle at Z Hospital, 2. The 6 walked up the stairs toward the 11th floor. I told you, Captain Wang. You can't always rely on your gut feeling. These few little zombies? I, Li Fiheng, took care of them all by myself. The fatty boasted on the stairs. Shoo. Fatty, keep your voice down. It's best if there's no danger. Do you think I want to come back empty-handed? Wang Ji said irritably. Creak. Wang Ji pushed open the door to the 11th floor. The 6 entered the corridor. The scene was no different from the floors below. Claw marks covered the walls everywhere. What puzzled Wang Ji was that in the distance lay a zombie on the floor, and beside it sat another zombie, its back facing Wang Ji and the others. Just as he was about to shoot the sitting zombie in the head, the zombie turned its head 180 degrees, staring at Wang Ji and the others while chewing on the entrails of the zombie on the floor. Wang Ji's pupils contracted sharply. He shoot now. Just as he was about to fire, the sitting zombie disappeared into the darkness at the end of the corridor. Did I see that right? It disappeared? The fatty said fearfully, staring at the place where the zombie vanished. Is that a mutated zombie? He held his gun firmly, still staring ahead. Wang Ji said nothing, pondering whether they could fight that mutated zombie. Fortunately, it wasn't a giant mutated beast. Otherwise, Wang Ji would have turned and fled immediately. Could it be invisible? Zhang Ming speculated. Invisible? Hearing Zhang Ming's guess, everyone looked around warily. If that zombie could really turn invisible, it could appear around them at any moment. Just then, Wang Ji suddenly heard a low growl. Be careful. It's nearby. No sooner had Wang Ji spoken than the mutated zombie leapt down from the ceiling, targeting Wang Ji in front. Watch out. Zhang Ming, behind Wang Ji, saw the zombie falling from above and immediately pushed Wang Ji aside. Unfortunately, he didn't dodge in time. The zombie's sharp teeth slashed his forearm. Once the zombie appeared, the others immediately locked onto the target and drew their melee weapons to stab. The mutated zombie, missing a one-hit kill, prepared to escape again. As the group neared it, the zombie began to blur visibly, blending into the surroundings. Just as it was about to escape again, Sumu Ing advanced, predicting its escape route, and stabbed out of thin air. With Sumu Ing wielding her burning sky sword, she stabbed at a seemingly empty spot. The mutated zombie screamed miserably. Sumu Ing staggered back several steps, as if kicked. Seeing Sumu Ing hit the mutated zombie, the others quickly drew their guns and fired at that spot. Stop shooting. It ran away, Sumu Ing said, pointing to the bloodstains left by the zombie on the floor. When the zombie appeared, the group had already clearly seen its appearance. No clothes, covered in blood vessels, and its arm mutated into a mantis-like saw blade. Wang Ji finished speaking, broke off Zhang Ming's broken arm, took out the first aid kit from his backpack, and bandaged Zhang Ming to stop the bleeding. Xiaoming, it's all my fault. Hang in there. Don't worry, you'll be fine. The fat man trembled as he said beside Zhang Ming. After Zhang Ming's arm was bandaged, Wang Ji gave him an injection of adrenaline to keep Zhang Ming's heart active and awake. Fatty, support him. We need to find that mutated zombie. Since that zombie is already injured, we can follow the blood trail to find it, Wang Ji said, picking up the handgun from the ground. The group did not hesitate. They had to seize the opportunity and eliminate the mutated zombie while it was injured. The six followed the blood trail until they reached a midpoint, where Wang Ji saw the blood trail disappear, and everyone immediately opened fire around them. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the surrounding walls were riddled with bullets. But there was no sign of the mutated zombie. Wang Ji looked up and noticed that something had broken through the wall above, allowing them to clearly see the top of the 12th floor. The group exchanged glances, and everyone now realized that the mutated zombie had escaped to the 12th floor. Wang Ji immediately returned to the stairs and climbed up to the 12th floor. The six arrived at the hole on the 12th floor, continuing to follow the blood trail until it turned into a room. Wang Ji stopped, now certain that the mutated zombie was lying in ambush inside this room. He took out the last high-explosive grenade from his waist, gently pulled the safety pin, and threw it with force. The grenade exploded in the room. Boom. With the sound of the explosion, the mutated zombie charged out of the room. Wang Ji saw the mutated zombie, its body engulfed in flames. One side already mangled from the explosion. Open fire. Seeing such a clear target, everyone fired at the mutated zombie. Now this zombie was shot down to the ground, barely clinging to life. Just as Wang Ji was about to step forward to finish it off with a headshot, the mutated zombie suddenly let out a roar, as if calling for help or seeking to perish together. Roar. A loud roar shattered some of the thinner glass in the hospital, and Wang Ji and the others were momentarily stunned, feeling slightly deaf and dizzy. Wang Ji forced himself to focus, firing an entire magazine into the zombie's head, confirming it was dead before lowering his hand, pressing against his slightly dizzy head. Damn, where did this guy get the strength to roar so loudly? The fat man cursed beside him, covering his ears. Wang Ji recalled the crystal core that Jieshi had in her hand. According to her, she had dissected it from the head of a mutated giant python. So, did this mutated zombie have a crystal core? Thinking of this, Wang Ji drew his dagger and approached the mutated zombie's head, cutting it open and searching inside. Sure enough, he found a relatively hard object. Prying it out with his dagger, the crystal core was covered in blood and was half the size of the one in Jieshi's hand. Wang Ji tore off a piece of cloth to wrap it up. Let's hurry and find the medicine, Wang Ji said, putting away the crystal core. No, it's bad. A trembling voice from Lao He came through the radio. Wang Ji's heart sank. It was the first time he had seen Lao He so flustered. What could make Lao He so panicked? Chapter 81, Battle at Z Hospital, 3. What's wrong, Lao He? Wang Ji asked anxiously. All the zombies are gathering over here, Lao He said in a panic from the window. The group rushed to the window and saw the streets around the hospital filled with zombies continuously converging towards them. The endless stream of zombies made it impossible for Wang Ji to estimate how many there were. It was clear that these zombies were drawn by the loud roar they had just heard. Wang Ji's mind raced, contemplating how to evacuate. The zombies on the first floor had already begun to move up, while outside there was an endless horde of zombies. Fatty, you take Zhang Ming and climb to the rooftop first. The rest follow me to find the medicine. Wang Ji decided to have the fat man take the injured Zhang Ming to a safe place while he and the others searched for the medicine while there was still time before the zombies arrived. After saying this, Wang Ji started running on the 12th floor, and finally, Su Muing found a room labeled Clinical Virus Research Laboratory at one end. Su Muing kicked the door open, and Wang Ji followed in, searching for the target medicine in various places. Wang Ji could already feel the tremors of the building. Found it. Just as he was about to give up on finding the medicine and prepare to evacuate, Su Muing discovered some bottles labeled with new streptomycin in a cabinet. Without hesitation, she reached out and quickly shoved all the bottles into her backpack. With the medicine secured, the four had just stepped out of the lab when countless zombies appeared at the other end of the corridor, blocking their only way to the stairs. The zombies in front reached the mutated zombie's corpse first and began to greedily tear into it, instantly surrounding the body. The zombies behind, seeing they couldn't reach the mutated zombie, all charged towards Wang Ji and the others. Wang Ji quickly dodged into a nearby office, closed the door, and shoved a table against it to brace it. Fatty, have you made it up yet? Fatty? Wang Ji shouted into the radio. The four of them braced against the table to prevent the zombies from breaking in. We're up. Where are you? The fat man's voice sounded anxious. You hurry to the easternmost part of the rooftop. I'll throw you a grappling hook in a bit. We're trapped in here, Wang Ji shouted. Okay, okay. I'm coming right away, the fat man said as he ran. Leoli, you go out the window and throw up the grappling hook first, Wang Ji instructed. The zombies outside were banging against the door, and Wang Ji and the three continued to push against the table with all their might. After a while, the radio crackled with the fat man's voice. All right, Captain Wang, I've secured the grappling hook. Sistering, you go first. After you get up, lower down another rope. Lao He and I will come up, Wang Ji said. After Su Muing didn't hesitate, she quickly let go, went out the window, grabbed the rope, climbed for a while, and with a bit of strength, she flipped up to the rooftop. Wang Ji and Lao He held out a little longer. And when the second rope was lowered, Wang Ji and Lao He exchanged a nod, both releasing the table, without the table blocking them. The door was immediately breached by the zombies, who lunged towards the two outside the window. Wang Ji grabbed the rope and quickly ascended. Watching as countless zombies continuously fell from the 12th floor windows below, cold sweat running down his back. Thankfully, he had let the fat man go up first. Once all six reached the rooftop, Wang Ji went to the hole where the fat man had come up. Since the hospital had no rooftop, they had to climb a ladder to get to the top. Seeing the zombies packed at the bottom of the ladder, forming a human ladder as they climbed up, Wang Ji immediately pulled out his handgun to stop them from advancing. The five reached the hole, continuously firing downwards, while the zombies kept gathering. It's over. It's over. We're going to die here. It's all my fault for not leaving. If I had listened to Captain Wang, Xiaoming wouldn't have lost an arm, the fat man said with a choked voice. Fatty, why are you crying? We're not dead yet. Lao He frowned at the sobbing fat man. Isn't it too much to cry now? In this situation, can we run away? Are we supposed to fly away? The fat man choked out. After hearing this, Lao He fell silent. Since it was his choice, he could only silently bear the consequences. After Wang Ji fired off his last spare magazine, he moved aside, grabbed a handful of the remaining 100 bullets from his backpack, and quickly reloaded. He looked down at the streets surrounding the hospital, where the zombies were still gathering, and the entire hospital trembled under the weight of thousands of zombies. The situation was indeed as the fat man said, unless they could fly away. There was no chance of survival whether they held the rooftop or jumped down. Wang Ji touched the mother-and-child pendant that Jieshi gave him. He didn't know if Jieshi would come to help him at this moment, nor did he know if they could hold on until Jieshi arrived. But Wang Ji had no way out. He had to try no matter what. Thinking of this, Wang Ji yanked the pendant off his neck and threw it to the ground. Bang! After loading his handgun, Wang Ji shot and shattered the pendant on the ground. Wang Ji, what are you doing? Hurry up and get over here. Su Muing shouted as she saw Wang Ji crouching on the side. I'm coming. Everyone hold on. I've called for backup, Wang Ji said. He had to give everyone a glimmer of hope at this moment. Backup? Where's the backup? Upon hearing about the backup, the fat man immediately felt hope and asked Wang Ji with wide eyes. Don't worry, let's hold on. I've sent a distress signal to Jieshi. She should be coming. Wang Ji explained the situation to everyone. Die for me, everyone. After hearing that Wang Ji had indeed sent a distress signal, the fat man's hope reignited, and he fired his submachine gun downwards. After several rounds of shooting, the bodies piled up like a mountain below the cave entrance. Except for Zhang Ming and Jialu Li. The ammunition for the others had run low. Old He ran to the side and grabbed Zhang Ming's L96A1 to continue shooting at the zombies climbing up, while Leoli handed her handgun to Su Muing, and the others kept filling up spare magazines for the two. 20 minutes had passed since Wang Ji sent the signal, and they now had only a little over 100 rounds left for two people. Wang Ji looked down. At this rate, in less than 5 minutes, the bodies of the zombies would pile up to the cave entrance, and then the zombies could just step over the bodies without climbing. Just as Wang Ji was filling the last few bullets in despair, a dark shadow appeared in the distant sky. Upon seeing the shadow, Wang Ji immediately picked up the binoculars, and in his view was a helicopter. We can really fly away now, Wang Ji shouted joyfully, putting down the binoculars and taking out a flare from his backpack to shoot into the sky. Chapter 82, Who allowed this? Soon, the helicopter hovered above the rooftop, following the position of the flare, and lowered a soft ladder. Fat man, you carry Zhang Ming up first, Wang Ji shouted loudly. The fat man didn't hesitate, letting Zhang Ming hold tightly around his neck, and climbed the soft ladder towards the helicopter. After the fat man went up, Wang Ji and Leoli followed him up the soft ladder. Hurry up, Wang Ji shouted back to Old He and Su Muing while grabbing the ladder. After the two finished firing their last few rounds, they quickly turned back and jumped up, grabbing the soft ladder, and the helicopter immediately ascended, leaving behind the zombies that were continuously jumping off the building following the helicopter. Under the soft ladder, the two held on with one hand, swaying in the air, and as the soft ladder slowly retracted, they finally climbed onto the helicopter. Did you find the stuff? Jieshi asked expressionlessly as she looked down from the helicopter. Yes. Found it. Good. What happened to him? Jieshi glanced at the injured Zhang Ming and asked. His forearm was scratched by a mutated zombie. To prevent infection, I had to amputate it. I'm sorry, Zhang Ming, Wang Ji said with guilt, knowing that Zhang Ming wouldn't have been injured if he hadn't tried to save him. No. It's not your fault. We all chose to continue the operation, Zhang Ming said weakly before closing his eyes and starting to foolishly smile. Mutated zombie, Jieshi repeated, then turned her head to look out the window and stopped talking. Wang Ji looked at Zhang Ming, knowing in his heart that Zhang Ming's lost arm could not be recovered, and no matter how much he trained in the future, his disability would prevent him from continuing to fight. His fate would be to leave the team and stay inside the Dawn Tower, but that might be better, allowing him to live out his remaining days in peace. Wang Ji also decided that he would definitely set aside a portion of his survival points each month for Zhang Ming to survive within the Dawn Tower. After a few minutes, the helicopter landed at the base, and everyone jumped down and immediately took the elevator back to the Dawn Tower. Upon arriving inside, Wang Ji rushed out of the elevator, arranged for Zhang Ming to go to the medical room, and then went to the disinfection room for a checkup. After coming out of the disinfection room, Wang Ji first ran to the medical room to ask the nurse, how is he? Has he been infected? There are no signs of infection for now. He needs to stay here for observation for a week. The nurse shook her head and said, Okay, fat man. Go buy some porridge for Zhang Ming and bring it here. Wang Ji instructed the fat man. You all go back first, Wang Ji said, then turned and looked through the window at Zhang Ming, who was already asleep, not wanting to disturb him. After a while, when the fat man returned with a bag of food, the two entered Zhang Ming's room. They sat in front of the hospital bed, not knowing what to say. And seeing that Zhang Ming was still asleep, Wang Ji had to put the food aside. After a while, they stood up to leave, and before leaving, Wang Ji specifically instructed the nurse to call him through Ling Yao when Zhang Ming woke up. After leaving, Wang Ji searched through their backpacks and found the medicine that Su Muing brought back, then went to the mission hall to hand over the task items. Finally confirming that Wang Ji and the others had brought back 150 grams of new streptomycin, and at the same time, 15,000 survival points were credited to their account. Looking at the increased survival points in the account, Wang Ji couldn't feel happy. If he could do it all over again, he would rather not have these survival points. And he would never let them enter Z Hospital. Wang Ji put away the magnetic card and returned to the residence with the fat man. The four who returned early had already gone back to their rooms to rest. After 2 days of battle outside, everyone was very tired. Wang Ji came out of the bathroom, did not return to his own room, but lay on the sofa in the living room, watching over Ling Yao before gradually falling asleep. On the 5th floor, in a certain room, Jieshi, you have gone out of the tower on your own twice. Do you really not know what the consequences will be? The speaker was the tower master, Guang. Jieshi stood in front of the tower master, lowering her head in silence. Sigh, I know you are doing this for the good of the Dawn Tower, but have you ever thought? If those people find out that we are still alive, do you think the Dawn Tower can continue to exist? Seeing Jieshi silent, the tower master sighed and said earnestly, to the tower master, I understand. Go back. After Jieshi left, the tower master Guang opened a video communication link. Dr. Chen, what is the progress on the virus antibody vaccine? Everything is going smoothly. The binding degree has already been tested at 95. Good. Once the development is complete, notify them to receive free vaccinations according to the team's priority level. Okay, said Dr. Chen. After confirming, the tower master closed the communication link. The next morning, Wang Ji woke up on the sofa. At that moment, Ling Yao's message light was blinking. Wang Ji opened it. It was a summons from the medical room. And he knew that Zhang Ming had woken up. Wang Ji went to the fat man's room to wake everyone up, only to find the fat man asleep at the desk with a lamp on, a picture of a woman under his arm. Wang Ji picked it up and took a look. Surprisingly, the painting of Diao Chan was quite good, even though Wang Ji had never seen what Diao Chan looked like. Hey, fat man, wake up, Zhang Ming is awake. Wang Ji pushed the fat man and said, The fat man jumped up from the chair, looking around in panic, and only relaxed when he realized he was in his own room. Then Wang Ji went to wake the other three up, and the five went together to the medical room. Upon arriving at Zhang Ming's hospital room, they found the bed neatly made. But Zhang Ming was no longer on the bed. Just then, a nurse walked over from behind. Wang Ji turned around and saw the nurse holding a tray with a white paper, a magnetic card, and Zhang Ming's handgun, the L96A1. Wang Ji felt something was off and stepped forward to ask, Where's Zhang Ming? Where is he? He died. Died. How did he die? Wang Ji's heart sank. He requested euthanasia himself. He has personally signed the death agreement, the nurse said quietly with her head down. Who allowed you to kill my teammate? Who allowed it? Didn't I tell you? Did he notify us immediately after waking up? Wang Ji picked up the handgun on the tray and shouted at the nurse. The nurse just kept her head down, not worried that Wang Ji would impulsively shoot her, because she knew the gun had no bullets. Wang Ji, calm down. Old He saw Wang Ji pointing the gun at the nurse, immediately grabbed Wang Ji's hand and took the gun away. Everyone has the right to decide their own life and death. This was Zhang Ming's choice. Don't blame the medical room staff. Su Muying said calmly from the side. Sorry. Wang Ji realized he had gotten a bit agitated, apologized to the nurse, and took the magnetic card and white paper off the tray. After seeing everything taken away, the nurse immediately hurried off. Chapter 83. The news. Wang Ji looked at the white paper in his hand, which bore Zhang Ming's handwriting. Captain Wang, Brother Fi Heng, Brother He, Sister Ing, Sister Liu Lai. Captain Duan, my good friends, I'm sorry. I can only accompany you this far. Forgive me for ending my life in such a cowardly way. And thank you for giving me the chance to leave peacefully. I know I can no longer continue to fight. I don't want to live like a useless person, wasting everyone's resources and food. I hope you won't be discouraged by someone's departure, but rather carry hope and continue to pursue the light. Fatty looked at Zhang Ming's handwriting, standing there helplessly, tears already wetting the portrait of Gao Chan in his hand. Let us go back. After reading it, Wang Ji folded the paper and put it along with the magnetic card into his pocket, speaking heavily. Now he finally understood Duan Qingtian's feelings. While Wang Ji returned, rumors at the Dawn Tower spread wildly again. The previously unscathed Sunset Glow team had suffered a casualty in a mission. Friends, what is going on with this Sunset Glow you're talking about? A young man in the second-floor training ground asked as he joined a group. You're a new citizen, right? A middle-aged man sized up the youth disdainfully. Ah, I just became a citizen 7 days ago, the young man replied sheepishly. No wonder you don't know. Listen, this Sunset Glow came to Dawn Tower 3 months ago, the middle-aged man boasted loudly, telling the youth about the Sunset Glow as if he was one of them. What happened next? The young man asked eagerly. Ahem. I've talked so much my throat's dry. The middle-aged man coughed as he looked at the half-finished Red Bull in the youth's hand. Ah, please have some. The youth immediately offered the drink. Later, not long ago, they lost one person during their 4th mission. The rest, I don't need to say, you should understand. The middle-aged man finished and drank the rest of the drink. Huh, what about the rest? The youth scratched his head in confusion. You're dumb. Such a strong team already has casualties. Can't you imagine how dangerous it is out there? The middle-aged man said disappointedly. Hey, old Yen, stop bragging. So many teams, not just Sunset Glow, have casualties. Losing one occasionally is just bad luck. No need to exaggerate. Another middle-aged man walked over and said, Hey, old Zhao, if you don't agree, go try it yourself. Why argue with me here? Try it then, old Zhao said defiantly. This news sparked much controversy, with the most vocal being the Panic faction. The Panic faction believed the outside danger had reached a level where even Sunset Glow suffered casualties. Another group, the Arrogant faction, thought the Sunset Glow team was just all show. No casualties before was just luck. Now losing one was no big deal. Wang Ji and the others returned to their residence with disinfected supplies. Wang Ji lay on the sofa. Staring blankly at the crystal core, he dug out from the mutant zombie's head. What are you holding? Su Muying asked, noticing the crystal core in Wang Ji's hand. I dug it out from that mutant zombie's head. I call it a crystal core. How did you know there was something in its head? Jieshi also dug one out from a mutant python's head before. I wondered if mutants all had them. So I tried digging one out. Wang Ji explained. What's the use of this crystal core? Su Muying took it and examined it thoughtfully. I don't know, but I think the zombies are quite interested in these. Wang Ji recalled the scene on the 12th floor of Z Hospital, when the first batch of zombies swarmed around the mutant corpse. Haha, this really opened my eyes. That mutant zombie could actually turn invisible. Old He laughed helplessly beside him. Invisible is a bit exaggerated. At most, it's like a chameleon, blending into the environment. Plus, that zombie has a weakness. You can hear its low growl when it gets close, Wang Ji said listlessly, his arm resting on his forehead. Let us call this mutant zombie a phantom zombie. Su Muying casually named it. Sounds good. Sister Ing is always reliable when it comes to naming. Liu Lai, go call Fatty out, it's time to eat. Wang Ji propped himself up from the sofa and continued. The 5 of them went to the 3rd floor cafeteria. As more teams gathered on the 3rd floor, the cafeteria opened accordingly. Wang Ji teased the slightly red-eyed Fatty. Fatty, cheer up. If you keep looking like that, I'm really afraid that if I'm gone one day, you'll go with me. Stop. Captain Wang, if Sister Ing's gone, maybe I would, but not you. No, Fatty said, shaking his head while biting a bun. Fatty's the best. Here, Sister rewards you with a bun, Su Muying said, picking a bun from her plate and giving it to Fatty. Thanks, Sister Ing. Fatty happily lifted the plate and took the bun. Pathetic follower, Wang Ji said disdainfully. After the meal, Wang Ji planned to give the team a day off. The others went for leisure activities while Wang Ji took Zhao Liulai to the first-floor guard headquarters. Upon arrival, Wang Ji saw the same guard on duty as last time and greeted him, thinking he might remember him, then proceeded inside. Unexpectedly, he was stopped again. Wang Ji didn't mind and showed his magnetic card, letting the guard verify. After confirmation, they were allowed through. Wang Ji went to Jie's room and calmly sat on the guest chair. You're getting more and more impolite, Jie said coldly. Wang Ji didn't respond and took out the small crystal core, placing it in front of Jie. I dug this out of that mutant zombie's brain. What is special about that mutant zombie? Jie asked. Wang Ji recounted their first encounter with the mutant zombie and how they eventually killed it. I see. Now your intelligence can be sold at a good price, Jie said, then returned the small crystal core to Wang Ji. Captain Jie, do you think there could be other types of mutant zombies? Wang Ji shared his speculation. I don't know. Besides your intelligence, Dawn Tower hasn't received any reports on mutant zombies, Jie said gravely. But earlier, when I chatted with Tang Kailan, the captain of the reincarnation team, he mentioned something. He seemed to know a bit, but didn't say more when I asked. Wang Ji recalled the conversation with Tang Kailan at the training ground. Chapter 84. Restarting the Dawn plan. He doesn't tell you because he has no reason to. He doesn't upload the intelligence to Dawn Tower because he thinks the survival points he gains aren't worth as much as keeping it secret. He believes that if everyone knew and survived, his value would decrease. Everyone has their own little schemes, just differing in scale and position. Jie said slowly as she sat and wiped her greatsword, addressing Wang Ji. Indeed, as Zhigzi said, some people are content just to survive in the Dawn Tower, while others strive for progress in the apocalypse, albeit in different ways. People often refer to the light and darkness as redemption, but often, light cannot redeem those who willingly fall into depravity. Zhigzi continued. So, Captain Zhigzi, do you have no other plans? Do you intend to stay here forever? Wang Ji asked, looking at the somewhat desolate Zhigzi. Oh, for example? Zhigzi raised her head and retorted. For instance, one day returning to the surface, reclaiming the home that originally belonged to us. Wang Ji envisioned. Then this heavy responsibility will be handed over to you. How about that? You could also be a lord on the surface then. I think the Tower Master would be very pleased to know you have such thoughts, Zhigzi laughed. No. I don't have that capability. I want to live a little longer down here. Wang Ji quickly declined, as dealing with one mutated zombie was enough for him, let alone actively going out to challenge them. However, what you mentioned has actually been in planning at the Dawn Tower for a long time. What? Wang Ji said in disbelief. It's called the Dawn Reboot Plan. I can only tell you this much. It's the Tower Master's top secret plan. Zhigzi's smile vanished, replaced by a serious expression as she spoke to Wang Ji. After a moment, Wang Ji took Kia Lily and left the headquarters, with the Dawn Reboot Plan constantly repeating in his mind. Kia Lily, what do you think? Wang Ji turned to ask Kia Lily. I think we should tell Sister Ing and the others, Kia Lily said after thinking for a while and looking up at Wang Ji. Wang Ji looked at Kia Lily's wise eyes and questioned himself why he had asked her such a question. Very smart, you thought of what I was thinking. Today's matter must not be spoken of to outsiders, Wang Ji continued. The two returned to their residence and found the three fat guys huddled on the sofa watching a soap opera with Sumu Sakura. Wang Ji watched the three of them. Although the plot was boring, they were enjoying this brief moment of relaxation. Wang Ji also joined them, and as soon as he sat down, Sumu Sakura suddenly stared at Lingling Yao and said, Where did you take my Kia Lily to mess around? Sistering, can we use a different term? What do you mean by messing around? Wang Ji replied helplessly. The fat guy, who was focused on the show, immediately turned around when he heard Wang Ji and Kia Lily messing around, his eyes alternating between the two. Hey, what's with that expression, fatty? Wang Ji said, feeling irritated at the fat guy's sneaky look. Alas, my poor Kia Lily. The fat guy shook his head, then turned back to watch the show. We just went to Zhigzi's place. What are you all thinking? You really need to purify your thoughts, Wang Ji said, looking at the strange expressions of the three. Captain Wang, it's not that we want to think this way. It's just that you make it hard for us not to think that way, the fat guy said earnestly. Damn it, fatty. You're the most lewd one here, and you still have the nerve to say that to me? Wang Ji looked at the mysteriously confident fat guy. It's because they all know I'm lewd that they guard against me. But Captain Wang, you're a wolf in sheep's clothing, the fat guy continued. All right, Kia Lily. You come and tell them what Captain Wang has done to you, Wang Ji said, too lazy to argue with them, and poured himself a glass of water. Kia Lily. Come here and tell me what Captain Wang did to you, Sumu Sakura said, pulling Kia to her side. The captain first asked me what I thought. Then he said I was very smart and thought the same as him. Kia replied honestly. Oh, anything else? Sumu Sakura raised an eyebrow. He also said not to tell outsiders about today's matter, Kia recalled. Uft, cough cough. Wang Ji, who was drinking water, choked on Kia answer. Oh, the fat guy's eyes widened, pointing at Wang Ji. Wang Ji was also gradually confused. He had only said 3 sentences to Kia. How could this lead to that? Wang Ji quickly recalled his conversation with Kia. She had only mentioned wanting to tell Sister Ing. If Sumu Sakura continued to press Kia about what was said, then this statement would undoubtedly lead to... Wait. Wang Ji suddenly stood up from the sofa and shouted. The 4 looked at the excited Wang Ji, puzzled. Let me explain. Wang Ji almost breathlessly recounted everything that had happened with Zhuge to avoid any misunderstandings. The Dawn reboot plan? What kind of plan is that? He asked. I don't know. Zhuge said it's the Tower Master's top secret plan, but from the way she spoke, it seems related to going to the surface. Wang Ji recalled. Going to the surface? Isn't it nice to stay down here? Why go to the surface? The fat guy said. There must be a reason for this. Even if no one wants to go to the surface, the Dawn Tower must have a way to make you willing. Just like how it makes you willingly go out to execute tasks, Sumu Sakura said from the side. Sakura is right. The Dawn Tower controls a large amount of resources. And what the Dawn Tower wants to do is definitely not just to let us live comfortably underground. Wang Ji agreed. Going outside isn't impossible, after all. There were camps living outside before. He recalled about the previous camp. But they must not have encountered mutated species. Not to mention that giant python could wipe out that camp. The fat guy said, feeling a bit scared. Don't think too much about it. Just take care of the present. Wang Ji rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache just thinking about those mutated species. Once Sumu Sakura finished watching that episode of the soap opera, Wang Ji asked Ling Yao to pull up the team data. Currently, their total amount of survival points had reached 48,000, which meant they only needed to obtain 2,000 more survival points to become the first level 4 team in the Dawn Tower. Chapter 85 New information. Looking at his team about to become the first level 4 team in the Dawn Tower, Wang Ji did not feel much excitement. In fact, even if they met the promotion conditions for a level 4 team, he would not rush to promote. That would be too high profile, and being high profile could lead to trouble. And trouble could lead to accidents. Besides, his current level 3 team was still 1 person short. When other teams promoted first, he could then promote low-key without haste. After closing the information, Wang Ji checked the announcement information again. Food and water sources were still rising in price, electricity prices remained stable. And the arms and weapons discount event had 7 days left, with 15 days until the second recruitment ended. Given the current situation, their citizens going out to execute tasks really relied heavily on luck. With good luck, they could gather supplies and bring back survivors, earning a nice amount of survival points. With bad luck, encountering mutated species or a horde of zombies could lead to total annihilation. But the Dawn Tower didn't care about that. Regardless of whether tasks were completed or not, they wouldn't lose anything, and if tasks were completed, they would even make a small profit. Wonderful. Wang Ji said while looking at the announcement. Captain Wang, are you alright? The prices are rising every day, and you think that's wonderful? The fat guy asked in confusion. What's wonderful is the Dawn Tower. What kind of person could create all this? Wang Ji leaned back on the sofa and sighed. Stop thinking about useless things all day. Let us go soak in a hot spring later to relax, Sumu Sakura suggested. Long live Sister Sakura. The fat guy jumped up from the sofa. Speaking of which, it's been a while since we last went. The last time we went, Fatty was still sunbathing in the sunroom. Wang Ji teased the fat guy. However, it seemed the fat guy didn't mind, still grinning foolishly. As if he could already see Sumu Sakura and Kia in bathrobes. After the 5 of them packed their things, they arrived at the natural hot spring leisure area, where Wang Ji once again booked a VIP private area. Wang Ji stepped into the hot spring, a warm towel placed on his face, comfortably leaning against the stone edge, which made him feel as if he had returned to the time before the apocalypse. Before that, he often indulged in various pleasures, spending almost all the money he earned on food, drinks, and entertainment. Until he arrived at the Dawn Tower, his savings did not exceed 50,000, but thinking about it, he didn't feel it was a loss. At least now he didn't have to regret not spending the money earlier. He realized that he seemed to gradually enjoy the present, enjoying this feeling in the apocalypse. Before the end of the world, he was very lonely, with the computer being his only friend. Without a common language or common goals, he couldn't make any friends. Until he entered the Dawn Tower, various people emerged around him, Mercenaries, soldiers, students, mechanics, archaeologists. These people, who had nothing to do with him before, gathered together, chatting and laughing, united by a common goal, to survive. As Wang Ji reminisced, he unknowingly fell into a dream. Wang Ji ran into an underground parking lot, his vision blurry. He could see the surroundings, but couldn't clearly make them out. Blood was continuously flowing from his arm, and his gun was out of bullets. He had lost contact with his teammates. The more he tried to see the surroundings clearly, the blurrier it became. He could only hear screams and the low growls of zombies coming from certain corners of the parking lot. Like a headless fly, he kept running towards what he thought was forward, eventually crashing into someone. Wang Ji looked up and saw a familiar, yet blurry figure. For people were twisting and standing with their backs to him. Just as he thought he was saved, the four turned around, each lunging at him with ferocity. Only then did he see clearly that the four had turned into zombies. He chuckled calmly, lying on the ground, letting the four consume his body. He felt his breathing becoming weaker. He was about to leave this world, but he couldn't remember who the four people were. After a while, it seemed that the four were attracted by something and left. Lying on the ground with weak breaths, he saw someone quickly running towards him, kneeling beside him. Zhang Ming. He remembered this person. Zhang Ming was shouting his name loudly. Wang Ji. Wang Ji. Huh. Wang Ji suddenly woke up, looking around in panic at the misty surroundings. With Lao He calling out to him beside him. Did you fall asleep? Lao He looked at Wang Ji in confusion. Phew. I accidentally dozed off, Wang Ji said, taking a few deep breaths and removing the towel from his face. It turned out the towel had accidentally covered his nose just now, and he recalled the dream he had with some trepidation. Did you have a nightmare? Su Muing said, staring at Wang Ji from across. Yeah, Wang Ji nodded, not denying it. What kind of dream scared our Captain Wang like this? The fat guy asked from the side. Just a dream. There's no need to take it seriously. Wang Ji rubbed his temples and shook his head, not revealing the details of the dream. It's getting late. We should head back. Wang Ji jumped out of the hot spring and walked towards the changing room. As Wang Ji and the others were leaving, Tang Kailan happened to arrive at the natural hot spring with his 5 girls. The two did not make eye contact, appearing in each other's peripheral vision before passing by. I'm really getting more and more annoyed by that glasses guy. He goes around with 5 women every day, as if he is afraid people don't know he has women. After the 5 had walked a distance, the fat guy said unhappily from behind. If you're annoyed with him, just find an opportunity to challenge him one-on-one and beat him up, Wang Ji said. I'm not bragging. I could take him down with just a couple of punches, the fat guy continued, still unconvinced. The 5 arrived at the intelligence hall, where Wang Ji planned to upload the information on the mutated zombies, letting more people know about their characteristics. Wang Ji approached the system, entered the content about the mutated zombies, and submitted the request for review. The price was still 100 survival points. In fact, for such intelligence, he could have priced it higher, and many teams would be interested. However, considering that some teams were not in good conditions, he kept it at the friendly price of 100 survival points. Wang Ji checked the previous intelligence earnings and found that he had 500 survival points waiting to be claimed, with the giant python intelligence being purchased 4 times. After claiming the survival points, he flipped through other people's posted intelligence. Having learned from the last experience, Wang Ji was much more cautious this time. He understood that he should first check the information of the publishing team. If it was a level 1 or 2 team, he would generally ignore it. He only wanted to find intelligence from level 3 teams, as they would have some face to maintain. After flipping for a long time, he finally saw an intelligence report about mutated zombies among the many postings. However, Wang Ji did not get too excited yet, as he still did not know which team had published this intelligence. Just looking at the price gave Wang Ji a shock, 1,000 survival points. This was much faster than robbing. Wang Ji clicked on the details of the intelligence, and the publishing team turned out to be the reincarnation team. Chapter 86. Total Annihilation. Wang Ji looked at the intelligence released by Tang Kailan, checking the publication time, which was shortly after they had been soaking in the hot spring. This way, it wouldn't conflict with what Jieshi told him about no teams uploading information on mutated zombies. Sister Ing, Lao He, come look at this. There's information about mutated zombies. Wang Ji called the two over. After a discussion, everyone agreed to purchase it, so even if Wang Ji got tricked again, no one would laugh at him. 1,000 survival points deducted successfully. After unlocking Tang Kailan's intelligence, Wang Ji eagerly entered the content homepage. This was intelligence that cost 1,000 survival points. If he got tricked again, he would really have to find Tang Kailan for a duel. Speculation. Mutated zombies often have their own territories and will attack their own kind. Discovery. The currently known mutated zombie type is the swift type. Characteristics. Smaller size, extremely fast speed, long jumping distance, can consume flesh and blood to recover. Wang Ji carefully read the intelligence. Tang Kailan's intelligence indeed brought Wang Ji significant gains. He felt that spending these 1,000 survival points was worth it. Although Tang Kailan was a bit shady, he truly had valuable information. The fact that mutated zombies have their own territories was something Wang Ji had not discovered. More importantly, he learned about another type of mutated zombie. Didn't he expect that glasses guy would be so trustworthy? The fat guy said from the side. But what if this intelligence is fabricated? Su Muing asked. That shouldn't be the case. At least we can confirm one thing. They will attack their own kind. When we were at Z Hospital, the first time we saw that phantom zombie, it was eating a zombie on the ground, Wang Ji said, then transmitted the intelligence content to Ling Yao. It seems that the types of mutated zombies are far more than the one we encountered. This is troublesome. Lao He frowned and said, let's head back, rest early today, and start training tomorrow, Wang Ji said, turning to walk outside. At night, Wang Ji lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He kept replaying the recent events in his mind. From the moment he entered Z Hospital and felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. He knew this was definitely not a coincidence. He could truly feel that sense of crisis. Sistering, I think I understand. Wang Ji suddenly sat up in bed. Hiss. I understand too. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Su Muing frowned and turned over, continuing to hug Jia Li to sleep. Wang Ji was left alone in the dark, unable to fall asleep, perhaps because he had napped in the hot spring, or because he was too excited. Wang Ji got up and went to the living room on the first floor, snuggling on the sofa while watching the movie playing on Ling Yao. The next day, Wang Ji was awakened on the sofa by Su Muing, with Ling Yao still looping the movie from the previous night. What did you say you understood last night? Su Muing asked as she sat down opposite Wang Ji with a glass of milk. Oh, I meant to say I think I can sense mutated species. Wang Ji sat up from the sofa. Are you sure? Su Muing raised her eyebrows. Yeah. At Z Hospital, it was enough to illustrate the point, but the distance I felt seemed quite limited, Wang Ji said. So can we avoid the mutated species? Su Muing asked. Theoretically, if the mutated species doesn't discover us, we should be able to, just like we can safely evacuate from Z Hospital. Not bad. Our captain's status is finally going to rise, Su Muing said, getting up to sit beside Wang Ji, one hand caressing Wang Ji's face in a charming manner. Ahem. Old He, who had just walked out of the room, saw the two of them on the sofa doing something quite embarrassing, and he helplessly coughed to make them restrain themselves. Taking advantage of Su Muing looking back at Old He, Wang Ji quickly shifted and sat down on another sofa. Where are Fatty and Lu Li? Wang Ji asked, noticing the absence of the two. They've been out buying food for quite a while. Why haven't they come back yet? Su Muing was muttering when the door was pushed open by Fatty. Everyone, amazing news. Fatty rushed into the room, saying, calm down, sit down and tell us slowly. Wang Ji said, taking a breakfast from Fatty's hand. I'm telling you. According to rumors, the Team Eternal Doomsday was wiped out outside. Fatty said in a low voice. What? Where did you get this news? Wang Ji quickly asked. Although he had no contact with this team, it was still an old-school team. When they were still a Tier 1 team, Eternal Doomsday was already a Tier 3 team. If this news reached the other survivors in the Dawn Tower, it would surely cause unimaginable panic. Well, it's a long story, Fatty began to tease. Sistering, Wang Ji, seeing that Fatty was taking too long to speak, gave Su Muing a glance. No, it was Qing who told me. We happened to run into her when we were buying food and chatted for a bit, Fatty said quickly when he saw Su Muing was about to take action. And Qing? How did she know? Wang Ji asked in confusion. I asked her. She said she heard it from Jieshi yesterday. She said that all the magnetic card locations of their team had been inactive for 2 days, and Jieshi told her not to spread it. So you mustn't tell anyone else, or it might put Qing in danger, Fatty said cautiously. Eternal Doomsday is actually worse off than the former dynasty, completely wiped out. Not even a messenger returned. This is interesting, Su Muing sneered from the side. Where did they sacrifice? Oldie frowned and asked. I didn't ask. She probably doesn't know the details either. Fatty scratched his head awkwardly and said, could there be another possibility, that they discarded their magnetic cards and then joined another organization? Oldie suddenly said, that is indeed a possibility, but I don't think there's anywhere better than the Dawn Tower, so that possibility is too small. If there really is a larger organization than the Dawn Tower, our situation would be even more dangerous. Wang Ji analyzed. This matter made Wang Ji feel increasingly fearful. If the Eternal Doomsday team really betrayed them, the result would be yet another hidden enemy alliance. Wang Ji's eyes hollowly stared ahead. Currently, on the 3rd floor, there were only them and Tang Chi Lin's group left. The two old-school teams had already become mere names. He wasn't sure how many people were sacrificed outside the Dawn Tower every day, but he knew that the teams above them were becoming fewer and fewer, which made him feel very insecure. As the Allied forces weakened, so what if his own team was among the top? Chapter 87. The Situation After Breakfast. The five of them put on their heavy-duty suits and walked into the training ground. As time went by, more and more people were promoted to Tier 3 teams. Currently, apart from the Eternal Doomsday team, there were already 18 teams on the third floor. The training ground on the third floor was gradually gaining popularity. Stamina and agility had always been Wang Ji's main training focus. He didn't pursue explosiveness. He needed as much stamina and quick reflexes as possible. At the same time, Wang Ji was also continuously observing the various people in the training ground. Among them, there was a group that particularly caught his attention. He had currently identified 5 people, and another one was likely to join. Each of the 5 was strong and robust, almost comparable to old He. With these 5 together, they undoubtedly formed a very strong team. Seeing this, Wang Ji stopped his training exercises and walked straight towards that group. "Hello, may I ask who is the captain?" Wang Ji took the initiative to approach them with what he considered a friendly smile. "I am. What's the matter?" The captain, who was nearby, put down the iron block in his hand and walked up to Wang Ji. The distance between the two was less than half a meter, far exceeding the 1-meter safety distance. Wang Ji fearlessly lifted his head slightly, looking at the nearly 2-meter-tall figure before him. "Hello, I am Wang Ji, captain of the Setting Sun team," Wang Ji said, extending his right hand. The big guy sized Wang Ji up for a moment before also extending his hand to shake Wang Ji's. "I've long heard of you, but you're not quite what I imagined," the big guy captain said, releasing Wang Ji's hand. "Hee. Did you imagine me to be a stronger man than you?" Wang Ji joked. "Haha, so what brings you to me?" The big guy captain chuckled without denying it. "Not much, just wanted to get to know each other. I still don't know the name of your team," Wang Ji said, sitting down beside him. "I'm Longy, and our team is called Flying Tiger Team." "So, you're the Long Captain? You just arrived on the third floor?" Wang Ji asked. "Yeah, just arrived 2 days ago. We're unlucky. We haven't brought back much supplies every time we go out. It was only on this third trip that we finally gathered enough survival points to come to the third floor," Long Yi said helplessly. "Hee. As long as you can come back safely, it doesn't matter how much supplies you bring. Life is more important," Wang Ji said, observing Long Yi's demeanor. He wanted to know if Long Yi's team had suffered any losses, but Long Yi's demeanor was completely normal, showing no fluctuations, indicating that the Flying Tiger team had not suffered any losses. "You guys have already come back for the 4th time. I heard you even encountered mutated species. That's impressive," Long Yi praised. Wang Ji wasn't surprised that Long Yi knew about his team's deeds. He knew that such news had already spread on the 2nd floor. "Actually, we aren't as strong as the rumors say. It's just good luck," Wang Ji said modestly. "So, Captain Wang, you really didn't come to me for anything else?" Long Yi asked, a bit impatient, confirming again. Really not. I just wanted to get to know each other and make friends. It's good to have someone to rely on here, right?" Wang Ji said with a smile. "Haha, okay, since Captain Wang has spoken, I have no reason to refuse." Long Yi agreed with a smile. "All right, I won't disturb Captain Long's training anymore. Our Ling Ling Yao contact number is 0033. You can leave us a message if there's anything," Wang Ji said before getting up to leave. Not asking for Long Yi's Ling Ling Yao contact number since he had taken the initiative to make friends and wouldn't ask the other party for help first. After Wang Ji left, Long Yi's friendly smile gradually faded. "Boss, what did that guy come over for?" one of the team members asked. "He's the captain of the Setting Sun team. Came over to form an alliance," Long Yi said casually. "So you agreed? Let's see what actions they take. As long as we don't suffer losses," as he said. "It's good for everyone to have someone to rely on here," Long Yi replied, picking up the iron block again and starting his training. Meanwhile, Wang Ji was also continuously analyzing the current situation. The outside world was becoming increasingly treacherous, and he believed that in the near future, the Dawn Tower would definitely implement a cooperative system, forming team combat between teams. But if that really happened, the small teams would break free from the constraints of the Dawn Tower, and naturally, phenomena like mutual slaughter and plundering resources from other teams would arise. This was a very contradictory turning point. If the Dawn Tower really wanted to take this step, Wang Ji could only plan ahead to ensure that such things didn't happen to him. After a day's training, Wang Ji collapsed onto the bed, and after resting for a few days, he found the sudden high-intensity training a bit overwhelming. Just as he lay down for a short while, Su Mu-ing and Lu Li walked in, asking Wang Ji to give them both a massage. After the massage, an exhausted Wang Ji slumped back onto the bed, ending his arduous day. The next day, he dragged his heavy head out of bed, only to find that Su Mu-ing and Lu Li had already gotten up and left. Wang Ji covered his head and went downstairs to the living room, where the fat guy had already returned with breakfast, and they were all sitting there eating. Come quick, Captain Wang. The virus antibody vaccine from the Dawn Tower has been successfully developed. The fat guy exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing that the vaccine had been developed, Wang Ji quickly approached to look at the announcement released by Ling Ling Yao. The virus antibody vaccine has been successfully developed. Teams receiving this notice should go to the first-floor medical room for vaccination. Note: this vaccine has undergone multiple clinical trials, and its effectiveness has been confirmed. Please rest assured to get vaccinated. Not bad. It seems the medicine we brought back is effective, Wang Ji said, looking at the announcement. If only this virus antibody had been developed earlier, Zhang Ming wouldn't have suffered a minor arm injury, the fat guy said sadly. With the virus antibody, we won't have to fear injuries in the future, Laoyi said, slightly excited. Are you really sure this vaccine is effective? No one wants to be a guinea pig. Even if the fat guy gets vaccinated, would he dare to let a zombie bite him? Even if we use animals for testing and get immunity, it doesn't mean it's useful for humans, Su Muing said, filing her nails. Are you saying this virus antibody vaccine hasn't been confirmed effective on humans? Laoyi asked, puzzled. It's just my guess. No one knows if it really works, right? After Su Muing finished speaking, her beautiful eyes turned to Wang Ji, wanting to hear his opinion. Chapter 88. Investigation. Wang Ji was eating breakfast while contemplating the hypothesis that Su Muing had just proposed. I think we should first observe the reactions of other teams after vaccination. As long as there are no major side effects, we can still try getting vaccinated. After all, we're not losing anything. If by chance someone does get injured, we can observe whether it works or not then, Wang Ji said while munching on the bun in his hand. That makes sense. Anyway, we're not losing anything. We'll just consider that the vaccine is ineffective. Laoyi agreed from the side. After Wang Ji finished his breakfast, the five of them went to the medical room, but when they arrived, they found that there were very few teams that had received the notice. Tang Kailan's team was one of them. Tang Kailan had just finished his vaccination and was walking out. Fat guy, go follow Tang Kailan and observe if they have any abnormal reactions. Remember, follow them openly. If he questions you, just tell the truth, Wang Ji whispered. Wang Ji did this to avoid raising suspicion. If suspicion arose, no matter what you did, the other party would think you had a scheme. Therefore, Wang Ji made it clear from the beginning what their purpose was. Got it. The fat guy replied and turned to follow them. Luli, you go with the fat guy too. Wang Ji thought for a moment and had Luli follow as well. Although the order in the Dawn Tower was well maintained, he still didn't feel comfortable with them acting alone. After a while, another team emerged, and the three of them followed. Wang Ji noticed that those who were prioritized for vaccination were basically all level 3 teams. Quickly concluding that the virus antibody vaccine at the Dawn Tower was temporarily limited and prioritized for higher level teams. Since the Dawn Tower did not allow level 1 teams to be vaccinated first, it indicated that they had enough confidence in this batch of virus antibody vaccines. If what Su Muing said was true, then the Dawn Tower should have tested it on level 1 teams first, rather than making level 3 teams the subjects. Thinking of this, Wang Ji's doubts about this batch of virus antibody vaccines were significantly reduced. The three followed that team for a full 2 hours. During this time, the team leader noticed the three of them and questioned Wang Ji. Upon learning that they wanted to see their vaccination reactions, he laughed and scolded them as cowards before turning to leave. Wang Ji didn't care what others said. In the apocalypse, if something went wrong, no one would stand up for you. Being cautious was never a bad idea. Fat guy, how's it going over there? Wang Ji called out to the fat guy over the radio. Everything's normal, Captain Wang. Wang Ji was momentarily stunned by the fat guy's reply. Did Tang Kailan notice you? He did, but it seems he doesn't care and has been ignoring us. Got it. Let's gather at the medical room. Since neither of the two teams had shown any abnormal reactions, they could also feel at ease about getting vaccinated. Once the 5 of them gathered, they entered the medical room. The nurse who had delivered supplies to Wang Ji and the others that day was in charge of registration. Upon seeing Wang Ji and the others, she was momentarily taken aback before quickly adjusting her demeanor and took their magnetic cards for registration. After registering, the 5 of them went inside, where Chief Sophie personally administered the vaccine to the survivors. Why are you all so late? I've been waiting for you, Sophie frowned. Slightly dissatisfied. We got delayed by some matters. Chief Sophie, how many doses are there in this first batch? Why are you administering them so quickly? Wang Ji sat down and rolled up his left arm. Currently, only 100 doses have been mass-produced, due to insufficient raw materials. We need survivors to collect some materials to proceed with the second batch of mass production. All right, next please, Sophie said as she pulled out the needle. Chief Sophie, don't you guys in the Dawn Tower get vaccinated? The fat guy asked with a smile after sitting down. We don't go outside. So it doesn't matter whether we get vaccinated or not, Sophie chuckled lightly, as if amused by the fat guy's question. After all 5 were vaccinated, they left the medical room. As soon as Wang Ji heard Sophie mention the lack of raw materials, he knew that the upcoming tasks would definitely involve collecting raw materials. And those raw materials often appeared in the city area. Having gone through the city experience, he still felt a bit scared. If it weren't for Jieshi arriving in time that day, they would likely have been buried under a tide of thousands of corpses. Wang Ji returned to his residence, changed into his weighted clothing, and headed to the training ground. Since the training reward system had been restored, it seemed that everyone's motivation to train had increased. Tower Master, we've gone to search for the team of Eternal Doomsday, and there are currently no signs of activity, said Adam, the team leader, who was reporting the situation to the Tower Master along with Jie in the Tower Master's room. Not a single person survived? The Tower Master spoke with a hint of anger. Yes. Did they reach their destination? They arrived. It's near Eternal Doomsday. The Tower Master looked up at the ceiling. Tower Master, should we continue the investigation? Jie, seeing that the Tower Master was silent for a long time, asked. How many survival points are left on the Eternal Doomsday magnetic card? The Tower Master pondered for a moment before asking. There are a total of 20,000 survival points remaining, Jie replied. Good. Adam, go to the mission hall and issue a bounty task. Any team that can retrieve the Eternal Doomsday magnetic card will be rewarded with 20,000 survival points, the Tower Master said slowly. Tower Master, this might cause panic among the survivors, Adam reminded. They've been in fear all along, and what I want to see is when true fear arrives. They can face it head-on, conquer it, and eliminate it. Understood, Tower Master, Adam said before turning to leave. Sigh. The Tower Master sighed as he watched Adam's departing figure. Jieshi, what do you think of this matter? The magnetic card of the Eternal Doomsday team still has 20,000 survival points from the Dawn Tower, which indicates that they did not intend not to return before leaving. It was an unplanned departure. If they encountered a more powerful shelter than ours, they should have returned the same way, converting the survival points on the magnetic card into resources to join a new shelter. Even if they use reverse thinking to bypass this point and want to bring people back to raid us, they still need the magnetic card as the key to open the entrance. Moreover, our pilots did not find any signs of other shelters within 100 meters in the air. From this, it can be confirmed that the eternal death of Doomsday is real, and there is a high probability that mutated species exist there. Zhuixi was explaining her viewpoint. Haha, Zhuixi, as expected of you. So tell me, why don't I give up the investigation? The Tower Master Guang chuckled, and then looked at Zhuixi to ask. Chapter 89. Observation, I don't know, Zhuixi replied after a moment of thought. In Zhuixi's view, it is very likely the work of mutated species, and there is no need to continue investigating, as it will only increase losses. However, if one continues to investigate knowing the opponent is a mutated species, then the purpose must be to kill them, since the ultimate goal is to kill the mutated species. What is on the mutated species that is worth paying so much blood for? Could it be? Zhuixi thought of this and looked up in surprise at the Tower Master, whose eyes were flashing with a strange light beneath the platinum mask. Since you understand, go back and prepare quickly, Tower Master Wang said, then lowered his head to continue reading the book on the table. Team Wang is in trouble again. Fatty hurried over to Wang Ji from afar. Wang Ji, who was training, saw Fatty's state and knew something had happened without Fatty saying it. What happened? Wang Ji slowly put down the equipment. The Dawn Tower issued a bounty task. Fatty said mysteriously. Oh, what bounty task? This is the first time I've heard Dawn Tower issue a bounty task. The mission goal is to retrieve the magnetic card of Doomsday Eternal from outside. What? Doesn't that mean everyone knows Doomsday Eternal was wiped out? I don't know about that. Anyway, the reward for completing this bounty task is a full 20,000 survival points. 20,000. Fatty nodded in satisfaction, seeing Wang Ji's surprised expression. These 20,000 survival points are enough for a roughly equivalent team to meet the requirements to be promoted to a level 3 team. But here's the problem. Wang Ji learned about the wipeout of Doomsday Eternal from Inqing 2 days ago, and in fact, the wipeout happened even earlier because Inqing was not the first to get the news and tell Fatty. Wang Ji pondered the connection. Why didn't Dawn Tower release the bounty immediately? Why did they conceal it for several days before announcing it? The only thing Wang Ji could think of was that Dawn Tower sent their own people beforehand to the scene of the Doomsday Eternal incident. But the results were unsatisfactory and they all died there. If so, then Dawn Tower would definitely not let this go easily. Forget it for now. We're not going anywhere this month anyway. Let us just stay here and train steadily. Wang Ji and his team had just returned a few days ago, and he had no plans to take on a mission before the end of the month. The team still had nearly 30,000 survival points, enough to support their living for a long time. At night, after training, Wang Ji returned home and found that Lingling Yao had an unknown new message. Lingling Yao? Check new messages, Wang Ji said as he changed clothes. The message was from the Flying Tiger team, asking if the Sunset Glow team was interested in joining them to investigate this bounty. Wang Ji chuckled lightly after reading it. The Flying Tiger team was quite interesting. This was the first time they sought cooperation directly instead of asking for help. However, Wang Ji did not intend to get involved in this mess. Since they reached out to him, he wanted to give Long Yi a piece of advice. Not participating. Suggest observing. After telling Lingling Yao to reply, Wang Ji turned off Lingling Yao and went to rest in his room. The next day, Wang Ji woke up and checked Lingling Yao again, finding no reply. He didn't bother thinking further. After all, he had delivered his message. And whether they listened was their freedom. In fact, after the bounty was announced, many level 2 teams were eager to try. 420,000 survival points. It was worth a gamble. If successful, they could be promoted directly to level 3 teams, and then those women in lower level teams would be within easy reach. After lunch, Wang Ji went to the training ground and saw the Flying Tiger team casually practicing. Apparently, they had taken his advice to observe and wait. I don't understand. I can't see through it, so I won't act rashly, was the rule Wang Ji set for himself. And this bounty mission? Wang Ji just couldn't understand it or see through it. No matter how tempting, he had no interest, at most watching for fun. Excuse me, are you Wang Ji, captain of Sunset Glow? While Wang Ji was training vigorously, a greeting came from beside him. He turned to see a young man with a crew cut and a friendly face, followed by 3 men and 1 woman carrying large bags. Who are you? Wang Ji looked at him suspiciously. I'm Cheng Hao, captain of the Flowing Years team. Nice to meet you. Your team has always been our direction. We just got promoted to level 3 today, so the first thing is to meet Captain Wang in person. We hope for your guidance in the future. Hee, Captain Cheng. You flatter me. We're just ordinary survivors here, always helping each other. No need for guidance, Wang Ji said as he shook Cheng Hao's outstretched right hand. He sized up the newcomer. None of them had very outstanding features, so he wasn't very interested. Yes, mutual guidance, mutual guidance. Haha, Captain Wang. We'll go put our stuff away first. See you next time, Cheng Hao said, and waved goodbye. Hey, that guy is pretty sly. Just got to the 3rd level and already knows how to suck up, Fatty sneered nearby. Sigh, how many fools have come here? Wang Ji stopped mid-sentence when he saw Fatty and held back his words. After a while, Wang Ji ended training and proposed going to the 2nd level for lunch, a place they hadn't been to in a long time, and to learn about the current situation there. When the 5 arrived at level 2, Wang Ji's first impression was the crowd. The 2nd level was more than twice as lively as when they were there before. According to reports, this recruitment had filled all residences on the 2nd level, and some displaced people wanting to join the citizen teams were placed on a waiting list. Along the way, Wang Ji and his team were occasionally recognized and greeted, some even asking if they were recruiting since their teammates weren't around. Seeing such fence-sitters, Wang Ji frowned. He preferred a disabled person with strong will over these spineless people. At the restaurant, Wang Ji was surprised to find that food prices on the 2nd level were 10 higher than on the 3rd level. So there are hidden benefits on the 3rd level? Fatty said as he came over. No choice, there are always classes at any time. Su Muing said as she took the menu and ordered some cheap but filling meals. Meanwhile, in the 1st level war preparation hall, 30 people gathered, all in protective suits with automatic rifles, faces grim, fully equipped, and ready to go. Chapter 90. New recruitment. While Wang Ji and his team were eating, the most talked about topic around was the Doomsday Eternal bounty. After the news of Doomsday Eternal's death and their recent loss of a team member, the fearful faction and the arrogant faction had formed a one-sided situation. Except for a few teams still clinging to luck, most had joined the fearful faction. Although the bounty was tempting, when it came to actually going out, everyone became hesitant. 1st level war preparation area. Warriors, this mission is very special and very important. We are facing a group of ruthless and fearless zombies, and our ultimate goal is to do whatever it takes to take down the enemy leader's head. Does everyone understand? Yes. At this moment, Deputy Captain Wu Changzheng spoke passionately about the objective of this outing in front of 30 warriors. All right, soldiers, follow me. After Wu Changzheng shouted loudly, he turned and entered the helicopter. Wang Ji finished his meal and hurriedly left the 2nd floor with a few people. This meal made Wang Ji feel a bit uncomfortable. He didn't know who was spreading the news, but it made many people aware that their team was eating in the 2nd floor cafeteria. And quite a few gathered outside to watch, making Wang Ji feel like they were monkeys in a zoo. Of course, the ones who attracted the most attention were still Su Muing and Jia Luli. Su Muing was fine, calm and composed, but Jia Luli was different. Her face was flushed, and she kept her head down, eating in silence. Wang Ji certainly didn't think that those people were coming to admire them. Those who came over either wanted to see if the previous rumors were true, or just to get a glimpse and become familiar in case they encountered them later. As for admiration, that didn't exist here. Only selfishness and jealousy did. Back on the third floor, Wang Ji ran into Cheng Hao again on the training ground. If Cheng Hao admired their team, the setting sun, Wang Ji didn't take it seriously from the start, because he didn't see a hint of admiration in their eyes. Hey, Captain Wang, we meet again. What were you all doing? Cheng Hao approached and asked as soon as he saw Wang Ji and the others returning to the third floor. You're asking too much. Wang Ji frowned and replied unhappily. All right then. Cheng Hao shrugged and turned to leave. TCH. Really thinks he is something special. Cheng Hao muttered under his breath as he left, his voice not loud. But Wang Ji and the others could hear it. Fatty glared angrily after hearing this and wanted to go up and grab Cheng Hao, but was pulled back by Su Muing. What are you getting excited about? Captain Wang hasn't moved, Su Muing said lightly. Wang Ji looked calmly at the departing figure of Cheng Hao. This action surprised him somewhat, but it was also within reason. What was unexpected was that Wang Ji didn't think Cheng Hao would say those words in front of him. And what was reasonable was that a hypocritical person like Cheng Hao would definitely show this side. Wang Ji shook his head and continued with his training, while the Flying Tigers team once again caught his attention. At this moment, Long Yi had recruited a new member, a strong man, from somewhere. It seemed that Long Yi really appreciated strong men. Looking at Long Yi and his 6 members, Wang Ji began planning to recruit a new member. The thought of recruiting new members gave him a headache. Others were fine. Usually, he wouldn't have any issues with those he had seen. But Su Muing was the only one who would definitely not tolerate someone she didn't like. In the evening, after training, Wang Ji shared his thoughts on recruiting new members with everyone. After everyone agreed, Wang Ji faced a new problem. If he wanted to find someone strong, he would have to poach from others' teams, but he personally hated betrayal and being a fence-sitter, so his recruitment range was very small, and he could only select from those refugees who wanted to become citizens. Now there were 3 days left until the second recruitment ended. If he could find a suitable candidate within these 3 days, they would save 1,000 survival points for citizenship fees. It wasn't that he was greedy for this small benefit or that he had to recruit people within the second recruitment timeframe. He just felt that sometimes 6 people were more convenient, as they could be divided into 3 groups to handle tasks. If they remained as 5, one person would inevitably be left alone if divided into 3 groups. If he really had his eye on someone, he wouldn't hesitate about how many survival points he would spend on that person or how much return he should expect. He simply wanted peace of mind, someone he could completely trust his back to. The reason Wang Ji chose Zhang Ming initially was that he could see Zhang Ming's inner kindness in his eyes. And later Zhang Ming proved his kindness through his death. Wang Ji lay back on the sofa with his eyes closed, feeling completely at a loss. Hey, you guys should share your thoughts too. Stop just watching that lousy soap opera, Wang Ji said irritably as he opened his eyes. My thoughts are the same as yours, Su Muing said, staring intently at the screen. Old he, I feel the same. Fatty, me too. Wang Ji was somewhat speechless, and his gaze finally fixed on Lu Li. After Lu Li noticed Wang Ji's gaze, she looked dazedly at the 3, then back at Wang Ji. I feel the same. Once Lu Li was also in agreement, Wang Ji satisfactorily laid back down on the sofa and closed his eyes to think. The next morning, Wang Ji and the others arrived at the first floor affairs hall to check the candidate list for those wanting to join the citizen team. The information listed included photos, names, genders, ages, heights, weights, and pre-apocalypse professions. Wang Ji kept flipping through the list, and every time he lingered on a female candidate's information, he could distinctly sense a trace of killing intent nearby. Since Wang Ji realized he could sense the threat of mutated species, he had increasingly trusted his instincts. And the killing intent next to him was definitely not a joke. He decisively swiped away the information, and the killing intent gradually diminished. After Su Muying's intimidation, Wang Ji had completely abandoned the idea of including female members. He knew that if he really brought another woman in, either he would die, or that woman would die. Or in a rare case, both would die. What kind of nonsense is this? Pre-apocalypse profession, gangster? Is being a gangster even a profession? Old he looked at the candidate information with some dissatisfaction. Wang Ji also realized that the list was mostly made up of what others had left behind. I've thought of something. Just as Wang Ji was about to give up searching randomly, he suddenly thought of someone. Chapter 91. To seek the light he has always desired. I've thought of something. Wang Ji suddenly raised his head and said to the others, What did you think of? Old he turned to look at Wang Ji. How about we go find Duan Qingtian? Wang Ji suggested. Him? Are you sure he can accept what happened to Zhang Ming? His wound is just starting to heal, and you want to pull him in for another stab? Su Muing found it somewhat funny. Sigh, I know this isn't good. At this point, I feel that whether he comes or not, we still need to tell him about Zhang Ming. Wang Ji sighed. Since he returned, he hadn't had the courage to face Duan Qingtian. He didn't know how to explain to him. Before joining the team, he had said he was very reassured to leave Zhang Ming to Wang Ji. And now it felt like a slap in the face. Well, I think so too. Just tell him the situation, whether he wants to come or not. It's up to him, Su Muing said indifferently. After inquiring around, Wang Ji learned that the reason for the second recruitment had caused some people, without teams and without combat capabilities, to be downgraded to refugees. And Duan Qingtian was no exception. Wang Ji found his way to the refugee area and located the district head of the industrial zone, Wang Yaoxing. At that moment, Wang Yaoxing was reprimanding several managers. Hello, district head Wang, can I have a word? Wang Ji approached and asked Wang Yaoxing, seeing someone looking for him. Wang Yaoxing scolded a few more words before sending the managers away. You are? Wang Yaoxing asked, looking at the 5 people in uniform in front of him. Oh, we are from the Setting Sun team, here to find someone named Duan Qingtian, Wang Ji replied honestly. So you are that level 3 team? Follow me to the room to check the information, Wang Yaoxing said, his attitude improving significantly upon learning they were a level 3 team. Wang Yaoxing returned to the room and looked up Duan Qingtian's information on his computer. Haha, found it. He works in Industrial Zone B, Domain 5, lives in Dormitory 8105, and should be on duty now. I'll accompany you. Otherwise, he won't be able to come out, Wang Yaoxing said with a smile. All right, thank you. District Head Wang. Wang Ji expressed his gratitude. Where, as far as I know, this Duan Qingtian was once the captain of a level 3 team. I didn't expect him to have fallen to this state now, Wang Yaoxing sighed as he walked ahead. Hey, you are here to invite him back, right? After a while, Wang Yaoxing turned back to ask. We are just here to bring him some things and have a chat, Wang Ji smiled and replied. He wouldn't talk to others about things he hadn't accomplished yet. If he mentioned them before they were completed, the probability of success would decrease. Although this is quite metaphysical. He has always been this way. We're here. I'll go call him out, Wang Yaoxing said, and entered the 5th domain. From a distance, Wang Ji could see Duan Qingtian working in a dirty uniform. At this point, he had lost quite a bit of weight compared to before, with messy hair and stubble that hadn't been shaved for who knows how long. The stark contrast between his current disheveled state and his once spirited self formed a strong irony. Wang Ji, after being brought out by Wang Yaoxing, Duan Qingtian looked at Wang Ji with confusion. You guys chat first. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave, Wang Yaoxing said as he bid farewell. Long time no see, old Duan, Wang Ji forced a smile. Why are you guys here? Where's Zhang Ming? Duan Qingtian scanned the 5 people, but found Zhang Ming was missing. This isn't a place for talking. Let's go back to your dorm, Wang Ji said. Duan Qingtian seemed to sense something was off. The atmosphere among the 6 was somewhat heavy, with no one speaking, only the sound of footsteps on the ground. Arriving at the dorm, the 20 square meter messy room barely accommodated 6 beds, filled with a musty smell. Looking at the harsh conditions here, Wang Ji frowned even tighter. Speak up. What happened? Duan Qingtian's tone trembled slightly. Wang Ji truthfully recounted the events of the past 2 days, from their departure to their return, sharing every detail with Duan Qingtian. This is Zhang Ming's handgun, and this is his access card and message. Finally, Wang Ji took out Zhang Ming's Lesengstun and handed Duan Qingtian the access card and message from his pocket. Duan Qingtian covered his forehead with one hand, looking at the words left by Zhang Ming, making it hard to see his expression. Heh, you silly kid, everything about you is good. But your only flaw is thinking too much about others. You broke an arm, and no one said anything to you. You could stay here and keep me company. Duan Qingtian muttered to himself. Despite his efforts to conceal his expression, Wang Ji still saw a few tears drop to the ground. The 5 of them remained silent, allowing Duan Qingtian enough time to calm down and process his emotions. So you guys are here to get me back into the team, right? After a long silence, Duan Qingtian slowly raised his head, the redness in his eyes still evident. Wang Ji didn't deny it. He just looked at Duan Qingtian with a complex expression, waiting for his next decision. Wang Ji knew that Duan Qingtian already had an answer in his heart and didn't need to say more. I became a drifter not because I'm afraid of death, and I'm not coming back with you because I can't stand this miserable life here. I'm doing it for Zhang Ming, to continue living for him, to find the light he always yearned for. Duan Qingtian trembled as he held the gun and access card with determination in his eyes, looking at the 5 of them. At this moment, Laoyi couldn't help but step forward and hug Duan Qingtian. The two soldiers, in this instant, were simply sympathizing with each other. Wang Ji and Su Muing exchanged a glance and stood up, saying, "Old Duan, welcome to the team, Sunset Glow. Let's head back." When leaving, Wang Ji went to Wang Yaoxing's room. "I brought the person back. This time, I really owe you a favor, Director Wang." Wang Ji greeted Wang Yaoxing. "All right, I'll handle the remaining procedures myself. You all can head back," Wang Yaoxing replied readily. Wang Ji wasn't surprised by Wang Yaoxing's attitude. The district leaders managing the drifters had relatively low authority. The Dawn Tower often favored teams with higher value. In the Dawn Tower, the departments with higher authority belonged to the Guard Department, Command Department, Medical Room, Biological Research Room, and Research Room, all of which had significant practical contributions to the Dawn Tower. The 6 of them exited the drifter area. Since Zhang Ming's access card identity hadn't been cancelled yet, Duan Qingtian directly replaced Zhang Ming's identity, existing in Wang Ji's team under Zhang Ming's name. This way, it also saved them from going through the tedious procedures of joining the team. Just as Wang Ji's group was about to return to the 3rd floor, they suddenly saw several bloodied individuals rushing out from the entrance area. Chapter 92. Redesign. Wang Ji looked at the people running out, somewhat puzzled. When he saw that one of them was Wu Changzheng, the deputy captain of the guard team, he was shocked. Wang Ji stopped in his tracks, looking at Wu Changzheng at the entrance, along with 7 soldiers, all looking disheveled. He didn't know what they had experienced, but it must have been something significant for the people of Dawn Tower to go outside. However, the only thing Wang Ji could confirm was that Wu Changzheng was one of Jieshi's people, and this matter must be related to her. It seemed he would have to make another trip to see her. "By the way, you all head back first. Lao Duan and I need to get some clothes made." Wang Ji pointed at the weighted clothing he was wearing. The two went to the trading hall, where Wang Ji instructed the responsible personnel to replicate the outfit he was wearing and tailor a set for Duan Qingtian, with a weight limit similar to Lao He's, increased to 35 kilograms. Wang Ji also purchased a Nepalese long curved knife and a fully equipped automatic rifle for Duan Qingtian, spending a total of 1,000 survival points. The price drop in the armory indeed saved Wang Ji's team a lot of survival points. "Old Duan, do you need anything else? Just say it." Wang Ji gently patted Duan Qingtian's arm. "This is enough. Buying too much. I can't carry it all," Duan Qingtian said, lifting the Lesink's dun in his hand. Hearing this from Duan Qingtian, Wang Ji also thought of their weight issue. The design of the Dawn Tower's protective suit still had room for upgrades. For example, the current chemical warfare combat suit could only carry 3 grenades and 5 spare magazines at the waist, and the fit of the combat suit was somewhat inadequate, slightly affecting operational details. Thinking of this, Wang Ji came up with the idea of redesigning a new combat suit. After leaving the trading hall, Wang Ji took Duan Qingtian to the medical room. When Duan Qingtian learned about the virus antibody vaccine, he was also surprised, fully aware of what it meant. Upon entering, Wang Ji saw Sophie and asked if there were any vaccines left. "Humph, consider yourselves lucky. The upper management allocated vaccines for your team based on 6 members. After you 5 are done, there is indeed 1 left." Sophie glanced at Duan Qingtian, clearly understanding that he was the new member of Wang Ji's team. After getting the virus antibody vaccine, the two returned to their residence. Wang Ji arranged for Duan Qingtian to stay in Zhang Ming's old room, and then had Lao He go over to talk to Duan Qingtian about recent events to help him integrate into this new environment faster. In the living room, Su Muing and the others were still watching the soap opera from last time. It seemed this group was taking advantage of Duan Qingtian's arrival to skip training. Wang Ji helplessly found a notebook and a pen, starting to brainstorm ideas for a new type of combat suit. Wang Ji thought that if he designed a suit with better practicality than the previous one, he could submit the design drawings to the Dawn Tower and then sell it at a markup over the cost price. However, most teams already had protective gear, and generally, teams that weren't wealthy wouldn't pursue such extreme equipment. Even if it was better than what the Dawn Tower had, very few would actually buy it. Wang Ji sketched on the paper, configuring 5 pockets for carrying spare magazines on each side of the ribs, with one side for pistol ammunition and the other for rifle ammunition. Thickening the chest area, Wang Ji muttered softly as he continued to draw. Su Muing, who was intently watching a soap opera, suddenly turned her head and looked at Wang Ji with curiosity. "What's wrong, Ingjia?" Wang Ji, who was drawing, was startled by Su Muying's sudden action. "What did you just say?" "I said the chest should be thicker," Wang Ji said halfway through, suddenly realizing something was off. "Oh, are you saying someone's chest should be thicker?" Su Muing raised an eyebrow and said teasingly, "It's not about anyone's chest. I'm designing our chemical warfare combat suit, and the chest area needs to be thicker," Wang Ji quickly explained. "Oh, then continue. Just remember to use black for the final color." Su Muing thought for a moment, and then ignored Wang Ji, turning back to continue watching her show. Thickening the chest of the combat suit can effectively prevent fatal injuries. If the virus antibody vaccine really works, as long as they can survive, everything else is not a problem. As for the color, Wang Ji would also choose black. They couldn't possibly be wandering outside at night in green or white, could they? Wang Ji then designed a pocket on both sides of the arms for spare use. He added straps on the sides of the legs for carrying daggers and designed a grenade pouch with a capacity of 5 on one side of the waist. On the other side, Wang Ji planned to install a grappling hook propulsion device. The grappling hook can shoot out like a bullet, and then claws will extend from all sides to secure its position. When the user presses the retraction trigger, gas will drive the fan to reel in the cable of the fixed device, pulling the user to the location of the grappling hook. Wang Ji had seen this grappling hook before. It was somewhat expensive in terms of equipment price and fuel, and since its practicality wasn't very high, he hadn't bought it. Now it seems that this mobility device could really save lives. After finishing the sketch, Wang Ji nodded in satisfaction, admiring the combat suit that only he could understand. Let's go eat. Wang Ji put away the sketch and stood up, looking at the three who were captivated by the soap opera. Wang Ji then went into the room to call Duan He and the others, and the 6 of them went to the third-floor restaurant together. At that moment, Duan Qingtian had changed significantly from when they first saw him. He had changed his clothes, shaved his beard, and had his hair styled by Lao He, looking much more spirited. Today, Lao Duan is joining us, so let's order something good. Everyone eat more, Wang Ji said, primarily ordering some high-nutrition dishes for Duan Qingtian to help him quickly recover from temporary malnutrition. After the meal, it was another plate cleaning operation, with the fatty around. Wang Ji and the others never left leftovers. I haven't eaten this full in a long time. Fatty leaned back in his chair, rubbing his belly. This time, Wang Ji ordered a bit too much, spending 80 survival points. After the price increase of food, their 5-person meals were previously controlled to about 20 survival points each. With breakfast at 10 points and lunch and dinner at 20 points each, just enough to offset the 50 survival points they earned from a day's training. After leaving the restaurant, the 6 entered their free activity time. Wang Ji took Luli alone again and headed towards the guard headquarters on the first floor. He couldn't forget the scene at the entrance, where Wu Changzheng and those 7 soldiers had left a deep impression on him. Chapter 93. What will you use to exchange? Wang Ji brought Zhao Luli to the guard headquarters, and this time, the same guard was still standing at the entrance. The guard recognized Wang Ji, and this time, Wang Ji directly took out his magnetic card and approached the guard, not giving him a chance to speak. After notifying, Wang Ji arrived at Jieshi's room. As soon as he entered, he felt a chilling killing intent, which was naturally released by Jieshi. Wang Ji had never felt such a strong killing intent from Jieshi before. This time she was sitting alone in the room, radiating a strong killing intent. And Wang Ji began to feel some fear. He was afraid that Jieshi would transfer this emotion onto him. Sit. Jieshi glanced at Wang Ji and said. Wang Ji stood dazedly 3 meters away from Jieshi after entering the room, not daring to approach, until Jieshi told him to sit down. Captain Jieshi. I saw Captain Wu and the others coming back from outside just now. Did something happen? Wang Ji asked cautiously. There were 30 people when they went out. Jieshi said, lowering her head and trying hard to suppress the anger in her heart. Wang Ji was shocked to hear there were 30 people. What did it mean that only 8 had returned? What was the Dawn Tower doing? What happened out there? Wang Ji asked the question he was most concerned about. Mutated zombies, Jieshi said flatly. Mutated zombies? As far as I know, mutated zombies shouldn't be able to kill that many people, right? Wang Ji questioned. He recalled the phantom zombie, which could at most ambush and kill 1 or 2 people. After revealing itself a few times, it was enough to injure it. According to the descriptions of those who returned, they encountered a type of zombie with extremely strong defenses. Ordinary bullets and weapons were ineffective against it. Even with strong defenses, that shouldn't lead to so many deaths. If they couldn't fight back, they could run, right? Wang Ji thought for a moment and found that wasn't enough to cause such great losses. The most important thing is that countless zombies were ambushed there. Once you enter that place, that mutated zombie will howl and summon the surrounding ambushed zombies, coming from all directions. Then how did Captain Wu and the others escape? According to Wang Ji's understanding, once surrounded by a horde of zombies, breaking through would be extremely difficult, considering the possibility of complete annihilation. They left 8 people to observe from a distance. If the situation went south, they would quickly retreat. At least we would still have intelligence, Jieshi explained. Wang Ji could now conclude that the place they went to was the site of eternal death in the apocalypse. So what should we do next? Wang Ji asked his second most concerned question, the strategic direction of the Dawn Tower. Upon hearing this, Jieshi suddenly looked up. her gaze sharp as she looked at Wang Ji. What I'm telling you now is information exchanged for dozens of lives. You need to think carefully about what you can use to exchange for this information. Wang Ji was momentarily confused, wondering what he could use to exchange. However, Jieshi's information was already shocking enough. What could he offer that would be worth such a price? Also, what did Jieshi want? These questions instantly connected in Wang Ji's mind. Initially, the eternal death of the apocalypse, the Dawn Tower was uncertain about what was there, so they sent people to investigate. After failing to gather information, it was certain it wasn't another shelter, leading to the conclusion that there were mutated species there. After learning about the mutated species, the Dawn Tower directly issued a bounty and sent Wu Changjing to lead nearly 30 people again, with the objective of exterminating the mutated species. But what benefits could exterminating the mutated species bring to the Dawn Tower? At this point, he suddenly realized the crystal core inside the mutated species head. The Dawn Tower wanted the crystal core. Did the Dawn Tower already know the function of the crystal core? If she wanted his crystal core from the start, she should have brought it up long ago. Was she planning to use the crystal core in her hand to report? Only in this way could no one else sacrifice themselves there for nothing. Thinking of this, Wang Ji spoke up. I don't have the item on me, but I can bring it to you later. Talking with you is still so easy. Jieshi's lips curled into a slight smile. Wang Ji remained silent, quietly waiting for Jieshi's next words. You also saw that the Dawn Tower's attitude is very firm, and their purpose is clear. No one expected that place to be so dangerous. I can only do this now, and the Dawn Tower will continue to collect these crystal cores in the future. Does the Dawn Tower already know the function of the crystal core? Wang Ji placed his hands on the table, slightly excited. Jieshi shook her head, and when Wang Ji saw her shake her head, the spark of hope in his heart was instantly extinguished. It's not that they already know, they've always known. Jieshi said again. What? You mean they've always known? Wang Ji was somewhat incredulous. Then why did Jieshi say she didn't know when she first held the Python crystal core? Why are you so excited? I only know a little bit superficially. I truly don't know exactly how to use it, but I can tell you its function. Jieshi replied calmly. I'm all ears. Wang Ji's hands were already slightly sweating. He was imagining himself having superpowers, dominating everything instantly. The function is actually very simple. It's like a key that unlocks the shackles of the human body, raising your body's limits from capped to uncapped, just like me. After saying that, Jieshi quickly threw a punch right at Wang Ji's face. After the punch, Wang Ji was stunned. This seemed to be Jieshi's full strength. He only remembered that in that instant, his face felt like it was in a fierce windstorm, with the surrounding air dissipated. With that iron fist, his head would probably be knocked off directly. Thud. You said there is no shortcut to getting stronger? Wang Ji swallowed nervously and said, there is no shortcut. Do you think unlocking the shackles means you automatically get stronger? Breaking through the limit requires several times the effort of ordinary people. Most people, even without limits, still remain where they are. Jieshi said disdainfully. Then when did you unlock the shackles? Wang Ji asked. That is a long story, but you already know enough. Just hurry back and bring me what I want. After saying that, Jieshi sat back down and gave a dismissal order. Wang Ji wisely didn't ask further, got up, and left the guard headquarters with Galilei. Today's conversation with Jie gave Wang Ji so much information that he doubted his own life. Not to mention the outside matters, just the function of this crystal core alone was enough to make his heart restless. Chapter 94. Destined for greatness in the future. Wang Ji and the others returned to the residence, while the rest were still outside freely roaming. Wang Ji went to the cabinet in the corner and took out the crystal core. Since Jieshi asked for it, he naturally had to hand it over. After all, keeping it wouldn't serve any purpose. Moreover, the method of using the crystal core wasn't as simple as imagined. Wang Ji trusted Jieshi and believed she wouldn't harm them. Taking the crystal core, Wang Ji and Liu Lai returned to Jieshi. After receiving the crystal core, Jieshi patted Wang Ji's shoulder satisfactorily and then turned to leave. Actually, Wang Ji had discovered long ago during his confrontation with Jieshi that in terms of speed and strength, she had surpassed the range of normal people. He had always wondered how Jieshi managed it, but when he asked, she brushed him off saying there were no shortcuts. But that was indeed true. Before breaking through, physical fitness must first reach its limit. When it comes to limits, Wang Ji believed that among their group, only Su Muying was most likely to have touched the limit. As for Duan He and the other, their physical fitness still had some distance from the matching limit. The rest, Fatty, Liu Lai, and himself, could only be considered beginners. In terms of physical ability, the gap among them might not be large, but in strength and speed, there was still a long way to go. This was not something that could be achieved overnight. 10 years to sharpen a sword, why lose to last-minute polishing? Wang Ji returned to the residence again and found that no one was back yet. So he lay on the sofa continuing to draw his design sketches. After a while, Fatty and Su Muying returned first. What are you two doing? Wang Ji asked, looking at the bags full of items Fatty was carrying. Sister Ing wanted to go to the first floor to buy some things, and she dragged me along as a pack mule, Fatty said, placing the pile of items on the table. Wow, what is all this? So many? Wang Ji looked at the table full of bags. Shampoo, body wash, skincare products, toothpaste, and various clothes. I can't even remember all the rest, Fatty said, rubbing his forehead as he lay on the sofa. After hearing Fatty, Wang Ji suddenly remembered their hygiene supplies were almost used up. Being clean is good. Wang Ji nodded. These things cost more than 500 survival points. Fatty whispered close to Wang Ji's face. Damn. Just as Wang Ji started to speak, he noticed Su Muying still rummaging through the stuff behind them and whispered, Is it really that extravagant? It is. Fatty nodded. This isn't hygiene supplies. It's luxury goods. Hey, what are you two whispering about? Su Muying saw them sneaking around and asked. Nothing. Just thinking Sister Ing is great for still caring about our hygiene. Wang Ji said smiling. Get lost. These are for me and Liu Lai. What would you big men use? Su Muying said disdainfully. Though Su Muying said that, she still bought hygiene supplies for Wang Ji and the others. Here, use these, Su Muying said, tossing 4 bars of soap to Wang Ji. No way, Sister Ing, you don't expect us to wash our hair with soap, do you? Wang Ji said, half laughing and half crying. That's multifunctional soap. Wash hair, face, body, and clothes, all no problem. Su Muying glared at them. After hearing this, Wang Ji couldn't argue. Fatty, next time she drags you to the first floor, you should take her to get a manicure first. Wang Ji pulled Fatty close and said softly, Manicure? Why? Fatty asked puzzled. Wouldn't a manicure take at least an hour or two? She won't have time to wander around then. Wang Ji said slyly. Brilliant. Fatty gave Wang Ji a thumbs up and a 5-star rating. But, Captain Wang, didn't you realize we might be overlooking something? Fatty suddenly said seriously. Overlooking what? Wang Ji was puzzled and slowly turned his head, noticing Liu Lai sitting nearby staring intently at them with a blank expression. Fatty saw Wang Ji's action and also turned to look at Liu Lai. Liu Lai, you're here too? Haha, you heard everything, right? It's all Captain Wang's idea, nothing to do with me. Remember, nothing to do with me. Fatty said and quickly slipped back to his room. Hee, Liu Lai, we have a good relationship, right? Wang Ji showed what he thought was a friendly smile. Liu Lai nodded. So you didn't hear anything just now? Wang Ji coaxed. Liu Lai nodded again. Not bad. Destined for greatness in the future. Wang Ji nodded to Liu Lai with satisfaction and lay back down to continue revising his sketches. After a while, Duan He and the other returned, sweating heavily. It turned out they had gone training. Seeing their discipline, Wang Ji couldn't help but admire them. Seeing everyone gathered, Wang Ji called them all to the living room. Come on, time for a meeting. Wang Ji stood up and sat upright on the sofa. Speak quickly. After this, we still have to eat. Su Muying said casually, sitting on the back of the sofa. It's about the Doomsday Eternal and the Crystal Core. Doomsday Eternal? What happened to them? Duan Qingtian asked upon hearing the team name. Didn't he tell you? Their team was wiped out outside. The cause was found. That place not only had a mutated zombie, but also countless ordinary zombies buried around. Once you enter, you get overwhelmed and buried by a horde of zombies. Wang Ji described the situation to everyone. But didn't Tang Kailan say mutated zombies also attack their own kind? He raised a question. Tang Kailan is probably right, but that is only regarding the swift zombies he described. The mutated zombies at Doomsday Eternal might command and control other zombies. Wang Ji shared his guess. Then Captain Wang, how do you know this? Fatty asked. When we came back from the first floor today, I saw the guard team members fleeing terribly from outside. I went to Jieshi to find out. If they hadn't left a few people watching from afar, probably none of their 30 people would have returned. Damn, in that case, isn't that bounty mission just a big pit? Whoever jumps in will die. The fat man complained. There's no way around it. At the beginning of the Dawn Tower, we didn't know what the situation was like there, Wang Ji said helplessly. What about the crystal core? Su Muying asked from behind. The matter of the crystal core is significant. Chapter 95. Because it's too simple. As soon as the crystal core was mentioned, the few people present instinctively leaned closer to Wang Ji. Even Su Muying, who was sitting against the back of the sofa, moved to sit on the sofa, waiting for Wang Ji to speak. The Dawn Tower had long known the function of the crystal core, but they had not yet figured out how to use it safely and effectively. What is its function? The fat man asked anxiously. The current physical abilities of humans actually have a limit, and the role of the crystal core is to allow people to break through this limit and become limitless. Jieshi is currently in this state. After Wang Ji finished speaking, The few people in front of him fell silent, each lost in thought. Almost exactly like Wang Ji stayed at that time. No wonder when we killed the giant python, she jumped nearly 5 meters high. I was still wondering if she was human. Lao He slowly spoke. So if we use the crystal core to break through, can we also jump 5 meters high like Captain Jieshi? The fat man asked with yearning. In theory, yes, it depends on how far you can train yourself. It's like now. If you haven't reached your physical limit, the crystal core won't be of any use to you and certainly won't let you soar. Wang Ji explained to the fat man. How long do we have to train to reach that? The fat man complained, covering his head with both hands. So from now on, we need to work hard on training to reach our limits as soon as possible. Wang Ji smiled at the fat man. Hee. How can you be so sure that the Dawn Tower will let us use the crystal core? Su Muing sneered. As long as we have enough survival points. If the Dawn Tower doesn't sell it, we have no way around it. After all, the technology is in their hands, Wang Ji said helplessly. While Wang Ji and the others were talking, Ling Yao also issued a new notification, stating that the bounty mission had been taken offline. It seems that Jieshi has already settled her side of things, Wang Ji thought after seeing the message. So what should we do next? Duan Qingtian asked. Wang Ji looked at the outing time on Ling Yao. There were still 23 days left. We need to strengthen ourselves. Let's train hard for these 20 days. The situation outside is continuously worsening, and we must keep growing. Are there any questions? Wang Ji finished speaking and looked at the others. Seeing everyone shake their heads, Wang Ji stood up to dismiss the meeting. The group went to the dining room to have dinner. During the meal, Wang Ji unexpectedly ran into Tang Kailan, who was armed and accompanied by 5 women, heading to the elevator. It seems they are going out today, Lao He said, watching their retreating figures. These people are really something, even bringing a rocket launcher, Duan Qingtian remarked, looking into the distance. We have heavy weapons too, but they are inconvenient to carry and not used lightly. It seems that Tang Kailan knows their mission is not simple, Wang Ji said. Oh, Captain Wang is having dinner? Just as Wang Ji and the others were discussing Tang Kailan, the Flying Tiger team, led by Long Yi, sat at the table next to Wang Ji, greeting him. What a coincidence, Captain Long, Wang Ji replied with a smile. In fact, there is no unified mealtime here. Each team has its own biological clock. For Wang Ji and them, it's dinner time, but for others, it might be breakfast or lunch. Captain Wang, when will you go outside again? Long Yi asked casually while eating. We just came back a few days ago, so it will be at least 20 days later. Sigh. We have to go out in the next 2 days, Long Yi sighed. In the next 2 days? Have you already taken on a mission? Yes. We need to go out to collect at least half a ton of petroleum products. Wow, you guys are so lucky. This mission seems too simple, right? Just find a place with a lot of vehicles and drain all the fuel from the tanks, and the mission will be easily completed. The fat man said enviously from the side. Yeah. With such a good mission, why are you still sighing? Wang Ji was also puzzled. It's precisely because it's too simple. This half-ton only gives 1,500 survival points, which isn't enough for us brothers to spend, Long Yi replied. Wang Ji was also taken aback after hearing this. Half a ton only gives 1,500 survival points? That means only 3 survival points per liter, which is indeed a bit low. Perhaps the Dawn Tower wants you to get more, like a few tons, then you'd have more survival points, the fat man said. Don't be ridiculous, fat man. Don't give people bad ideas. How would they transport a few tons of oil back? Most vehicles are practically scrap now. Should Captain Long and the others carry it back barrel by barrel? Wang Ji shot a glance at the fat man. There's no way around it. We just upgraded to a level 3 team and don't have many survival points left. Plus, everything is getting more expensive now. If we rely solely on this 1,500 survival points, it really won't be enough for the 6 of us for a month, Long Yi said helplessly. It's okay, Captain Long. There are still many extra benefits outside, like rescuing survivors or finding other useful supplies. When you bring them back, you can convert them into survival points as well. Wang Ji consoled. Haha, now that you mention it, we can indeed get some more survival points, Long Yi said with a bitter smile. Wang Ji now realized that most teams seem not very wealthy. A team like theirs with over 20,000 survival points might have become the ceiling among level 3 teams. After Zhao Yan's death, the 10,000 survival points were all given to them by Jieshi, and later Zhang Ming joined with 5,000 survival points. These were enough to allow Wang Ji and his team to lead other teams by several outings. After dinner, Wang Ji returned to his residence and checked their recent account of survival points. Since the training reward system was restored, the 5 of them had collectively received 550 survival points, and the 2 pieces of information about mutated species he posted were sold for 1,100 survival points. The total amount of survival points obtained by the team had reached 50150, which met the conditions for upgrading to a level 4 team. After deducting various expenses like water, electricity, and food, there were still 25650 survival points remaining. Looking at the huge amount of survival points in the account, Wang Ji couldn't help but feel emotional. These more than 20,000 survival points were enough to help 2 new teams soar and directly upgrade to level 3 teams. In fact, Wang Ji didn't think upgrading to a level 3 team was far off. With 10,000 survival points, completing 2 successful missions would be enough to upgrade. On the contrary, Wang Ji felt that level 3 teams just barely crossed the threshold. The truly core teams still depended on the level 4 teams that differed by a full 40,000 survival points. A level 4 team, in a sense, is the sum of 5 level 3 teams. Chapter 96. Aren't you afraid she'll feel inferior? In the following days, Wang Ji successfully completed the design of his chemical defense combat suit. When he finished the drawings of the combat suit, the 5 of them marveled at Wang Ji's drawing skills and couldn't help but praise him. It would be a waste not to be a cartoonist. Seeing that everyone had no questions, Wang Ji took the drawings to the weapons hall, called over a responsible person, and communicated with him to customize the chemical defense combat suit based on the drawings. Since there was a design, the person in charge readily accepted the commission. Wang Ji waited in the hall for the person in charge to estimate the price. The materials for the combat suit were still the same as before, while the gloves, knees, and elbows were all made of carbon fiber. Compared to other metals, carbon fiber composite materials can achieve an 80 weight reduction, and its hardness is 5 times that of steel. Its excellent performance makes it the preferred material for joint armor in combat suits. After a long wait, the price has been estimated for you. The cost price is 420 survival points, plus an additional 30 survival points for production costs, totaling 450 survival points. The person in charge said with a smile. 6 sets. Wang Ji responded without hesitation. The prices here are not negotiable like at a market. If you can accept it, you proceed. If not, you just have to save up more. Wang Ji thought the 30 survival points for production labor was not expensive. What was expensive was the cost. By the way, can I apply for a patent on this design? Wang Ji asked. Patent? The person in charge looked a bit puzzled. Yes. Just list my set of clothes in your menu, priced at 500 survival points. After deducting your 450 survival points for production costs, the remaining 50 points will be transferred to our team's account. What do you think? If someone buys your design, that can certainly be arranged. The person in charge was initially taken aback, but then agreed. It was his first time encountering someone doing this kind of business. Wang Ji went to the front desk and settled the payment of 2,700 survival points for the 6 combat suits. The staff then began to carefully measure the sizes of the 6 individuals from head to toe. On the way back, news broke out from the Dawn Tower that another Tier 3 team had encountered trouble. Seeing others discussing it, Wang Ji asked Fatty to inquire. After a while, Fatty returned, somewhat cheerful, saying, the team that got into trouble was that bespectacled weaklings team. This time they lost 2 members outside. Tang Kailan. Wang Ji frowned. Yes, when they left. Those people were even carrying a rocket launcher, looking impressive, but they ended up losing 2 members. Ha! Fatty said gleefully. Wang Ji had a habit of wanting to be second in everything, not first. For Wang Ji's plans, Tang Kailan's mishap was actually bad news. He had hoped Tang Kailan would quickly improve his strength and challenge Tier 4 teams, so Tang Kailan's team could become the new leader among citizens. And Wang Ji wouldn't have to worry about him feeling lonely at the top. Currently, among the Tier 3 teams, Wang Ji favored Tang Kailan's team from Reincarnation, Dragon E from the Flying Tigers, and another team named Hidden Dragon. The Hidden Dragon team was special because the captain was a woman with a dragon tattoo over her shoulder, and the team consisted of 5 men. Due to some special reasons, Wang Ji had not gone to get to know them, but had only given a superficial evaluation based on everyday training observations. As for Tang Kailan, although he was quite averse to communication, he hadn't done anything out of line, and he already knew about the mutated species before Wang Ji did. So Wang Ji concluded that Tang Kailan was not as simple as he seemed. Regarding Dragon E from the Flying Tigers, he was a team Wang Ji focused on because if there was a need for cooperation in the future, Wang Ji would prioritize the Flying Tigers. 3 days later, the chemical protection combat suits Wang Ji customized were finally ready. Upon receiving the goods, Wang Ji couldn't wait and immediately rushed back to his room to try on the combat suit. It must be said that the craftsmanship at Dawn Tower is quite good. Whether in length or fit, everything was just right, customized to each person's physique. After Wang Ji put it on and stepped out of the room, the others also came out one by one in their suits. Wang Ji looked at everyone's black combat suits and nodded in satisfaction. The finished product met his expectations. Liulai, you should eat more, otherwise it would be a loss to make a suit, Wang Ji said, looking at the somewhat shorter Jia Liulai beside him. It's okay. I'll help her earn it back, Su Muing, who had just come out of her room, said confidently. Sister Ing, aren't you afraid that Li Yulai will feel inferior with what you said? Wang Ji said with some concern. We're good sisters. She won't take it to heart, right? Little Li Yulai? Su Muing rolled her eyes at Wang Ji and turned to rub Li Yulai's chest with both hands. Seeing the two playfully teasing each other, Wang Ji didn't bother to intervene. As everyone's combat suits fit well, and there was nothing else to modify, Wang Ji confirmed the receipt through Ling Ling Yao. After changing back into their weighted suits, Wang Ji and the six embarked on their training journey again. Upon arriving at the training ground, Wang Ji discovered that the flying tigers, who had been missing for many days, had now reappeared at the training ground. Looking at the number of people, there were still the same 6 as before. It seemed that the difficulty of the flying tigers mission this time was indeed not high. They just needed to spend a lot of time transporting resources. Congratulations, Captain Long, on returning safely. Wang Ji stepped forward to congratulate him. Haha, not at all. It was just good luck. Not many zombies encountered, Long Yi humbly replied upon seeing Wang Ji. So, how were the rewards this time? Not bad. Half a ton of oil was brought back, along with a bunch of miscellaneous living supplies. By the way, if I remember correctly, Captain Wang is also about to go out soon, right? Long Yi continued to ask. Yeah, in just over a week. Time flies, sigh, Wang Ji sighed. Then I'll wish Captain Wang in advance that you can take on a high-reward mission, Long Yi said, clenching his fist. Don't. I still prefer your kind of safe missions. Wang Ji raised his palm. With their current survival points, Wang Ji was also eager to take on those kinds of tasks that involve picking up garbage, steadily earning 1,000 or 2,000 survival points comfortably. What Wang Ji least wanted to encounter now were mutated species, although they had good things in their heads. If he encountered them, it could really cost lives. Wang Ji would never think it was just bad luck for him, as many Tier 1, Tier 2, and even Tier 3 teams had also encountered mutated species, but they didn't make it back alive, which was why the Dawn Tower had so little information about mutated species. Chapter 97. Taking on a task. Long Yi also realized that Wang Ji didn't like to take on big tasks. So he changed his words. Then I wish Captain Wang a smooth and safe return. Okay. Wang Ji nodded and turned to train. Wang Ji had previously thought that if he received those tricky tasks again, he would just stroll around the city outskirts, do some hunting, and pick up some garbage. But later he realized that the main source of survival points still had to come from task rewards. If it was just picking up garbage, it wasn't impossible. But the rewards from tasks that others completed in 3 or 4 days were equivalent to someone picking up garbage for a month. Conversely, staying outside for a month would definitely be much more dangerous than staying for 3 days. So most people's approach was to take a task once a month and pick up some garbage along the way. Unless it was a situation where their survival points were exhausted and they really couldn't make ends meet. They would go outside to pick up some garbage to convert into survival points, barely maintaining their livelihood. The randomness of taking on tasks was like a lottery. If you drew a prize and went to redeem it at that location, only to encounter mutated species, it would be like hitting the jackpot. This involved 2 unknown factors, making survivors very passive. After more than 2 weeks of recovery training, Duan Qingtian returned to his previous state. And Wang Ji could also clearly feel the changes in his body after taking off the weighted suit. It felt like all the strength in his body had no place to vent, and he almost felt like he could fly and run on walls. Feeling like he could smash a sandbag with a punch. Wang Ji and the others aimed to reach their physical limits as quickly as possible. If they didn't feel severely fatigued at night when they went to sleep, they had to increase the intensity the next day, pushing their bodies to the current limit every day. With 3 days left before taking on tasks, today was Wang Ji's last day of training, leaving the remaining 3 days for recovery. At this moment, Wang Ji was slumped weakly on the bed, staring blankly into the surrounding darkness. Recently, Su Muing had been considerate and didn't ask Wang Ji to give them massages. Everyone was exhausted every day, unable to spare extra energy to attend to others. The two beside him had long since fallen asleep. Although Wang Ji was tired, he still couldn't fall asleep. Unsure if it was because of the rest day tomorrow or the upcoming lottery for going out, Wang Ji dragged his heavy body into the living room. Whenever he couldn't sleep, he liked to curl up on the living room sofa, turn on Ling Ling Yao, and watch movies. Only this way could he distract himself and calm his restless heart. He didn't know how long it had been when he was awakened by the sound of the movie playing on Ling Ling Yao. The lights in the room were still off, indicating that the others were not awake yet. Wang Ji got up and moved his stiff shoulders, thinking about what to eat for breakfast when he saw Lao He walking out of his room. You got up pretty early, Lao He said to Wang Ji, who was stretching in the living room. I just got up too, Wang Ji replied. Did you sleep on the sofa all night again? Lao He asked, looking at the turned-on Ling Ling Yao. Yeah, I couldn't sleep, so I came to watch a movie to kill some time. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just do your best, Lao He said. Yeah, Wang Ji fell silent for a moment. He knew Lao He was talking about the outing in 3 days. Ever since Zhang Ming's accident, he felt he had changed, becoming timid and increasingly fearful. Going from leading everyone as the first outing team from Dawn Tower to now wanting to take on missions only at the last moment. It turned out that what was truly terrifying was not death, but witnessing the death of someone you care about. Let's go buy breakfast, Wang Ji snapped back to reality, calling Lao He to head out. In the past half-month, 7 new teams had advanced to the 3rd level, increasing the total from 18 to 25. As he watched the growing number of teams at the 3rd level, Wang Ji sincerely hoped they would grow strong quickly and give birth to a 4th-level team to take the lead. After a while, the two returned to the residence with 20 buns. By this time, everyone who needed to be up was already awake, except for Fatty, who was still sleeping in the room. Wang Ji didn't wake him. After all, it's not easy to sleep in. In the end, the 5 of them left 3 buns for Fatty while getting up from the dining table. Today was a very special day, the day for drawing missions. Because preparations and plans needed to be made in advance, missions were generally taken 2 to 3 days early. When Fatty finally woke up, the 6 of them sat on the sofa, staring at Ling Ling Yao's mission bar. Wang Ji silently prayed in his heart, hoping they wouldn't get a mission to collect medicine. Sakura, how about you take the mission? After staring at Ling Ling Yao for a while, Wang Ji decided to let someone else take it. Ling Ling Yao, take the outing mission. Sumu Sakura shot Wang Ji a glance and decisively spoke to Ling Ling Yao. Mission accepted. Mission objective, rescue at least 5 survivors. Mission reward. If you successfully rescue 5 or more survivors, a reward of 500 survival points per person will be calculated. If you fail to rescue 5 survivors, a reward of 100 survival points per person will be calculated. Wang Ji read the mission carefully, word by word. It seemed that the casualty rate of the outing teams from Dawn Tower had begun to rise recently, turning the rescue of survivors into a main mission. On the surface, this mission looked good. Normally, rescuing 1 survivor would yield a reward of 100 survival points, but this time, if the conditions were met, it would directly become 5 times the reward. Saving 1 person equaled saving 5. But in reality, the great disaster outside had passed for 3 months, and there were very few who could still survive out there. Although 5 people didn't seem like many, they might not even encounter anyone at all. This mission could lead to 2 extreme outcomes. Either we find a camp with plenty of survivors, or we just end up picking up trash and returning empty-handed. Wang Ji analyzed the mission to the others. That's true. With the outside being so dangerous, the ones who have survived must have some skills, Lao He agreed. Actually, the reward isn't that important. What's important is that we can act freely without having to go to a specific place. From a safety perspective, this mission taken by Sakura is indeed good, Wang Ji praised. When has my luck ever been bad? Sumu Sakura said dismissively, brushing her silver hair. Alright, then let's all take the next 3 days to rest. 3 days later, we set off. Wang Ji stood up from the sofa, slightly excited. After a while, Wang Ji took the 6 of them to the weapon hall to prepare supplies for their outing. Wang Ji bought 6 grappling hook devices, 18 high-explosive grenades, a total of 5,000 rounds of different types of ammunition for every 1S guns, and 12 signal smoke bombs. This totaled 2250 survival points. And looking at the expensive price list, Wang Ji suddenly remembered that the military discount event had ended. Chapter 98. She ultimately became insecure after buying the ammunition. Wang Ji took Kia Li to the food supply section. This time, he planned to search for a maximum of 7 days outside. So the food was also allocated for 7 days. 7 days was Wang Ji's bottom line. If they still hadn't found any survivors by then, they would have to retreat and return no matter what. While Wang Ji was selecting supplies, he felt a tug at the hem of his clothes behind him. He turned around to see Kia Li tugging at him. What's wrong, Li? Wang Ji asked. Captain, what should I eat to be like Sister Sakura? Kia Li said softly, looking down. Wang Ji was taken aback for a moment after hearing her, then looked at her chest, realizing she had ultimately become insecure. Ahem. Li, actually, you're pretty good just the way you are, Wang Ji said, not knowing what else to say, trying to comfort her. Really? Kia Li finally raised her head to ask. Yeah. Wang Ji nodded firmly, knowing he should give her confidence. With Wang Ji's affirmation, Kia Li's lips gradually revealed a smile. In the end, Wang Ji spent 300 survival points to buy 7 days' worth of food supplies for the 6 of them. The two carried several large bags of food back. On the way back, a little girl suddenly blocked Wang Ji's path. The girl looked to be just over 10 years old. Brother, sister, can you give me some food? I haven't eaten in a long time, the girl said, looking at the food in their hands. Wang Ji looked at the little girl, whose clothes were dirty and ragged. and her face looked like it hadn't been washed in days, which was a bit exaggerated. Little friend, where are the people in your team? Wang Ji smiled and asked. They don't want me anymore. Well, why don't you go to the ecological area? They provide food there. After Wang Ji said this, he intended to bypass the girl, but unexpectedly, she blocked him again and said, please, help me. If I don't get food, they will really kill me. The girl began to sob. Seeing this, Kia Li, who was beside him, couldn't bear it and was about to give the girl some food when Wang Ji pulled her hand out of the bag. That's your own problem. If you have no ability, just go back and be a beggar. Let the citizens' positions be given to those who need them. Wang Ji said, and pulled Kia Li away. Seeing that Wang Ji and Kia Li were weak, the girl waved her hand and made a gesture. Just as Wang Ji took a few steps away, 3 men appeared and blocked his way. Wang Ji frowned, wondering if he was just unlucky or if this level was always like this. Kid, don't be ungrateful. We won't make it hard for you. Leave half of it, and we'll let you pass. One man with a scar on his face arrogantly stepped forward. No, with you acting like this, doesn't Dawn Tower take care of you? Wang Ji looked at the arrogant trio with some confusion. Humph, we neither kill nor hurt anyone. Why should anyone care about us? The scarred man retorted. Oh, interesting. If you neither kill nor hurt anyone, how do you plan to take things from me? With your mouths? Wang Ji looked at them with interest. Of course. We rely on robbery. The scarred man finished speaking, and the 3 of them rushed forward to seize the bags from Wang Ji and Kia Li. Just as the 3 came up close, they were dumbfounded. Wang Ji was holding his Desert Eagle, aiming it at them, ready to fire at any moment. What do you want to do? Are you going to shoot and kill someone here? The scar-faced man suppressed his fear and shouted at Wang Ji. Wang Ji shook his head. No, I just took it out to scare you. The 3 men were stunned for a moment after hearing Wang Ji's words. And the other 2 looked at the scar-faced man. What are you all looking at me for? Does he really dare to shoot? All of you, go for it. Bang. Just as the scar-faced man was about to move forward, Wang Ji actually fired a shot at his feet. The shell clattered to the ground. The 3 men were completely dumbfounded and began to feel like retreating. They didn't expect Wang Ji to actually dare to fire. If you want to beg, then beg honestly. If you want to rob, go rob outside. Wang Ji disdainfully glanced at the 3 men and turned to leave. Just as he was about to leave, members of the security team came from a distance. Although Wang Ji's gun was equipped with a silencer and the sound wasn't loud, the situation could still be seen through surveillance. Leading the security team was Deputy Captain Wu Changzheng. This time, when Wu Changzheng saw Wang Ji, he didn't directly take him away like the first time, but instead approached and asked, Captain Wang, what is going on here? A few beggars popped up and suddenly turned into robbers. Then I got scared and accidentally fired a shot, Wang Ji said casually. After hearing this, Wu Changzheng frowned. Take all those people away. Wu Changzheng waved his hand. By the way, there's also a little girl. She's one of them, Wang Ji said, pointing to the girl who had already run far away, and then turned to leave. For Wang Ji, there were no pitiful people inside the Dawn Tower. Everyone was the same, with hands and feet. Before the apocalypse and after, it was still the same. Survival of the fittest. He despised those who only wanted to gain without labor and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Wang Ji returned to the residence. He planned to find a time to take everyone to practice using the grappling hook. After all, this thing wouldn't be used easily. If the time came to use it, it would definitely be during a crisis, so he had to ensure their stability and safety when using the grappling hook. Wang Ji called the others back on the radio, and after everyone changed into combat gear, they arrived at a training ground surrounded by stone walls. Wang Ji took out the grappling hook and explained the usage to Fatty and Liu Lai. As for Duan Hang and the other 3, there was no need for him to show off. After explaining the theory, they moved on to practice. The firing method of the grappling hook was similar to that of a pistol. Aim at a point and press the launch button. Bang! Wang Ji shot the grappling hook into the wall 6 meters above, then pressed the retraction button, and the cable would retract. With a slight push from his feet, he instantly stood on the 6-meter-high wall. If he wanted to retract the grappling hook, he would press the retraction button again, and the iron claws stuck in the wall would retract, causing the cable to naturally fall off the wall. You guys try it too. After Wang Ji finished speaking, he jumped down from the high wall. The 2 then stuck the grappling hook into the high wall and jumped up together. After several rounds of practice, Wang Ji and the others gradually became familiar with the feeling, and then they began high-level training. The high-level training involved leaping from one side of the high wall to the other side, which required a high level of proficiency and needed to complete 2 actions, fixing and retracting, before landing. They practiced for a while until the gas fuel ran out, and Wang Ji finally stopped the training. Chapter 99, Kaozi Village, January 1st, 2026, overcast. 3 days passed quickly. during which Wang Ji would occasionally take out the map and look at the surrounding layout. Ultimately, he chose the area accessed by elevator number 9. It was relatively underdeveloped, with a smaller population, and this area was currently the most promising in Wang Ji's eyes. In the residence, the 6 were checking their equipment. Fatty had lost his previous cheeky demeanor and was silently organizing his backpack. It's about time, we should go. Wang Ji glanced at Lingling. After that, the 6 of them shouldered their backpacks and headed for the first floor. Upon reaching the first floor, the people passing by looked back at them. Drawn by their complete gear, some envied and yearned for it, while others were jealous and cursed. The 6 entered the number 9 passage, and the elevator reached the end of the stairway. Wang Ji slowly ascended the steps, and during the continuous climb, he could gradually feel the cold from outside. It was 3 degrees colder than the last time he came out. Wang Ji furrowed his brows. In this cold winter, the survivors outside had no air conditioning or heating, and if they wanted to stay warm, they could only burn firewood. Without proper warmth or heating measures, they could very well freeze to death. After walking for a while, the 6 arrived at the iron gate leading to the outside. They opened their gun safeties, ready to face any sudden situations. After everyone was prepared, Wang Ji activated the iron gate. The cold wind outside immediately rushed into the tunnel. Even with Wang Ji wearing warm clothing, he still felt a chill to the bone. Surrounding them was a wild area. Apart from some withered weeds, only a few figures were moving slowly. Wang Ji looked at the figures not far away. They were still wearing tattered short sleeves, and he couldn't help but admire their tenacity. These guys had such strong vitality that they couldn't be frozen to death in the icy cold. Fatty, looking at the slowly moving zombies, quietly switched to his knife and approached them. The small number of zombies made Fatty unusually bold. Just as Fatty got within 10 meters of the zombies' backs, they noticed him and turned to run toward him. From a distance, Wang Ji observed the zombies' movements and found that their speed had slowed down significantly compared to the last time they came out. It seemed that the extreme cold environment also inhibited and weakened the zombies' movements. While Wang Ji was contemplating, Fatty had already taken down a few figures and was posing in what he thought was a cool manner for the 5 of them. Wang Ji called this behavior a courtship display. Where to next? Duan Qingtian asked. Wang Ji looked at the surrounding wilderness. The map indicated that there was a country road leading to the city ahead. Let's head to the country road in front and see if there are any villages along the way. Wang Ji folded the map and walked forward. He felt that villages were relatively safer, with a small population, so they didn't have to worry about being besieged by thousands of zombies. The 6 reached the road of the country road, which was the only way to the provincial road. Many large trucks and fuel tankers had been abandoned on the road. Wang Ji approached one of the fuel tankers and found that the liquid inside had long since drained out. He shook his head, feeling a bit regretful. If one of these fuel tankers had been well preserved, it would have been enough for a team to get rich. Some construction materials inside the truck were still in good condition, but unfortunately, they wouldn't bring any benefits to Wang Ji and the others. Stay close to the roadside. Be careful of zombies behind the vehicles. Wang Ji moved to the side of the road. Occasionally, a few zombies would jump out from the vehicles on the road. Currently, the slowed-down zombies were much easier for Wang Ji and the other 6 to handle than before. How much further? Half an hour later, Su Muing pulled her weapon from a zombie's head and frowned, looking at the surrounding area filled with weeds. Wang Ji was standing on top of a large truck, looking into the distance with binoculars. The high-rise buildings of the city were clearly visible in the distance, while the nearby villages were particularly hidden, possibly obstructed by trees. By my estimate, we have to walk for 4 more hours, Wang Ji shouted. 4 hours, and it'll be dark. Lao He looked at the sky and said, Tonight, let us find a village to rest. Wang Ji leaped down from the top of the truck. What village is around here? Fatty looked at the vast wilderness. We'll keep moving forward. If it doesn't work out, we can find a vehicle and spend the night in it, Wang Ji said as he walked ahead. Half an hour later, Wang Ji arrived at a monument by the side of the road. Kauza village? Let us go in and take a look. Wang Ji turned onto a side path. After walking for a while, Wang Ji discovered that this village was actually in a huge pit. This pit was a massive square hole, probably the reason why the villagers called it Kauza village. Wang Ji looked at the row of rooftops in the pit and estimated that there must be around 10,000 people in this village. The 6 of them did not look for the village entrance, but directly jumped onto the rooftop of the nearest house to the road. There was a zombie wandering in the yard, and upon hearing the noise on the roof, it immediately began to claw at the wall, but unfortunately, it couldn't climb up. Bang! Wang Ji shot it in the head, silencing the zombie. Let's rest in this house for tonight. Wang Ji glanced at the sky. The sun was gradually setting, and he didn't want to move at night unless necessary. First, their night vision goggles had limited battery life, and second, even with night vision goggles, Visibility was nowhere near as comfortable as during the day. Standing on the roof, Wang Ji looked at the densely packed houses in the distance and took out a signal smoke bomb, placing it on the roof to ignite. A plume of red smoke slowly rose. While it was still light outside, he wanted to see if there were any survivors in the village. If they saw his smoke, they would naturally climb onto the roof to look for the source of the smoke, allowing Wang Ji to see them through his binoculars. This signal smoke bomb would last for an hour. If no one climbed onto the roof within that hour, even if there were survivors in the village, he wouldn't search house by house. He wouldn't waste time looking for zombies in every single house. In fact, Wang Ji didn't hold out much hope. After all, 3 months had passed. Unless they were in a large shelter, it was uncertain whether zombies would find them, and once food ran out, they would still have to go out to search for food. This process could be deadly. Time passed as the six sat on the roof. And when the signal smoke on the ground was completely burned out, they had not seen anyone climb onto the roof. Forget it, let's go inside. Wang Ji put away his binoculars and jumped into the yard. Upon entering the house, he found the living room sofa covered in dust, indicating that it had not been touched for a long time. Wang Ji went to the bedroom and saw 2 corpses on the bed. He frowned, realizing that his plan to sleep in the bed was ruined. Chapter 100. Show City. After the six confirmed that the house was safe, Wang Ji moved all the wooden items from the kitchen to the living room, preparing to start a fire for warmth. Although their physical condition could easily cope with the cold weather, who wouldn't want to be comfortable? Crack! Wang Ji used a lighter to ignite the wood shavings on the ground as kindling, successfully lighting the fire. The six gathered around the fire, occasionally adding various pieces of wood, even using a small stool as fuel. They divided into 3 groups for watch. Wang Ji and Lu Li made the first group, Fatty and Su Mu-ing the second, and the last group was Duan He and another person. Wang Ji stared at the campfire, occasionally adding firewood. As the crackling sounds filled the air, outside, zombies could be heard occasionally growling and banging against the wooden door. Initially, Wang Ji thought nothing of it. After all, there weren't many zombies, and they couldn't possibly break the door down, so he stayed silent and continued to stare at the fire in a daze. After a while, Wang Ji began to feel something was off. The strange noises outside were increasing, and the banging on the door was becoming more frequent. Something's wrong, Wang Ji whispered, waking the others who were resting. The group opened their eyes and saw Wang Ji putting out the campfire. It seems something is not right outside, Wang Ji said as he extinguished the fire. Boom! Just as Wang Ji finished speaking, the wooden door at the yard was broken open. Everyone was startled and quickly grabbed their backpacks, turning on their night vision goggles. The moment the door was broken, a horde of zombies surged in. They quickly gathered outside the door in front of Wang Ji, continuously banging against it. Wang Ji looked at the mass of zombies outside and raised his rifle to shoot through the window, first killing the zombies in the front row to ensure the door wouldn't be broken down. Lao He, go to the back and take down the rebar from the windows. We'll escape through the window in a bit, Wang Ji shouted. In a short while, the door had been battered to pieces by everyone's rifles, and Fatty had used a sofa to block it. The window's been taken down. Lao He's voice came through the radio. Retreat. Wang Ji shot while backing away, reaching the window and grabbing the edge to pull himself outside. What's going on? Su Mu-ing reached the rooftop and questioned as she looked at the yard filled with zombies. They must have come following our smoke. Let's get out of here, Wang Ji said, and jumped back onto the road. Wang Ji looked at the zombies in the pit below and couldn't help but feel puzzled. How could a small fire attract so many zombies? Why did all the nearby zombies suddenly gather here? This left Wang Ji confused. So what do we do now? Lao He asked. Let's keep moving. We definitely can't stay here, Wang Ji said, turning and leaving quickly. This place feels too eerie. Wang Ji didn't dare linger too long. If a mutated species appeared, it would be too late to run. The six moved slowly along the night road and finally spent the night in a van they found. The next day, as dawn broke, they were awakened by Duan He and the other person who were on the third watch. In fact, no one had slept well. Without a campfire at night, the temperature had dropped to -10 degrees. Wang Ji quickly got out of the car, moving his body to get his blood circulating. Can't we get a good night's sleep? I hate these zombies, Fatty complained while stretching nearby. The six all got out of the car and walked along the country road toward the city. Wang Ji decided not to consider the nearby villages for now. His ultimate goal was to go to Show City to look for survivors. His current plan was to reach the rooftop of a high-rise building in the destination city, ignite a signal smoke bomb there so that almost the entire city could see the smoke. Wang Ji's task would be to quietly observe the surroundings from the rooftop to see if there were any survivors. If there were none, he would just consider himself unlucky. Pick up some useful supplies and return. If there were survivors, he could directly determine their location, giving him a target and avoiding unnecessary detours. What Wang Ji feared the most was taking detours. Going around in circles without finding survivors could lead to encountering mutated species. After 2 hours of walking, the number of vehicles on the road began to increase, from one every few dozen meters to one every few meters. Some of the cars had zombies inside, but Wang Ji didn't provoke them and continued to move quietly along the roadside. After passing the gas station ahead, they should be entering Show City. Wang Ji pointed ahead and said, "Huh, is that really Show City ahead? Are you sure you're not mistaken?" Fatty questioned, looking at the area ahead, which had nothing but some trees and streetlights. "That's right, this is a small city, and the edges of the city are all urban villages. That's normal," Wang Ji replied, looking at the greenery and grass in front. "There are hardly any zombies here. Are you sure there are survivors?" Su Muing turned back to ask Wang Ji. "Not sure. Let's get inside first and see." Wang Ji shook his head. He couldn't determine whether there were survivors left in the city, nor could anyone else. Wang Ji passed the gas station and turned onto the main road leading to Show City. "Should we go in and take a look?" Lao He asked, looking at the urban villages on both sides. "No need. We need to find a high-rise building quickly." Wang Ji observed the surroundings. The entire street was jammed with various cars, and getting to the nearest high-rise from this position required passing through 2 traffic light intersections. "Be careful. Don't use guns yet," Wang Ji said as he stealthily moved along the roadside. If a zombie outbreak occurred here, the road behind them would not remain calm either. The 6 quietly approached the first intersection, where a large number of cars blocked the road, and there were zombies moving back and forth in almost every gap. Wang Ji observed the situation at the intersection, knowing that there was no way to avoid this fight. After passing this intersection, they would truly enter a densely populated area. Our goal in a moment is that yellow bus. After the action, everyone should occupy the bus at the first opportunity. Fatty and Liu Lai, you two are responsible for the right side of the bus. Lao He and Lao Duan, you take the left side. I will work with Sister Ing to cover the front and back of the bus, Wang Ji said, looking at the 3-meter-high bus at the intersection. Isn't it better if we just rush over? Duan Xingtian was puzzled as to why they had to face enemies from all sides at the intersection. Because we don't know how many zombies are ahead, nor do we know how many are on the sides. We are not familiar with the terrain nearby, and we don't know the number of zombies in the vicinity. If we lose control on the bus, we can still have a chance to retreat. But if we rush through the intersection and something goes wrong, we will have no way out, Wang Ji explained to Duan Xingtian. That's right. We must always leave ourselves an escape route. Su Mu Ing agreed from the side. Chapter 101, Show City 2. Let us go? Wang Ji took a deep breath and said quietly. The 6 quickly stepped onto the rooftops of the cars and jumped onto the yellow bus in the center. The surrounding zombies that had been wandering around went berserk upon spotting the 6 and rushed towards the bus where Wang Ji was. Wang Ji immediately jumped onto the front of the bus, steadied himself, and began shooting at the zombies ahead with his pistol. The chaotic cars effectively blocked some of the zombies, preventing them from surging forward all at once. At this moment, the most dangerous place was on both sides of the bus. Because the bus was long, many zombies had already run to the sides and were climbing up. Wang Ji had anticipated this, so he assigned 2 people to each side. But even so, the bus was still being pushed and swayed back and forth by the zombies. Liu Lai, switch to your knife. Keep an eye on the surroundings. Wang Ji shouted to Liu Lai as he noticed signs of a breakthrough from the zombies. The battle on this side attracted the surrounding zombies, and they had all gathered under the bus. The corpses of the surrounding zombies served as stepping stones, and the zombies climbing up didn't even need to climb much anymore. They could almost directly grab the roof of the bus. Lao He, come help me here. Fatty, changing his magazine, said nervously as he watched the zombies almost climbing onto the bus. Lao He and Duan were unable to spare any effort to help from their side because they were facing the city, which had the most zombies. Just as Wang Ji dealt with the nearest zombie and was about to turn back to help Fatty, he saw that Liu Lai had already gone over and decapitated several zombies that were trying to climb up. Seeing that Fatty was now safe, Wang Ji switched to his rifle and continued shooting forward. Soon, the area around the bus was filled with corpses, and the surrounding zombies were almost all eliminated. Occasionally, 1 or 2 would come from a distance, and everyone put away their guns, directly switching to knives to deal with the remaining zombies. The 6 stood on the roof of the bus, reloading the magazines they had just emptied. After expanding their spare magazines to 10, the effect was obvious. Wang Ji still had 3 spare magazines left and used. If they had been using their previous combat suits, they would now be in a situation where they couldn't reload. Wang Ji calculated the ammunition. Each of them carried an average of 1,000 rounds, and they had already used 180 rounds in this first wave of combat. Their ammunition was adequate for such small-scale battles, But if they encountered a tide of zombies, they would only have the option to flee. Are we all set? Wang Ji turned back and asked the others. Yes. Seeing them nod, Wang Ji jumped down from the bus and stealthily moved towards the next intersection. During this time, Wang Ji passed by a school. On the other side of the fence were several smaller zombies dressed in school uniforms, all of them grasping the iron bars and showing their teeth at the six. Wang Ji looked up at the iron bars, confirmed they couldn't climb over, and ignored them. The six stealthily approached the next intersection. This second intersection was not a crossroad but a T-junction, and on the other side of the intersection was a residential building. Wang Ji looked at the height of this building. It had 20 floors, reaching the height he had planned. We're going there. Wang Ji pointed to the high-rise residential building on the other side of the T-junction. There are more zombies at this intersection than at the last one, Lao, he said, putting down his binoculars with a serious expression. Should we just kill our way through? Fatty asked. No, we can't fight here anymore. Wang Ji leaned against a tree, observing the intersection. This T-junction had no tall vehicles or positions from which they could gain an advantage. If we don't fight, should we run over? Duan Qingtian asked. We need to run into the residential area as quickly as possible and find a building with a closed entrance. Then we can use that to climb up. Wang Ji said, patting the grappling hook at his waist. Are you sure the zombies won't break through the building doors? Lao, he asked. Once we get in, we'll immediately run to the rooftop. After putting some distance between us and the zombies, they won't be as frenzied. I think the quality of the building door won't be too bad, Wang Ji predicted. Let us do it, as Wang Ji says. Staying here is not a solution. Su Muing decisively said from the side. Okay, I'll throw a grenade far away to attract the zombies at the intersection. After the grenade explodes, we'll charge into the residential area. Wang Ji confirmed with the others, then pulled the pin on the grenade and threw it towards the area with more zombies. Boom. The grenade exploded in the midst of the zombie horde, and all the zombies attracted by the explosion turned and rushed towards the source of the sound. Now as the time, Wang Ji jumped up and ran swiftly across the rooftops of the cars, leaping between them. The zombies in the residential area were also attracted by the recent explosion. As soon as they ran out of the area, the zombies spotted Wang Ji and the others and shifted their targets towards them. In the breakthrough, the six inevitably faced the wildly thrashing hands of the zombies. But the combat suits effectively prevented them from being scratched. Wang Ji wielded his knife, swiftly killing the zombies blocking his path. Watching the blood splatter from the zombies in front of him stirred Wang Ji's normally cold blood to a boiling point. Soon, their rapid running left the zombies that had been at the entrance far behind. Upon entering the residential area, Wang Ji saw that the entrance to building No. 2 was closed. To building number 2, Wang Ji shouted and quickly ran towards it. Wang Ji reached the bottom of the building, immediately took out the grappling hook, aimed at the wall between the third and second floors, and shot. Ding! The grappling hook perfectly lodged into the wall. Wang Ji pressed the retraction button, using it to propel himself upward. Crack! Wang Ji kicked in the glass of the ventilation window and slipped into the stairwell. Once the other 5 jumped into the stairwell, some zombies below lost their target and began to wander again, while others still stubbornly clung to the building door. Are you all okay? Wang Ji looked at the 5 with concern in the stairwell. You're fine, so what could happen to us? Su Muing rolled her eyes at Wang Ji. I was asking Fatty, isn't that okay? I'm fine. Fatty hurriedly waved his hand, indicating that he was strong. Then let us go up, Wang Ji said, turning to climb to the 20th floor. Once inside, he was not worried about zombies, assuming a family of 3. There could be at most 120 zombies in the whole building, plus those not at home or those whose doors were stuck, resulting in almost no zombies visible in the stairwell. The 6 made it to the 20th floor smoothly, and when Wang Ji climbed to the rooftop, he looked around the entire city, almost getting a complete view. Vehicles and zombies on the road, large shopping malls, hospitals, and small factories in the distance were all within Wang Ji's sight. Wang Ji put down the binoculars and took out a signal smoke grenade from his backpack. Just as he was about to ignite it, a rumbling sound suddenly came from above them.